This buck still rises in her.
Welcome to another day of the TI-12 China regional qualifiers. We're going to kick things off with a bang. We've got the upper bracket semi-finals and two of the best teams here in China duking it out. Two of the teams that a lot of people have on their radar to make it over to TI-12. We've got the boys on Aster taking over Xtreme. Of course, before we get underway, before we talk about all those series, Daniel, we're going to hear how you're doing today.
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking. How are you doing, my man?
Thank you for asking. It's a pleasure that you're actually intrigued about how I'm doing. I know you very rarely ask me. I always ask you, never get it back. It's okay. I will remember that. But yes, I'm doing very well today. I'm excited. We have a very exciting series to cover first up. I mean, all the series, we're starting to get down to the wire here. Yesterday, we had to say goodbye to 4 of those teams. We get to take a look at what those teams were as well that we said goodbye to. Of course, Big Brain, iG.Vitality, Team Disillusion, and Supernova in that round 2 of the lower bracket. So this is 5 teams all up because, of course, we had to say goodbye to Limit on day 1.
We had a lot of quick games yesterday. Got to
Yes.
20 to 25 minutes. Tended to be the real sweet spot, except for that last series. Again, it's just day in, day out. That last series always seems to go a little bit longer. Team Bright almost able to take out Azure Ray on day number 1. Then day number 2, they were just able to eke out a win against Supernova. Even game 1, Supernova were really in a position to win, but Team Bright ended up being able to come back from that one. So, it really goes to show that we are getting down to the nitty gritty. And like you know me, I like the Supernova boys. I still think Han, their mid laner, is going to be one to watch for the next year. I think if you put a few more veterans around him, he's in a position to still really grow coming into the next year's DPC. So, for all it is, there's only one spot to qualify for TI. You've got to put your own brand out there as well, just to, shore up your career, because we've got a lot of good players playing right now, but we've also got a lot of good players sitting on the sidelines as we have a look at the schedule for today. The upper bracket series 1 and 2. I mean, these are the 4 teams that everyone are looking out for as to who is going to be the one to secure that sole spot at going to TI for China. I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to be a lot closer than what it has been the past few days, that's for sure.
Yes, without a doubt. I think we can even continue to speak about like the second series, like you said, the other upper bracket one where Azure, they didn't look the greatest versus Team Bright. So this is going to be, hopefully that was a bit of a wake-up call for them going up against Invictus Gaming, who were able to kind of dismantle Holy Grail in quick 2-0 fashion. And then, of course, the third and fourth series, we're going to move down to the lower bracket. So again, some more exciting series. We've got some Division 2 teams battling it out. We'll see what Aster.Aries can do if they can make some crazy run, because I think actually you brought it up yesterday when we were covering Aster.Aries. You said this is probably like the 5th best team, and it's kind of, they've been that way for the year, honestly, maybe even 6th best, but unfortunately they just haven't really been able to get their footing. But this is something that we speak about time and time again, every time when it comes around to this month, this time of the year. Sometimes there is just that TI magic, and teams are able to have some incredible low bracket runs and even knock down some of the top dogs that we're thinking will make it out, or at least have a deep run to make it in the grand final. So we'll see what they have to do. They're going to have to go up against some ex-TI winners at Team Zero. So again, it's going to be, regardless, another long day of 4 best of 3s, and really hopefully we get that game 3 though. Like you're saying, we've only had 2 so far all the last series of the day, so hopefully we just get some closer games and some closer series.
I think we will. I think we will, absolutely, especially with this upper bracket, right? Both, all 4 of these teams, they've reached top 6. They get to skip that extra round of lower bracket. You win this, you're in top 3, but you got to remember, 1 is all that matters. This is not a year which has been kind to China, both with, them competing for points, taking points away from each other, but also just their performances at LAN haven't really shone to the extent that it probably should have. But they've made some last-minute changes. We've seen Kaka come in for Aster. Really looks like he's been doing a good job of, leading a lot of the communication going on there. Sumail is now fluent in Mandarin, his words, not mine. And we've got Xingqiu coming in for Xtreme Gaming as well, really lifting up that off lane. It's so crazy to see how, like, one player swap in Kaka leaving Xtreme Gaming and going to Aster improves both teams, because they were fixing areas that they were both lacking, right? And now I just look at JT and Xingqiu and I'm like, this is a lane that is almost never losing. So I'm really keen to see how that's going to pan out in this first series.
I like that you brought that up, because this was a point I wanted to mention, was that I know Xtreme, they placed 15th, 16th at the Riyadh Masters, but it felt like, man, JT and Xingqiu were just completely taking over games. And we covered a handful of the games, maybe one series as a whole, and we saw JT just do God's work and get them over the finish line. And after that, we saw also, of course, Paparazzi was also that series as a whole. We were saying, Papa, don't leave, because he was carrying the boys, but it was a bit sad to see they weren't able to make it out into the playoffs. But we were both very impressed with JT. So I think he had a great showing at Riyadh. Can he continue with Xingqiu being there? Not only that, but it's some ex-teammates going at it, because of course, I mean, Kaka, like you said, was just on Xtreme Gaming. This is going to be the first time that they're playing against each other, and recent history as well with Aster versus Xtreme really favors Aster. I mean, in 2022, there were 6 series. Aster won 5 out of the 6, and then in 2023, Aster won 2 out of the 3 as well. So they have a very good track record versus Xtreme.
I'm only going to count the 2 out of the 3, right? 2022, they didn't have Sumail. There was no Xingqiu, there was no Kaka. They're completely different teams. Just to talk one last time about the Riyadh Masters as well, they had a really hot start on Xtreme Gaming. They were in a really good spot, and then they just lost their last 7 games in a row. And that was really what put the nail in the coffin, basically. And I really think it was Paparazzi getting found out a little bit. So, we miss Papa. Papa come back. He's just gone out for some milk, but hopefully he'll be back soon-ish. But I want to see what XM's able to do as well. Obviously, he's been given another chance. He gets to step back into the limelight a little bit, because it really felt like JT and Ghost, they were putting in the work during the Riyadh Masters, and they've been putting in the work so far in these TI qualifiers as well. Ghost especially. Like, I really think that the series that they played earlier on against Aster.Aries, they were down 14k, I believe, and Ghost basically solo carried on his gyrocopter without a steroid. He didn't have an Ogre, he didn't have an IO, he had an Abaddon, I believe, to be able to play alongside, or maybe it was Avenge. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He was still able to put the team on his back and say, you know what, I've got this. And that's really what I've wanted to see from Ghost. He's always like his floor is pretty high as a carry, right? He's always going to be like at least a good in the game, but he never has those like superstar games, and against Aster.Aries he did. So hopefully for Xtreme Gaming's sake, they're going to be able to continue that moving forward, because you're going up against Aster, probably the best team in these qualifiers to not have already been at TI. So we'll see what he's able to get out of the bag.
And if you compare him versus the opposition's carry in Monet, that is a scary person to have to try and out carry, because something about that.
I'm looking forward to this series so
much. Dude, I'm excited. I really hope. I'm not even going to say it. I don't want to say it just to even put it out there. But yes, give me the 3. We will find out. So yeah, if we compare some of the players, like you said, Ghost up against Monet, we've really been saying that this could be the patch for Monet being that hyper carry. It kind of feels like we might be in that position currently. I know it's super early on, but like, you've got the gyrocopters, Troll. I'm surprised we haven't seen. We've seen it banned a couple of times, but that hero seems like it definitely is much more viable at the moment. The Phantom Assassin, where is she going to be played? But I also want to look more at this mid lane. You did just bring up XM. Dude, this is a really difficult opponent for him up against Sumail. I mean, mechanically, one of the best in the world. It doesn't seem like he's able to lose many matchups. And for XM, this really could be his last chance. I want to go into that even more, because he's played on teams like CDEC, PSG LGD, eHome, Vici Gaming. He has been in the top teams in China. Like, he's played with the very best, but it hasn't really been able to have a long stint on a team. And he needs to have a showing here. We got to cover him. It was first tour, right? I think maybe second tour with Piggy Killer. He looked great. I mean, actually it was twice, right? Because then he moved over to the 1 and then he moved back to the 2. So we got to cover him for 2 tours. He looked very good. That is in Division 2 though. This is a completely different ball game, like we said, when you're going up against Sumail and Aster.
Yeah, I mean, you have those players that just like, they're great in pubs, but for whatever reason, whenever you move over to competitive, they just it's not the same ball game, right? You actually need to play with the team. You need to have a lot more communication. There needs to be cohesion. You can't just put the team on your back solo. Play it like a 1v5 sort of game. So for whatever reason, you mentioned all those teams that XM had been tried out for. There's a good reason for it, right? He has been at the very top of the leaderboards for a long ass time. His individual performance has never really dropped off. It's just a matter of how well he's able to mesh together with the team. And who knows, maybe playing together with someone like Xingqiu, who he's going to be making a lot of movements around XM. They're going to be playing together for power runes and making rotations together. Maybe that's the sort of thing that he really needs to unlock his full potential. But like you said, going up against Samael, it is not an enviable place to be in. So maybe it's going to impact what sort of heroes they draft for him as well. Maybe it's just going to give them like, they're going to say, let's just pick a lot more lane dominators for them.
What we will have to see as we do get ourselves underway here with the first draft of the day. Aster going to be playing on Radiant with second pick, Xtreme on Dire with first pick.
You know me, I'm a second pick enjoyer in general, but I think for this series, there is just so much hero overlap. I think the hero that I initially pegged out as being like my main one to watch for is the Nature's Prophet. It's gone already. So that's the one that I think they can play across a multitude of different roles, not even just like carry and supports. It is literally every single position that this hero is viable in. You just need to change the build up a little bit. So a little sad that it gets gone, just so that we, don't see the game of chicken going on between the two teams. But it's for a pretty good reason for Aster especially to ban it, because they're the ones with the second pick.
We're looking at a potential Invoker has to be addressed here potentially in this first phase as well.
You always got to keep the Meepo in the back of your mind as well, going up against Xtreme Gaming.
That is very true.
Although I'd have to say that Aster are probably one of the better teams at being able to play up into that, just because of the way that you play around the Aghanim Scepter on the Meepo now, the Mega Meepo. You can immediately cancel that by Shadow Demon Q or the OD Banishment. It instantly just breaks the Mega Meepo. And OD is something that XM has been spamming out a lot, and we know how good, sorry, not XM, it's something that that Samael has played a little bit in recent times, and Picho loves the Shadow Demon. I'd say that's probably like one of his best heroes.
Do you want to quickly mention as well that... Sorry, go.
Fenrir as well, by the way, just on DY's camera.
It's great to still see the old coaches and old players still in the scene. I mean, it kind of warms my heart in a way, honestly. You see like RTK and Fenrir, I mean, of course, Xiao 8 as well, and Lanham too. So it's always nice to see these old members still sticking around and having a lot of success and being that pivotal reason of the big brain behind all the 5 players. But because when we covered the Aster series versus Team Zero, we saw there was a lot of heroes to address Kaka. All these heroes are available now. We saw the Lion banned out. I think we saw Rubik even banned out potentially in one of those games as well. So something that you have mentioned is that Kaka has a bit more of a limited hero pool. So we'll see what he's going to pick up. Xtreme, though, they start off with the Techies, which did get some interesting buffs after not being played for a little bit. I mean, it wasn't crazy. It was just that reactive taser buff, being able to detonate it, very similar to the Inkswell now.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing for this game as well is it's actually something that DY plays a whole lot more. You think techies, historically, it's like, okay, position 4, but not for Xtreme Gaming. They play it a lot more on their 5. Of course, Xingqiu can still play it in the POS 4 role. We were just having a look at his recent hero pool as well, and the man just plays everything. In the past 25 games that he's played across competitive and pubs, 20 different heroes. So you cannot look to focus bans on Xingqiu unless it's something like a team strategy that's broken, like a Wisp or something.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to ban.
I mean, I like this opener from Aster. I can never say no to a Phoenix, especially with the games that we saw yesterday with this hero getting picked up from Aster.Aries, Red Panda. Definitely, there was an argument for him having 2 MVP performances with his position 5 Phoenix. So I think this hero is incredibly strong at the moment. I don't even know if this is a possible... it may not happen, but
playing it,
we've seen XXS in the past even flex it as well. I don't know if the Phoenix is in that current position, but overall, I think this hero is very, very strong as a first phase.
Yeah, and I think maybe they're just shoring up their bases, going up against a techies potentially. If Xingqiu flexes it to be a 4, you could just play the Phoenix and stay at range and really nerf the attack speed that techies is trying to use to just slowly bully you out a little bit here. So, well, we'll see what they end up doing. Of course, it is just the first pick, and it's important, in my opinion, to have a lot of flex available so that you're not getting caught out and getting, immediately counted in lanes. I think this is a good start for both teams. Nothing that can go to a core, potentially, like you mentioned, XXS, there's a small possibility, but I would say these are 2 supports. We just don't know how exactly the lanes are going to be set up yet. I mean, we saw Sumail dominate on his Pango the other day, and I was thinking that this hero has been nerfed pretty damn heavily, but he made it not really seem like that. And I wonder with this Viper pick, it could just be to protect like an Ember Spirit or something like that for Sumail, but it also could just be what we were talking about, right? Making sure that XM doesn't have one of these lane-dominating style of heroes that you're just able to, do fairly confidently in the lane with. Of course, if they picked a Viper, you could still do something like a Wind Ranger or something along those lines, but it's I like the overall strategy, just to be able to get rid of that comfort. And of course, you leave Kaka's heroes in the pool and he's going to pick the Lion. So
this does very much tell us that Aster supports are going to be very hungry for experience. We know Lion is unable to do a lot without XP at all. Phoenix even more so. Like, you get a lot of your damage and
tempo, man.
Yeah, that's a big thing we're looking at, and maybe a reason why the Lycan was banned out. I guess it was banned out in the first phase though from Aster. So we'll see what Xtreme are going to be able to do to try and up the tempo.
This seems like a pretty good one to me. I mean, Razor, it just runs at you. Of course, you get the VKB. You don't worry at all about these supports. Earth Spirit as well. You really need to be on point. You can't just like Earth Spike mid-roll anymore. It's not going to affect the Earth Spirit. Again, something that Xingqiu is incredibly comfortable with. The Razor can be flexed between every single core role that Xtreme Gaming have it left in the game for them to be able to pick. And it could still be a mid-Earth Spirit. I'm probably not going to be, but there is a small possibility for it. So I quite like this. It's just a fast-paced tempo. You might go an early-ish BKB as well on the Earth Spirit. You might go into a Spirit Vessel as well, just to be able to counter out the effects of that Sun Ray. But I'm wanting to see more like, maybe not a Death Prophet, but, a DK really doesn't have that much downtime on his Elder Dragon form anymore. Just more stuff that's going to be able to take towers nice and early. Even a Troll Warlord, honestly, that's able to dominate the lane and then progress that into quickly taking a tower with the fervor.
Okay, so they just double down on teamfight.
Do they just Bloodseeker here? I feel like they just Bloodseeker here, man. Against the Icarus Dive, against the Timber Chain, against the Faceless Void Time Walk. It's fallen off a little bit for sure, but still feels pretty good to me.
Ghost has got a very good Bloodseeker as well, so if that is something they want to go down, we shall see. I mean, you really need to consider now on Xtreme, like, how you're going to play this game, because if you look at Aster's lineup, if this is an even game, like around the 30-minute mark, you'd have to say you're going to feel pretty confident with the lineup they have. They have a ridiculous amount of damage with their heroes. You have a lot of team fight. You've got ways to start with the Lion. We know Sumail has a lot of playmaking heroes. We don't even see his hero just yet. Very good sustain. So, like, Xtreme really need to decide, do we even try and go down the route of maybe getting a little bit of team fight to help out, or do we just double down and try and end this game before Aster come online?
I think Aster have put them in a position where they have to just try and end the game early. You are not going to win this game, in my opinion, post 35 minutes, let's say. Let's give them a little bit of a wiggle room there, but I think you just got to try and punish this team before they're able to truly feel strong. So, I mean, the thing that you would have to consider then is, what hero are you really worried the most about? And it's the Timber Saw. So whatever they feel like is going to counter the Timber Saw that hits his power spike a lot earlier than Faceless Void is what's going to be at the front of Xtreme Gaming's mind right now. And there we go. It's just something that deals pure damage. I was considering it, but I was just thinking, you know what? You are still incredibly vulnerable if you do get caught inside the Chronosphere, or you do get some sort of stun combination onto you. But if you're the ones aggressing and you're able to get in top of that Timber Saw, you can really just look to rip through him. So I love this pick. It's something, again, that XM has been spamming out a lot. You can buy the Meteor Hammer to be able to up the tempo, so it's not relying on someone else to be able to do a lot of the pushing for you. I'm a big fan of this so far from Xtreme.
I think we may need to look at something like a puck ban as well for them to try and protect the OD. I think this was one of the old, not counters, but just better matchups versus hero, where OD is always going to have some difficulties with controlling the puck. I mean, overall, they've got no stuns as well for Xtreme and can be kind of the playmaker. And we know, I mean, Sumail on a puck is very, very scary. So I guess
Sumail on a puck is scary. I wonder if they also go something like a Wind Ranger as well. I mean, just double down again on being able to dodge out a lot of these fights, be able to secure the range creeps from afar with something like the power shot. You know, just stay out of that astral sort of range, because they don't exactly have the greatest stuns right now on Xtreme Gaming, the greatest lockdown. Something like a puck would be great, but also something like a Wind Ranger as well that's able to, you know, do a little bit of right-click damage in if you're not the main focus of a lot of these team fights.
Do we feel like those types of heroes are still viable with the change to the Atos?
Might be a bit different, right? Maybe you wouldn't really go Vessel on a Wind Ranger, so I get what you're saying. I kind of think it is. I still think, you know, Atos gives you a little bit of that intelligence. It's not like they gutted it completely, but it was just way too busted before. Yeah, without a doubt. There's that Bloodseeker band, like you were mentioning before. So there is still the potential for Xtreme to put the Razor in the safe lane. Usually you'd be okay into the Timber, but maybe the only concern is that you don't really have a support that has like a guaranteed stun. I think on day one we saw Razor +1 into Timber and it had a very good lane, but maybe this time it'll be a bit different. Maybe it's dependent on the Earth Spirits rotations, but I guess now you're without kind of a support to really guarantee the static link and put pressure on Timber. Maybe we're looking at a different carry. I mean, they still ban out the Beastmaster just in case, which we spoke about, wanting to up the tempo, and plays really well into the Faceless Void. I'm just thinking, like, you do need to focus in pretty heavily onto like one target on Xtreme Gaming for when you're going in, right? You just need to make sure that you're blowing that target up. So what's Aster's mentality going to be? Is it going to be disrupting that, or is it going to be creating another threat that they have to deal with? They're going to get rid of the puck. I mean, one of the classic counters to the OD has been the sniper, but I know I've spoken with a few of the top mid laners that really just don't value this hero as like a laner. They just think it's so horrible in lane that you don't get too much out of it in the early game. My mind's always thinking about the Meepo for Xtreme Gaming. It's not that great against the Timbersaw for sure, but a lot of their bans suggest that potentially it's something they're considering.
Did you say Luna?
Meepo, I said.
Oh, Meepo. Oh, all right. We get the Dino. So fast-paced, very fast-paced. Faceless Void.
I like they've committed to this.
Yeah. Yep, they're going to showcase kind of where the lanes are set up. I mean, Faceless Void used to be one of those heroes that you'd be pretty happy with picking to the Primal Beast, just with being able to separate yourself in the lane. So that is something.
Even just the time dilation feels pretty nice against him too. If he goes too deep, you can really punish him with that additional slow coming through. You're going to use at least 2 spells to be able to try and secure a lot of these kills. Ooh, Coddle of the Light. All right, this is good, right? I was talking about Wind Ranger stuff that's going to be able to secure a lot of those range creeps. The Coddle absolutely will. I mentioned that they don't have a ton of lockdown, so Coddle feels pretty nice, and you're going to be able to slow down the game somewhat just by shoving out those lanes consistently and enabling what I was mentioning was the scariest hero for Team Xtreme Gaming having to go up against in the early game to prevent this all-in Deathball style, which is the Timbersaw. So if you just are able to Chakra Magic the Timber, sure, you don't give him back as much mana as you used to, but the cooldown reduction is still there. So XXS is in a position to potentially be a very, very scary boy this time around. And, well, it's going to be DY, as expected, playing the techies. So I'm just wondering, how well is that lane going to go for them? Ghost on his Razor, DY on the techies. Are they going to be able to put XXS in the bin hard enough to prevent that really scary period from like the 10 to 20 minute mark for the Timbersaw?
And I think another man we need to look at is then XM. Like, this is... it's a very good OD game with how you're able to counter the Faceless Void with the Chronosphere, with the Astral, and you have plenty of pure damage to be able to deal with the Timbersaw. So if he gets off to a good game on XM, then he actually could be able to get the boys over the finish line. How active is he going to be with this Meteor Hammer build as well? Does he consider a Midas? I mean, works very well. Extra attack speed, experience, helps you scale. We'll see what the build is going to be for XM on this OD. I do think I kind of prefer Extreme's draft a little bit. I feel like they have the heroes to be active early on, and it does, at least what I see is that Aster have 3 heroes that are very position based, with the Phoenix, with the Lion, and with the Coddle, and Xtreme have plenty of ways to be able to get on top of them. But again, a lot of it comes down to how does the first 15 minutes go? Can you be able to open up the map, get these towers, and then get these kills? Because as you go later and later, Aster are going to be very scary with their team fight.
I think that's the big thing for mine as well, but I really feel like the Coddle is one of the better heroes that they could have picked to be able to prevent this. Like I was talking about OD wanting to go the Meteor Hammer. I feel like Sumail is almost never going to give him the opportunity to be able to use the Meteor into the tower. He's just going to be spamming out that Illuminate into the lane, keeping the lane well pushed away. And OD, for all its strengths, it really doesn't push lanes all that well. Looks like they've already scouted out that they've got some sort of vision there. So we could see some sentries start to be placed down, but I mean, both teams are generally okay with a brawl, right? Like Phoenix with Fire Spirits early on, very, very strong. Actually going to look to deny their own Observer.
Gotta say, this series, I mean, for the team that's able to make it, to win this and move over to the upper bracket finals, it puts you in such a commanding position. Further, you don't have to play an extra couple of lower bracket series.
Top 3 guaranteed.
Top 3 guaranteed. So,
I want a prediction, Lucky. Who's taking the series?
Oh, the series. I don't like that. You said Xtreme Gaming,
you prefer their draft, so they've got game 1 in your eyes. Do you think they have games 2 and 3 as well? Or maybe not even the 3.
Maybe not even the 3. Yeah. No, I think the safe answer is Aster.
The safe answer is Aster, but you've never gone safe. You've always been one to try and change things up a little bit. Come on, put it out there.
No, I'll say Aster. I think it is just... yeah, we'll go safe this time.
But I think it's Aster because they're going to win this game.
Okay. So what has to go right for Aster to be able to get the dub in this game?
Sumail needs to have an incredibly good time, and they need to read when a lot of these rotations are coming towards him so that he doesn't get taken out and he doesn't lose that mid tower early on. He just needs to delay the game. We mentioned that if it gets to 35 minutes, they've got this one in the bag, and I still very much feel like that. You know, you're going to have things like BKB so that you're not really worried about the Primal Beast anymore. You're not worried about the Earth Spirit. Really, the only one that you would need to be concerned about is the Razor at that point. So that's really the thing that I'm looking for first and foremost. Karka is under a little bit of threat here, but isn't going to get fully chased down. Might just be softening him up for the next attempt. DY still holding on to that blood grenade and getting some pulls happening. So Karka is going to need to be put into a riskier spot moving forward.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to be the vulnerable one, but he's also the person that can kind of stop any aggression up top with that Earth Spike. So we'll see whenever the Earth Spike is used and Timber Chain is used, Ghost is going to be able to play pretty aggressive. So far, nothing too crazy. I do want to go back to Sumail because you felt like he was going to be the catalyst for Aster. We saw yesterday in our series, we got to cast a Coddle that wasn't really able to get them over the finish line. What do we want in regards to like the item build for Sumail in this game in particular?
Anything that just enables him to play safe, basically. Like, this isn't an amazing Spirit Vessel game, you know? Like, there's nothing really that you're wanting to prevent in terms of healing all that much. I guess the Razor eventually, if he opts to go into some sort of weird Bloodstone sort of build, but it's just for his own survivability in my eyes. So Boots of Travel makes a lot of sense. He wants to be able to respond to a lot of the early aggression. He wants to be able to play around the Timbersaw if eventually you know, you open up that tier 1 top tower once XXS has a Vanguard, and then you can look to make plays alongside him. But even just for the extra movement speed, right? You pop the Spirit Form, it's going to be very hard to catch him, and you still don't have a ton of reliable lockdown, let's call it, on Xtreme Gaming to be able to catch this Coddle.
Okay. Now seeing a little bit of back and forth down bottom, just with some spells getting traded in the past 30 seconds. We'll see if that's going to continue as well once these two sides are able to pick up some levels and potentially by this Lotus timing as well. Does look like Aster have a bit more of a numbers advantage. You know, JT has a bigger creep wave, so he's not going to commit, and meanwhile Aster up top are going to get the second Lotus as well. So that's already a pretty good start for the side lanes on Radiant.
It is, but yeah, Monet is just having an incredible time on this lane so far. Really hasn't been pressured all that much. Again, you're into a couple of melee heroes with a Phoenix, probably one of the better heroes at just being able to punish with those fire spirits. There's a horrible creep pull that he's got with those kobolds, but they give a lot of experience. So if there's any sort of silver lining for that, it means that he's going to be able to get up onto this level 3 and really start to put a lot of the extra pressure in onto these melee cores.
When are we expecting Xinkyu to even start to actually top lane Kaka? There we go, first blood. Ghost able to snipe it from downtown. XXS trying to do whatever he can to put some damage back in a Ghost, but it's not going to be enough to avenge the Lion. So Xtreme, they're going to be able to strike first in our game 1.
All that extra work, just softening him up that little bit extra, right? It ends up eventually causing the Lion to be in a little bit of distress. He's got the infused raindrops picked up now, so obviously going to be a lot less vulnerable to things like the plasma field and the sticky bomb. But with all of this, I mean, Techies is still as strong as ever at being one of those lane dominators, right? You've just got insane range, you've got good attack damage, and with that, he's been able to get this double pull off, one of them being a Harpy Stormcrafter camp. So this wave is going to be removed very, very quickly. XXS might be in a bit deep.
And they're going to be able to punish him. Chains over the top. Really low on resources, though, from XXS. He doesn't have enough gold as well for the Ring of Health. And nothing coming out in the courier, too.
3 Tango, maybe, just for that extra
Bottom lane,
duration.
JT. No bash from Monet. Xinkyu forced the TP down, though, so he was starting to maybe consider about pathing his way over to mid. Drops a deep Observe Ward inside the Radiant jungle, but yeah, with JT getting dived, Xinkyu has to come back.
So I mentioned how this is a good game for Samael on his Keeper of the Light, just because, again, you're going to be able to stall out these lane pushes. You're going to be able to punish the fact that they don't have a lot of catch. But you got to say, for XM as well, there's really not too much that he's concerned about until you start to see rotations come through from Kaka and Monet. You know, he is just not going to get caught out too easily. He's going to be able to farm very nicely. I don't know if you can afford to go the Midas, but he's just going like a value build, right? Going into the power treads, he's going into a couple of null talismans just for that additional max mana, and so that he's peaking around that like 25-ish minute mark when you do start to see the extra value come out of the null tallies.
I know he's not master tier on this hero, but I do think back in the day when he had his kind of longer performance on CDC, I think the OD was one of his best heroes, and we're going to see him be able to snipe the kill. Even Xinkyu's going to try and come in the neighborhood just in case to pump in some damage. He will be forced to use the Sanities, which is definitely would have hoped to get the kill without it. Wonder if he tries to go for some mail now. What's he going to consider on XM? 3 points in Astral can potentially set up for Xinkyu. He's not close enough to get the roll, but it will set up for DY's blast off. And Kaka is going to have to watch on the side and idly do nothing. They'll even TP the Phoenix, but that too will not stop Xtreme Gaming as DY rewarded with the double kill. And XM loving life with the start that he's been able to get on the Outward Devourer.
Yeah, not really the heroes that you expect to think of when you think power runes, right? A Keeper of the Light and an OD, neither of them buying the bottle, but we just see there the impact of having a haste rune. You know, Coddle, very speedy, like we've been saying, even pop the Spirit Form for that additional 15% movement speed, but he is just absolute paper if you're able to get in on top of him. Nice rotation, has to be said, from the supports as well. Making sure to give him a bit of an easier time.
DY. Oh my god, this guy is crazy. That was a really good timing of the blast off, just predicting that Kaka was there. I mean, this is going to be... If he can get out of this one somehow, I'd be quite impressed. But yeah, XXS wants a little bit of gold, a little bit of experience as well. So DY will make him work for it, but at least he was able to get the Wisdom Room, and Xinkyu got the other Wisdom Room as well. I do want to go back to this build on XM. So we're going to see a bit of a different idea from him with the Blink Dagger, which is very interesting. You have this Blink Astral to be able to set up for the role. I think it's something that you kind of discussed yesterday when we had the Earth Spirit, that the higher points in the change from the Ember was going to be able to guarantee his kind of movements across the map. So we did say, like, Dai want to play very aggressive, and this is a bit of a different look from XM without going the Meteor.
Yeah, I'm fine with it, right? I really feel like the Coddle, if you went Meteor Hammer, you would never be casting Meteor Hammer into the tower unless it was like a one-team fight, kind of like what we just saw there. So going the Blink Dagger, I'm not sure if it means that he's going to be able to like blink forward and set up for... Sorry, I'm just watching.
He's in trouble.
Is he in trouble?
That is, they're going to need to TP multiple members in. Kakaka's already set up for the stun. It's off the mark, goes for Sumail instead, which stops some of the damage. They want to think about turning around. Musanity is still on cooldown for another 20 seconds. XM might be lacking some damage, and Xtreme is still not bringing extra members in. It's going to take a while for the +1s to come. The silence from Xinkyu will help the retreat. DY's finally here. It will not be needed in the end.
Just gets caught by that Illuminate. So yeah, what I was saying about the Blink Dagger on XM, yeah, you can use it to set up for things if you've got really good vision. You still don't really want to be expending all of your movement though, in case they have some sort of counterplay available. And eventually you will, right? Lion's going to be able to get into a Blink Dagger pretty early on, especially with all these stacks that Kaka's been making for himself. You've got a Coddle to be able to take it. You've got a Timber to be able to take it. So he's going to get his level. He's going to get his farm. But I really think that this Blink Dagger is to like confirm on a successful initiation, right? You've got the burst damage there to be able to really just smack him a few times and then drop the hammer.
What do we think Xtreme can do to try and pressure these stacks? Because we spoke about in the draft that the experience is going to be a really vital thing for Aster supports, and losing both those wisdom rooms is going to hurt it. So it looks like maybe bringing all these members over, even Ghost as well. They might be able to get the kill, but they've got to be cautious again. I think that's Monate tipping him with the threat of the Chrono. If they group up, it's going to be on to 2, and XXS is outside of the bubble, so he can get the Chakram damage to secure the first kill. Nice. What a blast off, though. Stops him mid-dive, and now Ghost, he won't be able to turn it back around, though. XXS still proving to be a bit of a threat, but maybe with Xinkyu nearby, and even JT comes all the way down from the southern side of the map, as why not have a 10-man brawl 10 minutes into the game?
Either. So there we go. Use it to just yoink away a lot of those stacks. Really solid movements coming from Xtreme Gaming, and I would be surprised if it wasn't Xinkyu being the one to call a lot of this. I mean, Sumail has been able to finally one of those power runes, but I mean, it's not going to be enough. You're hard to catch, but not if you put yourself in a vulnerable position like that.
And this could start to get real scary now. I mean, it's a 3,000 net worth lead here for Xtreme Gaming, and once you get this advantage, you can really start to roll over the map.
Mm-hmm. This is the start that they needed, though, right? We always said they were going to have the better early game. It's the late game that Aster are really going to try and be playing for. So taking away those stacks is a big way to be able to prevent that sort of thing from happening. They're even looking to try and take away this Ancient stack, I feel. They're going to be able to do it just with these 3 heroes? I'm not sure.
I think with the mines, yeah.
Yeah, with mines, I suppose.
But they're such a high level on the supports, dude. That's so crazy. XM's not gonna hesitate with dropping the hammer. It's a pretty good egg over to the right side as well. They'll trade supports and get out. I think some of the bigger Ancients are still left standing, so at least Aster's gonna be able to claim that.
But I mean, it's a lot of gold that you ended up losing, and a lot of stack gold as well for Kaka. That's the big thing. So he doesn't get all of those levels that he was wanting. It's 11.5, and he's still level 4 off the back of those wisdom runes not going his way, and off the back of losing just all of those stacks. So this is really setting Aster back a fair amount. You don't even have that same level of counterplay as well with the Finger of Death potential to be able to punish these deep dives that Xtreme Gaming are going for.
So what do Aster need to do over the next couple of minutes to be able to unlock Kaka? Because like you said, level 4, he's rushing Blink, and I mean, no surprise about it being the Lion, but he's going to need a lane to be able to farm. So what do Aster need to do to kind of open up the game for him? So I mean, I'm going to look for positive signs for Aster right now, right? They still got all of their towers. So he could just look to stick in this mid lane a little bit, just see what's going on with the power runes. It's spawning bot, it's a regen. Doesn't really matter all that much, right? It's not an active rune. It just, you know, makes you able to sustain in the lane a whole lot better. So I think they can afford to give this through to Kaka. You've got a Keeper of the Light who would love to be farming those Ancient stacks right now, but he can still farm the jungle. There's no real harm in that. And you've got the Chronosphere available bottom. You've got the Boots of Travel available for Sumail as well, who is going into the Spirit Vessel still, but yeah, I think it's just about giving Kaka a little bit of space so that you've got that turnaround potential and you get closer and closer towards that Blink. Finally starting to put a little bit of that business into the tower, though. And we thought going like a casual Blightstone just to be able to speed up this tower taking just a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They will look to get it in the end, and while they're doing that, Ghost is just free farming top lane. This guy has... What is his net worth? At his level 303, Yasha coming out on the choreo for Ghost. He is ridiculously farmed, and that was the person you were kind of highlighting to start the day as well. That Ghost has had some incredible showing so far. We're going to see them try and make the attempt onto XXS. Already used the chain. It's going to be up in a couple of seconds, but the damage that's being dealt, they can chase him down with the slows. And meanwhile, bottom lane as well, the action continuing to break out, but the Supernova's going to get used. Monade's got the Chrono to potentially turn it as well. With the Smail off for the outskirts, they've got the damage. That is a much needed combo of spells from Aster to get the double kill.
It is indeed, but again, like you mentioned, Ghost, he's just sitting up here on the top side. He's got the Mask of Madness running. He's taking away towers. Not really the main strength. I mean, we often see that with a Razor off the back of like an Aghanim Scepter and that sort of thing, but if you're able to just wipe out a hero, prevent that protection, and you know that there's not going to be a Chronosphere to punish you, you can pop that Mom, and you can make sure that you're just open to bringing the map in a position to be favoring you. They finally do get that Wisdom Rune though, so Kaka level 7 now. He's just 700 gold away from that Blink Dagger. He's built up more stacks for XXS to be able to take. They're going to use an Illusion Rune to spook them a little bit, and Kaka scouts it out. But little things going Aster's way. The fact that the net worth lead isn't growing is a huge benefit for them.
There will be some concerns around how they can defend this tower. Would you be surprised if Xtreme don't try and pressure this, knowing Chrono and Supernova on cooldown?
Yeah, I'd be a little surprised for sure. I mean, I guess the main thing that I'm worried about is that you don't exactly have the Primal Beast there, but, well, actually, as I say that, Xingqiu and JT making the rotation through the Radiant Jungle to be able to try and get a backstab start on Samael or Kaka. That's going to be the main goal for them.
Positioning is ever so vital for these Aster heroes. We spoke about how squishy they are.
Kaka's positioning
is so good, though. Nice sidestep. Smail able to dodge it. They'll go for Xingqiu now. It's a great jump in from JT onto both supports, and Alpichio's in some danger. It's a dive back to the tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, XXS, though, he's actually looking to fight, trying to cast some spells on the Xingqiu, but the rest of Xtreme going to be able to move on over. Still, even the rest of Aster wanting to try and poke and prod, maybe getting the kill into DY, but that's not to be. Regardless, Xtreme get Kaka and they get the tower.
So most of the time we see Monet down here farming. He's farming in like the safest place, right? Under a ward, inside the jungle, not really pressuring the map too much. But I actually think that's pretty important for him, just to keep this lane farm available as close to his own tower as possible. Right now, the main concern for Aster isn't necessarily pushing towers. It's just making sure that Monet is able to pick up a lot of that farm early. So he's been able to do that. He's still doing just fine on the net worth, and he's got the Midas to be able to play around with, looking to build into that BKB so that once he picks it up, when Xtreme Gaming hit all of their really big timings, he's going to be ready to go.
And he really could be the turning point here for Aster. We know team fights are going to be breaking out surely. We know Xtreme want to continue to pressure the map. Roche could be something they're considering with the Arcane Orb from the OD. But if Monet can land a multi-man Chrono with the Sun Ray, with the damage that Samael can pump out, all of a sudden we could have an even ball game. They need one fight. But that is always a difficult thing as well. It's going to be up to Xtreme just to position accordingly. And we will see that fight happen now.
Seen a lot of things though. I mean, Picho is doing fairly well on the Phoenix. He's going to get caught out here, but nice placement of the egg to be able to pop the smoke, make space for the rest of his team, not give up his own life. Very, very nicely done.
Is that Roche now though? Would you not? I wonder if you would prefer dying. Like, what do you get out of egg on cooldown for Xtreme? I feel like you got to get something.
I mean, it looks like they're heading towards the Twin Gate to be able to get out Roshan, but that was... yeah, Kaka, he's going to get punished a little bit.
It was an interesting choice to hit the creeps, so they were kind of like a beacon of where he was. Maybe he wanted to... He was in two minds whether he would be able to farm it and then had to decide last second to TP out. But yeah, I wonder if it's, dying was better, because they're going to go straight to top to clear the wave and potentially even look at Roche now.
But the thing is, like, you're still able to farm. That's the big thing. And you've got sustained damage with the Timber Saw, with the Keeper of the Light. And the main thing is just making sure they get into their items. Like, Samael, he's going to 4-staff. He just wants to make sure that he's not going to get beat down by this Primal Beast. Kaka, yeah, sure, he died, but he's still only 300 gold away from the Blink Dagger. And the net worth, it's growing very, very slowly. But I think you're going to be satisfied, not happy, but satisfied if you're Aster with this sort of situation. Have to be careful though, walking underneath this vision. Both
sides have a ward there.
XXS is way too deep. He TP'd into the outpost, man.
Oh.
Maybe they expected them to be doing Roche. I'm not sure. I mean, that's a lot of that sustained damage that I was talking about, and it's gone. I mean, Samael's going to do his best to try and push out this wave, but the range creep will die, so backdoor protection's still there. But Xingqiu, this is a deep dive. He wants to take out Kaka. He wants to slow down that Blink Dagger timing.
And Monet, they're actually going to jump in. It's a lot of damage with the help of Pichio. They'll be able to kill off the Outward Devourer. Can they get more valuable kills, though, as JT holds Monet down, and DY gets the extra control required. Ghost is not going to mess around as well. We'll push Samael and the Phoenix back to the high ground. We do see what can happen, though, if you land a multi-man chrono and the Phoenix is on the outskirts, but unfortunately for them, the chain control was ever so perfect for Xtreme.
I just imagine if the Timbersaw is actually alive for that one, right? You've got the Chakram going in. You've got the combination immediately after the Chronosphere ends as well with the Timber Chain and the Whirling Death. So XXS just slightly out of position that time around and really preventing a lot of the damage output for his team. So much attention being put in onto Kaka just to slow him down a little bit. But regardless of all that, he's got his Blink Dagger now, and well, it's a decent chrono, but an even better stun combination, like you mentioned, coming through from DY at the very end there.
And it's a bit of a late one.
Take Roche. That's the plus.
And the items
feel
are
like
still...
Aster are going to be in a position to take Roche, though. They would much rather spend time farming, I feel.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, but these items are getting picked up. You have, importantly, the Blink on Kaka, and Monade is still second in net worth. So, really, it's just not the items. I think we need to look at the cooldowns. That's a big thing. So, again, what can Xtreme look to do on the map? They've got 60 seconds with no chrono to worry about. Lanes are in a pretty good position for them at the moment. And Ghost is very close to a BKB.
Gonna be pretty vital. Again, like, you just will not care about 4 heroes on Aster's side if you've got that BKB available. Looks like XM is going into the Aghanim Scepter first, as opposed to any sort of BKB for himself. I mean, it's pretty nice going up against the Chronosphere, right? That extra little bit of a mana barrier for himself if he ends up getting caught.
Sure, it's something that's been buffed up a little bit in the recent patch, so I don't have a very good feel of the Scepter at all, so we'll see how...
I've never seen it, so yeah. I'm keen to see, just kind of theory crafting. I mean, if you're trying 100-0 him, OD with all of the max mana that he's going to have. Got another 4 minutes until we tick over to 25. That extra 3% max mana bonus from the Null Talisman, if he keeps it, is going to be quite nice for him.
And they actually give him the Aegis as well. All right. What do we feel like the name of the game for Aster is now, though? Because, you know, again, are you looking to try and take these fights 5-on-5, or is it just try and split up the map and waste away as much of the Aegis as you can?
I mean, I'm sure they would love to be able to split up the map and waste the Aegis, but you really don't have that much map to be able to play with. The fact that you've been able to keep the vision that you've got on the map is honestly kind of crazy, right? Like, Picho has been able to place some nice observer wards, one in a pretty obvious spot, but one, yeah, not so much. And it really does mean that you're able to read things out a lot better. You're able to punish this ball-up style that Xtreme Gaming are going for, but you still haven't taken any towers. That's the main concern for mine. I'm sure they would love to take this top tier 1 tower, but they're just not in a position to do it. They could get punished way too easily. With a flamethrower, though, could be enough to do it.
Yeah, not a bad one to be able to find. I think we need to keep close attention on how this Lotus Orb comes into play for XXS.
He chose level 12 as well, so he's got Sun Ray maxed out. Big. Didn't go the Spell Amp.
Yeah.
An extra point in the Icarus Dive instead, which, I mean, you do get a lot of value out of the second point in the Icarus Dive. I'd be a bit surprised if he didn't go Spell Amp, though, once he reaches level 13. And he's working towards a Scythe of Vice for himself as well. So if you're going for these super deep dives, you can look to get punished. But, I mean, JT, he's an absolute beast. 3,500 HP right now on the Primal Beast. No BKB just yet, but... I mean, he's working into an Aghanim Scepter next just to be able to prevent things like the Time Lock and the Reactive Armor. It's going to be very nice there.
We will see, though, like, if he does get held into place within the Chrono and Spirit Vessel is given to him and you have the % damage from the Sunray, I do think he still dies even with all this health, so...
Oh, yeah, possibly. I mean, Techies is working into a Lotus, though, so you're going to be able to get rid of that Spirit Vessel. So, yeah, they're basically covering all their bases. I've been really impressed by how Xtreme Gaming have played this game so far. They've just got to keep the tempo moving. They've got to hit this next timing. Probably they're just waiting for XM to hit the Aghanim Scepter and his 15 talent. He just gets the extra movement speed. Didn't actually go the Astral Cast range because the Ags did change. So I think now is go time for them.
Aster even going to start to bring their numbers down. Monate's not here with the team at the moment.
Look at that
Early use of the Supernova. It's a pretty good egg. They're not going to be able to address it to start the fight. Monet will finally show up. Chrono clipping onto 2. They're going to be able to deal with the Dinosaur, but can they deal with Ghost afterwards? He repositions over to the right side, but Aster having all their ultimates on cooldown will not be able to fight with this second round. So Xinkyu and XM charge into the middle. They're going to be able to catch up to Monet. Have they got the stun control? Yes, they do. Xinkyu's perfect with the timing as Xtreme, they find through it. It does come at the cost of 2 of their own members, but the Aegis will still stand in the hands of XM.
I think they're concerned that they're just lacking a little bit of the damage right now. You can see Somali's opted to go into a Dagon now just to be able to pick up his damage output a little bit. Of course, he gets the extra cast range from the Spirit Form. And a little bit of lifesteal. Doesn't go amiss either. It was a pretty good combination of spells coming through. And again, have a look at that fight recap and have a look at the damage done by Picho. 5.4k on the Phoenix. If you're able to just sit back and land 2 full sun rays, again, this is without the spell amplification as well. So it could look to get even stronger. And he's the one that works out best for Team Aster at the end of that entire team fight. So he's only about 1,300 gold away from this Scythe of Ice as well. Maybe that's going to be what turns the game around for Aster.
Yeah. And regardless of experience as well, with him being able to stay alive. I know you're speaking about kind of the items, but really the experience is another big thing. But Xtreme, they don't want to stop. It's another super aggressive play from them. Like we've spoken a lot, cooldowns, it's going to be a pivotal thing whether they're up or not. And currently with Aster not having the Chrono or the Egg, means that Xtreme going to be able to get the kill onto Kaka. And this gives them firm control of the triangle, so they can cut top, they can cut mid. Might have it. Oh, nice roll. Xinkyu kicks XXS back out of the tower. It will be able to drain all his damage, and meanwhile Ghost is going to pump it out. The Sunray unable to do enough to keep him alive. As Xtreme, one by one they go. That's all set up to that deep observer. They've got a butterfly now on Ghost.
Monet is the only one that they're scared of when he's got that Chrono available. But I mean, a Butterfly, tons of protection for him. You've got the Aghanim Scepter on the Outworld Devourer, tons of protection for him. The Primal Beast is just tanky as hell. That's all he really needs. So, I mean, this is a crazy, crazy amount of utility that they've got here. And they've even got that full axe on the Primal too.
How do they start? Is JT the target? Monet's going to run straight to DY. That'll kind of signal what's going on. Xtreme can play accordingly. It's not, the Razor's not the person you're going to be able to bring down at the start, especially with the Lotus Orb given over an early Supernova. Ghost is trying to turn, it's going to force Monet to have to drop the Chronosphere, and that's where XM can come into play. But the Astral protects him for the moment. Everything has been used from Aster. Can they still come out on top as XM? An aggressive jumper to the middle. Monet's going to look to turn, but JT holds him down, slams him into the ground, but there's just no damage from Aster. XM has nothing to fear. A triple kill, and is going to look for the Ultra as well. JT snipes it, but they will be rewarded in the end. A 4-for-1 exchange as Xtreme are playing these fights so incredibly well.
I was a little worried with XM losing the Aegis about 30 seconds prior to that fight, but he's just got enough to be able to survive it through the Gossamer Cape. He's still holding on to it right now, protecting him from a lot of these right clicks coming through from Monet. And the Essence Flux Aghanim Scepter upgrade ended up coming through for him as well at the very end there, giving him an extra 1,500 effective HP to be able to play around with. And I mean, he's just going to look to grow his mana pool even more so that he's able to survive future attempts in onto them. I like how hard they committed onto Xinkyu though. He's giving so much distress towards them. I think the big area where they lost this fight was this early use of the Sunray that just didn't quite connect onto everyone. We've seen Picho be the main damage output for them, with Xinkyu rolling in on the backlines, but it's a Lotus Orb by Kaka to be able to get rid of that Geomagnetic Grip Silence. They use the Figure of Death as well, but the Sunray's just not positioned in the right sort of way that they have any extra follow-up once all these cooldowns are used.
I think
just have
you
a look at
can
XM's
even...
HP, that shield that goes on to him in about 1 or so seconds. There we go, bang, just so survivable.
And you still can do so much damage, man. It's not a concern, which is a crazy thing with this hero. I feel like we can even simplify that fight even more and just say, like, it's DY ran into Monet on the high ground before there was like the line to jump, or before they were completely set up with the formation. Because as soon as DY scouted out Monet, instantly Xingqiu TP'd to the outpost, that new outpost location, and they were able to take the 5-on-5. But they were setting up the trap. Like, they dropped that Observer one on the high ground, but unfortunately just the positioning was a little bit too far forward for Monet.
Man, the burst damage is already really good on Xtreme Gaming, and now you've got a ceremonial robe as well on DY to be able to play around with.
Ghost?
Quick.
Try and get
he thought he was going to catch
Peach.
Kaka. Big fingers. Oh, DY. They're walking into each other? Hello, Kaka?
What's going on?
I mean, he just walked past DY and tried to TP away, but he gets blinked on, he gets hexed up, and we talked about the hex coming through from Picho. He's still a little bit away. I swear he was only about 600 gold away a good 5 or so minutes ago, and he's still 200 away. That could be a big turnaround for them for sure, but still not quite having it. Has the gold to be able to do it now, but they're just placing themselves around this secret shop, so I'm not sure if it's going to be the easiest place for him to be able to just bring his courier out to. Skirting along the sidelines. He might run into Ghost, though. Really don't want to lose this courier on the Phoenix. Ooh, don't go through the creep wave. See it. I saw the courier moving. Is Ghost going to be able to snipe it? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well, that's not good.
They're going to try and take a fight, DY. Just Kaka's health just evaporates. XM's a little bit too late, but there's the Hex reveal. And there's the burst. No chrono now to work with. And it's not going to be enough just with Picho. I mean, he's been able to do a ridiculous amount of damage inside the fights, but it's all Xtreme, and they're going to look for the finishing blow. Nothing for them to worry about. They will force a buyback out of Monet. He's going to TP straight into the Hex. Monet, a dieback. And that'll be it. Xtreme, they can walk it down. And they're the G's. What a start, Xtreme. They'll take game one 30 minutes in.
I think this was just Xtreme Gaming outplaying them. Honestly, like, this was, I thought, a draft that Aster were able to wrap their heads around once they got to that later stages, but it was just back to back to back aggression coming through from Xtreme Gaming. And honestly, a few times these Aster heroes just getting caught out in inopportune places and inopportune times. Really got punished quite heavily. XXS a couple of times around the outpost. We saw there Monet. I think they already knew that the Scythe of Vice was available unless it wasn't communicated effectively enough by Kaka. He got caught out by the Scythe when he died previously when he was trying to TP away. And yeah, just gets caught out not once but twice after the buyback. And that's enough for them to put the final nail in the coffin. 30-minute GG. It's exactly what Xtreme were playing for. I'm happy that they committed in the draft for it, and it really worked out for them.
That it did, without a doubt. Just incredible gameplay. I feel like this was a big step in the right direction, right? Where they, well, I mean, it was a pretty decent chrono from an 8, but I just think in particular with them being able to take over those stacks that we saw the fight around. So that was all set up kind of to the supports, and we spoke a lot about Aster's supports needing levels. It was actually Xtreme that got that a ridiculous timing. Like, you know, Xingqiu, really, well, it was this fight where you, at 10 minutes and you have both supports that were 6, I think even the techies was 7.
Yeah, I mean, they focused onto the right heroes as well on Xtreme Gaming, right? Like, XXS felt like a non-factor this game. Like, if you're doing 12k damage on a Timber Saw 30 minutes in, that's an area of concern for mine. And they only had BKBs towards the very end there. Ghost, of course, had it a bit earlier, but Xingqiu towards the end. And I mean, he really just didn't feel all that effective. Couple of times caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time. But as well, they just look to focus in onto him. This is the reason that you picked the OD, and XM, he really showed up today. I mean, he is playing at the level that we know he's capable of from his pubs, from his domination of the China leaderboards, and now he's putting it all together in competitive Dota as well, led by the calls coming through from Xingqiu.
Yeah, and you could not have it at a better timing with this pivotal series versus Aster. I mean, again, a lot of people, I know on the other side of the upper bracket, IG and Azure Ray, there, a lot of people are saying, Azure Ray, you could be the ones to make it through as well. I feel like, any of those top 4, but if you can knock Aster down a rung and put them in that lower bracket, this would give so much confidence to the boys on Xtreme. And with the game like this, it just looked like they did not make many mistakes at all this game.
I don't think they made a single mistake, honestly. And I think Aster made maybe like 3, 4, and that's all Xtreme Gaming needed. They drafted for an aggressive lineup. They itemized perfectly on Xtreme Gaming to be able to counter out what Aster had to throw at them. There was just nothing that they were scared about dying against, right? Even towards the very end, you had a pipe, you had a mech on DY as well. You had a lot of self-sustain, and even just the use of the Astrals to be able to protect. We saw in the Chrono before. And then they had the lockdown as well to be able to punish probably what was the one weakness of their draft, that they aren't able to lock in onto, the Phoenix, the fast-moving Coddle, the Faceless Void with his Time Walks and the Timber Chaining Timber. And we saw there the effectiveness of that Scythe of Vice towards the end. I don't know how I'm going to give an MVP through here. Like, it's either Ghost or XM, but Xingqiu played great, DY played great. I mean, JT, he just kind of existed, and he was just so much to have to deal with. I kind of want to give it to XM, just to be able to give it over to an OD who did the most damage in the entire game. He provided a lot of lockdown, which is what they were lacking. I think he had the second highest kill participation in the entire game, third highest. So yeah, I'm happy to give it to XM on his OD.
Yeah, I'm happy to as well. I mean, this is something we were saying though, if XM's able to get off the market at a pretty rapid rate, then he could prove to be a really big issue against the Void, against the Timber. And, that was a big reason why we did not feel the impact out of XXS. So, nor Kaka, for that matter as well. Kaka on his ever so comfortable line, but he just wasn't able to really make the plays they needed out of him in a game like this. So I feel like for Aster, like you are 3 other people. I know like Monate's KDA doesn't look the greatest, 2-6 and 8. I think he had a lot of impact in regards to his chronospheres. And again, the Phoenix, I think, is really something we need to look at in this next game in particular, whether it's going to be, because we saw the damage inside the fights that the Phoenix is able to output. Like, this hero is no joke of a hero currently, and China really, really like it. Like, without a doubt, team fight as supports has been the name of the game for them for multiple years. So we know DY's played it. We've seen it in the past with like VG Gaming. So we'll see if they're going to look to try and first pick it. Of course, it'll depend if Aster have it as well. But looks like we're in store for...
It's still first pick material, right? But I don't know if you could pick it along with a Lion. As soon as we saw those 2 heroes come out back to back, we're like, Xtreme are upping the tempo, right? And they did, and we saw what it was able to do. You need something that's able to be a bit more of a body to be able to stand in front. Of course, Phoenix allows others to kind of be that body a lot more effectively, but it's just... maybe the order of their drafting was a little bit off on Aster's side. Who knows? But this is where potentially you don't need to ban Kaka's heroes out. If you kind of know what's coming, you can look to plan around it accordingly anyway. So we'll see how it goes in game number 2. But this was, like I said, Xtreme Gaming really did not put a foot wrong. And that's hard to say considering, there were 12 deaths across the team, but they all felt like tactical deaths, like 1 for 4 trades every single time.
Yeah, that's that they're able to get a lot out of in the end overall across the map, whether it was kills or whether it was gold and experience. So Xtreme off to a incredible start here to be able to start the day. They're going to be able to take game 1 over Team Aster. We'll see if they can repeat this though, because again, Aster, a lot of people were expecting them to make a deep run and make it out and over towards TI-12. We heard Samael himself say that, get me on the team and I will guarantee us a position at the international. Still, if they lose, there is a potential for them to make a lower bracket run, but they are down 1 game here to start the day. We'll see what they're going to be able to do heading into this game 2, what they're going to try and change up if they go in with a new game plan, but currently Xtreme looking incredibly strong. We'll see if that will continue shortly after the break. Welcome back to the China Regional Qualifiers for TI-12. Xtreme off to a great start in our first series of the night. We'll see what changes we have heading into Game 2's draft. It looks like Xtreme, they're going to be playing on Radiant with second pick, Aster on Dire with first pick. Nothing too crazy with the band so far.
Aster chose first pick this time, so I think they really want to be able to, get on the board, put their foot forward and say, you know what, last time around you kind of out-aggressed us a little bit too much, and we want to be able to respond to that. We want to play the game on our terms a little bit. I think you could still open with the Lion. That's totally fine for mine. I just think they were lacking in that, again, that lockdown, that true team fight, because Picho played a pretty good game, we have to say. And I honestly thought that Monet, outside of that TP at the very end, the tieback from the Scythe of Ice, he didn't do too badly either. He was keeping up in farm. I did see one very rare instance of the elusive massive Pidus coming through, even with the two charges. I know, it's crazy. But they just never were able to get out on the map. That's the big thing for mine, right? Like, you never had that possibility to be able to come on through.
Dude, it would feel it feels so bad now if you ever get two charges stacked up. It's like, what have I been doing to have two charges instead? Oh,
he was stuck like farming ancients basically only, and there's nothing else to be able to play around with.
And
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more Naga Siren, honestly. Like, it hasn't been banned out. I still think it's giga busted. You could just influence the lanes. This game is completely different if they have a Naga instead of a Faceless Void, in my opinion, just because they're going to be able to shove the lanes out. You're going to force them to, split up a little bit to be able to deal with that. Of course, you have a Primal Beast for the lane for like the trample component. It still feels quite nice, but you know what I'm saying, right? It just never felt like there was any breathing room for Team Aster, and they're going to be able to pick up that Nature's Prophet. Again, it can be played in every single position. All 5 players on the team are comfortable playing this one, so you have revealed nothing, essentially, by picking it up this early.
I wonder though if the Primal Beast is already something they're going to be looking at for Xtreme, even potential of a Bat Rider. These were two classic counters to the Nature's Prophet when it was getting played as a core. Still, regardless, it would be a good way to be able to deal with some supports. There is the Beast.
You know the new build though, right?
Yeah, the Sprout.
Sprout, Max Sprout. Yeah. Max Sprout, Max Teleport. Don't go a single point in the Nature's Call unless they have like 5 melee heroes that are going to buy Quelling Blades, then maybe you do. But we saw Kaka play it pretty effectively in the series that we saw on day number 1 going up against Team Zero. So I'm sure he's going to want to redeem himself, because having, I think it was 8 deaths by 20 minutes is really not where you want to be. It was a much slower Blink Dagger timing coming through. So Xinkyu, I mean, this is the big difference, right? Xinkyu and Kaka, even though that's Mad, I believe, not Kaka, in frame right now. So it's I love those ears on.
Oh, I hate them. That's so funny. I thought the opposite thing.
Just embrace the cute, brother. Come on.
Sorry, Pichu. My bad, my guy. Arc Band very early. Okay.
I smile whenever I look at Fenrir, man. I just think back to like TI4 days, the glory days of Vici Gaming.
There were more glory days. Would you say that their glory days or the FY?
Man.
Yeah, but then there were major winners. Vici. Sorry, but I meant the other iteration of Vici and the PYW DY one where they were major winners.
I do like that too.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, I like that team a lot as well. So Vici have been a staple in the Dota scene for a long time, and it's kind of sad to see kind of sad to see the org is currently not around.
Feels bad. What we can say, though, is that Xinkyu definitely washed his face this morning, because, it's early-ish for us. We started the cast at 11 a.m. our time, which means China 2 hours behind, 9 a.m. And for what we know about gamers, they don't like the early mornings all that well. These guys would normally be getting to sleep at around that time. So the fact that they're able to wake up and play as crisp and connected as they were is a huge positive sign coming through from Xtreme Gaming. We did see a couple of yawns come through from the Aster camp as well. Siamese Cat, Picho especially.
Well, there we go. Not addressed in the first phase. Going to get picked up from Xtreme. Snipe it now, so...
I'm fine with it. You got a body to be able to play in front of. I mean, we saw how giga farmed and beefy JT was, and now you're going to have a Sun Ray to be able to heal him up as well. Crazy stuff. I wonder if they go something like a Doom this early on, just to be able to, again, prevent that healing from coming through if you land it onto him. And if you can put it onto the Phoenix, I mean, that really reduces a lot of the effectiveness in this early game.
Wonder what the win rate so far is, Doom, over the past early days of both NA and China, because I know at least my initial read of Doom was that I don't think the hero is going to be nearly as strong.
It needs to be in the right sort of game, right? Where they're just like, oh, we can heal that up, but no, you can't, basically. But you can just look to, you know, BKB, 4-staff yourself away, all these sorts of things. Good thing there's still smiles coming out from Smail.
Yes, yes. I was just going to say, sorry, this is the exact same duo support that we saw from Aster in their game 1 versus Team 0 with the Nature's Prophet and the Mirana. That game, it was Pichio playing the Mirana and Kaka on the Nature's Prophet. So
yep.
I wonder if it'll still be the same just because you've got a Brewmaster, which maybe the Mirana is a little bit easier to secure the Cinder Brew. But yeah, would be. All right.
I mean, I guess there's going to be a lot of sprouts going out, so maybe they're trying to turn it back against them. And here we go. Xtreme Gaming going up with a Viper pick, most likely going to be mid for XM. We saw it be banned out in the second phase by Aster in that last game. You know me, I'm a Viper mid enjoyer. I think you just need to open up areas of the map to be able to farm. Like, I don't know if you can get away with going something like a Midas on him, but if you can get to level 25, unbeatable, in my opinion.
I think the big reason why you say that, yeah, which is
Smail clearly feels like he's going to be okay. I guess they do have heroes to be able to rotate. And I mean, the thing is, you're playing a Viper against a Nature's Prophet who's going Sprout. So yeah, you can just go like a lot of tangos, or you can buy a Quelling Blade for the lane as well. But if you're doing that, then you're reducing a bit of the effectiveness by having to spend that gold rather than spending it on stuff that's going to cause Ember Spirit a lot more issues, you know?
I think overall Ember's going to have a lot of value in the early game with the Mirana. So you're able to make rotations across the map with the chains to be able to set up for that arrow. So even if he has a bit more of an awkward laning setup, Smail will still have a lot of value. Yes, yeah, that is very true.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see what the decision is going to be. We still need to look for our Monate carry.
I think it needs to be something very sustainable, just because I wonder if they could even just... Oh, they actually banned the Faceless Void. I was considering something that's just able to get away from the Primal Beast and, you know, reduce a lot of the damage that's going to be coming through to him from there. Just because I feel like Picho wants to be able to make these rotations towards the Ember. So does Kaka. And if you're able to get into like an early-ish earn on the Brewmaster, I think you've got the confidence to be able to make that sort of move. But I'm going to need to see something that has, I don't know, some form of lifesteal, just an easy way to be able to stay in the lane without too much concern. Maybe they go a lifestealer or something like that for Team Aster. Don't really see it all that much, but gets the Primal, feels pretty decent. It gets the Phoenix, feels pretty decent.
Is there even need to be consideration about a gyro here? Just with physical damage versus Viper and the dealing with the Supernova? Yeah. I know it's a little bit like it is kind of not the attributes that you're asking for, but I'm just thinking.
I'm just worried about him being left alone. That's my concern. Yep. You know, it's good for the game, but for the lane and for what I feel needs to happen with Mirana making rotations, I'm not sure if he's going to have the easiest time. Oh, okay. So the thing is, Team Aster are playing on Dire, right? So if the lane goes horrible, you can just go back to the jungle. So maybe they do pick up something like a gyro and just go like Ring of Basilius, you know, and once he's level 4-ish, just uses the flat cannon to be able to take multiple camps. You look to put up a ward so that you are just using that extra 7 HP to be able to just farm them quite easily.
Okay,
yeah, works. I mean, but it's not great with a Mighty Mines buff, though, is the thing. You need that mana, not the HP.
Well, so the aim make mana. Yeah. All right, and they're going to start the gyro. So let's see if this is going to be a diffusal gyro from Ghost. There's a lot of value versus the Ember and the Brewmaster as well. So we'll see what the decision is going to be for him in regards to the item build. But how do we feel about this second game draft?
intrigued is what I'll say. I'm not sure how Monet's Medusa is going to work in this lane. You know, I really feel like he could be put in a position to get punished quite early on, especially if Picho is forced to make those movements. I feel like if he doesn't make those movements, then XM should have an incredibly good time against Sumail. Of course, Kaka can make those rotations as well. It really is just how effective I would say Xtreme Gaming is at punishing what Team Aster does. Like, they're going to be playing very reactionary Dota, but if the lanes are just like set as they are, I honestly think Xtreme are going to be pretty fine if they just play, you know, 2-1-2, nothing happens. Xtreme pretty satisfied with it all. And even later on, when you get that Bruce split on the board, as long as Ghost has a BKB available for himself, he's going to be able to just flat cannon down those Brewlings with how quickly Gyro can look to get a lot of that farm.
Do you feel like overall though, like there's because it felt like the last game, it seemed maybe a little bit more clear cut that we felt like Xtreme is going to have a bigger advantage in the early game, and if it was even later on, then we would favor Aster a little bit more. Do we feel like it's as clear heading into the second game?
Not in terms of like who is strong when, but I think it really just comes down to what sort of decisions are Aster making around their mid lane, right? If they're able to enable Sumail, he can look to invade onto the Gyro while he is still in his squishy-ish stage. You know, there's a reason that we don't see a lot of Hoodwink anymore as well, just because she is kind of like undertuned with all of her numbers. She is still squishy-ish if you're able to get in on top of her, and they've got plenty of tools to be able to do that with the lockdown, with the stuns, and yeah, I mean, I feel like Aster are in a position where they can win this game, but they're going to need to have like the lanes in the perfect spot to be able to make a lot of these rotations. And I feel like Xtreme are going to know about that, and they're going to prevent that sort of thing from happening.
Welling Blade check. There
you got a prediction?
I think Aster will take it.
30 seconds.
I don't know why. I'm trying to justify it in my head right now, but I'll just give a prediction. I feel like the Xtreme lineup will be a little bit disconnected. That is a bit of a concern for me, JT.
The other thing that I'm concerned about is whenever you pick a Viper and you've got another hero like a Naga or a TB or a Gyrocopter that just wants to take as much farm as you do, you know, Viper mid, it's a lane dominator for sure. And he had to use the Tango there, but of course he doesn't get any regen from that.
A little bit of miscommunication, maybe not knowing Sumail was going to level up the chain, so they weren't able to get as much damage out, which could have probably been a kill in the end. But you do see nonetheless, it is a lot of damage. So Viper, you know, this could be the style you need. I mean, XM already 150 health compared to Sumail's full health to work with. But can you elaborate on what you're saying with the Viper? Because I know we are both aware of, you're speaking about kind of the Mobe Viper build from, you know, old Team Ivy and then old Ancient Tribe, but some people might not know about this build.
Yeah, basically, you just go Aghanim Scepter, they buff the nosedive. I'm sure you're going to be very happy about that. And then you just go Manta style. You get your level 15 talent, level 10 talent for the extra corrosive skin damage per second. And then you just basically play it like a Naga Siren, right? Throw the illusions into neutral camps, throw it into the side lanes and keep them pushed out, and you're able to get a crazy amount of farm. But the thing is, there needs to be that farm there for you to be able to take away, and Gyrocopter wants to be taking a lot of that himself as well, because, you know, for all the strengths that the Viper has, you still need someone that's going to be able to deal with the Medusa as well.
And we've had some interviews with Mobe, I think even some of the members on their team, and they truly believe that that is the best Viper build, and at least the games that we've seen as well, I also would have to agree. Well. I think it, without a doubt, is something that is what other people need to look at now when they're playing the Viper. So I'm very intrigued on what the build is going to be for XM and what he wants to consider here with the Viper, but we shall see. Of course, like we were saying, he's going to have a pretty good time mid lane. Sumail is going to have an okay timing with the bottle, though, so that'll help sustain. But what about some of the other side lanes? Is there one in particular that you want to highlight out of top and bottom?
The thing that I'm mostly looking for in this bottom side lane, you've got two Quelling Blades on both Xtreme Gaming heroes. Obviously, against Kaka, it's incredibly important. It's this level 2 timing that I'm looking for first and foremost, because XM does not have any tangos left, and he doesn't have a Quelling Blade available. So I really feel like he's in a position to get punished if he goes a little bit too far forward here. course, Heroes doing a good job to be able to put consistent pressure onto XXS to dissuade that sort of rotation. This is what I was talking about, right? You can't make those rotations quite as easily if it's going to result in your offlaner just having a horrible time, and you cannot let Ghost get off the chain. Even just that flat cannon enabling this pull to happen as well. Jai, one of the better heroes at being able to both contest the wave, contest heroes, as well as neutral camps. Is that rotation?
Early TPing from Kaka, yeah. Let's see how much danger XM's going to be, and it looks like quite a lot. First blood picked up. Sumail, he's going to be rewarded thanks to the rotation out of the Nature's Prophet, and this is something we were speaking about, Aster. They have this potential not only with Kaka, but also with the Mirana, and Kaka's going to deny himself, so we'll be able to get a free reset.
You see, he's got the courier out there in the mid lane now with the Quelling Blade. This was that big window, right? It's about identifying weak points and punishing them effectively, and that's exactly what they did. Now, it's going to be a whole lot more challenging just because, again, you've got the Quelling Blade to be able to get away from any sort of aggression like that, but with First Blood given over to Sumail, like, he is actually going to be dealing a good amount of damage into you now, regardless of the rotation coming through from the Nature's Prophet.
And this lane that you would expect to be a little bit more Viper favored is not going to be the case now, with Sumail having levels to potentially rotate. So he's going to try and get the bounty, might even swing on over to JT, but he'll probably be a bit too late to get involved without the boots yet delivered. No more bottom, Kaka as well. No, he's going to be the first, well, second death, well, technically first, I suppose, picked up for Xtreme.
There's going to be another kill probably coming into Sumail. We'll see. Still a few seconds left.
Oh, well done. I don't know who. I imagine it was Sumail with the Quelling Blade that cut that only tree inside the river. That bushwhack could have potentially got him out.
Yeah, very nicely done. But it does free up space for XM to be able to pick up some farm, right? He's uncontested, he's getting a lot of levels, a lot of XP when he's left alone in this lane, and he just wants to hit that level 5 as quickly as possible to try and bully away Sumail as much as he can. I mean, the thing is, it was really set up off the back of that level up in the Searing Chains at level 1, right? It forced him to get incredibly low. He had to use a Tango that didn't give any healing value because of the change to the Sprout, now preventing that. And also it meant that he had to just use one to get back to the lane, and he was already on a 3rd HP. So Sumail was always in a better spot. You want to rush the bottle, but that meant that you didn't have the Quelling Blade or another set of Tangos. He's just spent way too much on regen here on the Viper, and it really is this big snowball effect, right?
Yeah. Yes, it is, and that snowball may definitely continue as well.
Look at this pings out as well. Got Picho rotating towards the mid lane. Monet safely farming underneath his tower, not needing to go too far forward. Keeping an eye on Kaka as well, but he doesn't have that teleportation available. Are they going to be able to pick this up? Xinqiu's in a good spot, though, to be able to counter out any sort of movement.
See what the call is going to be if they want to bring that +1 though from Dio.
Yeah, he just got the teleport available again on Kaka, also having a blood grenade as well. Viper, not the speediest of heroes either, so you can look to slow that down even further. Obviously, it's going to be a big plus. Is that just a split shot death of the courier?
Yeah, I just saw JT run a 1-8 with trample, and then when I just stood his ground
he just changed target.
True. Yeah, I didn't even see. He didn't have a split shot. So Monet's having a very good time in this lane. So very similar to the gyrocopter with just the potential, the flat cannon to shove it out. Monet's just doing it with the Mystic Snake. So top of the last hits and top of the net worth as well. As we see the dive away from DY. Illusion Rune does get denied. Sumail is not going to have that to work with. I feel like there needs to be a lot of emphasis this game on the stacks, and we already see Xtreme have made multiple inside their own triangle. None yet for Aster, though.
I mean, they're a lot more focused on these rotations, right? Making sure that Sumail has a good start to the game. I suppose one of the things that is advantageous about the Ember Spirit against the Viper is that the Sleight of Fist doesn't actually apply the corrosive skin onto you. So it means that you're not one of those melee laners that can just be harassed out even when you're trying to make some action happen against the Viper. See if I think Kaka was spooked a little bit too much last time around by being that level 4 for quite some time, that he's going to be right on point for the 7-minute wisdom runes to be able to just secure this for himself. And we know how effective a Nature's Prophet is able to be just with levels.
Oh, they're actually going to jump on this XM. They've got longer duration out of the chains, and that's going to be able to set up for the arrow. Beautifully done. That was Picho's awareness.
Possible.
Doesn't look like just yet, but it will at least help secure some of the stack at the moment. So Aster's early game looking much more crisp than the previous one.
This is basically the exact opposite of what we saw last game, man. Is the exact same movement, playing on the dire side. It's a lot easier to just walk up into this sort of area. It feels a lot more natural. The watcher coverage as well helps you understand what sort of rotations might be coming through from the mid lane. Nicely done. And I think the reason they feel a lot more confident to do that is because they've had a little bit more levels as well. They were able to secure just one of the wisdom runes, but it was one at least. Kaka might look to give the neutral item over to Sumail as well. There we go. Just looking to enable their big signing. And I mean, an arcane rune is going to do absolutely that.
They're going to smoke off the back of this, so someone's probably going to have to show mid with this next wave. It might be up to Kaka to do that, but you have this very strong roaming duo now with the Ember and Peachio's Mirana. DY is not really the person they'd want. XM's back in the jungle. You already have a Ghost back deep inside the jungle as well. XM's pretty low too, only half health. Oh, they missed the chains. Not going to matter in the end though. They'll still get the kill. And this could start to get really out of control. I mean, again, like I'm just saying, this is a very different game. Sumail 2-0-2, already 3 deaths out of the Viper, who's supposed to be a strong laning hero. Sumail is going to go for it.
Yeah, why not?
Nothing to fear. Xinkyu tries to duck into the trees. It's a killing spree for Peachio. Even Ghost TP'd it in.
All right. Sure. Maybe he feels like he needs to leave the lane with the primal split available on XXS now. Give a lot more of that farm over to DY as well.
Uh-oh, JT. Gonna be able to get some separation.
Nah, he's done.
The team, yeah, he's done without a doubt. There's no one that's going to be able to roam and potentially TP in to protect him. So it looks like from what we saw previously was Xtreme really upping the tempo in game 1. Now it is Aster with what they've got. Ember, Mirana, plus the Nature's Prophet. You got the Medusa who's free farming this lane. You got the Brewmaster that's having a pretty good time down bottom as well, working on this Spirit Vessel, and he'll have it very shortly. So this is a very good start for the boys on Dive. What do we need to see out of Xtreme to kind of make amends and really stop the momentum that is currently being built?
I think it's still just going to need to be reactionary, right? They're going to look to go on to the Brewmaster. They want to try and take away this primal split just so that it's not being used aggressively. They don't have any detection to be able to stop it, so don't even need to use the ulti. A Moonlight Shadow is going to be enough to cover. I mean, the thing that stands out to me is just DY's skill build. He doesn't have a single point in the Sun Ray just yet, which leads me to believe that they are not ready to fight right now. They are just sitting back, they're farming, they're getting their levels. They want to have the at least the Sharpshooter available for the Hoodwink. And Xinkyu has to be a little bit careful here.
They
run away.
Oops. Nice timing of the bushwhack. Is he still gonna go for it on Sumail? What's he got to fear this game, dude? One stun? Not even. Like bushwhack is not reliable. Missile is not reliable. JT. Will be able to land the first XM in as well. Maybe Sumail has bitten off a bit more than he can chew, and Xinkyu is not going to mess around. I mean, that is a really big kill because now you can take the stack for free. I was going to say with the lead that Aster have, they could start to invade. We saw them take the hard stack prior. This Ancients would be nothing for them to dwell about as well, but that kill should enable Ghost to get it now.
Yeah, they do get bottom tower, so it's not like they're losing, you know, one hero for absolutely nothing. They're still going to open up the map a little bit. They're going to make it a bit harder for the Gyrocopter to be able to play on this bottom side of the map. What I was about to say is, like, with what Sumail has to fear, I was about to say the Primal Beast with a Blink Dagger is the main area of concern for him. But if he's going to dive that deep and just make it easy enough for him to just charge on in and get the Pulverize, then you know, they'll claim that every single time. There's still going to be the Aghanim Scepter rush, though, for XM. One component in. It's going to be nice. I mean, the 4-second disarm feels pretty good against the Medusa, especially with the illusions as well, not able to remove them.
I feel like this... Do you agree that you think this T1 tower is going to be ever so important for Xtreme to defend? Like, I feel like
just
if you lose
control over their ancient camp, yeah.
Yeah, because if you lose it, they're just going to be able to do exactly this. just get kills across the map. I mean, XXS swings down from nowhere as well. He's got the split if he wants to use it with the early Vessel. JT is not going to feel tanky at all. And they're going to be able to chain this into a second kill. And now a lot of damage onto the tower.
They were really trying to commit heavily just so that you were able to pop the Supernova there, but you know, they just have way too much damage because of this good start to the early game. Sumail is probably a little bit more farm than you would expect an Ember Spirit to be up against a Viper lane, and they're even going to continue this movement up towards the top side. And they know that it's coming. Good prediction coming through from Xingqiu there. Just next level awareness.
They smoked under the ward, but yeah, we'll
also
we'll sing praises. Well done, Xingqiu. Good job, good job. Mid lane, they'll go for XM. He poked out.
React to it, all right?
Well, you see a couple of heroes top. They're going to be able to get the kill. I mean, they tried to smoke it from Xtreme to get over on the map, but yeah, there was no hope of them to be able to get there fast enough. This game is, it's just getting out of control way too fast for Xtreme.
Even looking to push in this bottom side.
I'll get the first stun. Are they going to have the damage though? Oh, they do. Okay. A little bit surprised with how much damage they're able to output in a quick succession onto Sumail. They do have to use the egg to get the kill, but we'll see what they're able to do off the back. That gives them some time maybe to reoccupy their own jungle and get some farm.
It's the impact of the sharpshooter. Like, that was the big thing, right? That big damage spike looking to come through onto Sumail. And I mean, that's the thing. You need to make sure that these spells are coming out in conjunction with each other. It was a good use of the arrow as well from Pichio to be able to stop the majority of that pulverize, but it was just a little bit too late. They had the lockdown required to be able to just keep Sumail in place and look to take him out. Shieldred is going to certainly help things. Right now, he's looking to play alongside Pichio, but I almost wonder, like, are you wanting to be in a position just to give him a tiny bit of extra farm?
Oh, Ghost.
Not if he can get
like this. Oh, kind of lucky. Sumail should be there in time to be able to stop the TP. Unfortunately, the luck will run dry. Has to now get that last T1 tower. A bit of a stack as well towards the left Ancients, and you've got some Wisdom runes to snipe. It does look like Xingqiu was already able to get Radiant's Wisdom, though.
I mean, the big thing was I was expecting them to sit back a little bit, just get the Maelstrom, get the mechanism, and then use that to be able to progress forward. But with how grouped up they were on the top side, with the lane naturally pushing in, you not only get a kill, you get the stack, you get a tower, and poor DY. Although...
Is he? Okay. Those tick out in the end. That was very unfortunate. I think the dive broke the tree that the bushwhack was going to.
Unlucky.
Yeah, well, I think so, because I don't know how it didn't connect if that was the case. It looked like it was on the mark, so regardless, DY does end up going down. I mean, yeah, and meanwhile, you got Monet just back farming up another stack inside the triangle. And they're going to get XM. They probably won't even need the split for it as well. How do you play the map if you're Xtreme Gaming? This just looks impossible right now.
That's the thing, right? And this is why I was feeling so uneasy about this Viper pick in combination together with the Gyro, because you both want to do the same thing. You know, there's only so much that JT is able to do. Right now, he's doing a decent job of keeping this top lane pushed out. He's even got a siege creep hitting into the tower, and he's probably going to trample this wave quickly as well, just to force someone to move back, because right now, Astra are just staying on your side of the map. I mean, at least they're going to get a tier 1, but it's going to be at the cost of their own tier 2.
Like you said, though, it is something. So, opens up the map a little bit, but Asta continuing to get whatever they want. Absolutely for free. 8,000 net worth lead. Man, I'm trying to...
He's just standing still. He can't do anything. He can't leave. Gyro's taking the ancient camp. JT's playing on the top side because he's a lot beefier with that Vanguard. He's got a lot more movement with the onslaught, and he's able to quickly, you know, slam out creep waves. Whereas, what's a Viper supposed to do? Xingqiu's doing his best to try and cut waves. It's really just to try and slow the game down a little bit. He ended up getting 1, so at least they're not going to be hitting up onto the high ground just yet. But Asta, they're not looking to stop this tempo at all. They want to keep the movement forward. They want to try and find Ghost, and they will.
Oh, man. Sumail and Pichio this game. What a duo they have been. And if it's not them together, Kaka's even getting involved as well. This is the exact turnaround that you would be hoping for the Aster boys if you are one of their fans, and it's looking like it's just going to be a pretty easy clean out because XM again, he's stuck on the high ground. What's he going to be able to do?
Nosedive?
You've got DY potentially nearby. All right, nice nosedive. Crafty gets himself away. Arrow just flies by, misses out on the tail.
At least you have a tiny bit of mobility now. I mean, he's going into a Manta style. I understand it for all the reasons that I mentioned before with how Mobe likes to play it and what I still feel is the best build. I really think you just need a 4-staff though. Like, you need to be able to avoid a lot of this aggression. You still don't have a way to be able to, yeah, you can get out of the sprout, but you can't get away from it if you're just searing chains.
Nice start. Are they gonna have to check? Oh, arrow again from Picho. This time it's enough.
His positioning, it's always been his strong point.
And now they're gonna wrap around. XXS finds a perfect angle. XM, he's just going to be forced to stand his ground. They've got the Supernova out to the left side, but Aster can play accordingly. They get the quick kill onto the Viper, and now they can even go back in. XXS still has plenty of time to work with the Primal Split. They've got the oh man, that's just everything is aligning. They're still going to make the attempt though. Ghost is going to try and show up. Let's see what the Gyrocopter's going to be able to do in regards to the damage. So try and chase down XXS, but it means Sumail can snipe Shinkyu onto the back line. He's still got one more remnant to work with, and like you said, the haste as well. Sumail, nothing that he needs to fear, and now JT, well, he's got a lot he's got to worry about. Atos to stop the charge short. As Aster, all they lose, the only casualty is going to be Pichio's Mirana.
It's a rough place to be in. I mean, it's a 10k net worth lead, just 19 minutes into it. Ghost still hasn't reached his full potential though, right? Like, he's 600 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter. He's got the Basket Bandits to be able to play around with, so you're going to have some decent ways, but look at him. He's farming right underneath an Observer Ward right now, and that's where a lot of the movement is happening. Sumail only has the one fire remnant to be able to play around with, but that might just be enough to be able to catch him out. Ooh.
All right.
Yeah. Immediately pinged out by Shinkyu. But I don't know if you could just walk up on there, my man. DY. It's on the edge as well. It didn't even get the award.
And now, who's going to have the Sunray, but he won't even make it out as well. They'll try what they can. Once again, Ghost is here to potentially get some damage in. But this is... They didn't even activate Pipe on XXS.
Nope.
And they just shrugged off all the damage.
Yeah, Cult Bracelet, man. 5% magic resist. OP.
I didn't honestly even know, but the Earth Brawler as well gives him magic resistance. Yep. 20%. So... How much magic resist has he got? 61? Oh my god, dude. What?
Yeah, you get some from passively just being a hero, 25%. But yeah, when you're under that Cinder Brew, it's just crazy good.
I think this is a very interesting hero with the recent changes and with the Vessel being buffed up as well. We've seen Brewmaster look very good in, I think, all the games that we've covered so far. So yeah, which I'm glad, because we have not. When has Brew been good? I cannot remember the last time that this hero actually felt even like somewhat viable.
And you know, our boys FBZ and KP, they're going to be licking their lips about that. They're famous Brewmaster players, so I'm keen to see what they're able to do in these the other regions as well. They're ready to start considering going up onto the high ground soon-ish, though. XXS, he's got the AC queued up, so just wants to make sure that, yeah, you got a lot more of those passives coming through for the rest of the team. I wonder if he knows about the cheeky little... I don't know if you could call it a bug or not, but there's like this weird thing that if you have a keybind for your hero, you can still use some items while inside the Brew Split, and it goes around where the Earth Panda is. It's weird. It's a weird interaction. It's weird. Like, if you use Shivas when it's in the pit, it's invisible. Like, you can't see it, but it still does its thing. And it's basically anything that can just, like, immediately happen. Like, nothing targeted. Like, auras like Pipe and Guardian Greaves and Shivas, those sort of things work.
Are you advocating for bug abuse?
It's a feature.
Ah, feature, right. Yes, sorry, how dare I?
Dude, I don't use it. I have no micro. so it's not going to be exploited by me, that's for sure.
Oh, JT. Oh, they got him. It's unfortunate that it's going to be a call, but when you are this far, BT started stepping. Oh, JT.
Like use the halberd on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, if you're trying to waste a little bit of extra time, but someone's got to die when you're in this position. Unfortunately, it's got to be a core. But there is just no way that
they want more.
No one is going to live on the map.
They're just not letting him step out of base at all. This is a really poor Viper coming through here. As soon as he shows, I just see Kaka channeling up that global teleport. At least he's got the Yasha, so a little bit more movement speed. He's got a bunch of stats from the Pupil's Gift as well, which does feel nice for the Viper. But yeah, really, until he gets that Manta style, he's not going to be able to keep these lanes pushed out all that effectively. That's the main thing that they're looking towards right now. And Aster don't want to let that happen. They've now taken all of the outer towers. They can probably yoink away the Tormentor if they really wanted to, but they want to make the most of this Aegis. Why not? Shove those lanes as much as you can, but the backdoor protection still not going to be there.
All right, yeah, finally they've had enough of DY. So I just quick tip in, slight easy kill. I was about to sing the praises of DY because he's level 12 and actually farming up a decent chunk towards the Hex. He's not left this area with the ward up on the cliff. He's been farming these two camps and cutting waves, but yeah, finally Aster had enough of him.
And the thing is, again, Sumail has a haste rune to be able to make that sort of play. So you can TP back, get the kill, pop the haste, and then just immediately get back towards the rest of the team. They know roughly where Ghost is as well. So they're going to be able to try and go for a kill. It's just a matter of how good are they at predicting, and his spidey senses say, get the hell out of here.
Very good read.
Yeah, Tormentor would be quite nice for them. I mean, to be able to get Sunray or the Hunter's Boomerang feels really nice.
What do we make of Xingqiu actually rushing the Scepter? Like, what does this provide you in this game?
Hopefully not death. Okay. I saw it as well, and I was like, really? That's been an interesting build. I guess maybe just an extra amount of break for the Brewmaster as well, right? It would impact the Drunken Brawler, some of the passives looking to come through from that. Even if it isn't the full strength, it would still provide the break. It provides a little bit of that stuff to force you back, basically.
Is the break with the Scepter now?
I believe so, yeah.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure, yeah.
I thought it was with the normal. Okay. Okay. Smoke up. Xtreme. I haven't really seen them be active so far. Especially with the position they're currently in. Down 14,000 gold and still the Aegis in their hands for another minute 30. So what are they looking to try and get out of the map with Ghost and JT?
Look at all the vision that they've got on the map right now, though, on Aster, and it just turned to nighttime as well. So how are you supposed to make any sorts of plays? JT's the one underneath the smoke that just places down some sort of vision. They want to try and get a quick pick off here onto Kaka, but it's not easy. He's pretty tanky. He's got a great healing loaders. He's got plenty of stats for himself. He's just keeping control of this ancient camp area. And all the while, high ground's starting to get hit as well. Butterfly coming through to Monet as well.
Oh, Kaka's being so annoying, dude. That'd be nice, Corey, but no, I'm not gonna get it.
A huge career.
Ghost?
Oh, Ghost.
Oh, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Damn it! Oh no! He was on it. Because in two minds of whether he reveals his positioning. Sumail back inside the mid lane, chains and the Atos to be able to set up for the arrow. That's going to force the Sunray early on just to keep JT alive.
I mean, Ghost needs his BKB. He cannot show back up to this fight. You might just need to give up one lane of racks so that you are effective for the team fight after this. Just 200 gold away on Ghost, but it feels like an eternity.
Oh, wait, you get... I'm sorry, do you get double sharpshooter now? I'm sorry. Okay.
That's what the X-Scepter does. It creates a decoy, and it all, like, you become invisible, and you just start launching out a sharpshooter, and then you have your actual sharpshooter that you can actually use yourself.
Did you know? Oh, nice to know. Is that Scepter now done? Thank you very much. Oh, he went 4 staff. All right, so DY feels like he's not going to have enough time to be able to get the gold of the Hex, just wants an item now. Of course, it's going to be great versus...
contest this, right? Like, you cannot give up anything more. One melee racks is where they're going to put their foot down and say enough is enough, but they can't make any sorts of moves. Like, you can see Xingqiu going out with JT and DY, but even if they find someone like XM, he's sitting back and farming for a little bit further. Like, you don't have ghosts either.
Oh, they know. And what's going on top lane? XM needs the boys. Pretty decent dive in. The Sunray as well. Is it enough to help him heal up? It's not going to be the case. They'll get the kill. Oh, the Stone Gaze as well holds DY into place. We'll be able to force stuff back up at the high ground. A little bit awkward of a fight though, and the Supernova doesn't make it any easier. They can look to dance out to the right side as Aster. They're more than okay with this. You forced out all the abilities from DY. You're potentially going to get a buyback out shortly as well. It's very messy once again. Sumail, what's he got to worry about? Another force to reposition. JT is going to try and bump him down. But this is just another slow siege coming out.
The thing is, you've still got the primal split as well. Like, you didn't use everything in your toolkit. Even a Wisdom Rune being used by Sumail, bringing himself up to level 18, so even stronger Fire Remnants now. Not wanting to use any sorts of buybacks, still agonizingly close towards that Manta style for the Viper.
Oh, JT tries to charge to the shot, but XXS gonna have plenty of time to pop the split, and meanwhile now JT is isolated from the team. He's gonna try and get some backup now, but the last little bit of damage comes in from Sumail. Meanwhile, XM as well tries to stand his ground, but he's gonna end up dying too. They've got a couple of buybacks to work with. That could be how they turn the fight. Ghost though tries to charge it, but the damage, it's just not there, man. They're so survivable. XXS with pipe and AC, he wants a high five, dude. He looks unkillable at this stage of the game. Maybe now with the Sunray, XXS still gonna be cautious, but now with the rest of Aster will show back up. They killed off Ghost, and with him gone and not having a buyback, there will be 0 damage that Aster have to worry about, and they're looking for the finishing blow as Sumail dances in and out. He's playing with his food, and they will be rewarded with a dominating Game 2 performance.
This was just completely put in the bag off the back of the laning stage in my eyes, right? Like, you needed to get a lot more done in the mid lane. XM, he was the MVP last time around. This time, he just was not set up for success. You had, you went into the lane with less than 1/3 of your HP. You had 1 tango to be able to play around with. You had to go into the bottle. You set up Sumail with a first blood, and then you just never got into any sorts of items. It really felt like the understanding of what each hero wanted on the map was not clear, right? Like, JT had to be playing a really sacrificial role on the far side of the map. Gyro wanted to take the safe farm, but that's exactly where XM wanted to be, and he was just never able to get it. Still didn't finish up with a Manta style, even at the very end of that game.
So it's a very interesting read though from like the matchups as a whole, from Aster, where like if you look on paper previously, like Viper versus Ember, you'd say it's Viper would be very, very comfortable in this matchup, but you know, it's very different. Aster knew their potential to have these supports to rotate, and
it's the power of the prophet.
Yeah, I mean, it was another game as well, like, because I know we saw Kaka play it again in Game 1 versus Team 0, and he went for the 2-2 build to start and then went for more points in the Nature's Call, and he did the same thing this game as well. So it's a very interesting read on how this new Prophet is meant to be played, and it's we finally get a Game 3 as well. That's another thing as well. We finally get a Game 3. Game 2 was very, very one-sided. We've had a lot of those games, but I can't be too stingy. At least we do get a Game 3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the big thing is, I think both in pubs as well as in the pro scene, I mean, look at XM is pretty tanky, right? You was able to get the disarm off when he hits a 3-man nosedive. He gets a little bit of the Sunray in onto himself, but he just does not have the farm at the end of the day. Like, you even had Nature's Prophet, I believe, ahead of him in net worth by the very end of this game, which is not what you want for a mid laner versus a position 4. You mentioned the 2 points of the Nature's Call on the Nature's Prophet. I think that's just because people know that this is what people are going to do, and they're going to itemize accordingly, right? Even just the Hoodwink, right? I think a big reason why it was picked is that you could just not even need to buy a Quelling Blade. You just pop pop the scurry, and you're able to just go through the trees without any concern. But gotta say, any sort of root or stun heroes prevent any Quelling Blade usage quite effectively.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we'll see what the adaptation is going to be for Xtreme now, heading to this game, because it's felt like both Game 1 and Game 2, the team with the more favorable early game and kind of the playmaking rotations has been the one that's going to be able, that has taken it, I should say.
I suppose the one thing there from DY, if I'm really going to nitpick, is, you know, maybe not quite understanding the full potential of the Sunray anymore. He was much more focused on the full-on damage and healing component, the healing component, rather than going for some of the mischance from the Sunray, right? Because that could have potentially prevented JT from dying. That could have potentially allowed for a second round of spells and prevented Monet from all that split shot damage that he was able to output. But at the end of the day, it was a pretty dominant performance coming through from Aster.
Led by Samael?
This one. I mean, it was Samael and Picho though, right? Like, it was all them together. I gotta say, like, he was set up by the supports for a much better laning stage than you could probably expect, and he was helped out by a couple of haste druids. But you know what? You can get given the keys to the castle. You got to still put the keys in the door, and he did. So yeah, sure, give it to Samael.
Yes, just led by Samael himself. So quite a showing. We've seen multiple times now. Really, the last game was really the only time where we weren't able to see him being able to take over a game, but we saw his Ember and his Pangoli versus Team Zero was a big reason why they're able to get the victories in that series as a whole, and now the Ember Spirit as well for Samael. So it goes back and forth. XM had Samael's number in Game 1, and Samael, he's going to make sure there is not a repeat performance out of that. So we're in a good position. We get a Game 3. This is what we were looking for. We get a Game 3 out of 2 of the best teams here in China.
They just never got any opportunities to do damage. Would you be stunned if you heard that XM nearly did the most damage on his team, despite how hard he was binned?
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you really just need to, kind of similar to what you did against the old Bloodseeker, right? You get the Maelstrom, you're very strong in lane, but you need the BKB before you're able to really do anything. And it's kind of similar with the Viper, right? You could dominate the laning stage, but you need that Manta style before you really unlock the hero's true potential for the early mid game. So I love the fact that Aster recognized that, and every single time he showed up on the map, it was just an immediate, right, let's smoke, let's Moonlight Shadow, let's make a rotation with the Ember Spirit and the Mirana towards him, and we're always going to have Kaka for that TP as well. Atos, pretty natural build too for the Nature's Prophet. Of course, NP still an int hero, so really not hit quite as hard by the nerfs to the Atos, and it's 500 gold cheaper as well. So as a support, much more affordable, and yeah, we can really see why this is a first priority hero. And I think this is 2 games now that first pick has actually taken the W. So I think for this series in particular, it's very important just because of how much overlap there is between these 2 teams' hero pools.
Well, that's something we're going to have to pay attention with heading into Game 3. Who's going to have first pick? Who is going to have second pick? So far, it has been the team with a lot more of the early game momentum that's been able to come out on top. Game 1 was a little bit closer, but Game 2, though, really all the signs from us to be able to take it from start to finish. So with these 2 teams, there is a spot in the upper bracket finals on the line. Guaranteed top 3. Guaranteed top 3 sounds a little bit weird, though, without, no last chance qualifiers, but it does at least put you further and further in the bracket and not have to worry about playing as many series down in the depths of the lower bracket. So currently we've got a Game 3 in store for us. First, we're going to have to go to a break, but when we come back, we got more Aster taking on Xtreme Gaming.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
We're back with our final game of the first series. Time to determine who will be that first team in the upper bracket finals. Is it going to be the boys on Aster, or will it be Xtreme Gaming? Then we're on a draft underway. Aster going to be on the Radiant side with first pick, Xtreme on the Dire side with second pick.
And you just see what that means for Xtreme. They're like, all right, we know Kaka plays a lot of the similar sorts of heroes. You know, they fulfill similar sorts of roles. Your Lion, your Nyx, hell, even the Grimstroke could probably be in that similar sort of niche. But Nature's Prophet is something completely different from what they're expecting entirely. Has to have first pick, just get rid of it. First ban, out of there.
All right. No Prophet. So what does that leave us available with if they want to go back into the Phoenix like we saw in the first game for Aster? We will see.
Phoenix has lost both games, hasn't it? Hasn't looked... well,
yeah.
Game 1 it looked very impressive, but Game 2, I feel like DY didn't play it to its fullest potential, so I still wouldn't be surprised to see it picked up in the first phase, to be honest. Like, I think it's still a very, very solid hero. I don't know if you can, like, first phase a Gyrocopter. I think it's way too early for it. What else could we see the potential for? Maybe a Marcy, maybe a Mirana, just the, you know, flex potential. We know for Xtreme Gaming, Shinku plays an amazing Mirana as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick that one up there. Maybe Aster just want to try and slow the game down a little bit, have a little bit more faith in Monet's ability to farm, and that's really what an Enchantress does. It picks up the pace of the game, and they just want to try and remove that. And honestly, Batrider's pretty good at slowing things down as well. Doesn't really feel like a Samael-style hero, does it? But you give that one over to Kaka, he's able to just cut a lot of these waves, and you know, you have to commit a lot to try and stop a support from slowing down the push. And it gives you great team fight, good scaling into the late game, good laning. I still feel like it's a top 10 hero.
Yes, I do as well. I mean, we've seen Ice on Team Zero have some really, really strong performances so far with the Batrider in these qualifiers, and yeah, I agree. I still think this hero is very, very strong as a whole. I'm trying to remember, was he even nerfed that much or changed?
Tiny bit, I think.
Yeah, the lasso cost point is increased. That's it.
I think Xtreme Gaming picked up... no, the Abaddon wasn't in response to this. That was another series. They have picked Abaddon for DY, though. I think it was in response to like a Dark Willow Brewmaster lane.
What is going on?
All right, cool. They've clearly got something in mind, man. Maybe they want to like go into this next phase with a Gyrocopter or something, but not actually ban out the Morphling and just prevent Team Aster from going down that sort of route.
10 seconds remaining.
Wow, what's going on, dude? Why am I seeing an ancient apparition here?
I'm an AA enjoyer. It's always, yeah, it's fun. Just cast your Vortex. It's a nice little way to be able to keep the lanes pushed out. You can even use it to be able to set up for things like a Batrider that you think might be initiating on you from the tree line. Just set up a Vortex there. Not only do you get vision of him, it also does that damage over time, disables the blink. Can feel quite nice.
10 seconds remaining.
You're a hater. That's all it is.
No. I'm very intrigued on. I think this series has been getting buffed over time, and in fact, I really thought the 7.33 changes to the A was going to be enough for us to see him, and we barely saw him then, and so we'll see. It could be a similar thing to like the Gyro, where he just needs a couple of more patches to come out, where he gets increased over time, because it is happening. The snow cone will be back very shortly. We'll see if that's going to be now, though. Aster, of course, protecting it with the Faceless Void getting banned out, so you have no Chrono with the Ice Blast combo. But what if you feel like the big weaknesses with AA that comes to the table? Because it can provide a whole lot of other things, but what are some of the weaknesses and why we don't really see the hero?
Kind of similar to the Grimstroke discussion that we were having yesterday, right? You are squish if you get gone on to, and you have pretty horrible movement. That's the two big ones for me. They solved one of his in that you just could not push lanes at all by changing the Ice Vortex to be that AoE damage, so that's nice. And I think the big thing that's kind of pushed him to being pickable again is the change to the Aghanim Shard as well, especially with Tormentors being added to the game. Just to have a stun, a reliable stun, added to your toolkit feels enormous for an Ancient Apparition. So I think picking it up this early, it is still odd, right? But I think maybe they are just considering going down this Gyro and not worry about the Morphling route, just because AA is going to be that counter. Maybe they're just tired of how tanky Team Aster were in that last game.
Yeah, true. That's always the potential. I mean, we saw what just the Brewmaster was able to do with Pipe and AC for all the boys, so let us see though. But of course, with AA, you're going to need some stuns to work with. So we'll see if the decision's now for their second support.
Shinku's on the list. He's on the list.
All right. So,
do you want to tell people what the list is? Yeah.
Yeah, Denog is an Earthshaker hater. But he has a couple of pro players that he feel it's okay for them to play the Earthshaker. They are good enough to be able to play this hero at a high level, and he thinks Shinku is one of them. So there's.
Let's not get it twisted. I'm not an Earthshaker hater. I just I hate the way a lot of people play the hero. And like this passive do nothing style. But Shinku, he's active. He looks to try and make a lot of plays happen. He's always in a really good position. I have faith in the man. And he's been playing it in pubs recently. So clearly it's something that is on their minds with being able to set up for a lot of stuff. Gotta say, they got a lot stronger team fight now than they've had in honestly both games previously. So maybe that's just something that they're leaning into, saying we're going to be able to outfight Aster.
But with that being said, it also comes at the downside of their early game. Again, it's going to be very similar to like Aster's first two heroes in game one, where they had the Phoenix Lion. These heroes are high potential to get run over, and Aster are going to try and do the same thing. You go Ember Mirana, look to play super active across the map. So Xtreme are going to have to pull some heroes out that will be able to prevent that.
It's probably not going to come out, but if I'm not calling it now, I'm never going to call it. I want to see a Kunkka come out from Xtreme Gaming just to secure that mid lane. Make sure that Sumail isn't able to get off to a really solid start, because we saw them, like Viper should beat Ember. It didn't. Maybe we'll see a Huskar come out from them, but again, I feel like a Mirana making a rotation with the arrow, it's enough to be able to kill him. Same sort of thing with the Bat Rider, but a Kunkka's pretty tanky. You know, you could just buy a few braces, you could be really solid in the lane, you're still not sacrificing too much in team fight, and it provides you setup for the AA blast. But I really just think Kunkka is also super undertuned, kind of like what I was talking about with the Hoodwink in the previous game. But if you just want to get out of the laning stage and not get run over, it's a decent hero to do that against. And, well, we've got an Omni Knight as well that we're seeing here.
So I do also want to quickly highlight the fact that there is maybe some flex potential with the Earthshaker being played as a mid.
True.
We saw Sumail do that a lot at Riyadh. We saw even a couple of other people do it. The Earthshaker did even overall get buffed in regards to like maybe a bit more of a core hero with Enchant Totem and Aftershock getting increased. And the matchup versus Ember is pretty solid. So I'm checking now. He's only played one Earthshaker game in the past 8 days. He got a win with it as well. So
could be a mid Omni as well.
Yeah, true. Like, who knows where this Omni's going? Because what do you make of the Omni changes? Because I think with it going back to Repel, I'm very surprised. I feel like the numbers are undertuned for
the cooldown is way too high still.
Yes, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
And this is after it got a mini buff as well. Like previously it was giga long, and now it's still pretty long, like 30 plus seconds, I want to say. Maybe it's like 24. I haven't actually checked the exact numbers.
Cooldown? Is that what we're saying?
Max
45.
That long? It was 60 before,
that's
wasn't
too
it?
long.
Something crazy like that, but I don't know. I was a heavily Grace enjoyer personally, and I really feel like it enabled you to just keep those dives going. Again, it doesn't actually reduce magic damage, the Repel now. So it does provide that debuff immunity, but no magic damage reduction. And this is really what I was expecting to see come through. I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't mention it before, but like, it's into a Mars, which makes it a little bit more challenging, but you can land an AA Ice Blast onto the Medusa, and she does not care. She needs to go through her mana first before she's worried at all about her ability to stop team fighting. So I think as long as you can just have the ability to stand in plays, pop the Stone Gaze, keep the right clicks going, which you'll have. You know, you've got Sleight of Fist, you've got the Searing Chains, you've got Bat Rider dragging people back. You could probably even go onto an Atos or something like that on either the Bat or the Mirana and feel pretty satisfied. So I think this is a pretty good Medusa game right now. There's no diffusal buyers that I'm seeing. They immediately get rid of the anti-mage as well. So what else do you think? Maybe a Slark is the last ban coming through from Aster.
5 seconds remaining.
Diffusal buyer, Leash good against Ember, Dispel good against both Searing Chains and the Flame Break and the Sticky.
Yeah, and those bans kind of signal potential for a Slark. I mean, the laning phase, Slark's pretty decent versus Beast as the game goes on, but the Primal Beast is really the difficult thing. So instant Slark into the Darkseid Bix. So no Faceless Void, no Anti-Mage for you to play with.
God, they've got so much to enable this, and they've got no offensive dispel. So what do you, like, someone needs to buy a Nullifier this game. But who? Like, what hero is left that is both good against the Medusa that's able to buy a Nullifier? Can you... Is this the Troll Warlord game? Maybe.
It's not bad.
Yeah, the issue is like, if you pop your ult and Medusa Stonegazers, you're done. Puts a lot of stress onto Ghost. Just looking at his thinking face right now. What can I pick? No, not that hero. Not that hero.
No, not that one. Oh, that look, no, never mind, not that one.
He's running out of time, and, well, they're just going to go for a Bloodseeker. All right, I mean, against the Darkseer, feels okay. You don't buy a Diffusal, but...
Oh, God, what am I seeing? A mid-Omni?
I told you it was a mid-Omni, bro. They just don't want to get run over, and they feel stronger about mid-Omni than the mid-Conquer.
They're going to get run over.
I mean, if that's an indictment of Conquer, I don't know what is. Like, this was a pretty good Conquer game, I gotta say. Who do you think looks happier about the draft? It seems like DY seems fairly satisfied. We're seeing a lot of smiles on the face, and what's that despair look coming through from you? Okay, is Aster going to win this game? Is that your prediction?
Yes.
In how many minutes? We had 2 30-minute games. How long's this one going?
27.
Okay, he's not feeling it at all for this. I mean, Sumail is going to be enabled by his supports once again, so what could be the difference? Like, is Xingqiu just going to need to absolutely pop off? Is XM going to need to overperform in his lane? Because, again, like, the Shaker, he's going to need to rotate prior to Ember hitting up onto the level 6, right? Any rotation after that really isn't going to be impactful at all. Omni Knight doesn't have the tools to be able to chase down an Ember Spirit like a lot of other heroes would, so... I don't know. I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I'm feeling a little bit more confident with Aster. But you know what? I like seeing some new things being thrown out there. Not a lot of people are picking the Earthshaker. No one is picking mid Omni Knight. And Bloodseeker has also fallen off a cliff as well. Not necessarily in terms of its effectiveness. The laning stage is a little harder than what it used to be. But I think he still should do just fine. And Ghost is saying, look, give it to me, boys. I'll put you on my back. I'll carry us. That damage over time, it's not going to mean anything when I've got my thirst available.
Prepare for battle.
He was
going back and forth.
Sumail. Just Xingqiu. No one else has a good luck. See who gets Sumail boss as well.
Man, a lot of the like more Western players really love Xingqiu. Even though, like, I remember reading an interview about Ramses, and he's like, "Yeah, I get along really well with Xingqiu. We've never said a word to each other, but whenever we're in a tournament, he just smiles at me, and I feel really happy." So I like Xingqiu.
He's got a warm, hearty smile that he does. You see it on camera. Makes you feel all type of ways.
Though? That's the real question.
Well, you're going to hope so when he's playing this Earthshaker hero. This is a very difficult hero to pull off, so we will see. Yeah, we're going to see. I'm very intrigued. I think there's a lot of value out of the Batrider this game for Kaka. I mean, both supports are very position-based, and that's where the Batrider is able to shine. Yes, you are looking at an Omni Knight, which is always nice versus some of the heroes that rely on Dispellers, but we know the Batrider's kind of changed a little bit over time. I do still want to say I think there is even more value with the Earthshaker. Just long-range catch versus Spirit heroes always feels nice, but we'll see with already potentially giving up First Blood. In fact, it's a guaranteed First Blood, as they're going to make sure they give it over to XXS, and Aster already get the ball rolling.
Yeah, as the exact start that they were wanting. I mean, XXS, all you need to give him is a little bit, because you want to be able to make rotations away from this lane, right? The Batrider is going to be able to make kills happen. He's going to want to, like, start cutting waves. He wants to start stealing away some of the Bloodseeker's farm as well. Ooh, it's already looking rough for Xtreme Gaming off the back of this. I did just have a look. So with the B patch of 7.34, they did buff repel a little bit, so now it's a 36-second cooldown, but it's still a 6-second duration, which, I mean, what is that, a 1/6 uptime? Doesn't feel that great.
Sorry, yeah, I was looking at the...
Yeah, I know what you're looking at. But I was like, really, is it still that low? But anyway, it's still not sufficient enough in my eyes. Looks like they will still be able to block up that that camp, though, and give away a courier. All right, that feels kind of nice. But this is really what you're wanting to do, right? You're wanting to not lane into them super early on just because you're going to get out-harassed, out-traded, and maybe once, like, Kaka's level 2 and XXS is level 3, that's the period where you could look to start to go for a few more of these dives.
So I do think bottom lane as well is probably just going to be a farm fest. I actually think this favors Dire more so, because I think an Earthshaker Mars lane is very abysmal. Like, you want to be playing a Mars with a ranged damage dealer. Sure, there's going to be some value with, like, Fissure to be able to set up for the spear. But yeah, it's just going to be like Manate will eventually shove out the lane, and JT, there's nothing he has to be too worried about. He's going to go like double Bracer, probably Soul Ring. So an early farmed Mars will definitely help the Earthshaker be able to rotate, but we'll see what Xinkyu is able to do with that and how, you know, kind of the active style that he's probably going to have.
I mean, they've managed that bottom lane incredibly well. Like, JT just got underneath the tower. He got 2 denies underneath it. He put out some harass onto the Medusa, and you pulled the wave at the same time while taking 0 tower hits. So this is the lane, though, that I think everyone's wanting to see. Like, how does this mid Omni Knight do against one of the best mid laners in the world in Sumail? Like, he must have asked for it. He must have said, look, this is the response. This is how we're going to dominate the lane. I was initially thinking, like, are we going to see an XM Shadow Fiend? He's very comfortable on the hero, but that doesn't really stop you from getting run over. That's why I was leaning so heavily towards, like, a Kunkka, because it provides you that team fight. It provides you that a little bit of extra survivability, not just for yourself, but for the team. And I guess Omni Knight fulfills a similar sort of niche, but we just don't see it so much anymore.
I mean, the last person that I saw run this Omni core was Savage at, I think, the Berlin Major, maybe? I didn't, it didn't look very good at all. So I'm very intrigued on what the item build is going to be overall for XM. I mean, at least the skill build's 202. But we do see with all the pure damage, nice slide dodge from Sumail, but
just little things like that really just make what's already a hard lane even harder for you. And Omni has no way to be able to get rid of that Flame Guard as well. Like, you would imagine with playing with a Mirana and a Batrider, you want to put some points into the Searing Chains, but if you could just guarantee that that Flame Guard is always going to be running, you're over the moon for that. Only pure damage from the Omni Knight.
Yeah, I wonder when Sumail is going to start to consider outputting points in the chains, though, because the other games we've seen with the Mirana, it's been like a 2-4 build, and then of course, you know, 1 point with the Remnant eventually. So yeah, wonder when he's going to decide on the chains or not for him. But overall, looks like both lanes. I mean, really, JT is demolishing bottom. Only 13 last hits currently from Manate. So like you said, the kind of creep manipulation they've done early on with the dragging of waves is really favored Xtreme currently.
They've even got a half pull off on this camp as well, so not revealing too much of the pull. You're also going to, well, I guess Pichu is still going to be able to secure the bottom water in for his team. I mean, the thing is with the Searing Chains, it doesn't make a lot of sense for Sumail to go into it because you are going up against an Omni Knight, right? He's got the repel, but also he needs his level 6. Really, where he's going to look to use the Searing Chains is when he's got that that Fire Remnant to be able to, you know, catch someone under vision and then look to go in, combo it together with something like an arrow. So I'm really expecting to see that be the case. Right now, it's just about the lane domination. 3rd point into the Flame Guard right now. Does mean that you still take a lot of that pure damage, but you're going to be pumping back a lot of damage the other way too.
Yes. We did see, though, the heavy commitment from Aster to secure those runes, so we'll see if that's going to be a similar thing once we get towards the 6-minute timing and the first power rune of the game. XXS takes a little bit of damage, but nothing for him to worry about. It's going to have the Vanguard very shortly, which will definitely free up his lane. And meanwhile, Kaka, I mean, this is, again, ridiculous amount of stacks. They have already dropped the ward, though, so Xtreme have all the info they need to be able to play accordingly.
I don't know if they have the heroes to be able to play accordingly, though, right? Like, what are they supposed to do against this? They have no Maelstrom. They've got a Purification. That's about it. That's going to be able to take it. Maybe the Ice Vortex as well, helping them out a little bit, but really, I feel like it's just going to be a case of punishing someone when they're farming it as opposed to just going and stealing it for yourself from 100 to 0. So I'm sure that Aster are going to be aware of that, so they're going to make sure that the lanes are always in a really aggressive spot before they make that sort of play happen, even getting a career kill.
A bit cautious, though, because Xinkyu is nearby. Fissure's going to be able to set up for the Blood Right. And those are the rotations that you need. And of course, the gold doesn't feel too bad given over to the Earthshaker. is another game, though, where we're going to have to keep our attention over towards the Wisdom Rooms as well. But firstly, we got those Power Runes.
Lucky.
XM's going to get lucky enough to get the Arcane.
Feels a lot stronger once he's able to pick up those phase boosts, right? Just enable a little bit more of the chase. But the thing is, Samael, he still gets that bottle refill with Kaka's death, and it means that he's going to be healthy enough with those fire remnants to be able to dodge out a lot of the aggression coming through from the Omni Knight. Plus side, of course, is that Siege Creep ends up being taken out. Wasn't able to secure the last hit, unfortunately, but still feels pretty solid just to be able to, again, slow the game down a little bit. The Bloodseeker needs time to be able to come online. The Omni Knight needs to be able to get into like an Echo Saber and an Aghanim Shard for himself as quickly as possible. Build into the Harpoon as well.
Picho's already getting set up for this Wisdom Room. So should go Xinkyu's away considering he has the stuns to work with. Maybe even the creeps are going to be able to block for the arrow. Very nice read.
He knows.
Yeah, this man, he knows indeed. Top lane, JT. First rotation out of the game for the Mars. They want to try and slow down with the Darks here, and I mean, you'd usually feel like XXS with this Vanguard would feel pretty safe in this lane, but JT comes up through the Rift, uses the Arena, and that is a huge kill as well. I'm very impressed with the early game out of Xtreme. They are off to a great start.
They were. I mean, this is basically a mirror image of what we saw in the last, in game number 1. Basically just showing, once again, the individual dominance. Ooh, just able to dodge out that spear into the Fissure Wall as well. But JT by far has been the MVP for mine. He has gotten out of this with way too much farm. He's put a ton of harass on. He's made rotations to enable his cause as well. He is really showing why he was one of the peak offlaners for quite some time when he was playing on IG, and he's really delivering now on Xtreme Gaming. Ever since Riyadh, honestly.
Yeah, like we said to start kind of the day, that his performance at Riyadh, even though it didn't kind of showcase in results, unfortunately for them, with what you said, 7 losses in a row to close out the groups, but he was on another level. No, without a doubt. So, and this is kind of the big thing that I was bringing up earlier, is I'll hold that arrow just off the mark onto Xingqiu. They are also taking that stack as well with Kaka and XXS, so both the Batrider and the Darkseer getting some much needed levels. Goes through. Is he going to have the damage? Nice TP from Kaka.
Yeah, they know that it might be going on, but it's just a little bit too late, unfortunately. They miss the hard camp, they get it blocked up, they get a D-ward off. All right, nice little rotation. Not too much of a consequence for that. Ghost might lose a couple of creeps underneath the tower, but it's still generally okay. Echo Saber starting to be built into by XM. He's also got a shield rune bottled up, so as a strength hero, obviously going to be able to make a lot of usage out of that. Might punish a few extra deep dives that Samael might be looking to make. Really feels like all they're waiting for on Aster is their ultimates to be up and available, right? The Moonlight Shadow especially for Picho, just to be able to make a lot more of those quick rotations, prevent the TPs that have come out from the likes of Xingqiu and JT. Speaking of Xingqiu, he is soaking up a lot of this farm inside the mid lane, wanting to make sure that he's progressing. And I love the fact that he's already queued up the Aghanim Shard. This is the way to play Earthshaker for mine. You can't just rush the Blink Dagger. It's way too greedy. You don't do enough, and especially against this Team Aster lineup that has the potential to run at you early, you need that quick response to it now. You can't just wait.
And, I mean, also you can just say you don't need the Blink with the Mars, so like he's going to be able to fulfill that role. I don't think you'll get close enough to catch out Kaka. They're really trying to go for this Batrider. Firefly will expire pretty shortly. And there's the Rupture. And there's the combo as well. So another kill that they're able to get involved in 10 minutes into the game. With that as well, it's going to be able to secure the Illusion Room for XM. Even JT TP'd through the Rift once again to see if they could maybe catch up the Darkseer. And backstab him for the rest of the heroes. He's now going to reveal himself back in the lane with the TP.
I mean, he feels very confident to go here, right? With no Rupture available, with Mars showing back on the bottom side. Very comfortable just to sit back, again, play a little bit more passively. I wonder if... he doesn't have a smoke. I was wondering if he just sits with the Ion Shell underneath the creeps, but he's just going to put the Ion Shell onto the Ancients anyway to be able to pick up that farm for himself. Probably the only hero on Team Aster that suffered a little bit off the back of this laning stage after picking up that first blood for himself. So wondering what he opts to go for here. Like, is this a I'm not sure if it's a pipe game. Greaves feels relatively okay just to be able to, you know, dodge out a couple of the slows that might be coming out from them if you're caught inside the silence from the Bloodseeker as well.
Well, he's going for the kill onto XM. Tries to play with the illusion, but it's not going to be enough. That's a huge solo kill. Sumail able to make something out of nothing there. So, I mean, you even get the rotation out from Xinkyu, who was right by the triangle. So, close range TP. Meanwhile, now Pichu is also going to drop the Observer down by this triangle outpost area. So, it's going to help them continue to play aggressively. A ward that we saw very similarly placed against Team Zero in one of their games, and they got a lot of value out of it. So, we'll see if that'll be the case in this game.
I think the difference this game is that Xtreme aren't wanting to go for any sort of like big smoke plays just yet. You know, everything that they're going to be doing is around JT, and he's just been using the Twin Gates for that sort of role. I think he needs to be able to build up into that Blink Dagger first before they're able to make any of those sorts of plays. And even like the Omni Knight doesn't feel incredibly safe right now. Xinkyu, I mean, I wonder if he's saying kill the range creep. I think I saw that ping out there from Xinkyu. Oh, Ice Blast.
Oh, the Ice Blast. All right, now Xinkyu can get the second round of spells off. They're secure with the kill and the pure. Oh, so close to keeping him alive, but nonetheless, the damage has been dealt. And now Pichu, oh, they're gonna drop Arena for it. Maybe not keeping tabs of the leaps being on cooldown. Nonetheless, it guarantees the second kill and gives JT some bonus gold as well. He's not gonna mess around straight to bottom because he wants to get ever so close to this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's really nothing for him to do for the next 70 seconds, so may as well just go back to farming. And that's the big thing, right? With the Repel, no magic resistance provided from it. No magic damage reduction either, like you normally would get from a BKB. So you still got the full impact out of that 3-point Starstorm from Pichu. You just see what Aster have in mind, though. They want to go with the drums on the Mirana. They want to get a kill on Ghost as well.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get it. Tries to drop some spells. It's not going to be enough to deter Aster. So instantly a movement to top they go, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do with the 25 seconds that the Bloodseeker's not alive for. They're even scanning the Twin Gate just in case there's some extra people coming down to defend top tower.
Yeah, they should know that JT has the arena on cooldown, though. They're not going to feel confident enough to be able to fight without this. Xinkyu, once again, just being given a lot of farm in this mid lane. He's almost level 7. 900 gold away from that Aghanim Shard for himself. So he's keeping up somewhat, but the big thing is they're not really wanting to let up here with a TP up top actually coming from XM. He's got the Echo Saber to be able to play around with, and they really don't want to lose this tower. They need to try and keep this top area as safe for Ghost to farm as possible. Again, he's going to use the Mighty Minds buff, 7 HP per second, plus the Thirst regen coming through for the Bloodseeker means that he can just sit back until he's got this this BKB, as long as he's got that extra barrier in the tier 1 tower to give himself some safety.
I like this move a lot. You see a couple of TPs top, so they're instantly going to try and Moonlight Shadow and run to mid. Like, this is just a support kill, but it's a very valuable one at that. We've seen that Xinkyu has been left alone mid lane for quite some time, like you're highlighting. So if you can continue to slow down the experience getting gained and the gold getting gained as well, we'll definitely minimize his effectiveness. And in fact, that kill gives the Blink Dagger gold to Kaka. So really like that from Aster.
That feels amazing. I mean, the main person that he's looking to try and find is Ghost, with a lot of these rotations, with the Blink, with the Lasso. I can understand wanting to get rid of JT as well, considering how much he's providing in terms of team fight. But you just see instantly, as soon as this comes back, they go for a smoke, but it's almost got instantly popped there by the Sleight of Fist from Sumail. Luckily enough for them, still under the cover of that darkness. Are they going to be able to get back, or is JT's spellcasting going to be on point once again?
It's a hard kill. It's a hard kill. Let's see if they're going to be able to have the damage. Ice Blast connects with the Echo Slam as well. They have to use everything for the Ember. And they should be able to get him.
Surely.
One more right click. Sumail is going to tick out, I think. All right, they got him.
The Ice Blast,
last second, man.
Oh, that would have been a disaster if they weren't able to pick that one off. They used everything to be able to take him down. And JT wants more. He's found Monet.
He's got a greater healing Lotus. Not too many one charges. Stone Gate's going to be activated. TPs are starting to come down from the boys on Aster. They'll be there in the nick of time to keep him alive as XM tries to play around with the Guardian Angel. Kaka can assassinate DY into the backline, and now with the pipe as well from XXS, the damage is going to be started to mitigate, but it's not going to matter in the end. As Xtreme, they've got the numbers advantage. He's back alive though, and he wants to try and turn the tides with the TP, and XM's in some danger. Xtreme, though, they're going to act as a bodyguard, just holding hands, helping to retreat as a team. Sumail doesn't want to let him go for free, though. Arrow's going to fly from downtown. They should have the damage inside the stun lock. And yeah, JT recognizes there's nothing that he can do to keep him alive, so he's going to try and blink away and cut their losses at that.
A little bit of a nothing fight, right? Like, you get 2 kills for 1, mid laner for off laner. They would have loved to be able to pick up Monet, of course, off the back of that, but some really good spell casting. And it's just so early that Ember Spirit's going to be back alive at the end of it all.
Well, mid lane, they might get Monet. Arena's back up. Oh, there's a huge move from JT. This time, they'll get Monet. What a read from him. This is the man that we have been praising a lot so far this series. And his arenas have been exceptional so far, 16 minutes into this game 3.
Looking incredibly solid, and he's even working towards that BKB. So you could tell that Aster, their timing is a little bit quicker than what they're looking to play around with. I don't remember the last time I actually saw a BKB on a Darkseer this early on, but clearly they just not want to be locked down by anything that Mars is looking to run at them.
Xinqiu's trying to get greedy for the blink.
Oh, Ghost.
Smoke's gonna bypass him. They'll go for Ghost instead.
Ghost.
Oh, he's so low. Can he kill the Ancients? Okay, he died anyway. It's not gonna matter. Xinqiu got a little bit cautious too.
A lot of HP back if he was able to take out those Ancients, but instead gives up his life. Doesn't quite have that BKB just yet. So again, this is really Aster need to keep making these aggressive plays. They've got the drums to be able to do it. They've got the aura with the pipe. Sumail, he just wants to be able to go for those consistent pickoffs. Boots of Travel queued up for the Ember Spirit as well. Really feels like this is where Aster is at their strongest, doesn't it? They're going to go for a big wraparound onto XM.
And they're smoking though to move top on Xtreme. It's without the blink though. 50 gold needed for the Earthshaker.
The pincer move.
We're going to make another attempt onto Monet. Beautiful spear placement from JT. Sets up for the Ice Blast and raiding. They'll be a little bit too late. Everything has to be used, so we'll see if they can still take the fight afterwards. As XXS lands the wall onto 3, and it's going to be disastrous for them, but Xtreme stands strong. It's not over just yet, as now Ghost gets involved, and Sumail is out of remnants, and soon to be out of health as well. The damage from XM tears him apart, and Xtreme, they lose no one inside that fight.
Man, that was just phenomenal. And again, that was without a BKB as well on Ghost's Bloodseeker. So he was really in the thick of things, you know, going up against that vac wall, going up against a lot of the damage coming through from the Ember Spirit, just that Flame Guard. Very little tools to be able to remove that damage over time, but he still doesn't care. All of that thirst. Healing coming through at the very end of it. This is where Dota comes down to a game of seconds, right? If they get there a couple of seconds earlier, Monet lives. You probably are able to get off some sort of like mana to be able to allow him to get off the Stone Gaze. You're able to turn things around, and then you've got a Medusa right-clicking into all of it. But instead, no Medusa. They're lacking the damage, and I mean, you just see what the result is. JT once again on point with the arena, just to be able to catch out the stragglers.
Dude, JT's feeling it this game. Trying to get Sumail there, very close to being able to do so, but an XM spellcast in that previous fight was exceptional. So we're going to have to look to see what Aster are going to be able to do to address the Omni Knight, who is very, very close to a BKB if he wants to disassemble the Echo Saber. And honestly, we're saying, I was not expecting Xtreme to have this commanding of a position. I really thought we were going to see Aster play a little bit more of a fast-paced, very similar game to what we saw in their lineup in Game 2, but they have been unable to do so.
Also thinking with Xtreme Gaming as well, I mean, you've got once again a lineup that all 5 heroes
Bottom lane,
of JT. This would be huge.
Nice reaction.
Got to slow them down.
You can still hunt though.
Those Ice Vortexes on the ground, try and slow them down a little bit. Use the Sentry Ward for a bit of coverage, and man is playing the game of his life right now. I was about to say, all 5 Ag Shards, great for Xtreme Gaming. We can see that Xinqiu, he's bought his. He's got that plus the blink now, just at 20 minutes. So he's having a phenomenal game so far. And it also means that you might even end up getting, with that first Tormentor, the Ag Shard for the Mars. Yeah, you probably will.
Have you brought up Midas on DY?
I was about to. I saw him use it just previously. He just bought it, so he ended up getting the first usage out of it. And I mean, luck is a factor in Dota a lot of the times, and Gossamer Cape against an Ember Spirit feels pretty damn great as well. So he feels like he's a lot more survivable. He doesn't feel like he needs to go into into stuff that's going to keep him alive if he's got that extra layer to not worry about the Ember Spirit quite so much. So you can get away with going something like a Midas that's going to enable you to scale into the mid to late game.
So I think really the big thing that hasn't gone addressed so far is Monet's Medusa. And something you brought up in the draft with this Bloodseeker pick is that you picked it into Medusa. Often you really don't care about that matchup at all. Rupture is a non-factor for you. You're able to stand your ground, act as a blockade, so Bloodseeker can have some difficulty getting to the backline. And currently Monet is farming very well, even with these 2 deaths. So this is still something for us. I mean, this game it's only 3,000 deficit as well. But Monet, without a doubt, can put the team on his back this game.
I think we're going to see that 27-minute GG. They end up smoking underneath a ward here on the bottom side, though. Only JT was caught by it, but it'll be enough to potentially influence the positions. XXS just wants to keep that wave as shoved out as possible so that the tower isn't under any sort of threat. You can see them pinging it out as well. The fact that there's a second Ion Shell down there, so they know that the Darkseer's around, but I kind of get the sense that they want to avoid Darkseer. They want to avoid the strongest part of Team Aster's team fight right now. I think they would take a kill onto Picho, but he's quick enough on the fingers they should be able to get away, although all leap charges expended.
They
Wild Goose Chase.
Yeah, it'll take a while.
Okay. Might be enough to get them mid-tier 1. Which, I mean, again, anything that's going to enable them to invade where Monet is farming and keeping up in net worth is going to be a huge benefit for them.
Really, the person who's struggling to keep up at the moment is XM on this Omni, so...
You got to keep getting kills. Omni is not a farmer. Omni is a brawler, so as long as you can keep the ball rolling in that regard, still feeling confident. They go for another smoke here on Xtreme. They're not happy enough with just the 1 kill. I think if they catch XXS far enough away, which... he was, but then he just ends up TPing back to the safety of his tier 2 tower. Will be just fine. They're trying to slow this game down right now. They're trying to prevent XM from getting a lot of these kills. They do, I believe, just get a brief look at Sumail. They're waiting for Xingqiu, I believe. Do they have the shard? They do.
Oh, that timing, man. I love how they try and... they're actually trying to TP in on Aster. So we do see Xtreme over position.
Sumail just doesn't have any mana. You can't fight right then.
It's a very cute way for them to make the attempt onto Sumail with using the Ice Blast for vision instead. Because if JT jumps blind, you're always going to get the slide off. I know it doesn't work in the end, but just that minor thing. Like this, that's the highest % chance of them getting the kill in the end. And regardless, doesn't work out, but back in a roast they go, and it looks like it will be uncontested for Aster.
Yeah, the only thing that would have made that better is if Xingqiu was there, but he was busy pushing out the wave. You can't reveal all heroes missing on the map. You're going to know something's up. So with him there, maybe trying to lull Sumail into a false sense of security. You also had the Ag Shard on the AA as well, so if it did land, rather than just providing vision, would have been that little bit of a stun to enable that that setup into the spear a little bit more effectively. But at least they get something out of it. You've got the BKB, you've got the Mjolnir as well on the Bloodseeker, so with the Medusa split shot, it's a great way to guarantee a lot more of that damage coming out in these team fights.
Aster feeling like they maybe have to force the issue here with this T2 tower defense. Very good team fight. It's just a question of how you start and really who you start on. Xtreme.
This ward, once again, Kaka, it's just giving them so much information of where exactly they're positioning. They'll see them walk up onto the twin gate. Wonder if this means that they just feel confident enough to say, you know what, as long as they're not making plays aggressively against us, as long as they have the Aegis, we're happy to just sit back. I mean, Monet's farming. We want him to get into the butterflies so that we're not quite as worried about all the damage coming in onto him. And again, like XM, he has been stuck on the same couple of items for a little bit now. He really wants to be able to finish up that BKB so that they can truly make this push happen.
Nonetheless, as the game goes on, he will still have a lot of value with this Guardian Angel, like we said, versus the Dusa. So do we feel like there needs to be an item here from Aster, the Nullified, to potentially mitigate some of the Omni-Knight's effectiveness from his ultimate, or is that just...
Who buys it though?
Yeah, sure.
Like, you need it on so many heroes that, so many heroes have the potential to buy it, but they need better items basically beforehand. So I don't necessarily think you need to worry about that. Maybe Mirana could go like a Yules, just so that if the Guardian Angels popped, you can use it onto one of those heroes and look to try and focus them down during the duration, but doesn't seem like that's the way that Picho is itemizing right now.
There's a bit of an opportunity for them down bottom. They got a really good ward mid at the remnant to the tower. That scouts out XM.
Look at Xinkyu's positioning.
They need to come down straight away from Xtreme if they want to take the fight. Xinkyu will reveal himself. Drops the Echo before the death, which sets up for the Ice Blast as well. It'll be a 1-for-1 exchange for the moment, but Xtreme do commit a couple of ultimates for that. It gives them time, though. Okay, yeah, that is true. I didn't see that.
Finally, BKB's now coming out for XM. Level 15, so maxed out all of his spells. Level 15 talents for Omni aren't the greatest, so pretty understandable. But it looks like they just don't want to make a play around the bottom side. The only reason that they're playing down there like they did to be able to get the pick off onto Xingqiu is because they've got vision. So they're saying, look, there's only a certain number of observer wards that you've got to be able to play around. If they've got them bot, let's just look to play elsewhere. Mid, top, either one's just fine.
What do we, because we can kind of get a little bit crafty with maybe some of the item decisions from DY with this Midas. So what are we hoping he goes down? I think it's a mechanism about to be completed, but he can go for maybe some more luxury items this game as well. What are we hoping out of the 5 ancient apparition?
Honestly, I don't know, man. Like, I'm just trying to, like, is he going to be the one that's going into the Yules? Is he going to be, like, it provides you a decent amount of protection as well, I suppose. You might also look to go into perhaps a Lotus. I mean, he's already got the arcane boots that could be converted into the Greaves, but it does provide you a good amount of protection as well if Ember Spirit does get onto you. Yeah, Gospel Cape provides some layer of protection against the Sleight of Fist, but always good to just have that little bit extra and a way to be able to get rid of things like the Searing Chains on someone else, prevent the lasso onto targets when you're looking to eventually go high ground, because that's a really troublesome position, right? Xtreme Gaming need to win a fight handedly before they go onto high ground, because you're going into a Medusa, a Darkseer, and a Batrider on high ground. That is scary as hell.
Yes, it is. There's always that potential for Darkseer to surge up the Batrider before he gets that initiation. So, I mean, Kaka with this Philosopher's Stone, going to be working on a BKB next as well, and I mean, we all know the Batrider. I mean, he's got 114 last hits here with the supports, so highest amount out of all the supports. So yeah, he's going to be able to scale very well. Looks like both sides are getting pretty comfortable this game. When a Butterfly about to be completed, level 20. They haven't really grown too much with this Aegis. I guess the tier 2 tower does just get claimed bottom, but maybe this could be a big item. You know, we're speaking about, you know, what DY can go for. He's actually going to decide for the gem now for them. So we all know how important vision is going to be, considering both sides have multiple ways to initiate. So currently probably will favor Xtreme until a gem's picked up from Radiant. Never mind, Pichu actually even has one already.
Just makes the vision game that much more important, but gotta say, Xtreme haven't really been playing on this top side of the map for what feels like the last 5 or so minutes. You know, they took Roche down bot, they've stuck down there for that attempt where Xingqiu died previously, but someone might be forced to go back. The thing is, if they make that sort of play, that'll be the trigger for Aster to just put their foot on the pedal, because they know Aegis, it's just expired. So you can't look to separate too much if you're Xtreme Gaming.
I like this build from Mr. JT. I believe I remember a game at Riyadh where he went this absolute Giga Chad build. I think it was even like no Blink Dagger, to be honest, but he's got AC, Halberd into Satanic. We'll see what the other choice is going to be for him, but he's really looking to scale, and I mean, he's doing an incredible job at that with his farm, and late game Mars can definitely be a bit of an issue, but I feel like finally now Aster, they're in a position where they can look to make something happen. You got this Butterfly now completed. They're starting to group up as a team. The lanes are in a pretty decent position as well, thanks to Samael.
Blink Dagger on XXS as well, so they've also got that tool. Kaka a little low on mana, but he's got the clarities to be able to keep himself healthy enough. 5-man smoke against, well, just a melee creep looking to push on forward. Yeah, he has to be a little bit careful. No Aegis.
Kaka jumps. The fissure to counter, but it's not going to matter. They drag him back into an 8's damage. Ghost has got time to pop the BKB. He'll get to the safety of his side of the map. What's the
They
call
can't go
now? This
too
is a
fast.
very scary high ground.
You know you can't walk into JT and Xinkyu. You know, you use the Fisher there, obviously using the Aghanim Shard to be able to slow things down a little bit, but it really just goes to show why you are seeing like a Lincoln Sphere being picked up by XM, just to be able to prevent a lot of that dive coming in onto them. And then it's kind of going back and forth right now. Extreme Gaming, they're on the back foot. They're playing a little bit more of the slowdown game. They're waiting for the BKB to be back up and available for Ghost, and he desperately needs that that Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Bounty.
It's going to take some time, though, for him to get there, but...
Oh, Nullifier Monet, he's got it queued up. So he wants to be able to cancel out that Guardian Angel. I mean, it doesn't have the greatest cast range, is the only hesitation thing that I had around picking it up on the Medusa. So he's really going to need to put himself in harm's way, and maybe that's going to be the little window that Xinkyu needs to be able to land that gigantic Echo Slam that could just turn this game on its head. It's only 100 or so gold away from picking up a BKB himself for the Earthshaker.
He's very farmed. Very, very farmed. And we know it's always brought up, but China late game, it even supports once you're able to get items, you start to become cores. It has always been a region that can execute team fights at such a high level. So not only the DICE support's going to be able to have impact, but also the Radiant ones like Pichu, even just with his itemization, is going to be able to help out the boys. We'll see what Aster can do this time, like you were saying. Ghost is still a little bit away from this scepter, so if a fight does break out, he's not going to have that big item to work with.
And Xinkyu isn't immediately behind him as well. He's gone back to base to try and regen up a little bit. He wants to be able to get that quickening charm available just to provide that chain lockdown. They would love to be able to take the Tormentor as well, but it's such a risky prospect to be able to do that right now with Aster revealing off the map for as long as they have. I mean, top lane's pushed in and no one's putting pressure there. Mid lane's in a good spot, no one's putting pressure there. They can only be bottom, and they know there's the potential for Roshan to be up. Luckily enough for Xtreme, it's not going to be for the next minute and a half.
It's really important that they're able to get...
Just holds up the shield. Ghost is very, very aggressively positioned, though. He's got that scepter coming out to him now, delivered. So a lot harder of a prospect. You can just see instantly goes in onto the creep wave, gives himself an extra 400 shield to be able to play around with. Constantly wants to just be picking up a bit of quick farm just to give himself that extra little bit of a buffer. And it's just Roshan. They're playing for Roshan. Both teams not wanting to leave this sort of area, even though a Tormentor would be amazing for Xtreme Gaming right now. Getting that double spear potential from JT. Getting the healing from the Blood Rage for Ghost. You just see they're giving him all of this farm, all of these ways to be able to burst through.
They're gonna try and move up now. They see Sumail up top. They want to try and get a little bit of space here from Xtreme.
They found
That's
JT.
a great start onto JT, but XM's gonna try and do what he can to protect him. Repel holds JT down, gets some distance away. Aster have won the vision battle.
Yeah, he got the Sentry, not the Observer Ward, which is the main area of concern. They just don't want to take this fight during the daytime when they don't have that vital vision available, and Roche is up in 5 seconds. So once again, like you said, Aster, they've won the vision battle. You've got JT, DY putting the Ice Vortex up there on the high ground. They're going to be able to spot it out as well, removing some of that advantage. Repel's coming through.
Starts onto the juicer, XXS, what an opening! Back on a 4, but can they capitalize with the initiation? Sumail's gonna be able to deal with the AA. Xinkyu turns around with a big Echo Slam, and now it's up to Ghost to get into the middle. They're gonna try and deal with Sumail, a Remnant over the top, but Xinkyu's timing was perfect! What was that enchant totem? Earthshaker holds him down momentarily, and now Xtreme, they've got the opening for this Roshan.
There's a reason Xinkyu is on the list of approved Earthshaker players, my man. This is because of what he's just able to do with so little. Like, they have given him way too much farm. He's just going absolutely off. And, well, now with this, they get the second life to be able to play around with. It was a 4-man vac wall from XXS. You really can't fault too much about the man with how he was able to take that previous fight. It's not even like you could look to scale into something like the normal punch as well. These aren't heroes that give a huge amount of advantage off having like an extra Darkseer illusion from.
I was going to say, hopefully we get time to see that replay again, because...
Oh, yeah.
I just... XXS, but there's just no one there, no one to follow up. They stun locked the Deucer down, so she was unable to get any extra damage out, and Xinqiu's freely spellcasting with that BKB.
Bang, caught him out.
Timing, dude.
Yeah, so good.
Oh my god.
So, I mean, it's the impact of the quickening charm, right? Just giving him that little bit extra. Getting him up to his level 18 as well with another wisdom room claimed for himself. I'm sure he's going to be picking out that tormentor. You know, they can look to sit back a little bit. They want to wait for their spells to come off on cooldown. They would love to have a Lotus Orb or a Lincoln Sphere come through. And, well, DY with that Midas, he's up to level 17. He's nearly going to have another Midas usage come through, and he's only the plate mail away from being able to pick up that Lotus Orb for himself. So, you know, a lot of the initiation aspects that you're going to have off the back of Karka are going to be removed very shortly. Does have that BKB, though. Really going to need to be the one that dives in deep. Has the Force Staff to be able to break Lincolns too. So it comes down to individual plays when it gets to this stage. We finally got a good game, a long game, 36 minutes now, looking fairly even, only a 6k net worth lead, but you gotta say, Xtreme Gaming, they're the ones in the driver's seat. All right, Dota Plus said it's 100% win probability, but I think that's a little bit of a bug.
Yes, no, it is definitely bugged out. It's funny you say 36 minutes a long game as well, considering we've had a bunch of games that have been like
sieged,
yeah, 100%. We've had a lot of games that have been very, very one-sided so far, but not this game in particular. We still have a lot left unwritten so far to be able to determine who will make it over to the upper bracket finals. Aster going to be able to get the Aghanim Shard for PTO, nothing too crazy. Meanwhile, Satanic also completed for JT's Mars as well.
Chad, we can't say this enough. What a Chad. They are walking around underneath an Observer Ward right now, but I really don't feel like Astra are wanting to make a play unless they go way too deep. Right now, Xtreme Gaming feeling confident enough to just be able to stand behind Ghost with that big Blood Mist shield. He's still 900 or so gold away from his Lincoln Sphere. Very, very close to being able to pick it up.
Dude, that's a huge ward. That's a huge ward, man.
Yeah.
Someone's got to deal with it. They group up. They're so ready. Look at JT and Xinqiu's position. Right, there we go.
They got rid of it.
Oh, give the ward. All right.
You'll still have time to be able to make plays with this Aegis, right? Like, Lincoln's is basically done for Ghost. I think he went the Satanic instead of a Lincoln's on JT. XM, he's gone for Lincoln's as well. He should be fine enough with just the Ultimate Orb, and you've got the Lotus coming out very shortly from DY, almost level 18 as well, off the back of everything. So it's looking real good for Xtreme Gaming right now. That's just going to walk all the way back to base.
Monet really is going to have to do some crazy things in these fights. We were saying early on that, you know, he could be a pivotal reason why Aster were able to get the victory, but he's got a lot of the net worth, and everyone else is starting to fall a little bit behind in regards to the graph.
I'm just trying, like, who can you kill at the start of these fights? That's the big thing for mine. I don't think you go on Ghost because they've got so much turret. It has to be either JT or Xinqiu, but I think JT's just way too beefy. I think it needs to be Xinqiu, but his positioning, he's always off in the trees. He's always using the fishes to be able to, like, walk to these really awkward positions.
Yeah.
And he's even got a BKB to be able to prevent himself if you don't literally 100-0 him.
There's a lot of value on XM as well if they're somehow able to catch him. But we see the position for him as well. Up on the high ground, it's just JT and Ghost hand in hand, sieging down the force up the cliff early on.
They do have the nullifier on the Medusa, so again, get a little bit too greedy, you can get punished. There's the last hour tower now removed. Maybe just looking to play around this high ground ward that they've got. Karka standing there waiting to try and find a straggler, but it is not worth using the lasso onto Ghost. Yeah, you know.
Definitely confirmed now.
Surging him as if they want to make something happen, but they just can't. It is completely not worth it. He is not close to being able to pick up anything like a refresher orb as well. And even without the Aegis, if you're not worried about the lasso, that makes it a much more tempting prospect.
Yep. So I don't know, we might be looking at something for Aster where Sumail is going to try and split up the map and force a numbers disadvantage with his boots of travel. Because at the moment, it seems like the 5-man from Xtreme is just favoring them very heavily, at least in the last couple of fights and how they've gone.
I don't think they're going to get baited to move back, though. Like, you can see Sumail, it's only Xinqiu that's really making that sort of move just because he's got the lockdown to be able to provide, you know, long enough control for this for the rest of the team to be able to join. I would have to say probably going to be JT that makes that sort of move. Wouldn't surprise me to see him go into something like a Scythe of Ice next on the Mars. I know you and I are big fans of that. He's gone the full Giga Chad build, but just that little bit of extra control for the Ember Spirit could really be the thing that turns the tide.
Speaking about the Scythe, XXS is also going for his own as well. So whose name has been pretty quiet this game. I mean, he had that huge vac wall down bottom by the Roach Pit. But besides that, we haven't particularly felt too much of his impact so far. Of course, that he's still able to turn as this game goes on, depending on his spell casting.
Oh man, Ghost is done with boots. He just wants to be sliding around on those ice skates pretty shortly with a Blink Dagger coming through. Swift Blink queued up after that. He just wants to be able to convert onto a lot of these attempts.
Are you serious? Mind... What a neutral item, dude. Not many voice lines over in China, but yeah, there's definitely times to use them. They're going to smoke, and again, JT's position is going to prove to be a bit of an issue here.
Big fingers, JT.
They will get on the high ground before... Oh, dude! He's going to try and moonwalk away now and even drops Arena because the boys are funneling into the area. A little bit premature, though. It's not going to matter in the end.
Gives them a little bit of confidence, though, right? To be able to maybe make some sort of play happen. He pops the cheese in his inventory. Could probably the Great Healing Lotus instead of the cheese, but maybe feels like he's going to be the main target now that he's used his BKB. But it's not like they made absolutely no use out of that time. Xingqiu was able to pick up the Lincoln Sphere for himself, and now he's even going into the Refresher after the fact. Level 20 on this Earthshaker, and he's said, you know what?
Jesus.
I could go the Fissure range, but I know I've got it in me to be able to make the big plays happen. Plus 50 echo damage is the 20 talent that he opted to go for.
Other big item is Sumail just having the Scepter now, so... Do we feel like him with this freshly completed item, like is the name of the game for him just to jump the Earthshaker? Because you're just mentioning like Xingqiu, he recognizing he can make some incredible plays with the accurate damage. So do you feel like it's up to Sumail to address him?
I think that's even just going to be a useful tool with the Ember Spirit having the Shard, right? They changed it so it's not as good anymore, but with the Aghanim Scepter, the Remnant moves just so quickly that you're going to be able to disable the Blink Dagger on Xingqiu. And it might honestly come down to something as minimal as like not having the Blink available or thinking that you do and just having your Blink Dagger cancelled before you're able to land the Echo, slamming nothing, like this sort of thing.
Kaka's hunting.
He's too far away from his team though. There's not going to be any follow-up if he even did make a jump happen, and they're inside the trees like that. It's such a risky place to be in.
See how difficult it is as well whenever you give the Lincolns over thanks to Xingqiu. So again, though, it will be Aster that gets it up by this bottom Roche area before Xtreme. We saw what happened last time. Dai was still able to come out on top, and Arcane now as well for XM to work with.
Nice little placement, though, by Sumail with his Fire Remnant, right? Making sure that there's not going to be any Blink initiation coming through from the top side. The only opening through into the jungle sort of area.
Smoke pops. They'll get the initial stun onto Sumail. A little bit awkward with fault, though. Sumail's still going to get hit by the Ice Blast. Remnants over to the north.
Just once again cancelling the Blink Daggers. JT is not taking any damage inside of this. Gets broken. Gets nullified. Of course, that's very effective against the Bloodseeker with the Blood Rage, being able to remove that, not just a Guardian Angel Dispeller. Roshan, where are you going? Get back. DY is not the main concern right now. Just got to focus on surviving. Free Aghanim Scepter would be amazing as well. Give that one over to Xingqiu.
Aggressive jump. Is that an opening? XM, he'll find his own. Brings down Peachy with an instant buyback. Sumail's going to try and turn as well into Xingqiu. Kaka's off the mark though with a lasso, giving an opportunity for Xtreme to play accordingly. Meanwhile, JT though, Arena put it solely onto Monet, who will be protected with a Stone Gaze. It's a lot of damage onto JT, and he won't activate the cheese, but he's going to buy back. Meanwhile, Ghost turns to Stone. Has he got an opportunity to turn? He does, and look at Ghost go! One by one, they all crumble!
Oh, it's off the back of Xingqiu again, though. He just gets that chained control. 3-man stuns back to back to back. And Ghost, he's up to level 25 as well. So we know how effective the Rupture is in general against the Darkseer and the Batrider, but now you've got it for both of them. Come on, give it to Xingqiu. Give it the Aghanim Scepter. I want to see it. Looks like they've been able to yoink away the gem, though. Korea traveling on the grassy side of the map. What is that area of the map called where the Marana Korea is going on the very bottom side of the map?
The wells? In the wells?
No, like beyond the wells, beyond the wall.
Oh,
this is an Attack on Titan shit right here.
Far out, man. The momentum is just so far in Xtreme side. They gave it to JT. Team fights have always looked crisp for Xtreme so far in this game 3. What can Aster even do to turn around? You got some buybacks. You'll get one out of Samael.
I mean, he's just trying to use the remnants to be able to cut these down. It's not going to be enough. Let the soldiers do the work. Stab, stab. Doesn't even need to go with Lincoln's himself. They've got enough on the supports. Honestly, XM's kind of turned into a support at this point, and that's no slight towards him. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just you were there to make sure that you didn't get dominated in the lane. You were there to make sure you had the early team fight, and you've even forced the Medusa to go something like a Nullifier, which, yeah, it's good against the Bloodseeker, but it is heavily towards, preventing the Guardian Angel from having as big of an impact. So it means that JT can continue to chat it up. He's going for a heart as well on top of everything else. Off-lane Mars, not since Amara have we seen someone play it at this level.
And it's going to require Monet to... I mean, we'll see if he goes BKB before the Rapier, but because of the damage that's currently lacking with the with the item build and even just the Omni Knight as a whole as well, you're going to need this damage out of the Medusa. We saw it was almost enough in that previous fight. I think they got a glimpse of Samael.
Oh, yeah,
he just brought back, and they're going to have the damage potentially with Xingqiu's Echo Slam. Oh, the Ice Flash, just a stray one at that to farm the wave. Somehow it saw him out of range, and that is Samael gone for 100 seconds. It's going to be a 4v5 defense now.
Yeah, and I mean, Xingqiu's even pushed in this top lane as well. Looks like they might be pinging out a little bit just to be able to push up on the top side. Why not, right? Bottom's going to be naturally pushing out. XXS, he's doing his best to be able to try and get into that Scythe of Ice, just to be able to stall the game down a little bit, but there really isn't anything that they need to be stopping this for right now. Ghost probably could even just buy out the Swift Blink. He's got a second life. You know there's no Ember Spirit. He's a huge source of their damage right now. And here we go. This could be the game-ending push that brings Xtreme Gaming to top 3.
Ooh.
I mean, all JT needs to do is stand up. There we go. They got the Lotus on him. They got the
that's a great fissure.
What more did we expect? There we go. Just stand on the front lines. Medusa tries to attack into anyone else but you. It's just going to redirect towards you. You've got a heart, you've got a Satanic, you've got an AC, you've got a BKB, you've got a cheese.
1-8's Bennett's dropping. They want to turn early Stone Gaze. XM with a jump in as well. Oh my god, the damage! Pichio gets assassinated, now making a 3v5 for the last defense of the game.
Just let the boys do the work. Come on, soldier boys.
The boys will indeed. Xingqiu finds multiple, refreshes all the stuns, and puts him in the grave for the last time. You got a couple of buybacks, but it's not going to matter. They will pillage far too much of the base for Aster to be able to repair and come back in. Xtreme, one more blow.
He's focusing everything in onto JT, and it is tickling him. They call it for good reason at the end of the day. No question for MVP for mine. 4-1-16 on the JT Mars, bringing his team almost single-handedly, alongside Xingqiu as well. Let's give him an honorable mention, but I mean, DY, he's off celebrating. He doesn't even need to stay in his chair for right now. What a game, what a series, and what a big result for Xtreme Gaming, taking out what a lot of people had pinned as the favorites for these qualifiers, and it's really blown them wide open.
Yeah, I mean, exactly how you said. A lot of people had Aster being those favorites, and kind of started the series by saying that Samael said, coming over to Aster, put me on the team, and I will get us to TI. They have one chance now in the lower bracket, and all the teams remaining are no joke of a team. They are some formidable opponents that are going to have to make an incredible run through, but Xtreme Gaming with this new roster, Xingqiu hasn't been there for a long time, XM even less of a time as well. His game 1, he looked incredible. Game 3 as well, very crafty Omni Knight pick. I got to say, I was very pessimistic about the Xtreme's draft, but without a doubt. They proved me wrong, and what a way to do it with the gameplay. They looked so clean.
They did, and I love these unorthodox things. This is what we've come to expect from Xtreme Gaming, right? Both XM and JT. You know, you very rarely see Mars chatted up like this. You very rarely see offlane Meepo to the extent that JT is able to play it as well. And Ghost, he plays some unorthodox style heroes too. So I'm loving the fact that they've gone this, even a Midas Ancient Apparition, right? And they're able to get away with it just because of how well they're functioning together as a team.
Yeah, they're clicking on all cylinders currently. Being able to take down Aster like they did in that fashion. This was a treat to watch, and like you said, I mean, there's not many people on that Earthshaker list that you feel is okay to be able to pick it up, but man, you might have to write Xinqiu's name a second time with the performance we saw from him.
He's up there for sure. I don't think you can give it to anyone but JT, realistically. Like, he set them up. He set them up from the beginning, man. It was him and JT. And this is what we were talking about, right? The big difference between Xinqiu and Kaka is that Kaka, he's great for, like, you know, the macro play, for knowing how to rally the team together. The communication is always on point. But Xinqiu's mechanical skills, they're just on another level. And I really feel like that's the sort of thing that JT was really needing to unlock his full potential. And by God, it has.
Yeah,
one death of the entire game.
And when he dies, we see the rest of the team's able to clean up. Ghost in that fight in particular. It's just, man, that you're already at this stage where your team fighting is looking as good as what it is. And again, we'll say time and time again, that is one thing, a big attribute that China has always been praised for. So the fact that this 5-man is coming together and being able to team fight like that is incredible. I agree. I was either going to give it to JT or Xinqiu. You say JT, so I'm more than happy to give it to him. I think very we don't see often those rotations that we got out of JT in the early game, like being able to use that twin gate early, first arena, get the kill in the Darkseer. And if we even want to compare like the offlaners, man, we felt so much impact out of JT. And for XXS, we didn't get too much out of this Darkseer hero.
No, definitely not. And let's not forget someone called a 27-minute GG in Aster's favor.
No, I said it. I said I was pessimistic. I already brought it up. You don't have to bring it up again.
But what I'm saying is that I think JT was a big part of why that wasn't allowed to happen, right? Those rotations through the twin gate, like you just mentioned, really prevented them from getting those earlier kills, allowed them to put a lot of like kill pressure on the board. So you always were having, you know, second thoughts in mind of, is JT here? Is he going to be able to make that sort of rotation and drop the arena and get a kill that you just wouldn't expect out of a normal player? Like, this is a playmaking offlaner that also farmed and also did a ton of damage. Frontlining as well, was the main tower taker at the very end of it all. Like, what more could you possibly want? What a superstar performance coming through from JT.
Yeah, but for them, it's still a very long road, but shorter than some of the other teams, though. Importantly here for the boys on Xtreme Gaming, they're going to be in the upper bracket finals. Top 3, at least, with, you know, still there's no last chance qualifiers, but at least now you lose, you're going to drop down to the lower bracket finals. So they've run all you need, one more series and you're in the grand finals. One best of 5 could potentially set you away from another team to make it into TI-12 and be that second Chinese team to represent them. I know it's a region that really prides themselves and wants to do as well as they can. And what we're seeing this region really start to blossom again towards the later stages of this year. So for Xtreme, an incredible series. Finally, Danog, we get a game 3 that we've casted and a game 3 that did not disappoint at all. But this is just our first series of the day as well. We need to see who the opponent is going to be for Xtreme in that upper bracket finals. We've got Invictus Gaming taking on Azure Ray. Really quick, some predictions before we send it over to a break.
Coming into these qualifiers, I was going to say Azure Ray, but they looked a little shaky against IG. I think they might still have it, though. Hopefully that was enough ironing out some of the big mistakes. Hopefully there's not going to be too many throws, too many people getting caught out of position. So I've got Azure Ray taking this one. Let's call it another 2-1. It's been an entertaining day of Dota so far. Let's keep the ball rolling.
I couldn't say it any other way. I thought it was going to be the same as well. I think it's a day of 2-1s, day of game 3. So I also think Azure will probably take that, but we'll see. Invictus Gaming looked very good in their series versus Holy Grail. So that's going to be our next series. We have a very quick break as well. So stick around. When we come back, we've got more upper bracket games. Invictus Gaming taking on Azure. We'll see you guys shortly.
And welcome back to the Chinese TI qualifiers as we just got past that first BO3 and I think a lot of people are kind of shocked with the result. I think a lot of people expected Aster to make it to the next round, but we've already got ourselves an upset for the day, Lacoste, and maybe that's the trend of the day, but it's very early to tell whether or not that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but it's also like Xtreme Gaming. They did manage to beat them in the second tour. Sure, they lost in the first and third, but I would not call this a big surprise considering that Xtreme Gaming, they've been on the rise. Like a lot of these Chinese squads did change their roster and they're looking better. Like it seems like there's been a case, like there's just been a very high demand for the offlaners, which we can transition this into our next series because like Chinese offlaners, like their stonks are very high. If you're a tier 1 offlaner, it definitely, like you're gonna get poached by multiple teams. You'll get to like offers thrown at you from different angles because like we've seen Azure Ray, like IG, like they want to have these offlaners and yeah, we can look at the bracket, what it looks like right now. Xtreme Gaming in the upper bracket finals, and the next one's going to be IG against Azure Ray, and this should be an interesting one considering that Azure Ray did manage to get a win during the DPC Tour 3 because they kind of formed for the DPC Tour 3, so I want to see if IG is going to be able to punch back.
Yeah, IG, they looked good against Holy Grail. Now, obviously, the split in competition is probably a further spread than it is now. And this is definitely going to be a tough matchup for IG if they want to continue their winning ways. But Azure Ray, it's old school LGD plus Tianming and Lu. So it's definitely a roster to be fearful of. And, you know, we were talking about, or you were just talking about, offlaners in the Chinese region. And IG have gone through 3. They're on their 3rd with Zeal, who, you know, has looked good at times. He's played with LGD, he's played with eHome. And, well, Azure Ray, they've got Chalice. And Chalice is one of the best offlaners that has existed in China in recent history for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we like I mentioned the offlaners. IG, they played with 3 different offlaners. Like PSG, LGD also played. Like you can see some players just like swapping teams. Seems like it's not working out. So you need to find someone who's going to be a good fit. And for IG, for TI qualifiers, it's going to be Zeal in the end, the old player for PSG LGD. But coming into this series, we know IG. You know, this is the team that is very volatile. If you go back to DPC Tour 2, when they managed to, you know, make a huge comeback when it comes down to start that they had, being 0-3, and then still managing to go to the major. But when it comes down to international lands, results have been lacking for IG. They're very hit or miss. Most of the time, it is a miss. So I want to see, with the new patch, how IG is going to be able to adapt. Because this team, they have like Emo does. These are very highly skilled individuals that play a lot of pubs. And that also means that they're going to get a good grasp of the meta early on.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how these teams end up drafting, you know, what we'll see from them. And the Techies' first phase ban is kind of interesting here, whether or not you think Techies is still the big hard hitter that it felt like it was, because it was that top pick for a long time. But there has been only a couple Techies picks so far throughout the throughout the TI quals for both China and North America. Xtreme Gaming playing it in that first game against Aster, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see. And yeah, there's that Naga Siren, and that's been banned against Azure Ray. At least, obviously, they've only had one BO3, but that was a big focus in the bans coming in from Team Bright, and Timber was also a ban that was focused against Azure Ray as well.
Yeah, it's one of Lou's better heroes overall, I would say, because it's the hero that he farms really well, tends to join once he has 2 items. Illusion heroes have been nerfed, like not directly, but all the items are better. Shiva's Guard, Radiance, Maelstrom, Mjolnir, Gleipnir, everything is better against the illusions. This is an interesting ban, like this Phantom Assassin, because you can see the switch up, because we now have like one team has 4 bans in the first phase, the second one has 3, so you can cover like multiple roles. You have this Nature's Prophet that has been banned out by IG, Vengeful Spirit, 2 of the better position 4/5s at the moment, I would say, and then Invoker just feels very powerful because he's a universal hero, and with the changes, like you can build into different items, you scale well, you can be the right clicker, and IG, after seeing the Batrider, will pick up the Silencer for themselves. We've seen a lot of Silencer yesterday. The hero seems pretty good still. Like, Silencer has been heavily nerfed 15 patches in a row. Don't ask me how I know. I'm a big Silencer spammer. And yeah, now he got a bit of a buff, but this is the buff mostly when it comes down to the late game, because his level 20 and 25 talents got swapped. But a good way to stop the counter initiation. When you lasso someone, there's going to be global silence unless you can find Silencer first.
Yeah, we saw global silence yesterday being a little bit of a pain for some of those lower bracket teams going in for their initiations, especially against like a Primal Beast. It was feeling pretty strong. So, you know, that first pick of the Batrider coming out from Azure Ray, they've been trending towards picking their supports in that first pick slot. Obviously, small sample size, but they've only picked supports first so far. So it'll be interesting to see where that back goes. It's definitely trending more towards being a support these days. So I wouldn't be surprised to just see it 4 again, honestly.
Yeah, we also seen some Batrider from the mid lane. Batrider throughout TI qualifiers, he's 7 out of 8 games. Like, he's really up there. 87% win rate for the Batrider at the moment.
Whoa. It's pretty high win rate. They get rid of that Rubik, as well as the Storm. Invoker getting banned as well. IG been one of the teams that's been liking that Nyx Assassin, if they want to go that direction as well.
Yeah, Nick's got a bit of a buff. Like, he's been steadily getting buffs, but I've been advocating for Nyx Assassin for a long time, like in the previous patches against Medusa, against the Embers, Batriders. Feels really good, all this uncontrollable damage. Never seen teams pick it up, so I kind of gave up on Nyx Assassin.
I like a nice Nyx pick, and we'll see what they ban up here next from IG. Of course, then it's a bunch of picks. It's a slew of picks that comes in this next phase, which is always exciting to watch. 3 for each team, always fun. We'll see what the drafts are really left with, as they end up banning that Night Stalker, something we saw in yesterday's play day, and it was a Night Stalker that we thought was going to do well, and that ban, yeah, leaning towards picking up the Beastmaster. That's something we talked about because it was a Night Stalker against the Beastmaster that didn't win, but the idea of the counter was there, right?
Yeah, the shard from Night Stalker destroys Beastmaster. His potential timing, going for the Helm of the Overlord, yesterday's games, I don't think that was a good example of how the matchup should go, because it was kind of carry Night Stalker. He got dumpstered in the lane. Beastmaster had too good of a time. And now, like, Night Stalker is really good because he's a vision hero. Beastmaster is not a vision hero anymore because his Hawk got changed. Now it's a root mechanic. Now it's damage, so you have more damage compared to the previous Beastmaster. And you can also see the Batrider. It also does give you something to just, like, initiate with the Roar, follow with the global silence. You can have, like, global for defensive or offensive purposes. And as you said, now we have 3 picks for both teams in this second phase. So Azure Ray, they'll pick up the Terrorblade. We already talked about Blue, his hero pool, how he likes to play these illusion-based heroes. TB, there's still, you know, decent amount of counters left in the pool for Terrorblade. There's still Morphling if you want to go for it, turn into Terrorblade, become even a better version of TB pretty much. Have some, like... I also think you need like some magic damage coming up from the mid lane. Might be too early to pick it up, but I don't know. They're still gonna see one more pick. Probably just gonna be a support for Azure Ray right now. Okay, it's a bit of a flex one because FY does play Doom as a position 4. They can flex this Batrider to be like 4-5 mid off lane. So they didn't reveal anything yet. They did a good job camouflaging their draft. And it's also another counter to Night Stalker when it comes down to eating his Helm of the Overlord creep. You need level 15 talent. It's not as fast as Night Stalker's because he can pick up the shard at 15-minute mark. But yeah, it's still very good. You still have like a window of 5, 6, 7 minutes depending how much farm Doom is getting, how many levels. But overall, a good counter, I would say. They're slightly lacking in the department when it comes down to lockdown, so I feel like Azure Ray will need to get something else. When you have Doom on your team, you need to have like good way to chase people down. Same goes for Terrorblade. You want to have a hero that's going to keep them in place. And speaking of burst damage, Lion picked up. This has been, I think this is just Kaka songs. He's he like through the last 2 tournaments, he made people realize, oh man, Lion is a good hero. So now everybody's picking it up. Burst damage against Terrorblade. You can kill off the illusion. So feels really good here.
5 seconds.
Yeah, so, you know, that's the line stonks going up. Hopefully the Shadow Shaman is the next stock to go up. So invest now. I'd love to see that come into play. Both these teams really like Venge. We've seen Venge mid for IG, but Venge supporting for Azure Ray. You know, that does offer you a little bit of lockdown here. Whether or not either of these teams want it at the moment, we'll have to see. And that kind of shows that IG want to go into the Ember. And one of the games yesterday, or 2 days ago, Azure Ray played Lina mid, which is, you know, we were seeing a lot of Lina back during the Lina Major. And then it took a break from being in competitive play for a while. But we're seeing flashes in the pan from this hero and seeing it come back a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. Mostly it's Lina who's spellcaster. But I've also seen in high-level pubs people still trying to play Lina as the carry. This has been like a new old trend, but spellcaster Lina feels really good. So yeah, in the end, it's going to be Lycan from the off lane, Doom position 4 for FY, and they got to decide where this Batrider is going to go. I feel like, considering the matchup, I think you put this Batrider as position 5 and get something else for the mid lane. This is, I would say they don't have enough lockdown for now on Azure Ray. Because it's Doom, Lycan. Sure, Lycan can run people down, but let's see how they're going to approach it. And Sven is a good ban, because Sven like deals with Lycan. He provides armor for the team against Terrorblade. And there's something that like I try to figure out, because usually Sven was really bad, like in general against Terrorblade, because he has like all physical damage. But ever since the addition of the new items in the game, mostly the Revenant Brooch, it like Terrorblade does suffer. Like as a Sven, when it comes down to late game as your 5th, 6th item, if you buy Revenant's Brooch, you dismantle Terrorblade because your damage becomes magical.
Damn. So we'll see if we see that item. I love that item. It doesn't get picked up as much, but I love Revenant's Brooch. Maybe just because I like the name of that item. But it's definitely one that's up there. They banned the Lina and the Pango. We talked about how Pango got nerfed, but he still felt very strong. Like the changes with everything, the disarm no longer being available for Pango, but he still felt like a strong hero in yesterday's game. And it was in a crazy pace that they were playing that hero. And
yeah, when I first read the patch notes, his changes to Lucky Shot, where it doesn't disarm you anymore, but level 4 gives, like, reduces your attack speed by so much that it feels like a disarm. Sure, it is a nerf overall, but it's not as bad as I thought. That's all I'm gonna say.
So we'll see what this final ban ends up being for Azure Ray, as they need a safe laner, and you know, IG, they love the emo morph, but not sure it's the right game for it.
Still feels good. I would say they don't have enough lockdown. The only lockdown you have is Doom. pretty much, and that's a position for Doom we're talking about. So Helm of the Overlord getting eaten by Doom, not gonna happen until post 30-minute mark.
Right.
Because you're not gonna be getting a lot of levels. Azure Ray, they're out of time. They have to pick it up.
They go to the Razor.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a very greedy draft. Like it's like 4/5 cores, pretty much. Sure, Batrider is going to be a support here,
but he wants a blink.
He wants a blink. Like he might not need to get a blink here. It's like they're definitely lacking any kind of stuns, and it can work. This draft definitely can work once you get to your like 2-3 item timings on all 3 cores. It's very powerful. It's also like all 3 cores are dealing heavy physical damage, so maybe for this one, it's relatively easy to itemize when it comes down, like buying Crimson Guard, buying Solar Crest, Buckler, AC later on, Heaven's Halberd, so you'll get a lot of value from these items in this game. I don't know, it's a good Morphling game. Like now after seeing Razor, I feel like it could be Morphling, but they'll go with the other counter. It's also a really nice game for Phantom Lancer, because you don't care too much about any of these heroes when it comes down to AoE damage. They don't really have much. I don't know. I like what IG has in this first game. I'm not gonna lie. It's a more composed draft. They have good scaling. They have ways to counter all of their heroes pretty much.
Right.
There's a new build on Razor where you can pretty much buy anything nowadays. So you can get like a BKB, you can get Mjolnir, which deals relatively well with the Phantom Lancer. You might also try to experiment slightly more, maybe throw in Radiance if you feel like it's necessary. Because Razor, especially from the mid lane, like you can buy pretty much anything. And looking at the heroes that they got, I think IG got the heroes that they wanted, because this is a Zeal Beastmaster we're talking about. Dust with the Ember Spirit, Emo with the Phantom Lancer. I want to see how this game's going to be played out.
Does this game feel very held together for Azure Ray on the laning stage? Like, yes, they have ways of coming back. You've got a Doom that has that innate way of farming, but if the lanes don't go even, if they start to fall behind, like this is such a greedy lineup, I don't know if they're going to have time and pace to bring it back.
Yeah, it could be a problem if they don't do well in the laning stage. Like the one concern I have is like, how do you gank? Like what Razor runs in, you need to have Shapeshift on. They can still like disengage, one stun from Lion, one global silence. So I would say this is not an easy game for Azure Ray. If I had to like say who's gonna win coming into this series before I've seen the draft, I would say this is like 65-35 for Azure Ray. But now after seeing the draft, I'll just flip the numbers.
Yeah, I would agree with you with the numbers pre-match, but it's definitely, I like the IG draft so far. And IG, you know, when you start to count that team out, especially with the current day roster, it feels like they're always, and we talked about it last time we covered IG, they always are looking to prove something. And I think this is certainly, you know, against a team like Azure Ray, where there is such high regard for the names on the opponent's team. Like, you want to make a name for yourself. You want to continue to potentially go to that upper bracket final in a game like this where you can take this first victory. Definitely feels like that's very possible. I'm a little worried for, you know, Razor wants to go in. He wants to get that static link, become level 6 for the Beastmaster. You just roar and run, or even Earth Spike and run. Like, there's ways to make sure this Razor kind of gets kited, right?
Oh, that's for sure. Because other heroes, like, your stun is pretty much Batrider. Sure, you have some slow, Stick in a Palm, Reflection, but these are not like the easiest to execute spells when it comes down to making stuff happen, especially in the mid game. Like Phantom Lancer, he can disengage. Like one Doppelganger, if he's not doomed, he's out of there. So 24 pick Phantom Lancer. Let's see what Timo can do.
So we'll see how the lanes end up performing. Like I said, I feel like the lanes are very important for Azure Ray, and you do have that availability of the reflection with the with that flame break to maybe take advantage of how weak early on this Lion is, but you already saw Lou moving forward and eating a lot of damage from Zeal. Not a fun time, but he's got himself an early stick. How do you feel about this mid matchup too? Somnus against Dust. I think when you look at just the names, you'd think Somnus should really run away with this based on career history. But how's the matchup look?
I mean, they knew the matchup. They picked Razor. You get the static link. Ember is not going to have a fun time in this one. He definitely should not win the matchup by any means, because Razor can easily like take off your Flame Guard. He can like even get the kill in this matchup, I would say, if you're not careful enough, especially with like some rotation from the Batrider. One Flame Break, one Blood Grenade. But this top lane, this is very interesting, and I want to see how they're going to start to play more aggressive, and as soon as they do it, one Earth Spike, one Blood Grenade, and Beastmaster's out.
Yeah, nicely done by PYW. Definitely, you know, he takes some influence. You could tell by his play from Kaka, and you can tell by the hero that he's on right now, the Lion. Got himself that little party hat on, too, for the 10th anniversary, and with another Earth Spike and another Blood Grenade, this is problems for Team Ming, as he's going to be forced back and forced to use that Flame Break to make sure that he can get away. And early on, we're already seeing those Hawks just be so annoying. They are obnoxious. And they also have a party hat on. I love it. I'm so here for that. That's adorable. Might have to spam some Beastmaster. That is amazing. Bottom lane 2, Emo on this Phantom Lancer against Chalice on this Lycan. We've seen a lot of Lycans go to the early... Ooh, 1 second. PYW in some trouble. Top lane, maybe first blood for Lou. With one more right click, he'll grab it. But the chase is now on to TMing as Zeal's trying to at least get a little bit of a trade. He's got the Hawk in just a second, but just doesn't have the speed and the damage to get that return kill.
That was nicely done. Getting the first blood and giving it to Lou. Getting Lou first blood on an illusion-based hero, getting him off to a good start could be a bit tricky. Oh, he already knows what he wants to go for. Let's see, Tianming. He probably wants to kind of die here because he doesn't have much mana, doesn't have much HP to work with. Is his career bringing anything? No, that's TB's career. So we'll try to get something back, but yeah, has a healing Lotus, so that's a big turnaround play. Plus Sticky Napalm. Sticky Magic Sticky Charge.
Love the Magic Sticky Charge. So again, we're looking over bottom, and one of the things I wanted to say was, you know, the few games I've seen of Lycan recently, it's been they've been buying an early shard.
It gives you a lot of farm, and it does give you like extra pressure in the lanes. It's something that has been like it became much more popular lately, but it's always been a thing. As your like maybe third, fourth item, Dust. Coming to a mid lane, but no points in Searing Chain, so they cannot get the kill there.
And speaking of TMing before, you know, he is someone who kind of was without a team for a little while, and he's found himself on this Azure Ray roster. And back when he was with eHome, because he was within that organization quite a bit, he was with eHome, Keen, and Luminous, and the main eHome roster. You know, I don't know if you remember, but there was that, the Bucharest Minor was very exciting for him. I felt like he played his best at that event, and feel like I've always wanted to see him come back to form with the way he played back then, and I think this team kind of allows him to do that with the guys around him.
Because you have like 4 veterans, pretty much. Maybe don't consider Lou as a veteran, but he
come bottom
for himself. Bottom lane, and we'll hold that thought for now.
Yeah, QIQX looks dead on his screen already, and they're going to bring in PYW to look for the Earth Spike to get something going, but Emo sitting very low and the chase is on. They've got 3 heroes here, and PYW might have TP'd into his death. With FY getting that last hit, they've got themselves a second, and that is now them on top of Emo. He ran into the trees. He doesn't have anything to really work with, and he's just going to die here to FY, who's got a double kill. It's a 3,000 net worth lead at 4-0 for Azure Ray.
Because mid lane is getting dumpstered, and with this rotation, they're going to secure the tower. They got 2 kills out of it. We said that Azure Ray, they need to focus on the laning stage, and with this kind of a move, they're actually doing it because they got the first blood on Lu. They can't be the ones putting the pressure out on the map because he feels that he cannot die. Right now, having a bracer, having power treads, magic wand, and a healing salve, so he's good to go. So they can leave him alone, getting some solo XP here. And I could see Azure Ray moving towards the mid lane and also starting to pressure tower a bit because there is still a catapult available.
Ooh, the Hex Somnus is in trouble. And he doesn't have anything left on that stick, and the Arcane Curse as well as that Flame Guard will get the kill while FY turns around and gets PYW. They're also looking at Zeal up in the top lane. Lu and TM Ming, they're on top of him, and they'll get another kill for the side of Azure Ray. 6-1 already, and that's a kill into the Lu lane where he has gotten that solo experience you talked about, and he's almost already level 6.
Oh, things are falling apart for IG. Like your Phantom Lancer, he had a free time. Like he had the most farm like a minute and a half ago. Now he doesn't have a tower to work with. It needs to be Dust who's gonna take the charge and lead for the team. Try to get some stuff going, plus 2 supports. Let's see if they're gonna be able to pick up Wisdom Rune. Tian Ming, he's there. Doesn't have mana for Flame Break, so PYW is gonna pick it up.
Just gonna Earth Spike just in case. They also bring Emo over, but a TP out. They've got the Hex. They'll stop the TP. That will give them the kill. And then we'll go to Emo, who desperately needs it, knowing that, well, the bottom lane is occupied and he can't go there.
Also looking what Emo's buying, this is a new hybrid build on Phantom Lancer. People try to figure out if it's better to get like Yasha, goes for straight Diffusal Blade, but after changes to Aghanim Scepter, it did get nerfed. It's still very powerful. It does help you with the farm, so he's gonna go for it seems. Emo, very focused, as we can see on camera. A lot of clicks, as per usual.
Yeah, his APM is kind of high. Net used, and they're going to use that shapeshift as well. Go for PYW. The Hex is thrown onto the Centaur to stop the stomp. But now Chalice, body blocked for a moment by Dust. Still has some speed, but there's another hero here for IG and QIQX. Still, though, with the speed, the last word of the Arcane Curse, not going to be enough damage to get that kill onto the Lycan, and Chalice is able to run his way out of that exchange. Well, Dust is out of mana, and there is a TP from QIQX, but a net thrown from FY. They'll stop that TP on the Silencer, and they'll get another kill, this time going to Somnus.
Things are really falling apart for IG. They're losing everything. Seems like they're trying to fix all the lanes that are bleeding, but they cannot do it. Zeal is level 6, so maybe they should try to get this roar going, try to grab a kill. I'm not even sure if they can kill Loot. They need 3 heroes. They need both supports plus roar to be able to get the kill on Terrorblade.
Yeah, because they're going to need to roar, last word, and get that Earth Spike to make sure that they've got the lockdown, to make sure he doesn't get this Sunder off.
So they're in the triangle, stealing some of the stacks, and they're going to start to pressure the tower with Metatop.
FY going into the drums.
They want to keep the pressure, buy all these small items. Helm of the Dominator already done, going into Helm of the Overlord next as Lycan, pretty standard.
Don't have Lasso, but forcing out the roar, this means there's no way they're getting Blue for at least 96 seconds, but Chalice with the TP attempt, and he's gone.
He used everything. A little surprised that he used Searing Chains immediately. They could run him down, because he doesn't have boots on Lycan. Chalice, very well played, understands that they have nothing left. Lion already used Earth Spike and the Hex, and with the chains being on cooldown, he TP's out.
That plus the roar that was used defensively here. I mean, that's on cooldown for 70 seconds. That keeps Lou safe, and you were talking about how they felt like that level 6. They needed to really go for something big, but there's nothing to go for anymore. You can't kill Chalice. He's A-okay. He's going into the full Helm of the Overlord, of course, so he's almost got that Vlad's finished off. These heroes are not easy to kill.
Nah, he's very tanky on Lycan. Magic Wand, 2...
They're going on him again.
Also Bracelet.
Oh, actually, QIQX Centaur. Yeah, it seems like it's the other way around. Chalice just able to run in, has that Centaur to stop the TP, and they get another kill in the Silencer. It's 10 minutes in. It's a 7,000 net worth lead for Azure Ray. Oh, avoiding that War Stomp. But they still have Lasso if they had found themselves a potential chance at somebody there.
These are the best type of ganks. You don't have to move. The gank comes to your lane. Chalice very happy about this one. Look where Terrorblade is. I can't imagine like what kind of a good time Lou's having right now, because he's sitting in the lane as Terrorblade, pressuring the tower with the illusions. Level 8, about to crack level 9.
Damn. That is insane. The experience on this team right now, the numbers, they're up 21%, and that's 5 levels of a positive gain, which this early in the game is huge. Like, the differences are just insane.
Doom is available, FY. Doom not as good, doesn't provide you with mute anymore, but should
Oh,
be
they were waiting for
like,
him. That is so well done to force him back to the Remnant. They've got him with the Doom. They'll get a kill here onto Dust. He has felt like he needed to be the pull-up here for IG, but when he's dead, there's nothing they can do. And they take these towers pretty quickly.
It's gonna take me forever to get used to new Doom. Same goes for the BKB recent changes, because you get Doom, you can TP out, like you can use your items.
Man, no longer muting. Which is kind of crazy. Doom's still getting picked despite the fact that its main characteristic of Doom is no longer available. Emo, they don't have Doom, but they've got Lasso, and they will control him up and get this kill all over the map. Azure Ray has just not stopped. They have continued to pressure all points of the map at all times this game.
Yeah, lanes just fell apart. Like, the lanes went to shit for IG. So they have to figure out how to make a comeback. You said Primal Roar, the first one, was used defensively. Lion is level 6, so they try to smoke, but Chalice, he's inside of their triangle, providing a bit of a vision. They should use the smoke, try to make something happen, but being scouted by Wolves at the moment, they definitely need a sentry. Oh god, they just smoked underneath the Wolves, so they know exactly what's going on. Global is available. Let's see if Azure Ray still wants to take this fight.
So, I see that illusion. The Wolves are there, and they're trying to smoke to maybe find themselves this Lycan, but he does have help, so going in on this is still pretty insane. Just the vision with the Wolves, the vision with the Ward there, they are just constantly under watch, and TMing looking to go in as he's been saving for that first item into the Blink Dagger. He's got himself 1,300 gold. And from a position 5, that's really just outpacing both supports on the side of IG as well.
IG, they feel like they need to do something. They might use another smoke just to get stuff going, like get any kind of kill that you can. Dust just finished off Maelstrom, so that's going to be some damage that can potentially kill Terrorblade, but not going to be an easy one. Oh, PYW.
Yeah, caught out. Nothing he can do about this one. FY is 4-0-4. Like, he's really been on it. He had that double kill in that first engagement over bottom, then he got another kill over mid, and now this is his 4th. And you're given a hero that now has 3 levels into the Devour, and he wants to get himself a Blink to eventually have that Blink War Stomp combo as well.
Yeah, we were a little worried how they're gonna start a fight, but 2 supports will have Blink Daggers 15, 16 minutes into the game, and the lanes went really well for them. There's gonna be BKB on Somnus in the next minute and a half or so. If this was a DPC game where I've seen IG play like in the last 2 years, pretty much covered every single game of theirs, it feels like they would call it. They lose like 1, maybe 2 more fights, they would call it. But since this is TI qualifiers, they're probably going to play until the end.
Yeah, you know, I would also say that they would have potentially called it already if Kaka was still on the team. He's very big on the I know it's over.
Yeah. Kaka is, you know, not too afraid to drop the G's in the old chat and just leave the game.
Yeah, he knows when it's over, it's over. Because this is definitely a wild pace coming in from Azure Ray, and we talked about the lanes having to be perfect. They went more than perfect. They went, they dominated. Like we have said that probably 100 times already. But you look at a 10K net worth lead 15 minutes into the game, and that's all you can really say about. Not all you can really say, but it's something that you really got to harp on, considering the fact that IG, it felt like they had a solid lineup to kind of work Azure Ray's patience.
Yeah, lanes didn't go well. Oh, PYW, can he find anything? Tian Ming, he's in a good spot. Does have Tumbler's Toy to work with, plus also Watcher Vision.
Oh, Remnant.
PYW just dropped down Obs.
Tumbler's Toy, and that's going to be another kill. This is only the third for IG. They want to take the tower too. They've got these heroes here in numbers. But the glyph comes in, and I don't expect we see any defense for this tier 1 tower. They really don't need to.
I want to see Azure Ray pick up all the items, because this is like they have it at the same time. Manta Style on TB, Razor about to finish off his BKB, Lycan with the Helm, and now you have Blink Dagger.
That's got this Blink, yeah. Bubble Sounds comes down. They're going to try and go to Chalice first, and he is surrounded. They got the kill into QIQX, but taking out Chalice is a lot of gold going for Emo, and it looks like they still want to fight. They've got the drums, and they've got the Hex from PYW, the turnaround with the Earth Spike, but Somnus is going to run in. They use the finger onto FY. Can they get that kill? Finally, not yet. These illusions are chasing while the Static Link is onto the Beastmaster of Zeal. They use that lasso to control him up. That'll be 3 dead on the side of IG, while FY does in fact survive. And right into Roche.
Yeah, IG, they need to heavily commit to get the kill. It needs to be Roar, Global Silence, Finger. And then they need to get in and out multiple times, like with the Sleight of Fist, Maelstrom procs, the Spirit Lances with the Aghanim Scepter on Phantom Lancer. And into the Roche pit they go. Let's see if IG wants to contest it. They did smoke up, so not the easiest fight for them to take, because there's still Doom available. There is no Global Silence. There is no Roar. There's no Beastmaster at all. So let's see. They're still underneath the vision.
Yeah, fighting this seems like it's such a desperate move, but they're going to try and go in. They use that Doom. They throw it down, and now a decent stun as they'll get FY. Emo's going to at least get himself that. But they lose the Phantom Lancer afterwards, and they're going to use QIQX's life to really maybe try and run away from this one. And they might have to use PYW's life to at least get themselves the Ember out. The chase is on, the Wolves are there, and the Plasma Field will not get the last hit, but it will in fact be Chalice with those Wolves. So these 3 heroes end up dying again, and all they get out of that is a position for Doom.
Yeah, but it's surprising they decided to take the fight without a Beastmaster, without Global Silence or Finger. Their damage definitely is lacking. Dust manages to pick up double damage, but pops it immediately. He thought that he might be in trouble. There's a big item picked up on Emo right now. That's a Diffusal Blade after getting the Aghanim Scepter, so he wants to be taking part in these prolonged team fights. The thing in the previous fight was he has only one
lasso.
Anger lasso on Doom.
Dust in trouble. The Flame Break is there. Ember is low, and Ember is gone. Chow's gonna pop that ult, go after Emo. He's gonna doppelganger and try and get away with the Primal Roar being used here and the Global Silence, but they don't have the follow-up to go in on Alu. He's already used that Sunder. It's on cooldown, so he didn't have a way to really get that life back, but they just didn't have the follow-up to get more damage onto the TB, a kill they desperately needed.
He was still holding the Aegis. Maybe they could have killed him once and then play from there, because right now they're super farm. Let's see what Emo can do. Diffusal Blade.
Yeah,
do the work.
Ripping through Tiaming, who, by the way, cues off that blink and almost has the full Lotus Orb.
Yeah, against Global, against Beastmaster and Lion, even Searing Chains, this feels like a really good pickup in this situation, because FY is going to be the initiator. Blink War Stomp is available going into BKB next. We've seen FY play Doom in the TI qualifiers. We also seen him play in the DPC Tour 3, and he can scale. Like, he just gets a lot of farm. He's been always a greedy player, and for a good reason. Like, I always love these position 4s that take a lot of farm, but also do a lot of things with the farm.
And you know FY's got that star player show-off ability. We've seen him kind of style on a bunch of players throughout history. They're going to look to go in. They've got themselves the Blink, the Stun, and the Doom. They've got the control to get Emo if they want, but they'll take the supports first to make sure that they've guaranteed this kill, and all 3 die. Somnus getting 2, Chalice getting the other. They die hand over fist on the side of IG. It's 21-6. They're averaging a kill a minute. They just have not stopped with the pressure they've put on.
You can feel the power of Phantom Lancer. if he's not the one being focused. Thing with this build is you have like now 2 levels in Doppelganger, so it's a pretty long cooldown compared to the like previous builds when you wanted to have 1 point in Spirit Lance, max out your Doppelganger and Phantom Rush, because you can't get in and out of the fights that easily.
You can take this Tormentor if they want. They've got everybody here after they take the tier 2 tower. Dust is going to try and defend. And they're also going to bring in Emo. PYW's here. Blink, looking for the Earth Spike. That's going to be out of Somnus, but he's got a shield room. I don't really think they can get through that shield and then kill him. As long as they're playing carefully, they go to the Global Silence, but they need to get anything they can out of this fight. They'll get FY, so that's a start to something. Like you said, you're sensing the power of Emo, but when you lose Dust, it just feels like the fight's over when you've lacked that control and that aggressive play coming in from an Ember Spirit.
Chalice just focused him down. There were no remnants available for Dust, and this should be another tower. Holding the Aegis still for 50 seconds. Also, Lion Stun not connecting. They cannot afford to use these abilities.
Thinking about the finger. Thinking about it.
He wants that +1, that stack. Doesn't have any at the moment.
At least they defend the Tormentor, which is something they can take on their own, right? IG's got the heroes here. That's a start. That's a good way to get a little bit of gold back in your hands. There it is. So that'll go to QIQX. Maybe would have liked that to be on the Lion.
Yeah, for sure. Against TB and the Illusions, you would definitely want it. Because, like, Silencer Shard, it's more of a, core Silencer. It doesn't happen in pro games, but, or later on when, if you're like snowballing, you're getting the kill, stealing the intelligence, but never happened this game. They do have infinite scaling lineup with 0 intelligence stolen and 0 Finger of Death kills. So not looking too hot.
Every time I see the 5-position silencer, I think of Milan.
Yeah, he's the one who likes to play really aggressive, get involved early on, use a lot of smokes, get that intelligence going. Because you can scale, like you do pack a punch later on if you manage to steal some of the intelligence early on.
See like that change into 5-position going into the Witchblade or something like that when they get that much intelligence, but still sitting at 0. So a little bit rough for him. Looking for Dust, but he's got that Lincoln's, and that gives him that opportunity to go to the Remnant out. However, the Remnant is over by Chalice. So he's looking to TP away and just makes the escape. I don't know if QIQX is going to be as fortunate.
I'm
He's
not
sitting
there,
within the Shadow Amulet.
Middle tower is under attack.
Pulling off Chappie. Let's
I was thinking the same thing.
Man, this guy has been known. They do have Sentry and gonna kill him in the end. 7 kills only on IG, 23.
Good movie, though.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What about 23? 23 Jump Street.
Tower is under
I'm waiting for 23 Jump Street. 21 and 22 are so good.
I thought this movie exists. I'm not even kidding. I thought it's out.
No. It's what we want, though. 23 Jump Street.
23 grams. That's the other one I could think of. And there should be another tier 2 tower. They might even go through the back door and just kill it, because Chalice, he's popping off. He had amazing game. 9-1 and 10 on his Lycan, going into AC next. The double drums as well. 1 on Doom, 1 on Lycan to amplify the damage even more. Like, they pop those drums, and you would maybe think that there's going to be some drums of Slum on the other side, but I already talked about the itemization. Getting the Crimson Guard potentially against all of these heroes feels really nice. So it seems like it's going to be really late Crimson Guard getting picked up by Zeal. And he changed his mind, goes to AC instead, because maybe missed the timing there if he wanted to go for Crimson.
Get all those drums together. You could really start yourself a drum circle. Make it look like a fish concert over there. Potentially. But double drums, I mean, they've been running at these heroes pretty non-stop, so no surprise that they want to go something like that. The Shapeshift's going to be used. PYW is going to blink away, but they blink, they war stomp. It's onto a couple of illusions as PYW and Emo go off to the outer ring and onto the high ground. But still, Azure Ray, they're not stopping the chase. Chalice has the speed. They're going to continue to go. The Flame Break lands on a PYW, but they want Emo. Can they stop the TP? No, they can. But they will still get a consolation prize in the Lion.
They're constantly running at them. 1 kill per minute, pretty much. They could wait for the next Roche. They don't necessarily need to rush anything. Could kill the tier 2 tower bottom, which is the last tier 2 tower, and go for Roche, which is going to respawn in 2 minutes. Going to be on the higher side.
Ooh, Dust, that Remnant's not that far away. Blink in. Infernal Blade with the War Stomp. Now he's going to Remnant out, but he's got the Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, the TP attempt. They've got a +1 coming in, but not someone with a Blink to get that lasso. It's the Lotus Orb, of course, so able to escape. Is this enough time where Emo can 1v9 this game? Like, is there any point where you think he kind of takes over? Like, we're feeling the damage that he puts out. We're definitely seeing that it's a possibility to do damage, but he's going to need more than just that.
He's going to need another 2 items, at least, I would say, where he feels relatively tanky. For now, it's going to be Manta style, so needs something to tank up the illusions with. I see Mjolnir being built by Razor, already finished, and also I see 1 queued up on Lu. So there's going to be a second one to deal with all those illusions. A bit of a lag, the good old Kale.
Or equals is the same.
So what he wrote is lag.
Well, that from my understanding, yes, but whether or not the understanding is full and complete.
So you said
I'm bailing on the point. I'm bailing. I don't have the confidence on it. What did I say yesterday? Go for it.
Yesterday you said that you learned French in school for 9 years or something, and you couldn't pronounce 3 words together. Like, how do you know Chinese then?
I just know the trends with what they all chat. What they mean.
Okay,
That's all
I'll give you credit for that. You covered Chinese scene for a really long time.
That's all I've got. I'm a big fan of WC when that comes out. Oh, water closet or wash closet. I have no idea. Take that bottom tier 2. Chalice getting the gold on that. Chalice having a very great game. 9-1 and 11 at the moment.
About to finish off AC. And next Roche, gonna be up there in a minute. Let's see if IG wants to contest it one more time. I feel like they should, but not 4 versus 5. They need 5 versus 5. They probably need even a buyback. The problem is, like, where do you TP to, even if you have buyback? You don't have tier 1, you don't have tier 2. Also, it's going to be on the dire side, so there's no outpost to TP to.
It's a little bit rough, and I would kind of think that maybe Emo even wants this heart before looking to fight.
I just figured out why you can TP to outpost. It has TP in the name.
Yeah, it does. Okay. That makes sense. Does anything else?
The power, yeah.
Yeah. It also has out in the name. I don't know if that... I don't know. I'm not as smart as you are. I couldn't think of anything else in that word that made sense.
It's fine, it's fine. Let's see. Roshan is up.
Dire's middle tower is
Emo
under attack.
trying to pick up the heart, even buys out Vitality Booster just to have something else to be as tanky as possible. They understand that they need every single thing, every small thing they can get at the moment.
Every small thing is Zeal leaving an ancient black dragon here to deny the wisdom rune over on the other side of the map.
Structures are fortified.
That's amazing.
It's a nice play, because he can split push with it, and he's pinging it out. He's like, guys, I'll take this wave.
Ooh, they're immediately going through the twin gate. They got FY already over there, and Emo's nearby, but do they know exactly where he's at? These illusions gonna be farming these camps up, and they're sensing more illusions. Do they sense Emo? They're gonna chase in. They've got the vision. They'll have the Doom. They've got a gem on FY to make sure that they can see him. And with the buyout, that means he's going to be 800 gold short of a buyback. So they get this kill right by the tier 3 tower, and let's see if they want to push in.
Look at the top lane, speaking of pushing in. It's Ancient Thunderhide plus Illusion from Terrorblade down to half HP already.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And they're just gonna rip through these towers. Ooh, Primal Roar. Maybe. Chalice. It's at half health. Here comes Somnus. They use that finger to try and get the burst damage. They get the kill there on a Chalice, but they end up trading PYW. And on the bottom lane, they're taking the tier 3 towers. So all this is just a distraction as they take out QIQX. They're going to bring down Dust as well.
This might be it. They did manage to get kill on Chalice.
No emo.
But all 3 lanes are getting pushed in.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Emo, he's gonna respawn in a couple of seconds. At least the backdoor protection kicked in, so Lu unable to kill that tower. And look at the damage coming out from Razor in the previous fight. Like 81 damage from Lycan, 300 from Doom, 100 from Batrider, because TB was split pushing, and 5,000 coming out from Somnus.
Jeez. Top set of racks. Half are gone. Tier 3 tower actually didn't even end up going and falling, but
They need to replenish their mana, and they can come back still holding the Aegis. There's Cheese available on Somnus. TB has literally 0 mana, and he's committing, going into that full Mjolnir, which I really like. They want to have something against the Terrorblade. Also want to see what the next item on Lycan's going to be after he finishes off Boots of Bearing. This is the second Boots of Bearing. It's something we usually don't see, but I guess Lycan wants to have something on his own to amplify the damage of his units, and then FY also needed an item before he gets a Blink Dagger, because like just getting Tranquil Boots into Blink Dagger sounds kind of bad, saving up 2,000 gold as a position for Doom, so I don't mind it too much. Another lasso.
yeah, that is a big problem because you don't want to be losing the one who's going to have the control for you, and unfortunately that's what's happening when Somnus gets the kill on Azil. So he's dead for 50 seconds. It's a 26,000 net worth lead. Huge. Massive.
Yeah. That lasso sealed the deal for Beastmaster. Let's see, going for the high ground. This might be the potentially last fight, because Emo, he wants to get hard, but also might want to have his buyback available. You asked, can he carry the game 1 versus 9? There was a game when Emo played Ember Spirit, bought double Divine Rapier, Blink Dagger, and solo carried that game in the DPC, but doesn't seem to be the case here. He's also not playing the Ember Spirit in this one.
Yeah, they've been putting him more into the safe lane. They're going to have that stun. They go to the Global Silence. They use the finger. They try to get the kill here. They'll take the Aegis. That's just 1 life for now, but that has the meta on cooldown. So they'll take a PYW. They end up losing the Lion. He already used this burst damage in the finger. So everything that he really gave to the fight is already gone. While Chalice is taking the bottom set of racks with that tier 3 gone. They go and they look for that lasso. It's on Emo, the buyback on the line. They're going to try and get Emo out of this one, but FY is on him. He has a Lincoln's, but I don't think it's going to matter. QIQX, he drops. That's going to be a silencer dead. They'll lose PYW again without buyback. They get the kill on a TMing. They look over at FY. Emo's starting to take out the supports. He's got the damage to get the 2 of them, but now can he continue to do so? He goes and he's invis right now, trying to run away, but Zeal ends up dying again. 3 heroes gone without buyback. It's a triple kill for Somnus and mega creeps for the side of Azure Ray.
They're not calling it. We said they're going to play it out until the end, because these are TI qualifiers we're talking about. Emo, again, trying to play 1 versus 9. We've seen it happen before when he was playing Morphling. He's doing a relatively good job, but yeah, things are not looking good for the rest of the team. 2 supports dying almost immediately after the fight starts. And yeah, this game seems donezo.
He's missing a supporting cast, really. BKB, ooh, Searing Chains are going to go in and get Chalice.
Okay.
All right.
So, big kill, 700 gold for Dust. Now they're dealing with mega creeps. At least they have like 2 good heroes that are okay-ish against megas. It's nothing like spectacular, but yeah, you have Ember Spirit with Maelstrom. You have Emo with Aghanim Scepter Spirit Lance bounces, so he can push out one of those waves. 30k gold lead.
Finally has that
for
heart.
Azure Ray.
So, heart, he's got it. Is it going to matter? I don't know. Doesn't look like it.
They need like 4 defenses of the Ancient. They need 4 Dotas to actually play Dota.
Tormentor taken. That's going to be Zeal's Shard. So getting that upgrade with Call of the Wild, giving him an additional Hawk. We've seen it at times buying that Shard straight up, and those Hawks do a lot of damage. But at this point of the game, behind by so much, it just doesn't feel like it's really going to mean much.
Yeah, this is a different Hawk we're talking about. Maybe before, when you had stun on the Hawk, that was very good. Previous one was okay-ish. Now it doesn't feel as good. If you get it for free, double Hawk, it feels nice. But other than that, there are better items to buy on Beastmaster.
So just straight up buying that Ags for Terrorblade. So now he's got the Terror Wave, he's got Demon Zeal. With the Shard, he is very beefy.
Yeah, it's a new Demon Zeal, because it's a 30-second duration, and it's a 60-second cooldown. Now, also, you can't have that in meta. It will immediately remove it, even during Terror Wave, so... Gotta be in melee mode.
Looking maybe to do some super smashing in the melee mode. What's that? Yeah, Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider. He's also got that Force Staff. They're gonna smoke right outside the base of IG. Can they find anybody out with Emo kind of having to go forward to throw that Lance? He puts himself in a very precarious position where they might just jump him. But all 5 heroes here for Azure Ray looking to finish the game. They've got the Wolves onto the tier 4. It'll survive with a little bit of help. The Remnant's going to be thrown forward. It actually goes to the low ground. They use the Terror Wave. That's going to land onto the Ember. And that's going to push him away from the fight. They go into the throne. They've got the kill on a QIQX. With BKB pop by FY, they look over at Emo. Yeah, the throne's just being focused. They'll take out Zeal. Losing frames here with the illusions, and it's just going to be the throne going down, and Azure Ray taking game number 1. Just
in a convincing fashion. Like,
yeah, methodical.
Very one-sided. Starting from the laning stage, all 3 lanes kind of crumbled. Like, they counterpicked mid lane. Razor did one hell of a job. Had like almost double CS, 15 denies early on. And this top lane just did so much. I think Tian Ming played it really well. They're getting the first blood on Lion, rotation from Somnus, as we can see on the screen, and also allowing Lu to get most out of the lane. I feel like this move from Tian Ming, where he went to the bottom lane, did really upset them. And set the tempo as well for Azure Ray.
Yeah, what was that, like 6-minute tier 1?
Yeah, it did allow them to kill tier 1 tower. Chalice was off to a great start, allowed him to get some extra farm. Then they rotate to the mid lane. They take the tower and looked really, really good. I think IG, I like their draft more. I still stand by that decision. It's just that the way they played in the laning stage was not as good.
Yeah, this feels very reminiscent of that game between Team Disillusion and Holy Grail, where it felt like the draft advantage was there for the team that loses, and the way to beat that draft advantage felt like it was just put pressure on and force just reactions out from the other team. And Azure Ray, they were putting pressure on all 3 lanes from the get-go. Like, there really was no place to breathe if you were the side of IG.
Pretty much. They always were playing, like, after the laning stage was done, they had, what, 7-8k gold deficit? So they always needed to play into stronger heroes. First smoke, they didn't get anything out of it. We waited for a really long time to get Roar into finger combo, because they got scouted out by Wolves. They had really good vision overall. You'll have Terrorblade Illusion pushing one wave. You have Aghanim Shard on Lycan, so that wave is going to get pushed in. And then you have, like, Lycan shadow pushing with his Dino or Ancient Black Dragon, so they don't necessarily need to even show on the lane, which caused a lot of problems for IG to get the stuff going, because these 2 supports, they want to play together, go and find a kill in either mid lane or the off lane. Problem was they also lost this tower bottom relatively early on, and looking at the scoreboard, like, the one that stands out the most is, I would say, Somnus, because he had a amazing game with the Razor, died only once. Same goes for Chalice, who popped off completely. Lu did his job. I feel like this could have been any other carry, and the outcome would probably be the same. I'm not talking about the player. I'm talking about the carry hero, to not get me wrong. But yeah, some good stuff coming out from Azure Ray in this first game.
Yeah, so, you know, when you look at a scoreboard like that for the team that won, you know, A to Z, it's all looking the same. Who do you pick to be the MVP? Put that pressure on you.
MVP, I think, like, even though they all had like really good games, I would give it to Tianming because of the moves that he made. He secured the lane for Lu. He got some really good lassos, made the position 5 Batrider look really good, went for a different item build, decided to go for Lotus Orb as the first item to throw it on either Chalice who's running in or Somnus. So he cannot get Hex, he cannot get Roared, remove the Global Silence potentially as well, stop this any kind of aggressive move that IG wants to do.
Yeah, and understanding the pressure they wanted to put on, switching from the Blink to the Lotus was definitely the right call, like you said. And yeah, I agree. I think he's definitely the MVP for me. So Tianming, 4-5 and 19. It's really, really impressive here from the side of Azure Ray overall, right?
Pretty much, yeah. He's like something I wanted to say is I kind of get the same vibes about this team to old Elephant Squad. It's just that this team is doing better because you have like 4 really good players and then you have like lesser known player playing the position 5. Same thing that Red Panda did, but they didn't find any success. But Azure Ray, they feel, you know, like a different team. Even though some of the members are from the same team, it just seems that things clicked much better together.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if IG can come back in game number 2, because they were certainly outplayed in this first game. And if they play like that again, they'll be seeing their lives destined to the lower bracket. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back here to the Chinese TI Regional Qualifiers here for 2023, and we got ourselves game number 2 coming up against, or between Azure Ray and IG, and Azure Ray taking game number 1 in very convincing fashion. Now IG, they got to really turn the script around, but Lacoste, from what you saw in game number 1, do you see it happening?
Oh, you know, you want me to lie or you want me to be honest?
give both. Give your lie first, and then give the honest opinion second.
Yeah, IG, they're going to come back because I believe in this squad. They showed some good comeback performances, especially in DPC Tour 2. Emo's going to pop off. That was a lie. And now with the
truth,
more honest answer, I think Azure Ray is going to close out the series in the same convincing fashion as they did in game number 1, but we'll have to see the draft. So, you know, I'm all about that draft, even though I liked IG's draft way more. IG, they need to play better in the laning stage. Yeah, just play better in the lanes, lol.
You just be better. So we'll see what the bans end up being. They don't want to play against that Doom again, so it's IG taking that out of the mix. And of course, Invoker Venge, that seems to be very standard, and so does this Naga Siren. And I mean, things are, at least for right now, feeling the same, but obviously Doom, it was a big problem for them, despite the fact that it was only a 4-position Doom on the side of Azure Ray.
Yeah, FY played it really well, so not really surprised that they banned it out. It does happen where you feel like, oh, someone just played a really good game on the hero in a best of 3, in an important best of 3, so they decide to remove it. And looking at the bans, no real surprises there. Invoker gone, Vengeful Spirit gone, Venge just insanely good hero right now because your Wave of Terror does allow you to trade well in the lane. It's a lot of damage. You can secure the range creeps, one of the better heroes to stack with because you can stack multiple camps. You can also stack the camps without committing. It's pretty much similar to Shadow Demon because you can just go from the lane, Wave of Terror, and come back. And the camps are going to be stacked. And also, like, the scaling and stealing the damage. Like, that's the big important thing that has been added in 7.34. It's total damage. It's not just your base damage, so this ability scales well. And also a hero that is universal, by the way. So if you buy some of the stats, you steal some of their damage. It's almost impossible to trade.
So I have a question for you. We're seeing the techies banned again. You know, techies, at least in the small amount of games we've had so far between North America and China, hasn't exactly been banned a lot, and it's only been picked once. What is Azure Ray seeing, you think, that maybe we're not? Or maybe that other teams aren't, because it hasn't been a priority contested hero so far.
What was the question again? I was just trying to think of the hero that they could go with because Nature's Prophet was left in the pool.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet, the top hero right now in contest. But I was talking about the techies. But go for your Nature's Prophet point.
No, I mean, Techie is still a strong hero overall. I think it's slightly different because I feel right now you need to be like hero specialist as you did before. Because in 7.33, coming into 7.33, the hero just felt super strong and it was all over the place, position 4, 5, everybody was playing it. But now with slight nerfs, you also need to be like experienced with the hero to make it work. And to go back to Nature's Prophet, this hero is insane. This is versatile hero, position 4, 5, most likely, because you want to use that sprout. The changes to sprout where it actually deals damage, and then you scale, you buy Rod of Atos to keep them inside the sprout. It gives you so much tankiness, then you can get Solar Crest. I think Nature's Prophet is like off-lane Venomancer to one extent, because whatever you buy on the hero, it's going to feel good.
So that was Prophet. The 2 games that he's been played in the Chinese region, he's been the 4 position so far. And then this Dawnbreaker, so that, again, is not a hero that we were seeing a lot of, but now it's a hero that I'm interested to see more of, because this is the first time it's going to be played here in China, I believe.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker, hero that got buffed. I felt that this hero is going to be picked more. Let me just check how many times the hero has been picked so far in the TI qualifiers. 9 times, okay, so maybe not as bad. Maybe I just didn't watch some of the NA qualifiers because it's on a different shift. And
Yeah, it's all NA games.
66% win rate on the hero, so not really surprised. I feel like the hero is really strong right now, and it's also another hero that can match the global presence that Nature's Prophet has.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see how it goes. Actually, one game was for China, and it was Dolme who played it with the Holy Grail IG lineup. So it was played against IG once before, so they've got a little bit of information on it. And the troll, let's see what the ban ends up being here for Azure Ray. And you can see on your screen right now the Lycan and the Beastmaster were the last picks for both these here players, Chalice and Zeal. And this, to me, feels like the most important matchup, right? Offlaners.
Pretty much, but looking at the Nature's Prophet, Zeal played a lot of NP when he was playing for PSG LGD, and looking at the troll ban, this might be the offlane Nature's Prophet. It's still a flexible, but I think they want to put Zeal on a comfortable hero.
Okay, so Rubik, the support of choice, which is never a surprise when you've got FY on your roster.
Pretty much, and this is going to be their offlane most likely, even though Dawnbreaker can be flexed across multiple roles. Seen some carry Dawnbreakers in the high-level pubs, it works really well. Even mid lane, if it's a good matchup, like you get your level 6 faster, so you act kind of like Zeus, so you can start ganking early on. Most likely going to be on the offlane, because you have a bit of a setup for Dawnbreaker with the lift. I don't know what you lane into this, because this seems a lot of magic damage. They have a lot of kill threat early on Azure Ray. So IG, we wanted to see Nyx. Yeah, we wanted to see Nyx Assassin for a long time. Great against Dawnbreaker to stop her from getting her combo off or using the Celestial Hammer. Still has the same issues. Nyx Assassin as the hero, getting levels. This is the trickiest part.
Yeah, it was something I brought up in the first draft where I talked about the fact that IG have gone to the Nyx Assassin. It was PYW who played it in that game, and he played really well. It was Tranquil's Blink Dagon for PYW with that hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, some interesting, leaning towards like a pop build with the Dagon. It synergizes nicely with the hero because of your flare. Phoenix, Nyx Assassin. Nyx is one of the better heroes to defend the Phoenix with. Now I want to see if Azure Ray wants to pick up some like heavy attack speed to kill this egg. If you want to like get it cheap, you can get position 5 Snapfire. Always have something good against Sprout, good against Nyx Assassin, where you can break the combo with the cookie.
Would I guess maybe not. I was gonna say, would they think about going into the gyrocopter for Azure Ray?
I could see it happen. I could also see like some potential ranged carry hero, like a Drow Ranger maybe, because you have Clockwork already.
10 seconds remaining.
They have to reveal some of the stuff. They don't know the mid matchup, so I assume, unless they want to pick, you know, some mid hero that is like whatever. We don't care too much about the matchup because the hero does really well. Clockwork, great against Nature's Prophet to hunt him down, scouts things out with the rocket. Great against Nyx Assassin, you get the hook shot on him. What he wants to do is carapace run away against Cogs, unable to do that. And also, with Clockwork, you can put Phoenix in a difficult position where he like either stop his dive or put him in a spot where he has to use the egg. And now we gotta see, because these three heroes are not good at killing the egg, so it needs to be from your carry roll pretty much. Gotta be TB in the end. Yeah, no need to fix it.
Yeah, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So that's exactly what they're going to stick with here. TB once again leaving Somnus to get his hero
10
last.
seconds remaining.
So
This is the last pick that they have, so they will see the matchup
5 seconds.
and give Somnus good 24 counter pick, which they did in the previous one as well. This Razor last pick really worked out amazing. They saw the Ember Spirit.
Faceless void.
And a good combo breaker, good hero against Terrorblade overall. In terms of lockdown department, again, Azure Ray, they don't have as much. Clockwork, Rubik, Dawnbreaker, all these heroes, they have stuns.
10 seconds remaining.
But
I
can you
like this
execute?
Void pick.
Yeah, it's really good. Egg plus
seconds remaining.
Chronosphere. It's been a combo as
As old as time.
yeah, pretty much. And
Or as
speaking
old as
of-
Phoenix.
as old as Faceless Void, he is the time himself.
Oh. Interesting. Well, we'll see if time is on his side. Sometimes time needs a hero. And it could be him.
10
We'll have to see.
seconds remaining.
Puck getting banned, that's
Radiant
control,
team
that's elusiveness that you want to get rid of. I'm wondering if they're going to ban out the Lina again.
Depending what IG wants to pick. Also, I think this one is going to be played by Dust, Faceless Void, and they're looking for Emo's hero, because we know that Emo and Dust, they swap position depending on the hero who wants to play what.
remaining.
For
Mid-morph.
Azure Ray, yeah, nah, not gonna happen. Not in this one. They need someone to
Team back.
make stuff happen. Azure Ray will get rid of Ember Spirit, even though he didn't have like the best game in the previous one. It's still a good matchup against the Terrorblade. He can get out of the trouble against all of these heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
What else?
What about some good old Zeus for IG against Terrorblade, Clockwork? This matchup was really bad until Zeus had the Heavenly Jump.
Right.
So now it's slightly better. You have this global presence like Nyx Assassin, Nature's Prophet, the Ulti Zeus, NP teeping in. So looking at the ban, yeah,
Ooh.
after seeing the Storm, I'm like, yeah, that's definitely a Zeus pick.
So there's the Zeus pick for IG. Now you got to figure out what you want in terms of going up against
10
that
seconds
Zeus.
remaining.
The world is Somnus's oyster, and
remaining.
hopefully he's getting the luck still from his partner's headset, the pink Razor headset that Lanham's got on his head right now. He's been wearing that for a while. And they go to the TA. So Templar Assassin picked up. That's going to be the final pick here for Azure Ray. And I got to know, last game we said IG's roster or their lineup was better. You think the same this game?
I like their draft is good. They might run into same issues again, especially with the supports. Nyx and Phoenix, these are like top tier heroes and supports once you get the levels, but both are very level dependent. So if you lose the laning stage and you have like Nyx, Phoenix, who are level 4, 5, 10 minutes into the game, you're gonna suffer. At least this time around, they have global presence. So Zeal on his signature hero, they did decide to play Zeal on the NP, even though it was the first pick, because as I said earlier, they want to play him. They want him to play a comfort hero, and then Dust Zeus, so a bit of a global presence. So I feel like early games should be much better for IG. It's just how they're gonna execute.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see Zeal on this Nature's Prophet. It's his, I think, his second most played or third most played hero, and he's got a positive win rate with it. So, this is definitely something that you want, especially coming after a game where he kind of got dominated in the lane. You want to give him as much confidence as you can, and that's going to be the basis for where I think IG are going to jump off with this one. And it's similar to what we saw in the last game, where these lanes need to go well for IG. Otherwise, they are toast. And they need to really build off of this lineup here in this second game. But they do go to the Emo, Faceless Void, and Dust back in the mid lane with that Zeus.
Okay, so they swap things around a bit. Maybe that's a new thing for IG, where they're gonna play mid lane specifically by Dust, and they're not gonna swap things around as much as they did throughout the DPC. I want to see how much Dust is gonna be able to do on Zeus. Like, this is the hero that receives some of the buff, but also a bit of a nerf when it comes down to his ulti. So less damage, but it also now deals percentage of max HP. So that's going to be really good scaling into the late game. And you also have like damage coming out on the current HP on your Arc Lightning.
30 seconds to battle.
So yeah, having that 10% at level 3. So we'll have to see what they do here. Is Chalice already looking and maybe putting himself in an interesting spot if Emo moves in with the rest of IG to go to the top room. But we'll see if we get a pre-horn fight as they find themselves Somnus. They've got themselves the Impale. Blood Grenades. Somnus, he's running away, trying to get out of the exchange, and he's done so, but at least teaming by himself will also walk it out. They do end up getting 2 apiece on the bounty rooms.
Hey, it's a great start. Pushing out Somnus out of the lane. Like, he needs to bring definitely some extra regen. What is he bringing? A healing salve immediately. He's also been fed a tango by FY.
Not exactly where you want to be at the start, and obviously he doesn't want to take the refraction early, but you can see Dust just putting the damage on as the the moves are coming out from IG. Zealand PYW having a little bit of fun in their lane. Already battery assault, but the Impale landing bottom lane it's just pressure being put on, and that's what you really want to see from a Clockwork, right? Just running in, pushing them, making sure TB's got a lane of his own, and especially once they hit that level 2. Maybe they get the cogs around one of these heroes, and Lou gets himself another first blood.
I think this time they're gonna have much easier lane on IG. It's like Nyx Assassin, not a strong laner, but he can stop Clockwork from getting in with Impale, with Spike Carapace. Also, the off lane on the top lane from Azure Ray, I feel like this lane should do really well for them. FY on Rubik, Chalice on Dawnbreaker, who's already level 2. They were thinking about maybe going in, using Celestial Hammer to close the gap, but not gonna do it. FY does have Blood Grenade available and another Fade Bolt, so zoning out QIQX, completely pushing him towards the mid lane, almost near the tier 1 tower.
Not where he wants to be, and of course, when you're looking at Rubik, FY's Rubik, you do get that Bleak Hallucination set, which is always
I was waiting.
great. It took me 2 minutes. We had to talk about FY first before I could just throw it out like that. But it's that on his Rubik and his Tusk. But it's always a classic. There's no showcase button anymore. I think it's like a hotkey now, but I gotta like go through a bunch of steps. There it is. Can't do it from the portrait. Always nice to see as he's going for QIQX. Doesn't have enough mana to get the Fade Bolt out, but he does get that first blood anyway and add it to the stats. He's got himself a first blood by himself. That was great.
Solo XP for him, not too bad. Also leaving solo XP to Chalice, who's level 3 right now, Celestial Hammer. Emo does have 1-1-1 build, so whenever he uses Time Walk, I feel like Azure Ray is going to start to play aggressive in this one.
So, good cogs. They've got the meta. Zeal taking some damage, so will PYW, but the Spike Carapace will take care of that. Also in the top lane, Telekinesis, Emo still getting run at here as FY maybe wanting himself another kill. But not quite getting it just yet. I was taking a look on my own at the items that FY's got on. He's got that Immortal, and you know what he's got in the Inscribed Gems? Burrow Strike stuns, max stun arrows, and 3 hero dream coils.
As a Rubik, you can actually do those things.
He's got 0 3 hero dream coils, though. So
What a scrub.
a bad Rubik player. Gosh. Yeah, I mean, it's already, again, it's not as bad as it was before, but already looking quite nice. However, Somnus against Dust is the matchup that we really should be putting a lot of focus on there. They're just about even at the moment. 19-4 to the 18-2.
And Somnus did a good job coming back after having a horrible start, pretty much. He was down to 15% HP. We'll pick up the water rune, bottle it up, refill some of the charges.
At least just trying to stay positive in this lane, and all three on the top of the CS are all part of Azure Ray for the moment. And a lot of that, at least for the TB, is brought to you by the fact that Tianming, he is just moving forward and constantly throwing this battery assault on these heroes, and it's giving Lu an easy time on the TB once again in this lane.
The thing about Nature's Prophet, the new Nature's Prophet who maxes out Sprout, at least puts like 2 points in Sprout. I don't know if he wants to put more than that. Is you need to buy Quelling Blade whenever you lane against him. So some extra gold spent on that, extra 100 as a position 5. You probably don't want to buy it, but you have to. Otherwise you're stuck, you're getting the damage. And there it is.
Sprout coming through. He does have that Quelling Blade on Tianming, so right now Zeal just sitting at that level 3. FY still playing forward. Both these supports not afraid to just put the pressure on these heroes, and FY just constantly throwing out these right clicks and the fade bolts. They're able to catch Emo without a time walk. That's when they really want to put their foot on his throat and make sure that this lane goes great for Chalice, which is certainly possible if like a Starbreaker comes out and Emo feels the presence of mind to go to the time walk back.
Love the build on Chalice this game. Double Bracer into Urn, which is going to turn into Spirit Vessel, so healing's not going to be as good. Have a little bit of extra healing as well after the Solar Guardian. Oof.
Down low, going down, and again, it's that Battery Assault Cogs combo with the Metamorphosis that they use to get that kill. They catch him without the help of PYW, who's over in the mid lane. So Somnus is level 6, looking to get the 6-minute rune, and they're going to bring everybody in. Telekinesis is used by FY. Zeal comes in. He's got that Sprout. All these heroes here. PYW going to follow it up with an Impale. Somnus trying to survive in time to get the refraction off again. Oh, walks away from this as Tianming's running forward with the battery assault. Somnus comes in with a refraction. He'll get the kill on a QIQX. Spike Carapace. That'll hit, but not do enough just yet. Impale comes through. Somnus gets himself a double kill. Zeal's got a double. Now they're going to look over at FY. Do they have the damage and the chase potential while the Terrorblade's taking the tier 1 over bottom? It's not looking likely, so FY's the only ones to survive, but they're losing this bottom tier 1 tower.
I was about to say, this is not worth it. You just TP'd as a position 3, Nature's Prophet level 3, and you lose a tower.
You don't have a place to farm anymore.
Yeah, like you're gonna need to farm here. At least he's playing a hero that has a bit of a global presence, so even if the lane's pushed in, he can still contribute to a team fight by TPing or using Wrath of Nature. Chalice would definitely love to get a kill, so he has a point, has one charge of Urn, at least to heal himself. Well, one way to get it is to die, and then you get it for free. And a free TP. This is actually not a bad idea.
What, dying?
Yeah. It's 100 gold
in
for TP
Dota?
scroll, Urn of Shadows in terms of gold. That's like 400 heal. That's healing cell, so that's 200 gold.
That's a good investment. Who knew dying could feel so good? Chalice getting run at here. Zeal comes in, and they'll go to the Starbreaker. Lands on 2. Now he's going to the ult, trying to survive. Gets up into the air, and it will land, but he ends up dying anyway. There's the reflection. Lu coming in. Emo's going to be able to time walk away for some distance. Zeal is going to get sprouted up and killed.
Wish granted. Dawnbreaker got that Urn of Shadows charge. It was it was very close, and mid Dust will get the kill.
And Dust with PYW there, and they're also going to bring Emo in to throw the Chronosphere onto Somnus. He doesn't have a refraction anymore. He's going to try and get a kill here on Emo, but the bashes are enough, and with PYW there, he's got the Mind Flare to get the kill, but Emo ends up dying to Chalice.
That's a double
And they'll take out QIQX.
Managed to get the Urn of Shadows charge before. At least IG like having a much better laning stage compared to the previous game, so
another tower gone
for them. It's just that Lu, whenever he has meta, seems like he's gonna take the tower. With next meta, go mid and take it. he's been pretty silent, same as in the previous game where he was, getting stuff from the lane and then not showing up until the team decided that they need him, that they can't take fight 4 versus 5. Another move from Chalice. This is a big one again.
He's all over the place, and they're going to find Zeal. Yeah, just break those trees up. He's got the Celestial Hammer at level 4. Starbreaker lays down on top of him, and one more right click from Chalice to get the kill on a Zeal. PYW trying to help, but unable to do so, and now already 3 deaths on Zeal. It's a little bit of a struggle in terms of the game here for him already at 9 minutes in.
Yeah, he's not gonna scale. Like, he's going for the same items as Dawnbreaker. It's just that Dawnbreaker's having a much better game, and I do prefer Dawnbreaker on the offlane compared to the Nature's Prophet, just because of what she brings to the table. Emo, no Chronosphere, FY. Toying with him, didn't steal anything yet, probably wants a time walk. In terms of spells that they can steal this game, Nature's Prophet, you don't want to be stealing that stuff. Most likely you're going to be looking for either Impale, maybe Supernova if you can get it, and stuff from Zeus.
Dust fighting against Chalice, and Chalice now has the Sunray on him. Celestial Hammer forward, Dust is low, but the Impale with the Thunder God's Wrath. Well, PYW will get the kill. The Urn's not going to be enough damage on Dust, as FY still not stealing anything just yet. But Emo's sitting here kind of low. He's about to have Chrono, not about 20 seconds out. But we'll have that Chrono again soon, and now he steals that time dilation.
Just because he can. I don't think that's the spell he wanted after seeing that he said whoops after. And interesting build coming out from him. He's going for Mech on Rubik. Wants to tank up his team a little bit, which I don't mind. Not the item that we usually see. Let's see a bit of a global presence. Maybe NP wants to come.
FY?
Just going to be ulti for now.
They're going to try and go Celestial Hammer, though. Starbreaker. Oh, Emo dies inside his own Chrono. Oh, dear. PYW with a Spike Carapace. FY and Chalice, they will get 2 kills. Chalice getting the last hit on both of them, but that is ultra bad for Emo.
Oh man, this has to suck. Like, they used Rat of Nature. Zeus didn't have ulti available. Oh, Heavenly Jump. Oh, not the perfectly executed one.
Solar Guardian down. Just trying to run. Zeal thinking about coming in. They're on top of him. They've got the Starbreaker, but that'll be stopped thanks to the Lightning Bolt. Still, the chase is on. Chalice is strong. A bash might save Dust. They've got the Sprout. They'll get the kill on a Chalice. He's in too far, but everybody had to react for that one. Rocket Flare just a bit short.
With the Urn of Shadows, they would get the kill on Dust, but Chalice pulling off Emo for a second there, and
FY down.
As well.
Yeah.
See if they can get more.
Sprout and
We
Cogs.
said that the first one was very well executed this time. Azure Ray, not as crisp.
Yeah, finding themselves maybe playing overly confident with the diving under a tier 2 for a Zeus, knowing that there's plenty of heroes to react to that. Maybe an unfortunate bash as well. However, you are still diving a tier 2 that way. Hook shot lands from a distance. Emo time walks and then dances away. And
These
can't
last
do
two
damage.
hook shots. Sure, they connected on the hero, on Zeus, now on Faceless Void, but no real follow-up. I think they need the Rubik's Lift into Starbreaker to be able to execute that combo.
Still thinking about going in on to Lu, but they'll try to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Nothing doing just yet. So let's see, as Dust almost has that phylactery. They're going to bring in Zeal. TP comes in for TMing, though, as he's got hookshot in 15 seconds, trying to defend the tower as best he can.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not the easiest tower to take, especially now with Chalice into the mix. He's got Solar Guardian available in 10 seconds, too. And they've also got the other 2 heroes coming around. Somnus as well as FY are smoked up. Maybe looking to find somebody who's looking to exit the lane. They put a trap onto the high ground. That'll spot Zeus if he's not careful. And now they're up onto the high ground with the advantage of position.
That's the big one. If you can take out Zeus immediately, because right now they feel super strong. Fighting with Phylactery, you have Supernova available, PYW is cutting things out. with Vendetta, FY, and he steals it. Dust, just to steal Vendetta.
Ooh. That's pretty good. I don't mind that. Throwing some Seeds of Serenity down. That's going to heal up Lou.
Dire's middle tower is
Love
under
me some Seeds of Serenity. Wisdom Rune picked up by Zeal as he gets one, and the other one's bottled by Dust. And this is something that you can do with a Nature's Prophet that makes it really just, you have to be so vigilant on these Wisdom Runes, is you just TP in there, snipe it out, and TP back to your tower. And then the experience does start to favor you a little bit if you're able to keep it close.
We said both of these heroes, both supports on IG, they need levels, and Nyx Assassin level 7, same goes for Phoenix on the other side. Both supports also level 7, so keeping up with the enemy team is exactly where you want to be.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, still though, extending the lead, 4,000 net worth lead as, well, Lou, again, just free farming. This is really unfortunate. I just think you can't continue to do that. And uses that Vendetta, then finds himself Time Walk. FY. Just a little bit of a poke there. As these heroes are converging again on both teams. Feeling it necessary to probably fight. Hookshot comes through to the back lines. They've got the cogs that push this Phoenix, but Dust, he's already dead. They'll get the trade in TMing, but that's not an equal exchange.
Definitely not. I feel like taking out Zeus immediately is exactly what Azure Ray wants to do. One hero we didn't talk too much about is Somnus. He's been on top of the network, farming, getting into Deso, and wants to pick up the shard after to have silence. This is going to be very valuable shard against Faceless Void, so he can't time walk, Zeus can't jump, Nyx can't carapace, dive as well from Phoenix, so no, not really surprised that he wants to pick it up almost immediately after finishing off Blink Dagger and Deso. So, ooh, Somnus, there's a haste rune.
Telekinesis, and they've got the lockdown right now on POW, but FY in some trouble. The Soul Guardian comes out. TMing getting low. The Thunder God's Wrath is going to be used with the Supernova drop down right next to the Chronosphere that's going to be placed on top of Somnus. They get the kill onto the Templar Assassin. They can't crack this egg. FY is going to be made into an omelet, and so is Chalice if he's not too careful. Lou comes into the fight. The damage on the Emo, but there's the Time Walk out. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him, and Lou's going to die. He tried to turn around and maybe get a Sunder off, but instead he just falls.
Oh man, this is such a good fight for IG. I think this haste kind of baited them into a fight where they're like, oh, you know what? We can't die because I have Shield Rune as well, half the duration, like half of the HP left on it. And then they chronoed him, Supernova, the combo, Zeus with Phylactery, Fire Spirits, it immediately takes off your refraction, and after that, the fight is over. If Terrorblade was there, I don't know, like 3 seconds earlier, they could have gotten 2 kills, but
yeah,
IG having a much better game. Like we said that the draft is also good in game 2. It's just that they improved the execution.
So this time around, you know, they've got more control. They have a lot of synergies with their draft. FY getting that Time Walk. Chalice, Star Breaking. He's got Time Walk in 2 seconds, though, so time dilation and Time Walk out. While all that's going on, though, Zeal gonna die to Lou thanks to the hook shot of TMA. So they need that kill. They need Lou to get a little bit more, especially after just dying. He's sitting top of the net worth, and so are all 3 of these cores on the side of Azure Ray, but that still wasn't enough to win the last fight. The synergies are just too much.
Looking at the smaller items that they invested into, QIQX, Veil of Discord to amplify some of that magical damage, plus Phylactery, now also Kaya finished on Zeus. So looking good, like in terms of how much damage, how much damage they can deal. And PYW, he does have a Blink Dagger and going for the same item build as you mentioned, Dagon. It's also, I don't mind Dagon here because
Spike Carapace, there it is. That is the combo that they needed. Chalice is going to be burned out and killed off with that chain light, or with that arc lightning.
To go back to Dagon point, it's good way to burst Terrorblade and also kill his illusions instantly. This time he doesn't have Manta Style, so that means it's going to be less illusions to start with.
Right.
They need BKBs. They definitely need
Dire's bottom tower.
BKBs. Silence on the trap being delivered. That shard upgrade on Somnus, but I see like 3 BKBs being built. They don't want to get stunned, even though they have abilities that go through that debuff immunity, Supernova, Chronosphere. So
Yeah.
they need to defend themselves, because Carapace is very annoying, so is Zeus early on, Fiery Spirits.
Yeah. And they've got the mech now for a little bit of sustainability. FY's got that. I'm trying to think of, if anybody, if we're going to see, say, a Lotus builder here for Azure Ray. They want anything like that, but
Dire are scared.
not sure it's the best Lotus game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
When you could probably, you're going to maybe be looking at FY going Guardian Greaves after picking up the Arcane Boots and the mech. So it's not going to be him, and your 5 position's going into a Glimmer Cape right now.
Is under attack.
Rocket Flare comes down. PYW. He threw out the Spike Carapace. He goes into the Vendetta. Maybe they're going to look to go north and find a fight, but they are sticking together right now to go for Roche.
Dire's top
Ooh, I don't know about this one. Maybe they thought
Or
Azure
fake it?
Ray was doing it, or just like faking it, because they definitely don't have the damage nor the sustain. There's, what, 1 Sun Ray, but that's about it.
Clockwork gonna have a smoke broken. There's the dust. It's onto the Nyx Assassin. TMing getting low already. Mind Flare, as well as the Wrath of Nature.
Zeus
They
can
mech
pop
him
with
up.
the ulti.
Hook shot on a 2. Sword Guardian's going to be dropped down on both of them, but he's got the Heavenly Jump to get out of the cogs. I don't know if it's going to matter. They've got the Telekinesis on the Dust. He's still alive. PYW ends up dead first. There goes Dust. Now Child's trying to fight with BKB going after Emo, but he's going to throw down that Chronosphere, who walks into it. They can't get the egg off. They'll lose QIQX. They've only lost Chalice so far. Time walk over. Zeal trying to TP out. They've got the cogs. They'll push him out of the TP. They'll get the kill. And 4 heroes dead on the side of IG, while Azure Ray, they dominate that exchange.
Dire's
This time around, the execution much better on Azure Ray. Tianming traps 2 heroes inside the cogs after the hook shot into Solar Guardian and puts Zeus in a position where he has to use Heavenly Jump to get out of trouble, and right in front of Temporary Assassin buys a little bit of time with the Ghost Scepter, but it's not enough because he already used it. It's level 1, so long cooldown, and then they just disappeared. They know that you said that Terrorblade walked into Chrono. He was thinking about Sundering Chalice, I assume, because they already used everything. Nyx Assassin was dead at the time, so thought about saving him, and in the end, it's going to be them taking Roche on. So Terrorblade about to finish off his BKB. Somnus will pick up the Aegis, going into BKB next, and this Trap Silence is going to do amazing against all of these heroes pre-BKB. There's going to be so much control, just even a half a second of silence is going to cause issues. Chalice, BKB.
He's got BKB in 7 seconds. But there's the stun. Sunray on to FY. He might not be so fortunate. He's got the time walk out. Chalice now running forward, knowing he's got the BKB coming off cooldown. They're going to look over at Emo as well as Dust. They're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place because here comes Somnus. They go to the hook shot. They've got themselves a sprout as well as the cogs. That pushes Emo. They get the kill onto this Faceless Void, and now they're going to look for more. Zeal trying to TP out. He's going to do so, and so will QIQX. Oh, no, he won't. Meld Strike one shot. See you later. Let me get more charges on that Desolator.
Oh, and now we see IG kind of falling apart in some of these fights. They go on Dawnbreaker, but he's very tanky. Double Bracer, Van Brace, so extra magic resistance, Spirit Vessel, Magic Wand, and the BKB that was on cooldown when they initiated on. But another good hook shot from Tianming. First couple of hook shots not on point, but the last couple of them, really crisp execution coming out from Tianming.
So there goes the tier 2. They're going to take that tower with ease after a fight like that. You've got the TA up to 8 charges on that Desolator, and foregoes the BKB for a moment, feeling confident enough to pick up a Dragon Lance. So at least holding off on that for a second. BKB is going to be back and available for Chalice in just 15 more seconds, and you've got Lou with his at 9 seconds ready to go as he picks up, or is picking up, a Silver Edge next. Dust. It's time to evacuate that area of the farm. And they were chasing for a moment with this smoke, but instead they'll go to the other direction, and they want to defend the tier 2 tower that's getting pushed forward on bottom lane. So right now, all good for Azure Ray, up 8,000 net worth. Where does the comeback start for IG? I would say not getting caught here on Emo. They've got the cogs, they'll surround him, and they'll get the kill.
I believe that was a trap silence as well.
Yeah.
That was.
Oh, and his courier loses the ulti orb.
And, oh, things are falling apart. Like, they need some big chrono after they lose Aegis, so 2.5 minutes. It needs to land on like 2-3 people with the Sunray Supernova combo.
Falling apart at the
Other than
seams
that,
right now.
Yeah, I don't see it happening because Terrorblade is massive. Lu, again, having a really good game. BKB, SNY as well for some status resistance against Nyx Assassin.
So, bottom lane. This tier 2 not looking long for this world either, and they could probably also just take this Tormentor if they want. It's open to do so.
Templar Assassin can solo kill Tormentor, one of the few heroes. Ursa with Mask or just like some sustain from the neutral item, like Vampire Fangs, he can do it. With the double Meld Strike, Templar Assassin can solo it.
Oof. So FY getting that shard, and now he's got Arc Lightning. We were taking a look at the comparisons there. It showed up on your screen for just a moment between the offlaners, and you can see how much Chalice is doing. He's 7, 5, and 6 right now. He's got probably more deaths than he would like, but early on, the control has been there for him, and he has really helped out this team, especially with that Solar Guardian when he's able to drop it into these team fights. Not exactly feeling the presence of this Nature's Prophet, but unneeded in a kill where they're able to take Tian Ming out immediately. Dust gets that kill with the help of the Nyx Assassin, and they pick up another shard. This one going to Chalice. So they take out both Tormentors, and they're going to up that lead.
Ooh, that's a big one, because you have debuff immunity and free movement during Starbreaker.
While that's all going on, PYW going to drop to Lu, and Lu doesn't even need to use meta to get that kill. Look at this, Chalice v Zeal. Solar Guardian trying to leave, but the Chronosphere is going to be dropped down onto the Dawnbreaker, who will eventually die. But it takes a lot. And now Chrono's on cooldown with an Aegis expiring in 15 seconds. So maybe Azure Ray won't go too far forward. They do have this T. I say that, but they're all TPing into the outpost.
They
Onto
will
the
use
dire
this
outpost.
opportunity that Chrono's on cooldown. I still think it's worth it to get a kill like that. It's 600 gold for Emo. Aegis just expired. If they can dodge a fight, that's a pretty big dub for IG.
Wrapping around. Emo showing himself. There's the invisibility from Lu. He knows exactly where he's at. They use that rocket flare. Time walk the other way. Lu's sticking on him. And he's going to be following him into the gate. Oh, hook shot. Whoa, went with him. With the time walk. They're going to steal the time walk. They've got that trap down with the silence, but Emo's still trying to get out of this one. They have the vision, but they don't have a way to stop the TP. They get QIQX. And that BKB was committed by Lu, but not the kill they really wanted to get.
Yeah, once you connect with the hook shot, like if it's in the code that it's on the hero, you have the right launch settings, it's gonna go. It's gonna follow.
Oh,
even if you like blink, use a time walk.
Time walk back. He's surviving. Now they're gonna look over at Dust. Zeal thinking about TPing in, but he already knows that this guy might be just dead on his screen already. Time walk in. Telekinesis. Emo's courier dies again with the ulti orb. Emo.
Just switch the items. Don't pick up any ulti orbs. It seems like that's that's the item that the courier loses it. Like, where's my delivery? It's not there. Something's messed up. He's going for Scotty next, so at least he bought a first orb and managed to finish off his Manta style. But now off to the high ground they go. They know that there's no Zeus. Chronosphere on cooldown for another 25 seconds.
Killing off that ulti orb twice, killing the courier. That's going to frustrate Emo. They're doing the fourth type of damage, which is emotional damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So this is a 14,000 net worth lead. Lou sitting at top of the net worth. Silver Edge finished here for Lou, and he's going into the Hurricane Pike and then the Hex next.
I like how you laughed at your own joke after.
I laughed at you laughing very quietly.
They've
got the silence, and he's going to try and time walk away. So Guardian Muse, they've got the break on him. Chalice sticking with him, the Starbreaker, but a good stun coming in from QIQX. That's enough to keep Emo alive with the time walk, but look at the damage coming out of PYW. They've got another one going their way, as FY gets credit for that.
Oof. That Force Staff keeping Emo alive. He also needs to be super careful about using Manta style aggressively to try farm with it. Because that silence, if it's another 0.12 seconds, Rubik would be in vicinity to get the lift off. Still, network advantage keeps going onto Azure Ray side with each minute. Now we're sitting at 14,000.
Double damage.
Ooh. Whose ulti orb was that?
Emos.
I saw one on the screen for a second. Making me nervous. Couple of bounty runes picked up there by Chalice and Lou. He's finished off that Hurricane Pike. So, see how much that's going to help him. He's got one, and well, going into the Silver Edge as well as TA, maybe they'll see Somnus pick up a Hurricane Pike as well. He's already got the Dragonlance portion of it. But that'll be some time. And Azure Ray, they've got control of the entire part of the map, so like you said, net worth just always expanding.
Roshan is on Radiant side, so they're going to go for it, but they need to be careful. I don't know if they can just go in and take the fight, because if IG is close enough, they get like 2-3 man Chronosphere with Egg, Nature Prophet ulti, Zeus ulti. I could see them winning this fight. It's just that they're very slow.
They're not committing to walking into the pit. It's already too late. So that'll be Roche. Aegis Chi still sitting on the ground. Okay, there we go. Lou picked it up, taking some time. And 5-man smoke coming through from Azure Ray, looking to push through and finish off this game potentially with a team wipe if it goes their direction. But after they smoked, they're sending the supports top
Are scanning.
while they cut through the other side of the map for Azure Ray with their cores.
Seems like they want to sandwich them. IG just got rid of 2 observer wards.
Did you see that 3-man stun from the Centaur creep? That's going to give an advantage here for Azure Ray. Dust in trouble, PYW on the run. They sprout up Chalice, who's stuck in the trees. And they are able to escape, but that could have been devastating.
Whew, they managed to kill the Zeus, who just invested all of his gold into Nimby. They're playing assassin type of a game. Lou having Silver Edge, Somnus going into Silver Edge of his own. It seems like it. They're also prepping for Faceless Void, like level 25, and then you have 2 break mechanics, because this is the only talent in the game that is being broken for some reason. Maybe it would be too powerful if he has like backtrack and it's not counterable, but yeah, a bit of a weird one, I would say.
I think it shouldn't be able to be broken.
Like, oh, we broke your 30-second Thunder cooldown. You can't use it. Because it's like tied to his passive or something, I guess.
Lou? He is now rooted under a sentry, off by himself, but IG don't really know that, so they don't go for this kill. So that's Silver Edge. He's trying to just be sneaky, maybe find somebody. He's also going for the Swift Blink next.
Radiant are scanning.
What's flying out here for the Templar Assassin? There's that Hurricane Pike I talked about. I thought maybe he'd get that after the Silver Edge, but commits to that before. There's really without the kills, they got Roche, and then they've just been farming the map, and it's gone from 14 to 20,000 net worth ahead.
Yeah, map is definitely shrinking. The thing about Faceless Void, Phoenix combo, like they rely on long cooldowns. So if they misuse Chronosphere or if they have buybacks, it's relatively easy to fight into that, especially if you have like 20k gold lead. At FY, he's been very annoying. Like look at his itemization. Guardian Greaves, Glimmer, and has neutral items, so Ogre Seal Totem, Stolen Time Walk with the reverse Time Walk with the Shard. So what he wants to do is get in and out of the trouble, like try to bait some of the spells. Look at him.
Oh my, okay, FY. We get it. You're good at this, hero. That was amazing. Soul Guardian's going to come out over mid while he's going to just distract that Nyx Assassin. The egg goes off. The time walk out. They've got the cogs down. They're still trying to go. They've got themselves the trap that silences up Emo. They get the kill on the Faceless Void. They're going to pop the BKB on Lu and look over at QIQX. They'll take it a second. It's a double kill for Lu to finish off TM Ming as Dust gets a kill there with that Arc Lightning and another trap to silence him up. While Dust has to watch as they're unable to break the tier 3 with the glyph up.
Still gonna respect the damage coming out from Dust.
Oh, trap down, Meld, Sunder, and down goes Dust. Another kill here for Lu. There's the Impale landing as well as the Dag and Mind Flare combo on a Chalice, but it's not enough to get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker. They're gonna buy back on the Phoenix. That's not enough though. They're gonna need a little bit more, and Emo doesn't want to buy back, so it almost feels as though they are conceding this mid-set of racks while also committing the buyback on QIQX, who doesn't have Supernova.
Well, they could still go bottom. Nyx with the stun.
Impale and Lu, and now no Sunder for 10 seconds. Take the Aegis. Can they get anything more? Chalice not working with a lot of health, but enough to get the kill on a PYW with the help of Somnus. Sprout again, telekinesis from FY to throw Lu onto the low ground. And they will walk out of the base and pick up this Wisdom Rune. Oh no, Emo, please! There was a courier there with an ulti orb that almost got spotted by Lu.
That's the last ulti orb he's gonna buy. Maybe, I don't know if he wants to buy Lincoln's. Probably not in this game. I feel like he needs slightly more damage inside a Chronosphere. So I'm gonna go for Mjolnir, but yeah, he bought the ulti orbs 2 out of 3 times. The courier did die. There is another shard available from Mentor if they want to kill it.
Yeah, but Emo's there. Kill the Tormentor or kill the Faceless Void? That is the question. Or do both. Lu's got shard now, so Demon Zeal. Always good to get for free. TB going into the Abyssal Blade next, as he's picked up that Swift Blink.
Lu was thinking about different itemization, getting Orchid, which he had in Quick Buy, then Hex at one point, now going for Abyssal Blade, so in the end, it's going to be the real carry items, but what they want to do is lock onto one target and kill it, because they have Blink, Abyssal available on Dawnbreaker as well.
Use that Thunder God's Wrath, and they will not be getting a kill onto the Terrorblade, but Chrono, BKB, Solar Guardian going to be dropped down. They'll evacuate the Chrono. Hookshot's actually going to split the seams and miss. Icarus dive off to the side while loses that Sunder on the Dust. They're going to chase. They're going to look for everything they can to finish off this game. They get the kill on the Dust. Take out the Zeus. Now Zeal's next on the menu. Spirit Vessel on him. Chalice moving forward. FY with the Blink as well as the Fade Bolt. They get the kill on the Zeal. That's going to be a second one dead with no buyback. Telekinesis with a Meld Strike. They've got a third in BYW. And now the top tier 3 and the set of racks are going to be in trouble, but they'll glyph to hold them on.
Classic Emo move. Like, if he gets the Chrono and there's no BKB on Templar Assassin, maybe they could get the kill there, but immediate Solar Guardian from Chalice. And
they just called GG. So, yeah. Azure Ray get the victory 2-0 over IG.
Not really a surprise. I feel like IG had good drafts. There was nothing wrong with their drafts in both of these games. It was just the way they executed their drafts, especially in the first game, because they lost the laning stage so hard. But Azure Ray looking really hot in both of these games. Second game slightly sloppier, but managed to close it out in decent time, like 37 minutes. They kept farming, understood that all they need to do is like have buybacks. Even if you land a good Chronosphere, you can still come back into a fight with the TP. They had their towers available throughout the whole game, and IG,
this was their best fight.
They still have the same issues that I've seen them have last 2 majors throughout the whole DPC tour. They're struggling with closing out the game, some of the execution, and it's really showing. I feel like also misused timings. This is the big fight where they managed to jump to Zeus. Again, Tianming with some beautiful execution, with the clockwork, traps him inside, and then the rest of the team is able to disengage. And also the egg, like you need to either place the egg inside the chrono or synergize it nicely. So just the spell casting, especially in the second game, was not really there from IG.
And you can see just Azure Ray really bringing it to them once again, and these fights really just broke down so quickly because of the advantage that Azure Ray had, and it looks like good positioning at times. If they land a good chrono like this one, they're going to go for the Templar Assassin, but immediately the Solar Guardian, it just means you do nothing to this TA. Somnus is able to fight Emo, has that Hurricane Pike, and the rest of the fight is happening on the back lines where the rest of your team is just cleaning up the heroes that are trying to defend, with no Emo around them because he was busy fighting Somnus. And this just ends the game. Take a look at Azure Ray again. Everybody on the board looking really strong, but I'm going to give you the honors once more of picking the MVP.
It has to be Rubik, because like the last thing that he did was pretty amazing. Ogre Seal Totem, Time Walk, then he uses lift on himself, and finds Nyx Assassin, steals the stun, gets the stun on Nyx Assassin. I love the itemization on him. Understood what his job is. Like both of the supports, but first Tianming bought the pipe, Guardian Greaves on Rubik. You are playing against Zeus Phoenix, so you want to tank up as much as possible, getting the Glimmer Cape. But yeah, FY Rubik, doing FY Rubik stuff. We've seen it time and time again, but every single time you see it, you get surprised by something.
Yeah, it's the gift that keeps on giving. FY on the Rubik. He is the FY god and has a godlike game in that one. And it puts Azure Ray in the upper bracket final against Xtreme Gaming. So, you know, they are the artist formerly known as YBB, which was the academy team of Xtreme Gaming. And both these teams are going to be in the upper bracket final, one BO3 away from going to the grand finals. But with that matchup over, we're going to head on into the lower bracket where we've got ourselves a matchup of Team 0 against Aster.Aries, and that'll be the BO3 that is up next. But we're going to take a quick break before we get to that series, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
And welcome back to the Chinese TI qualifiers as we just saw Azure Ray move on to the upper bracket final after taking out IG 2-0. And now we're going to be seeing a lower bracket matchup where if you lose, you're out. You don't have the fortunate possibility of return with a second life when you come from the upper bracket. And it's going to be Team 0 against Aster.Aries. So Aster.Aries, they looked okay yesterday up against iG.Vitality, and so did Team 0 against Big Brain, but now they face each other. Both these teams 2-0'd their last matchup, and it's looking to be a close one to then face IG in the next round. It's going to be tough, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, Aster.Aries, they look good against Div 2 teams. Against the Div 1 teams, they don't look as good. And Team 0, they are a Division 1 team starting the next DPC season because they got second in the previous DPC tour, which means that both them and who else is
Holy Grail.
qualified? Holy Grail. Yeah, you're right. My brain stopped working for a second. I could definitely not play for the Big Brain because I don't have it. But yeah, I feel Team 0. This is going to be the true test for Aster.Aries because they have to beat them. And Team 0, it's a newly formed team. They have 2 TI winners. One is coaching them, that's Blink, and they have Ice, the old Wings members, plus they have CTY, 7E. All of these members are like very well known and established in the Chinese scene.
Yeah, so 7E, Beyond, and ZZQ, they're former YBB members, and 7E, for a time, at least for me, I really thought he was going to be the next big thing in the mid lane. He was doing a lot of cool things, especially when Ironwood Tree was a neutral item, and he was playing a lot of Windrunner over mid and just dropping it down, throwing the shackle shots, and kind of making these very flashy plays. But he's kind of quieted down, and maybe not the career trajectory that he would have thought. But this is a team that definitely gives him opportunity. I think especially if they stick together into the next year into Division 1, you've got big-time veteran names in CTY, Ice, and of course the coach in Blink. So a lot to be learned here, and I think this team is put together in quite a solid way. They look really good coming into the qualifier.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this like trio of players, ZZQ, Beyond, and 7E, they played together in the old eHome squad, which didn't do too hot. They were there, managed to get some dubs, but I would say the performance was a bit lackluster. And now with the addition of Ice and CTY, they get some extra experience as well because they didn't compete on the highest level. Like they were not beating Team Aster, beating PSG, LGD. So they need someone else, and definitely Ice. And from coaching from Blink, they're gonna get that experience.
It's 2 Ices. You went too far.
Okay, I went too far.
They're
we have Ice,
yeah.
Triple Ice.
Well, I'm waiting for somebody to be quadruple Ice. There really needs to come a day where somebody takes over the reins of highest Ice.
Yeah, you know what?
King Ice.
Who the highest Ice is? It's Ice Frog.
Oh. I've never thought about it that way. I was gonna say Vanilla Ice. But
yeah, Ice Cube, yeah, he's the one, and Ice T.
Man, really can get a lot of ice names out there. But we'll see what's going to be happening inside this first game draft. As between the two teams, I would have to say I kind of favor Aster.Aries, but every time I feel like I start to favor them, they really disappoint me, and I always want them to do great things. It's always a love-hate relationship between me and them.
It's the same story with Aster.Aries every single time. If I want to, predict what's going to happen, Aster.Aries, they're going to do good for 12 minutes, 3K gold lead, then they're going to lose the game after that. This is just the way they play. Even when they played with different mid laners, when they had
10 seconds remaining.
before XWY joined, it's still the same issues that they're facing when they had the White Album, when they had different position 4 with the TK. I feel like not much has changed when it comes down to how they execute. I think if they want to win the game, XWY, he needs to pop off, same as he did in the previous series that they played against Team Big Brain?
Radiant
Big
team
brain. Will it transfer here? And there's that Venge first pick. It's something we talked about in the first series that we covered together. So, you know, the Venge is definitely proven to be pretty strong. It's found itself to be kind of versatile in where you want it. We've seen it mid where it just goes straight up into the magic missile with the Ags and the shard combo. So we'll have to see what they want. You could see, you know, 70 watching over his coach's shoulders. CTY saying something. I'd love to have a listen in on this, but
You'll also need a translator.
yeah, I need a translator for that one. Live translation of what he's saying, because I'd love to know. He's probably saying something along the lines of, "Can I farm with it for 60 minutes?" Good. All right, pick it for me.
Yeah, 60-minute god. There's a lot of gods in China. You know, not the easy to get the god status. Does God King have a god status, or did he?
Just the name.
It's just a name. Okay. Thought
There's
so.
self-proclaimed god Emo, which you know, he does his thing. You know what I love seeing CTY here. He was on one of my favorite Chinese squads ever, Hyper Glory team. Now, those were the days. HGT was where it's at. And I know I do this every now and then, but those were the days. Hyper Glory team, Energy Pacemaker. Bring it back, please. Can Energy Pacemaker please come back in a competitive play? One of the best names to say.
What about Cela Entroy?
Well, you know, that he's out.
He's out. Never mind.
He
We're
got
not
eliminated.
gonna butcher it anymore. But yeah, let's focus on the draft. Team Zero getting Phoenix removed, Brewmaster, and the 2 Spirits. So this could also potentially say that they want to play Nature's Prophet as a core. And look at some of the bans that Aster.Aries did. They banned out Pango. They banned out Darkseer. To me, this says Medusa, especially because they have Vengeful Spirit, so providing some extra damage, swap, damage reduction, save for your own Medusa. I could see Aster.Aries pick it up. Not right now, but maybe as the last pick in the second phase, because they do have the last pick. And then they have another ban to protect it. Maybe ban Anti-Mage, and then we go into pick phase again.
So taking a look at both carries on your screen at the moment. Ulu against CTY. Ulu, he always shows us something. I think that's been, like, again, it's what I said about Aster.Aries earlier. It just feels like, yeah, I want to see Ulu do things, and he really does impress at times, but then there's also moments where it's just like,
10 seconds
you kind of wish he was a little bit better and showed us a bit more.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, he leaves a lot to be desired as a carry player.
It's hard. Like, the competition is fierce, and sometimes, you know, there are like 5, 6 good teams in China. Maybe more like really good teams. We can say 3 of them, because like we've seen IG on the international scene not doing too hot in the region. They can get the second place because they know the interregional matchups, but when it comes down to playing against other regions, they're not as good. Oh,
Early Invoker pickup. Don't hate it.
Oh, I like it a lot. Like, I don't think we got to cast a single Invoker game yet, because it was banned out, but this also screams global presence. Nature's Prophet, Invoker. Where's Spectre at? I see Warlock ban from Aster.Aries. Some of these heroes did get buffed. They feel really good to play right now. It's just that the games that we covered, we did not see them. I wanted to see the Snapfire, however, in the previous game, where you have a bit of a save mechanic against Nature's Prophet Sprout. And invokers like Cold Snap, EMP. EMP with the shard is really good on Invoker. Synergizes well with your right clicks as well, because it pulls you like into it, and then you can get a couple of extra right clicks going. Earth Spirit, a hero that has been on the rise. Got multiple buffs across like 5 patches, maybe even more.
Been a bit of a nerf. Just a tiny little nerf, but you know, he's still getting popular. I love a hero like this. It's one of those heroes that could be played in the core role, could be 4. It's flashy. Everybody always loves to see flashy heroes. That's for sure. I remember the days of Somnus playing Earth Spirit mid. Did it a few times where he picked up like Blade Mail Chrysalis. So that was really exciting to watch.
You can buy different things. Spirit Vessel, you can get like Kaya Sanj, not even pick up the boots. There's a variety of the items you can buy on Nerd Spirit. The surprising one, because Aster.Aries, they're not revealing anything right now. They do have 3 heroes that can go to pretty much every single role.
All of them mid.
Triple mid, yeah, let's go. The surprising one is Snapfire, because this hero was one of the most contested heroes coming into like Bali Major, Riyadh Masters, even 3rd DPC tour. But since the changes were made, level 20-25 talent, the hero's not picked as much. Like, the hero has been picked only 2 times so far in the qualifiers and didn't win a single game.
Okay. So small sample size pointing at the negatives. But we'll see what happens. A lot of conversation from CTY. I know I already said it, but I'm really interested to hear how much input he has, right? Like, him and Blink are definitely, I would say, drafting almost in tandem. At least from the looks of what's happening on the screen. I can't confirm that for sure, but it doesn't look that way. At least when you kind of take a glance at what they're the vibes of the room too.
Yeah, you're the mentalist reading the body language, reading the lips, getting into their heads.
What did he look like? Oh, you know, it's just I'm trying to be the guy who breaks it all down. There's the gyrocopter we've been searching for. I talked about it in the last series. If Azure Ray were going to pick it up, Tusk is a little bit of a different one. We haven't seen Tusk between the two of us yet through these qualifiers, so interesting.
Hero that got a bit of a buff in 7.34. He does have Aura that reduces your attack speed, so you have Aura that reduces damage and attack speed. Tusk, when I first read it, I thought it means only when you use tag team. No, but it's like constant. It's like ET Aura.
It's definitely an interesting change. I played against the Tusk a couple days ago, and it felt really tough to play against. But everything kind of fits in that bargain bin of my games. See what these final bans end up being. That Timber's been very popular as well. Usually an earlier ban from what we've been seeing, but when it makes it this late, it does get a little bit scary if you're not able to catch it out. Terrorblade, of course, being lose pick in the last series back-to-back. But not in this series. It's Team 0 against Aster.Aries, so something a little bit different. They go to the Dawnbreaker ban, so maybe taking some eyes from that last series and pulling it out.
I want to see if they want to ban out Faceless Void, maybe even Lifestealer from Aster.Aries, because they have a really good combo. Even though there is save for Chronosphere, I feel like you can still make it work because of combo with the Invoker. The other one I'm looking into is just Lifestealer, because another hero that doesn't care about your Earth Spirit Snap Fighters can get on top of the gyrocopter as well, have like even more global presence, because this is like global presence. We're talking about like all 3 heroes: Nature's Prophet with the TP, Sunstrike, Underlord with the Fiend's Gate, maybe throw in Lifestealer who does have Infest, and then you have like 5 heroes showing up out of nowhere.
Yeah, Lifestealer would definitely be a +1 on that cope. Because it's going to be what? Nature's Prophet in the 5 position, right? Or maybe even 4 if they want to throw the Tusk in the 5. They go to the Morphling ban.
Yeah, I forgot about Morphling, because it's really good against Gyro, and they will pick up the Mars. So this Aster.Aries draft screams, we want to fight. Like, all of these heroes, they don't rely too much on a cooldown. Snapfire, sure, ulti, Mars with the Arena, but other than that, these heroes can just brawl. Every single hero does have stun, so should be a fun one. And Team 0, I don't think they're too afraid to punch back with the lineup that they have.
Yeah, they seem very brawly as well, and oh, yes, Ancient Apparition. So it's going to be, I'm sorry, I got a little hyped for Ancient Apparition, but it's going to be Safe Lane CTY Nature's Prophet. I made the assumption that it was going to be the 5, but it's a flexible pick, and they end up flexing it to the 1 and throw Ancient Apparition in that 5 as a last pick.
It's just how they want to play it. Usually when you play Nature's Prophet as position 1, you want to have a hero that soaks up some of the damage in the lane. Ancient Apparition is not that hero, but maybe they feel, oh, we're playing into 2 Bailey heroes, Mercy on the Earth Spirit bar, so we'll put 2 range heroes. Potentially maybe start with the tri-lane, get a kill with Tusk, Sprout, Ancient Apparition. I think Nature's Prophet is pretty similar to like how Drow Ranger works in the lane, because she wants to have a body in front to soak up some of the damage, and also want to see like what the build's gonna be, like the skill build. Because when you play position 4 or 5, even off lane, you want to put those early points into Sprout to deal damage. But you know that at least the off laner, he will have a Quelling Blade, and we might see even Quelling Blade coming out from Earth Spirit in this one.
Yeah, what I'm interested to see is what the Ancient Apparitions build's going to be, because earlier today, and I know you're going to laugh, but DY built Midas first item, so I'm wondering if we're going to see the same of that. Like, I mean, that's my go-to build. I didn't think that was going to make it into professional play, first item Midas on Ancient Apparition, but hey, here we are in 2023, and maybe it's a real thing. Midas first item Ancient Apparition is the standard.
Looking at what they have, I think you want to tank up in this one. Maybe like a Glimmer is the first item that comes to my mind. Maybe a mech as well, because you want to keep fighting. Like, this is going to be a lot of brawling. Aster.Aries wants to take some of these earlier engagements. Good luck, have fun in the old chat by Ulu.
Do you really want to wish the other team luck?
No, I think we had this conversation multiple times. Never in my professional career, that didn't last as long. Dota 1 maybe did, but Dota 2 only a couple of years. I don't think I've ever said good luck. Even when I played Warcraft 3 on semi-professional level, I never wrote good luck.
All right, everybody, go to the VODs, check it out. Let's see if he's telling the truth.
Maybe when I played against my friends, you know, tell them good luck.
But never have fun. It's one or the other.
Yeah, you can't have fun. You can choose, like, whether you want to be lucky with the DD runes and, you know, misses uphill from my side, or if you want to have fun.
Yeah, so, you know, sometimes I want to have luck. Sometimes I want to have fun. I'll take the luck when I'm playing Spirit Breaker or Void with bashes. I'll have fun with every other hero. I'm ready to see how ZZQ is going to play this Ancient Apparition. That's where my focus is gonna be, unfortunately. But he's got all the right items. He's got the Immortal combo on the Ancient Apparition, which is just perfect. And they're sending him up into the top lane. They put Ice over bottom.
That's my first initial thought. Just have, like, body that's gonna get in. Oh, CTY TP'd behind Mercy. He was right there, and then TP'd got one right click off, because they want to zone them out. And Ice has a decent amount of regen. Has Blood Grenade, Tangos, a couple of stats, so it's not going to be easy to trade. Mercy trying to pull the wave.
He's got tag team again in just a couple of seconds, but not going to keep up with him. Taking out that sentry ward, and now that will be still blocked. So Ice said, oh, look at where he's standing. We saw this the other day, where they were just playing this lane in this weird behind the tier 2 spot. But not going to be the case for too long, as ultimately CTY, I want to see how much he's going to be able to farm here. He's already hit that level 2 mark. He's about to hit level 3. And the combo of Ulu Red Panda isn't going to be enough to get anything in this lane. As ZZQ, level 1 going into the Chilling Touch. That's to put some harassment on. But he's only level 1 to Red Panda's level 2. Always want to be careful.
Still has a lot of regen, decent amount of stats, so can't trade back. Mid lane. 9 and 4 on Venge, 7 and 3 on Invoker. Invokers, I've seen them go for Bracer as their first item, because you don't have quasi regen anymore. So you need to have some kind of regen.
Just this right-click damage coming in on XWY.
Universal, by the way.
Yep. He always, he kind of fits the bill of what I said about Ulu as well. Always leaving something to be desired, and it's definitely a different hero for him from what we're used to seeing that he brings out in the mid lane. But taking a look up top again at this gyrocopter, and for right now, I think Beyond's enjoying his time. He's 13-2. See how much ZZQ can do now that he finally has that ice vortex. But Flat Cannon some damage out, and Ancient Apparition, he's ready with a blood grenade if they can get anything out of it. And they're also trying to hold into this area of this Lotus pool to pick up the Healing Lotus. And it will go the way of ZZQ. So a homing missile, that Buster lands. The Cookie follow-up, and now Beyond is going to be trying helped out by ZZQ, who will get first blood, but ultimately he ends up dying, and it looks like ZZQ is going to die as well. Ooh, looking for the right-click damage. One more is there, and he's got a double kill. They were able to keep Beyond alive long enough with that Healing Lotus that they did pick up, but he still ended up dying, and so did the Ancient Apparition.
He's dropping the items. That's a lot of gold in Ulu's pockets. This is Falcon Blade plus Band of Elven Skin. 3.5 minutes into the game.
Whoa. So he's going to feel pretty strong there. He's got that early, just that cheap extra mana regen and damage with the extra health too. Feels quite nice. And bottom lane pushing out Shanxi on this Mars. He doesn't really feel comfortable in this lane at the moment, but the roll over towards bot, getting behind as another Sprout comes through into Shanxi. Mercy trying to pull the creep wave once again. But Shards land, Blood Grenade, Tag Team Pop, Mercy still running, and the damage is going to be there for Ice Ice to get the kill.
TI winner, by the way, for a good reason. We haven't seen him much after that, but...
TP forward, Spear misses. Oh, one more right click needed, but CTY can't get it. He TP'd forward like 5 feet, but he almost got the kill.
Yeah, that's what he did. Level 1 immediately after he showed in the lane. And this Gyro is going to be a massive problem because he's off to a great start. Level 4 already, has some extra regen with the healing salve. But they're putting in harassment. Firestorm, Ancient Apparition every single time he's close. With the Chilling Touch, right click, maybe even a Cold Feet.
Yeah, if they can get the lockdown, but it's the only form of lockdown in this lane at the moment, so getting that Cold Feet to proc over might be impossible. Red Panda gonna come from behind. They've got themselves the Cookie into the Buster Rocket, but it'll do a lot of damage. It won't kill off Beyond, and he's got a salve to heal up. And if Mercy was still going by the name Mian Mian, that would have been great with Mian Mian Ice Ice. It's the repetitive names. How many of those are there with repetitive names in the competitive scene?
Oh, I can't think of any, but I'm sure there's multiple.
Mercy rolling away, and again a Firestorm on top of the creep wave top, but 70 mid.
Speaking of nicknames, by the way, did you know that Beyond is the only player that can have 9 kills and be beyond godlike?
Yes, now I know. It's Ulu though in trouble, and Red Panda left the lane, and that left him super vulnerable. They bring Ice Ice up here, they throw the Ice Shards, and that allows Cold Feet to go over, and Tornado EMP on the XWI as he's now out of mana. And the gank coming over doesn't do anything, so 7E gonna play it safe. I mean, leaving Gyro, who is having such an amazing start, feels so counterproductive, especially with him dying.
Let's see if maybe they want to stick around and do it one more time.
Yeah.
He's going for the backstab again. 2 points in tag team. If they get on top of him, he's just gonna die again.
And they're going to bring the Earth Spirit in. They look for the Cookie. The Cold Feet doesn't go over. ZZQ getting a little bit low. The Courier's coming over for Ice Ice. There's the roll. It's a little bit short. The Boulder Smash doesn't land into ZZQ. He's able to survive the Wrath of Nature. Now, TP Tornado EMP. As they look over at Red Panda, they'll try to get Mercy. And he's got no mana to run unless he pops a mango, but instead he's just going to die. So they turn that one around. And Ice Ice. Oh, Buster. He really wants to go. Ice Ice not really being nice.
Radiant are Radar scanning.
Red Panda, shards, tag team, cookie away. Doesn't have the mana for the snowball.
We'll put down an observer board, which is going to give them another kill threat. Those shards were off the mark on Gyrocopter, didn't block him completely, and kind of missed the kill there. So things are starting to get more chaotic. Aster.Aries, they want to take the fights early on, but so does the Radiant team, Team Zero. They also want to get involved, and we see CTY
Coming in and getting the kill.
in. Yeah.
He's
Like,
almost got
called
Midas.
60-minute god, but seems like he wants to get involved early on. As a Nature's Prophet, you want to get some of these early kills and now pressure the tower. No points in Nature's attendance, Nature's Call yet, but yeah, this should be enough damage. 2 points in Atrophy Aura. They can right-click it down with the Blightstone, should be enough.
So they get the tier 1 tower, and CTY, if he had gone maybe a little bit earlier, might have been able to pick up a Wisdom rune. Mercy had left it, then got the bottle, and then used it. But it was there for a long time. We've seen a lot of these Nature's Prophets kind of check those Wisdom runes and go for it, try and snipe it out. He's also got enough money for that Midas, and he'll buy out that recipe, so he's going to start really building up that financial advantage.
As a support, you can afford to TP into enemy territory, pick up the Wisdom rune potentially, but as a core,
ZZQ?
you're not gonna do it. ZZQ,
He might be baiting here. They've got... Oh, the snowball. ZCQ surviving. Is he going to get out? No. Mercy with the urn. That gets the kill. They've got the kill on the Mercy, though, in return. And now the tornado lands onto this Venge. Sprout blocks him from moving away. And they're going to get a second. XWI falls. And that's all for an Ancient Apparition, which, again, that's not equivalent exchange.
man, XWI, I've seen him, like, Tiny's probably one of his better heroes, but he also played Tiny when things were not good for Tiny. And then, like, kills like this set you back by a lot. This was his first rotation that was supposed to, like, make stuff happen, but gets tornadoed and dies in the end. So Aster.Aries, I said, 12, 13 minutes, they're going to have advantage. They did, like, because they tend to play very chaotic. It's like, oh, laning stage looked nice. The way Ulu started the laning stage, XWI, he had a good time in the mid lane when it comes down to CS, but never managed to capitalize on it.
So not over a 1K net worth lead just yet, but that Midas now pushing CTY up and above the rest. Despite 7E being in 3 of these kills, he's bottom of the net worth in terms of cores. And he's also going for the Midas.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed match
Tornado.
and also mixed item build.
And the cold snap, good shards. They do have swap though, so XWI, I maybe even thinking about pulling somebody into Mercy as well as this Snapfire of Red Panda, so they don't pressure any further than that. That's a combo though. If you can get an extra and beyond, maybe it could have been a little bit more. Trying to get ZZQ into that level 6 to have that Ice Blast available into the fights. And he's just about there, and there it is, him hitting it. But a little bit of a dance around from Ice as well as Mercy. He's yet to hit level 6 too, but they can get Ulu here. Be a big kill to get. He's waiting on these steps. They do have CTY available to TP in. They have a Fiend's Gate ready to go.
Not the great angle again from Ice. Couldn't get the shard block going.
Beyond.
Ancient Apparition is level 6. You said that Mercy, he needs some levels. For now, he's in the mid lane trying to CS, but you're playing against Invoker, who's sitting at, what, 120 damage against your 60, so you can't really last hit anything. You're trying to get yourself to level 5. Level 6 is far away from it.
Mercy might be dead. CTY TP's in. Snowball's going to hit it and roll over a dead body. That's not the way to get experience. The whole time, Beyond's just camped here over bottom. They had thrown 3 heroes down there to try and maybe get a kill on him, but he's able to stay safe and just defends this tower and continues to get more of that net worth by throwing these firestorms down. Okay, he feels super safe. And now there's a double damage on this Invoker. Not really finding anything on the side of Aster.Aries, and ooh, again, now they see him. They're gonna bring the Fiend's Gate out. They go to the Ice Blast to start this one off. Sprout's gonna block his progression, and they've got the Snowball into the call down. But CTY's got that kill on Ulu, and that's another massive kill to get, as Beyond is now gonna go back over bottom with that Fiend's Gate. He doesn't want to give up this tower.
Now we see the power of their lineup where they can set things up with the global presence. This is Quaswex Invoker we're talking about, so it doesn't have Sunstrike available yet. Universal, by the way, again,
Swap.
50 damage with double damage.
Silence with the Geomagnetic Grip. Yeah, that early Void Spirit days of Universal is disgusting. And enough gold for the Midas. There we go. 70's got it. Early point in that Geomagnetic Grip allows them to kill off Ice. He was unable to get the Snowball to survive a little bit longer, so things looking all good. But still, these double minuses, they're going to be up in their net worth quite a bit. CTY up 1,300 gold over this Gyro, and there's the TP in on the Red Panda. He wants to go and get this kill, and he's using these sprouts. They're not surrounding the heroes, but it's stopping them from walking away, and that's enough to put a couple more right clicks in to get these and secure these kills.
It's also dealing damage outside, so you don't necessarily need to sprout them inside. It also deals damage in small radius, so using it nicely, because if you block them, they can cut down the tree, get out, but this way they cannot cut down 6 trees.
Right. So all good on the home front for Team 0. Ice Blast flies through over mid. Not one with the shard just yet, where you get that additional Cold Feet for 60% of its duration. Also, Cold Feet only level 1, so really wouldn't do all too much. Good scan. Lands on these smoked heroes. Shanxi does have himself this Blink Dagger, but 70's ready and Invis, breaking that smoke on Red Panda. This is all going well for Team 0. But what's the way back in for Aster.Aries? Is it solely on Ulu? Because it feels like XWY, his game is far behind right now.
I think they need to farm, wait for Gyro to pick up the Aghanim Scepter, and then he continues to farm. Blink Dagger on Mars, Aghanim Scepter on Vengeful Spirit is the biggest one that I'm seeing, because this is where you want to start taking fights. You don't care too much, you still get the XP, so even if you die, it doesn't matter too much for you.
Middle tower is under attack.
CTY. Using this Maelstrom to farm, he's got himself that Midas, and going into the BKB post Maelstrom. No Midas here for Ancient Apparition. It's not like the DY game, unfortunately, for all the Ancient Apparition fans out there that want to see that hero with farm. Me.
Yeah, just wants to buy some team items. I see Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, a big fan of Glimmer Cape in this one, considering the amount of magical damage that they have beyond, and Ice.
They're in a good spot. Now potentially in a bad spot with the Blink Arena Spear, but this is a tanky hero and beyond. Good Pit of Malice into the EMP. That's gonna get the swap forced out from this Venge, but he's hit by that Tornado. So now XWI, he's already used the swap. He's in a lot of trouble. The Snowball goes across and hits on 3 heroes. The Ice Blast is gonna be off the mark, but they've got themselves the Ice Vortex down. Ice surviving for as long as he can as the Mortimer's Kisses rain down on the side of Team 0, but they only lose that Tusk.
Ooh, this could have been a disaster if that Ice Blast hits. It's at least 1 kill. Also, Earth Spirit getting out of the trouble on really low HP.
Still going.
Another kill on XWY, potentially.
Tornado.
To save him.
Oh, good cookie. That allows him to leave. They're looking to roll to re-engage. XWY, he doesn't have a swap. He's trying to get some gold out of this. He'll throw the Magic Missile with a Rocket Barrage. There's the Meteor down. If it can hit XWY, they'll get the kill there, but the Magnetize is enough damage to get the kill there onto Beyond. Sunstrike off the mark, so they don't get that kill. Another roll lands, and ZZQ is going to die to Ulu. Well done by Aster.Aries.
Yeah, see the power of this Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter. As soon as he gets it, he decides to join a fight, extra flak. And also, like, Underlord was full HP with Pipe, and you think, oh, this hero is super tanky, there's no way they're going to burst him down, but they have overwhelming amount of magical damage on their side.
So that ends up being the Underlord Not able to survive in that one. Snowball comes through. XWI again in some trouble. Pit of Malice is down. Ice Blast thrown out. Goes over Mercy. Cold Feet on XWI. They land this cookie. They've got CTY joining. There's the Sprout. The damage is there to get the kill. So XWI falls. Cold Snap. And now the Meteor on top of Red Panda. They've got a second. And they double that worth lead from 2K to 4K. And they're going to take a tier 1 tower over bottom 2.
Aster.Aries, they need their abilities to be online. Like, you might need the cooldown, you need the Mars to use his arena with the Snapfire Kisses to be able to take a full 5-on-5 engagement, because this pipe, it mitigates a lot of their damage unless they bring the numbers. I could also see Team Zero going for Roche in the next few minutes. You have tag team, 2 points in it, Nature's Prophet. No points in Nature's Call. He's opted to go for stats instead, which I think is completely fine as a carry NP. But you do have enough, like Alacrity, tag team. You can take it down relatively easily. So expect this to happen in the next 3-4 minutes.
See how it goes. Ulu, by the way, he's got that ag, so now he's got the upgrade to the flak cannon. That's side gunner. So that'll feel nice, as he's also wanting that BKB. And CTY's got his, so he's ready to go. Picking up a Mjolnir next. These Midases are starting to build up the net worth. And you can see 70 no longer sitting at the bottom of the core net worth. He's now towards the middle of the pack, and the one actually falling behind is, of course, XWI. But while I say that, ooh, Ice Blast coming in, and that will land. ZZQ getting the kill onto the gyrocopter. And that'll slow him down even more. Blink away from Shang-Chi, putting that tornado thrown out. But when you're able to take the gyro, it feels like it stops a lot of the progression that Aster.Aries were making.
Yeah, XWI, he still needs to farm his Aghanim Scepter. After this camp, he will have it, but a bit of a slower timing on it.
We'll see if that's even enough. He still wants to get that shard. Not exactly that amazing if you're unable to get it. And at a significant pace. Hyperstone picked up for CTY. The farming speed gets much quicker. He must love 2 charges on a Midas.
That feels good. I saw Ogre with Midases, refreshers, like Octarines.
4 Midases. What was that Reddit post?
Yeah. Some people just want to see the world burn.
If only Ogre knew what burning meant. Shards come out. Magic Missile is going to be thrown. They go and land themselves that Walrus Punch. The Snowball continuing the onslaught on a Shang-Chi, who throws down an arena, but he's still taking damage. That Urn, as well as the damage from 70 with a Cold Snap, is going to take him out. XWI is going to fall. CTY doing a lot of damage with that ult. Fiend's Great drop down as the Magic Missile is going to be thrown again because he's got this Ag, so that illusion is trying to keep them back from chasing, but CTY is not afraid. Snowball hits him on the roll. Oh, Mercy can't leave. He's going to die to CTY. The chase is on from Ice. There's the Walrus Punch. Tornado's actually going to miss because of it, but he's got the shards blocking him in. EMP is down, and 70 gets the kill. Furio's dead on the side of Aster.Aries.
They have so many great abilities to keep them like inside the Firestorm, Cold Snap, then you'll have Tusk with the shards, Snowball, Pit of Malice, Road of Athos on Underlord, and also amplifying all of that magical damage with Ice Vortex. And Roche it is. They just killed a couple of them with Solar Crest and Ancient Apparition, Alacrity, CTY tipping in. There should be more than enough damage to bring Roshan down quickly.
Man. Attacks every 0.6 seconds right now for CTY. Goes down to 0.78 when he doesn't have that Alacrity, and a 5-man smoke outside of the pit after picking up that Aegis. I think maybe Aster.Aries thought about doing that, but they're going to go and get their Tormentor. But if you know they're doing this, it's always a good time to throw an Ice Blast.
Imagine getting a Rampage.
Oh, Ice Blast! Oh, with the Snowball! Ice! It's just so nice! They get Shang-Chi, they'll take out Red Panda, CTY with a double kill. There goes Mercy to ZZQ. sometimes you feel like you need a little bit more to land an Ice Blast, but no, it's a snowball that stuns up a whole group of them.
That was such a nice read from them. And they're gonna also get the D ward. Seems like this game, I mean, there's still comeback potential if they execute properly. Gyro sitting on the high ground, getting that extra damage from Vengeance Aura, and we'll see this beautiful execution. Ancient Apparition Blast, it landed on 3 or 4 of them, and then they managed to clean up the rest.
Man, that is what a way to feel so good as Ancient Apparition. 6-3-11 for ZZQ. You can buy out on that Force Staff, and that's exactly what it'll do. Tormentor is always very, very tricky. By the way, I just want to say that now ZZQ, he's got the shard from a Tormentor.
Big upgrade. Like
What's that?
it's yeah, they got it from Tormentor because you
Yeah.
can get like initial stun with the Ancient Apparition ulti into like follow-up stun if you don't have any instant initiation. So that's pretty cool, even though they do have in this game. But for some games where you don't have it, Ice, thinking about maybe jumping in on Mercy. This should be a relatively free tower for them if CTY decides to TP. A bit low on HP, however.
Yeah, I might want to go back. Wrath of Nature. Fiend's Gate. And here comes the Meteor. Swap out. XWY, yeah, I get it. You've got that Ags. You're going to end up dying here to 7E. But they're still going to get a kill here on a Shang-Chi, and they're just going to run him down. CTY is now beyond godlike. And they're still chasing this Illusion, who's going to spend his time denying bounty runes. That's what it's all about.
Even with the Illusion, but it's all good. Yeah, this Vengeful Spirit from the mid lane, we really haven't seen the impact. A bit of a delayed Aghanim Scepter, Ice.
Oh,
Doesn't
he's
get
so
the punch.
fast. Got that
If he had
haste.
that on an autocast, I think he gets it.
What's ZZQ going for next? Ags is never the item I want to see on Ancient Apparitions these days. Or ever. They need to rework it. New Ags. Come on.
I think it's okay when you play like, you know, some meme mid-Ancient Apparition where you want to scale with the Witchblade, Pike, Aghanim Scepter. It becomes pretty similar to Wyvern, I would say, with Aghanim Scepter. Where you don't have cooldown, you keep those Chilling Touch attacks from really far away, and this should be a free tower in the top lane.
Yeah.
They're really tanky. They also have ways of reducing their damage, attack speed, Atrophy Aura, reducing their magical damage with the pipe, and also Beyond is going for Guardian Greaves. Has mech for now.
They're going, looking for these kills. Sunstrike, not even needed. CTY is still beyond godlike. Also, I just have to mention, ZZQ has more farm in this Ancient Apparition than the mid-Venge or the off-lane Mars. Well,
Yeah,
not
it's
anymore.
pretty ridiculous. I mean, this game snowballed out of control, no puns intended. It's
But
just,
very much intended.
Nah, not really. This has been used way too many times, and I don't find it funny. Just need to find a new word for snowballing.
Rolled.
Dire structures are fortified.
Down?
Yeah,
I don't know.
they
It's not as...
rolled.
Yeah, and they rolled them.
They rolled out of control.
And just cleaning up these creep waves, throwing the firestorms down, and CTY continuing to just maneuver and farm. So, Satanic in the queue.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe they'll wait, they've got 5 seconds left in the Aegis. They might wait until they can get another Aegis and then finish the game. But not if they get another team fight where they take all 5 heroes out. Ice was waiting for an opportunity to maybe roll in. He's going into the Ags. He wants to be able to kick people.
Aster.Aries, they're smoked. Let's see if they can find anything. Seems like Team Zero, they know something is up.
Gonna be tough.
Send
Are scanning.
those Forge Spirit to scout things out. Dire using a scan. Not connecting. ZZQ gonna be the victim here.
Is he? Oh, ZZQ. All right, gets an Ice Blast off beforehand, and he's going to buy back. Walrus Punch, Arena down, but it doesn't get around anybody. They get the kill on XWY. They've got themselves the illusion to throw another stun out. But losing again XWY for an Ancient Apparition doesn't feel great.
Swap. Feels good.
Minimum distance.
From the illusion as well, does absolutely nothing, but since you have nothing better to do at the moment, it's a good play.
Fiendscape. Oh boy! Here they go. They want to Fiendscape right into your base. Sunstrike's gonna slam down on top of Red Panda. They've got the Tornado to follow it up. That lands on a Shanxi as well as Red Panda. They'll take out both in tandem. So 7E CTY. They're getting a bunch of kills on this one. CTY's been beyond godlike forever. He's 14-0-8. They're gonna have to glyph to save their base because it goes down fast.
AC on Nature's Prophet. You have Underlord with 200 damage, and you have Invoker as well, dealing 500 damage per hit, so it's all good. Barracks disappear in a second. Maybe Aster.Aries can like defend the high ground. I know it's a lot of copium, but Mars with the
What are you huffing on over there?
Kick from Earth Spirit. These are like 3 really good repositioning tools. If they can catch them underneath the tier 4 tower somehow, sure, there's like Snowball save from Tusk, but one can only hope.
Whatever you got, I'll take some of that and see if we can see Aster.Aries doing it. I would love to see a comeback. I'm always a big fan of high ground defenses. And we were watching Azure Ray previously, but when Somnus was playing for RNG, he had that great high ground defense as Alina with the Satanic. Last year's DPC. So anything is possible if they can find the right opportunity to do so, but down 24,000 net worth, it is very difficult. There's the swap on a Beyond. They're going to try and get the kill here. Ice Blast flying in. Who's it going to land on? Hits on a Ulu. They get the kill on a Beyond, though. CTY comes in around the back. They've got the cookie to get him out of the arena and out of harm's way on CTY, but he's going to go back in. They land the spear. He doesn't have an Aegis. The Sunstrike's going to be down, and now they've got him up into the air. They get the kill on Mercy as well as XWY. They get 2 out of this one. They'll look over the illusion once again. There's a swap at a minimal distance, but cookie and escaping, at least on the illusion.
Vindicator's Axe coming in clutch for CTY, granting him that extra armor and all of the stats that he has. Like, they did a good job repositioning Underlord, managing to get the kill. It's just that the gold deficit that they have is too massive at the moment. So, like, if Gyro has another item, if he has, like, Daedalus plus Satanic, I think the fights could feel slightly different. They're still in this game. Like, this game, I know it says 25k gold lead. Maybe if Team Zero makes couple of mistakes going for the high ground. Again, repositioning tools, one of the best tools you can have when it comes down to defending the high ground.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can make it happen. God, it's so crazy. CTY, look at his net worth compared to everybody else. It is so insane. Right now, he's the 30-minute king.
Yeah, I wonder why. You have ability that steals farm while others are trying to get some, and if they have vision of the second camp, then he steals your farm, kills the second camp, and then you waste your time, so you need to run to the other side of the map to get some farm.
That man, I mean, did you have a toxic Nature's Prophet in your game recently? What the hell?
No wonder he's called Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, show me the money.
It's also one of the most satisfying sounds in the game, at least for me. Once you use that
Wrath of Nature,
and then it's like ding, 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 ding.
Is that what it sounds like? All right, can somebody get a clip? Oh, hold on. Ice, ice. All right, nothing doing. Get a clip of Wrath of Nature happening and just add Lacoste sound effects over it, please.
Hey, it's better than your Wrath of Nature. With that.
Rolling in. They've caught Beyond again. Ice Blast's going to go and hit Ulu. They've got the swap. Beyond surviving, though. for a little bit longer. They go to the Magic Missile. Finally, they get the kill. Who's going to be the credit on that one? They're going to buy back on this Underlord immediately, and now they've got themselves Shanxi as well as Mercy dead. Tornado comes in. Fiendscape back into the fight. He's going to look over at XWY, get the kill there onto the Vengeful Spirit. Look over at Red Panda, get himself another one. CTY, triple kill here. Ooh, trying to survive, but it'll end up falling to Beyond. And this is a full Team White. GG is called, and Team Zero will take game number 1.
Yeah, very cool draft idea from Team Zero in this first one. Global presence from 4 heroes and Tusk with the Blink Dagger. So he can just jump in, set things up with the 2 stuns, block them off, and the CTY, man, what a performance from him. He's definitely the MVP of this one.
Yeah, I don't have to look at any other stats. It really is the CTY farm and destroy game. It was, I wasn't expecting him to get involved in all that much because there have been a lot of games where he does stick to his namesake, but he got involved early, and when he did, he really did make these heroes pay for it on the side of Aster.Aries. It was really impressive.
Like both him and 70 didn't die a single time this game, which is pretty impressive considering the amount of stuns, magical damage that Aster.Aries had. That's pretty damn nice. It's just XWY, like his first rotation to the bottom didn't really pay off, and then he continued to get killed. It was Nature's Prophet all over the place, getting initiated on by a Fiend's Gate, setting things up with Tornado, EMP, and also that beautiful Ancient Apparition ulti while they're trying to do Tormentor. I hope we see that again. Of course, with the Ice on Tusk, doing some insanely good stuff, blinking Snowball onto 3-4 heroes.
Yeah, there was Ice is just playing so aggressive. You know, I really despise when people say it, but I think I'll say it for once. Is this the new Wings Gaming? I mean, technically there is some Wings characteristics on this team, and well, they just played that aggressive style. They really went forward, and Ice when he's kind of the playmaker on this team right now, you do kind of get that little bit of a sense. But of course, you know, there's a lot here. Here's that Ancient Apparition combo with the Snowball in, just so beautiful. I mean, that is an unexpected duo of combos, right?
Yeah, it's not like when we talk about combos, this is not Naga Siren Enigma or Disruptor combo. It's like, it's just the way they executed it. 2 spells that you would not think of. It was executed to perfection. And you can see, like, this fight, the Gyro, he's dealing a ton of damage. That he survived for a really long time, but let's say he has another item. If this is Daedalus plus maybe like an MKB or Divine Rapier, this is the fight that they could easily take. But after his BKB is done, you can see CTY squaring up using Satanic and then going back to almost full HP.
Yeah,
kind of difficult one. Like, they tried to play around the Gyro, but it's not enough. Other than Vengeful Spirit Aura, he didn't have any buffs. And also Shanxi, he had a bit of a rough one. Like, we haven't seen arenas, followed up by Mortimer's Kisses, Earth Spirit rolling in. There was a lack of execution. Mercy as well, level 4 Earth Spirit for like good 11-12 minutes. This hero definitely needs levels to be able to play the game.
Yeah, it's really rough, especially when your middle laner goes 0-7. But CTY, of course, he said the MVP, 18-0-12. He had so much more net worth than anybody else, and it was just perfect. Ice, by the way, going 2-2-22. I like that scoreline, but it's not an MVP scoreline, unfortunately, when you've got a Nature's Prophet that gets involved so much. That XP per minute, 1.1 thousand, and that is just insane. I think tops the charts in terms of the Chinese TI qualifiers at the moment, doing a lot of hero damage, of course, building damage, and if you're the side of Aster.Aries, you really got to think about game number 2 and really tightening it up.
Yeah, I think Nature's Prophet has to go. Like, this is, unless you want to pick it, unless you have the first pick in the second game, I feel like this has to go. CTY just showed extremely good performance on it, a good itemization as well, good usage of the Sprout, blocking them off, and also just the way he played, taking the stats instead of treants is kind of a new build. I feel like we might see it more.
Yeah, it definitely was interesting, and CTY leading the side of Team Zero to a victory in game number 1. We're going to come back with game number 2 in just a moment and see if they could take the 2-0. But for now, stay tuned. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to the Chinese region TI qualifiers. We're back with Team Zero against Aster.Aries as Team Zero take game number 1 in dominating fashion. So we'll see if they can take the 2-0 over the side of Aster.Aries and move on to the next play day of going up against IG. But we'll have to see a draft before we really get a feel for that one. And well, after game 1, I gotta say I'm leaning Team Zero all the way.
I see the way you work. You know, one team wins. It's like, no, this team is really good. But no, I feel that they just completely outclassed them in the first game. Aster.Aries, they picked a bit of a cookie-cutter strat where they like want to fight all the time, but we never see them take some of these fights. This type of lineups, they work well when you are ahead and you keep taking these earlier engagements. It's just that Earth Spirit was under-leveled, so was Vengeful Spirit. First couple of rotations didn't work out from XWY, and we mentioned that Nature's Prophet might get banned out immediately, and they do it because he just had way too good of a game. Had this global presence, got involved in the early kills, scaled well. So I want to see what Team Zero have in their arsenal of the heroes, because this first one, like the draft looked really nice, execution looked even better.
Right. So we'll see what these first picks end up being as we get through the bans. Brewmaster's seen a lot of banning. Not a lot of people really want to go up against this hero at all, and he's definitely a hero that's, you know, feeling pretty versatile. I like what he offers for sure.
It's a strong hero. We haven't seen much of a Brewmaster. I think last time Brewmaster was strong was when we had like Aghanim Scepter double ulti with Refresher A on this, because this is where he was super annoying, because like you were constantly in your ulti form. But now with the like some of the buffs and also changes to Spirit Vessel, it makes hero really good.
Right. Early Pango pick here for Team Zero. You know, a hero that does get banned out in like that second phase, but you got to pick one hero to start. And it's a good one to have a jumping off point.
Yeah, like you pick one hero in the first phase, and now you're like, well, do we want to pick a counter? If this hero doesn't have many counters, you might need to snatch it straight away. Because they banned out Ember Spirit, they banned out Storm. These two heroes are really good against Pango in the lane. Mostly Ember Spirit, because he causes a lot of issues, and they're going to take it. They're going to go with Temper Assassin, because they know this Pango most likely going to be played from the mid lane. There's some, you know, potential for him to be position 3, but I don't think I like it too much. I've, why, if you ask me why, because I play it so much. Like, he's one of my favorite heroes, and I know how bad he is in the lane. Like, he needs his solo levels. That's pretty much what Pango does. One of the reasons why we don't see like heroes like Queen of Pain or Lena's on the side lanes.
I was actually going to ask, would you ever want him position 4? Or would you actually, if you kept him mid, could you go to like an off-lane Kunkka or something like that? Is Kunkka even feeling like a good hero at the moment? I'm just asking questions.
Why Kunkka out of all heroes?
That's the hero that I thought about with the Tauren and everything. I don't know. You know what? Forget it. I never said anything.
Oh, maybe I know why. Because you're like, oh, this X hero could be good. And you're like, who's the first hero that comes to my mind?
Kunkka.
When I see X, yeah, that's Kunkka.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that works out. I feel like this Pango is just straight up going to be position 2. Now even more. After seeing Bloodseeker banned, they also banned Slark, so they think they just picked Templar Assassin to counter it from the mid lane.
Snap again.
And again, they will get Snapfire for themselves. I was not too convinced by the Snapfire performance, but the whole team kind of was not on the same page. So if they feel like the hero did well, they're going to pick it one more time. So let's see how Team Zero is going to approach it. And again, I'm just going through the bans real quick. Aster.Aries, they banned out Vengeful Spirit and banned out Underlord, who caused a lot of problems in the previous game. Being super tanky, like they had to commit so much. They had to reposition him 2 times. Spear, swap to get him out of the place, and then kill him, which got, like, you're killing the tankiest hero in the game.
There we go. Warlock coming into the mix. This has been a very popular pup pick, Warlock. And they follow that up with a Bat Rider. So.
A lot of overtime damage
Yeah.
against Templar Assassin. Warlock has received a lot of buffs recently. The hero feels nice to play. It's just like fatal bonds. So you have imp movement speed,
10
like
seconds remaining.
those little explosions, upheaval as well, with the
5
shard
seconds
upgrade.
remaining.
There was a saying that I started a long time ago. If you played Warlock and you put like more than 2 points in Shadow Ward, find a different hero to play. But Warlock's not for you because you wanted to max out the other abilities. There was like one period where it was okay when his shard was tied to Shadow Ward. It was like AoE Shadow Ward. Now it's his level 20 talent. But I feel that 1 point right now is more than enough because you want to max out your other abilities. Warlock is pretty similar to Grimstroke, I would say, where the hero feels good when you have your abilities. Like the abilities are so nice that you want to max all of them, but it's just you're not getting the levels. And on side of Aster.Aries, Darkseer Earth Spirit,
10 seconds
very old school combo, good laning partner.
Right.
For Darkseer, who can get on top, and Team Zero responding with the gyrocopter. So you'll
They gotta
have
ban
someone
more.
to kill the illusions with through those walls. And if you get a BKB
Radiant
Aghanim
team
Scepter, this gyro with the follow-up from Warlock feels really good. I'm already liking what Team Zero picked for themselves.
Would it still be doing enough if they end up picking Morphling on the side of Aster.Aries?
It's gonna get banned, I think.
10
I hope so.
seconds remaining. Dire team
We've seen
battle.
Morph just be that ultimate counter to Gyro, but Tide and Legion getting banned here, and the final ban from Team Zero expecting it to be a Morphling. But let's see. At least one a Gyro fan can hope, that's for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
The side of Team Zero, they played that Gyro before. They've
5
played kind of this
seconds
similar
remaining.
lineup with the Gyro as well as the Warlock against Aster in the first round of the upper bracket, and they ended up losing in a pretty quick fashion. But I believe that was them also trying
Dire
mid coddle in that game, and that just felt like the pick that just really allowed them to get abused in that game.
Yeah. If they feel like they need more initiation, even though they have like Pango, Batrider, I'm down for some like Primal Beast action from the off lane. I think it's a strong lane, but they feel like they need to have more scaling maybe, so they decide to pick up the Doom. 1, 2, 3 heroes with fire damage on side of Team Zero. And it's also anti-carry hero overall, which you throw the Doom on him, he can't be healed by either Snapfire level 10 talent, Guardian Greaves from the
5 seconds
Darkseer,
remaining.
takes off refraction charges immediately. So, not too bad. I kind of like what they drafted for themselves. The question is now, how do you counter this Gyro? You also need a hero that deals well with Morph in the lane.
You may now
It's going to
select
be
your hero.
Spectre. Unexpected pick, I would say. Maybe... not sure what to feel about Spectre yet. I've seen it in pubs. I tested it out. It feels good because like Shadow Step is your new ability. It's on low cooldown. Let me just double check. It's 80 seconds at level 1, 60 seconds level 2. So you can get involved earlier. It's a single target. Like it's not your ulti. I feel like this change was needed because old ulti was just too garbanzo. Like you couldn't do anything. It's just like some tickle damage from Spectre. It's very costly in terms of mana. Plus you also need to use the dagger. So Shadow Step, we changed it, removed it from the shard and from the Aghanim Scepter, and now it feels really nice. We toned down some of the numbers, but yeah, I want to see like how much this hero is going to be able to do. It's also a blade mail carrier, something that Gyro doesn't like to play into because he does have uncontrollable damage with the rockets, with his like side gunner once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, which is a key item for Gyro. So something different coming out from Aster.Aries in this second game. I like it way more but it also means that, again, XWY needs to be active on Templar Assassin.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the Spectre as well, because, you know, not only are you getting that change to the ult, but it also means you're not spending 4,200 gold on an item to get that ult, to get that Shadow Step. So now that gold could be spent elsewhere, and that's... a lot of people talked about how that's the buff, right? Like, now you have more gold to spend on something that isn't just for your ult like that. So I'm ready to see what this build is going to be for the Spectre. But I'm definitely still, at least after game 1, leaning towards the side of Team 0. I like this Gyro, and the combination with the Warlock makes a lot of sense to me. But we'll see if they can pull it off against this Aster.Aries team.
They have also like anti-carry with Darkseer. They have a good scaling lineup. Darkseer with the wall, you have Templar Assassin. It's just how they're gonna execute. Problem is, they don't have like any good heroes that are like great against Pangolier. If he gets the Rolling Thunder off, maybe Templar Assassin, if she's farmed enough where she can like stand her ground and hit him, but I don't see that happening.
What's the most important lane right now for Aster.Aries to make this draft work for them the best?
I think bottom lane is going to be okay-ish. Like, they're not going to win their lane, but I'm mostly looking at their off-lane duo. This is the lane that they need to make stuff happen. But then again, there is Warlock, who's going to provide some sustain. Maybe in this situation, depending how the lane's going to go, you can put like a second point in Shadow Warrior just for some extra value from that heal. So Gyro doesn't need to bring like extra set of tangos or bring another healing salve.
Right.
The battle begins.
Homie missile. Good Scatterblast. And slowed them down enough where they're not going to really put the pressure on. ZZQ ending up wasting that blood grenade because of it. So, oh, flame break. Ooh. Ice being a pain in the ass to this Spectre. Really not fun to deal with. So, we'll have to see. Let's see these lanes show up on their triple split as... I'm ready to see what this Pango can do. I think this is one of 70's better heroes from what we've seen from him in the past.
And not the easiest matchup for Pango. He gets harassed a lot by Psyblades. I've seen this matchup so many times. You get close, you get hit by Meld, you get hit by another Meld. This is like very skilled matchup to play for both of these heroes. Let's see. XWY, Meld Strike. He's gonna go for range creep instead, but let's see how much he's gonna be able to get out of the lane. So far, I think it's good, 4 and 2. Maybe if he can get a couple of extra denies, but 70 CSing nicely.
Yeah, doing all right. He's got a 64% win rate with this hero in professional games for 70. But obviously, it's the
Hey, it's not even 70% win rate.
But it has changed a little bit in terms of the hero dynamic, so we'll see if he can kind of keep up that great skill with this hero. Ice hit with that Scatter Blast, but Red Panda still eating a lot of damage. Jan finally hitting that level 2. He's got 1 point in that Scorched Earth early on. See what they want to go for if that level 2 maybe Beyond gets a value point in, say, the Infernal Blade, if they're able to, like, flame break into a proper position with a Firefly.
It's a lot of harassment. Like, look at what they're doing. This is going to be Flak Cannon plus Fatal Bonds.
It's not fun.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is if you're playing
if you're the team
these
doing
two
it.
Heroes.
But yeah, it's not exactly fun to have to deal with, that's for sure. And when you're able to use Flak Cannon, because you get those imps with the Fatal Bonds now, so like you have to be a little bit careful, especially as the Fatal Bonds levels get higher and higher.
That's the spell you want to max out.
Well, bottom lane, Red Panda in some trouble, getting run towards the tier 1 tower, but they're unable to get that kill, and it was that value point in the Infernal Blade that they were looking to get themselves first blood in this lane. But things staying pretty quiet for the moment. A lot of where we've seen first bloods, at least in the games that we've watched, is when a support goes over towards the mid lane to try and help, and it ends up biting them because their carry ends up dead.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times. 7E playing really aggressive onto XWY, having much lower CS as expected in this matchup, but
He was
maybe
level
with
4
the
first.
rotation from Ice, this should be a first blood in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Red Panda, he's going to drop. Firefly burns him out with the help of Beyond. So he has that level 2 in the Scorched Earth, and Uu really just needs to evacuate the wave for a moment, as if he's not too careful, Infernal Blade's up again. They can really run at this hero. They're going to pop the salve. They're going to stay up on Uu, and now this Snapfire is back into the lane, and does pass over a couple of things, but still, it's not safe for this Spectre.
Ice has very low mana right now, but I could also see him trying to make a rotation to the mid lane, getting a kill on XWY. 7E picking up that water rune, refilling the bottle. Mercy is going to be there securing the rune for XWY because he definitely needs it.
Yeah, controlling it up, making sure that he's got it. And bottom lane again, Uu sitting low. This is just not fun at all. They land that cookie, but Uu now saved thanks to the fact that they've got themselves the Scatter Blast, but started the gate, and now, well, Ice is here trying to get the damage out, and he turns around and ends up dying here to Ice. Not the start you need if you're a Spectre, that's for sure.
Most definitely, and I'm looking at the CS. They didn't manage to do much in this top lane. Not maybe, 100% I had a bad read because I didn't factor in Fatal Bonds plus Flat Cannon immediately. Because what Darkseer wants to do is push out the wave and then maybe get the pull off and keep doing that. But Flat Cannon plus Fatal Bonds, it doesn't allow you to do that.
He's gotten 1-2 so far, so he's got level 2 on that Shadow Word. He goes level 3. I heard what you said earlier.
Second point, I said in this particular one, because he's playing into Darkseer, might get harassed slightly more, is fine. But usually it isn't.
Bottom lane. Red Panda again. He's not having fun. Doom, he's already got himself that Ring of Health. He bought both full Magic Wand and Boots of Speed. He's going to be picking up a Vanguard afterwards, and then I think at this moment in time, he's safe already. He's got that Speed Aura, so 12% on that Speed Aura. He's moving pretty quick. 369, nice.
Very nice. It's very difficult to kill. Spectre early on doesn't have much damage. It's all about Spectral Dagger. Your position 5 Snapfire also doesn't provide you with much. 7E, not gonna get the rune. It's gonna be XWY because they brought in 2 supports, so 7E needs to run back, refill his bottle, and TP to the mid lane.
Yep, going all the way away. CTY, early broadsword in just a second. As he's farming up, he's got himself treads as well as that wand. So he sits 50 and 10 and top of the net worth. That's over a Doom for the moment, who's only got level 1 of the Devour. What did he buy out on? He picked up a TP. So he was way closer to this Vanguard, I thought.
He bought out mana boots.
Ah, thank you.
Just to have some extra mana sustain in the lane. They were not fighting, so you're not getting anything from your Magic Wand charges. And CTY, he's farming a lot. He's jumping between the camps, stacking for himself, bringing in that broadsword. So probably just going to be casual Crystallis. There are different items you can buy on Gyros. Some people tend to get Mask of Madness, some get Crystallis, some get Falcon Blade. Depends if you want to fight in the lane with a Rocket Barrage using Homing Missile. And then there's like casual Crystallis, but your key item is Aghanim Scepter.
So he wants that Ags eventually. And speaking of big items that they really want to get, it's the Blink Dagger queued up first here for Ice while he's taking some stacks. So he's working on that while bottom lane Beyond's in trouble. Doom used onto the Spectre. Geomagnetic Grip with the Boulder Smash onto Beyond. He's trying to survive and run away. He's got some space and will burn out to the Ion Shell. So without being there, Shang-Chi's going to get himself a kill on a Beyond with an Ion Shell placed on an Earth Spirit.
Oof.
Spectre got really
In
low.
the end, they will use healing salve, which you don't get too much from, just a half of the value.
Roll it again, but off the mark. Doesn't have the ion shell anymore either. So Ice happy to stay here for the moment. He's almost level 6.
That's pretty massive. 9 minutes in, be level 6 on your position 4. Feels really good. 70 has been kind of silent because there were no rotations to his lane. Some of his runes got stolen as well. So for now, he's farming, going into Diffusal Blade next. This is a big item on Pango. Lance of Pursuit plus Orb of Corrosion. Lance of Pursuit, this is the neutral item that got buffed like 2 or 3 times in a row. So you have more movement slowed. The damage also got increased.
That Diffusal, at least in the last game we saw with Pango mid, was the jumping off point for that hero. And now they're going to go and look to get Ice here. They are around him. Pango trying to help. Swashbuckle throw him forward, but they won't be able to get the Bat Rider out of that one. So that slows down that level 6. He was just a one creep off of it. They're keeping a lot of pressure over bottom, and that moves beyond out of the lane. Like, he hasn't really shown up to the lane in a little while. He's coming back now, but he's looking for a Midas. He doesn't end up committing to that Vanguard, and I think maybe he thinks he needs a little bit more out of the game with a Midas pickup, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's just casual Ring of Health. If he had Vanguard there, he definitely doesn't die, but
Top lane?
what it is.
ZZQ, and the wall is placed down. They're going to TP into the Pangolier, and they're also going to surge away, but not a lot of mana left here on Shang-Chi, and they do have Lasso. Blood Grenade to slow him down. 5 stacks on the Sticky Napalm. They're going to lasso him
cliff
up.
him? Oh.
Well, this is looking to be Cliff, but they won't be able to do so. He TPs out. And the whole time, CTY, he's farming up, trying to get himself his next item after picking up this Crystallis.
It's so
Swashbuckle off to
satisfying
the side.
to watch a Gyrocopter farm. Like, the sound that he makes with Flak Cannon and also just casual attacks. I don't know. Dota has such a good sounds.
Yeah, especially in arenas when you get to hear like Echo Slam. It really drop the bass in the arena and shakes everything. Even just the right click from Templar Assassin I really like. Cookie landing, shadow stepping, looking for CTY, who's got no mana left. The chase is on, the surge is there. The chaotic offering is going to be dropped down. They're going to be able to save CTY and throw the doom onto the darks here. They've got fatal bonds on both these heroes. Buster going after the Spectre. It's a 2-pronged attack, and it looks like it's going to work. They'll get them both. That was really well done by Team Zero to react to that one. Not only do they not lose CTY, but it looks like they're even going to get a 3rd kill here. Red Panda in trouble, and will be just blasted into the ground with that shield crash right on top of him.
This is also going to be the tower. They're picking out ZZQ, Micro your Golem. They have the catapult, minus armor from Orb of Corrosion. Should be enough. He got griefed there for a second by Wildwing Ripper, who pulled CTY into them. This was their opening. And then Warlock with the TP. Puts down, or was it to Doom? So who used it? Someone had, oh, it was him who had Seeds of Serenity, your favorite neutral item in the game.
Hell yeah. I love Seeds of Serenity. Just the heal is so...
And got buffed 2 times in a row.
+3 to 4. Oh yeah. Looking over mid, and Ice is in some trouble. Mortimer's Kisses even committed to this one. 70's gonna eat a lot of these kisses right on the cheek. And they've got the silence with the geomagnetic grip. They'll get the kill, double kill for XWY.
That's nicely done. You don't expect Spectre to have her ulti up again, because this is a new ulti we're talking about. Shadow Step, 80-second cooldown. He just used it to top, and after dying, he's back at it. Like, he TPs in, has that Spectral Dagger available. XWI having a much better game. On top of the net worth, keeping up with Gyro. I saw him having Dragonlance in a quick buy. I think he needs to go for what he has in a quick buy right now. Get that Deso as soon as possible. Buy slightly more time. Pressure the towers with the Deso.
Can they find XWY? What does Ice have? He's almost... Nah, he's not almost got that blink. He's still about... He's halfway to it. 4 heroes for Aster.Aries going towards top lane. CTY in this outer ring feeling pretty safe to continue to farm. And he, I think, had BKB queued for a second, but
Tower is under
obviously, you know, now switching it to the Ags, which I think is very important.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Is this the
Dire's
tier 1
top
mid
tower is under attack.
getting taken? Top lane. That's going to be dropping.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And there that goes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, tower down, and right now a 1K net worth lead here for the side of Team 0. 70 just doing his thing.
70, once he picks up the Fusel Blade, which is getting delivered right now, I want to see them make a move. Another chaotic offering is available. Same goes for Doom, Lasso as well. So try to make something happen. But he needs to be careful about not getting in the middle of a fight as Bango, because you want to get
Right.
multiple swashbuckles.
70. Swashbucking
He
away.
denied it. This time, XWI not able to pick up
Power rune.
while it's getting denied. Something that we saw for the first time. At least I did yesterday or the day before.
Oh, yeah, that was the first time for me. By the way, Spectre, that Blade Mail is flying out. So probably going to feel really confident to fight with this Shadow Step. So much uncontrollable damage on this team. Firefly, Scorched Earth, Flak Cannon.
Fatal ones. Yeah, there's going to be a lot. We mentioned it, that it's like great item against Gyro because of the uncontrollable damage that he does have. It's just, it's very slow. Lowest network core on Spectre at the moment. So once you pick up that Blade Mail, you can start farming the Ancients as well.
So there's the Shadow Word, the heal, as CTY just farming up. He picked up the Wisdom Rune. He wants to continue his progression and keep himself at the top. He's got that Ags. He's got that Flak Cannon upgrade and the Side Gunner that comes with it. And he's going into the Manta style next.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Blink picked up for Beyond too, so he's got that and the Hurricane ready to go.
Not sure if he wants to commit with the Manta style. It's not a traditional Gyro item. Like, I don't see many things that can be dispelled in this one, like Spectral Dagger, some Silence, but other than that, it's not that great. For stats, it's fine, but I also feel like you might need to get different items in this game.
Mortimer's Kisses, 70 is fine. Juking every single kiss here. But a roll comes in from Mercy, the Geomagnetic Grip to get the silence, and now they go to the call down. And Mercy's in some trouble. Beyond hit by that trap, so he's not going to make the jump in. The Flak Cannon, the damage is out, the Swashbuckle's off the mark, and Mercy ends up surviving.
That Swashbuckle could have actually killed him. He was turning his back if Cookie doesn't come. Lance of Pursuit, extra damage, Orb of Corrosion, you proc Lucky Shot, -2 armor. I think he actually dies there.
By the way, Ice picking up that Blink Dagger, so a good timing on that, truthfully. And now they're going to have that extra little bit of initiation, because they've got the Blink on the Doom. But you can see the multi-pronged attacks have been doing all right for him. Mercy forced to roll away once again. So the net worth lead has gotten a little bit more spread towards Team 0, and it looks as though CTY is going to commit onto at least the Yasha. And like you said, maybe not looking maybe he should look towards not going for the full Manta. You did queue up the Satanic, and maybe he goes for that just with
Maybe
the Yasha
it's
in
going to
hand.
be like casual Yasha into Satanic, depending like how the fight is going to go. He finds himself a tier 2 token. Let's see what he decides to pick up. Man, I wish we could see.
The choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really hope that gets added to the game eventually, because that is something I'd really like to just get a look at. Or you could just, like, it doesn't have to be immediately, or you just hover over what their neutral is and it shows you, or you click their neutral. Doom used, and now the run is on. They've got the cookie, they have some damage, but CTY is here, and CTY gets in front of the roll, and they're gonna get a kill on a Mercy as well as Zulu. Beyond gets it with that Doom, and there's a pause.
Oh, that looks like a BM pause if I've ever seen one. Probably it isn't. You know, these are professional e-gamers we're talking about. But yeah, if this was a pub game, this is where he finds how to type a question mark on his keyboard and drops it in the old chat.
Yeah, and then I just go, why are you even pausing? It's a close game. Like, come on, man.
You collect Doom on carry. Congrats. Good job, bro. This is the
real
response.
easy.
Yeah. I really got him with that one.
Oof.
So funny.
All right, and go. We're ready to go once again. Mic issues resolved. And full control for Team Zero right now. I kind of maybe wanted a little bit more aggression coming through from XWY, but he didn't go into that Desolator. He went into the Dragonlance, so now he's still building the Deso.
I think they needed to put earlier pressure because right now with Dragonlance, like you don't want to take a fight once you have that Deso. You want to get the charges online as soon as possible. So kind of delaying the timing.
Not great. But now Medallion picked up for ZZQ. Obviously his ult's on cooldown. He just dropped it over towards top. Pengo also going in for a Blink Dagger, and he's almost got the gold for that. So a lot of gap close available for the side of Team Zero to get on top of these heroes and make it pretty rough for them. Everything queued up for Ulu, by the way. A lot of ulti
Ulu
orbs.
knows. Ulu wants to play this game for 60 minutes. Has Manta, Scotty, Aghanim, Scepter. Not sure if like Aghanims is really worth it on Spectre because it is a lot of gold. This is like 4,000 gold we're talking about.
Right.
Still like have to see a couple of Spectre games to figure out if it's actually worth it or not.
Getting a kill on Ice. Getting 333 gold for that kill and progressing towards that Deso nicely. Only 600 gold out of it. But while that's all kind of going on, CTY continuing to farm up, and it looks like he's got the courier with the Manta recipe on it, so it's going to move over to the secret shop. It's actually sitting here behind the tier 1 tower, open and exposed. Roll in, Shadow Step, looking for this Warlock, but the Rolling Thunder comes in, and now, John's out. So, jumping away, they're going to leave Mercy to what looks like to be dead. It'll be Beyond who gets credit for that kill, and ZZQ surviving. And they're going to smoke right off of that, too.
Warlock, Medallion, Glimmer Cape, and also Beyond coming in with the pipe. So, a lot of magic resistance on its side.
Red Panda looking dead if he's not too careful. Blink in. Flame break in the middle of that cookie, and he needs that.
That's a nice play. There's literally nothing you can do about it. You're dead.
Whoa,
anyway.
TA!
Well, that's
able to blink after the Doom.
Yeah, not muting the items. So it's still very hard to like get the grasp of the Do ability because you can DP out, you can like Manta style. Dispel some of the things, not Doom, of course, but you can also blink out of the trouble, which is, a weird one. Because Doom has been like that ever since it's been added to Dota.
Not sure how I feel about it still. It's just such an iconic spell.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like it could have stayed the same, right?
Feels like Doom has been
too good for too long.
Off laner, yeah, exactly, for like good 2.5, 3 years.
So just throw him in the dumpster.
Still getting picked a lot.
CTY. Courier's coming in with his Morbid Mask. And they're going to have the smoke broken, roll in. Not going to land on a CTY. They go to the Shadow Step, the Illusion. No, now he jumps forward. They're going to catch themselves Mercy to start this one off. Ice, by the way, he has a blink. He's, the cookie, anticipating the blink in. Chaotic Offering, now they've got themselves a Fiend's Grip. They've got to drop down the wall as well as have the vacuum. Call down's used. Golem already dead. Ice is gone. Buyback's used by Mercy, but they get the kill on a Red Panda. Swashbuckle doing the damage, especially with the Fatal Bonds. XWY is in trouble. The Rocket Barrage on him. Triple kill for CTY. The jump forward, looking for just escaping.
That was so sick. First, the cookie. I'm not sure if that was intentional. Probably a lucky one, because it did look sick. Because it caught Batrider, like, as soon as he blinked in, it actually caught him. They knew what's going to happen, and then you see the power of this Warlock, plus the Gyrocopter, swashbuckle onto 3 guys who have been tied together with the Fatal Ones. I hope we see that fight again, just so I can admire the power of Warlock.
Yeah, 3,000 damage done by Warlock in that fight. And Fatal Bonds just on everybody. Like, your vacuum wall is cute, your illusions are adorable, but my Fatal Bonds have sealed your fate.
Oh, look at that swash. They dropped down from like 70, 80% HP down to 30, and then...
Looks like they're gonna fight again. Blink Lasso coming in on a Mercy. While this is going on, Infernal Blade Vacuum, and now they've got the call down. They're gonna Shadow Step through. Ice is already dead. They'll drop down the Doom. Mercy's gonna die off. He's gonna be the first one to fall, but ooh, jumping into the fight, jumping into the Doom, which was supposed to go on XWI. Fatal Bonds on 3 again. Shanxi Red Panda as well as XWI trying to get out of this one, and he's able to blink away, so the attention is now on a Red Panda, and he will be dead. Triple kill for CTY.
Again. Yeah, didn't die a single time throughout this series. 70, only one death to his name. Didn't die once in game number 1, died once in the second game. But a little surprised that they decided to take this Roshan fight. Again, maybe they thought, you know, there's no Warlock, there's no Doom, but Doom is on less cooldown because we nerfed the hell out of this spell, so we had to give it a little bit of a buff. And CTY, let's see if he's gonna be the one picking it up. It should be him, and gets it in the end.
It's more of a compromise than a buff. I don't know. If we're going to make it this, we might as well give it a little bit of that.
No, I mean, after you do the math, if you just like look at what the spell did,
7
it's
plus 5.
yeah, do the math. Minus mute plus some extra damage
To the second power.
Down. Yeah.
Can you show your work on that one?
Conviction, guilty.
Being overpowered.
Exactly. And XWI will get a kill on Ice, but now they're gonna be the ones controlling the tempo of the game. And look at ZZQ, Kobold, little guy providing prospecting aura to him and CTY just to get even more. It's not like he's not farmed enough, sitting at 18, almost 19,000, 25 minutes into the game.
Doesn't that Kobold icon just look like he's constantly just going,
I lost it for a second. Where is it?
It died. It's gone. But it's just like, it's great. I love the Kobold. He's not the foreman, but he's the one getting the job done. Beyond losing his courier. Unfortunate for him, and they still got 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis, so I'm ready to see if they're looking to make a move. He lost the courier, but it didn't have the talisman on it, so he's still going to be able to pick that talisman up and finish off that Heaven's Halberd.
A little something extra.
So, unfortunate to lose the courier, but still finishes the item. Bottom lane, Lasso, Red Panda. That is Flame Break and the homing missile of Buster, but a good cookie up onto the high ground. Still, though, look how long those flat cannon and side gunner shots go. They get the kill. Doesn't matter.
Radius has been increased by 250 on his flat cannon, also providing extra 200 night vision. So during nighttime, you want to take a fight. And he just got a big power spike. Level 20 talent, extra 40 flak damage. It's time to go. Take out these tier 2 towers now. They feel super strong. And also this casual Crystallis that he bought can easily be turned into Silver Edge. And then if you break Spectre, she feels like a normal hero. This hero just straight up dies.
CCQ. Glimmer Cape, dusted up. There's the vacuum. And 1, 2, 3. Gets the Solar Crest after death. XWI getting credit for that kill. And he's still sitting close to the gyro, despite the fact that CTY kind of ran away with the last 10 minutes of the game. Kind of insane. He's going for the Silver Edge. He's got the Satanic on CTY. So with that Aegis and the Satanic, it's kind of like he's got 3 lives to work with.
Pretty much, maybe even 4 if he doesn't get focused down, and he shouldn't because they have multiple saves like Solar Crest, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff on a Batrider, Warlock's Golem. He should be fine. I don't think that they should be able to kill Gyro. This also means that CTY is going to get like 3, 4, 5 flat cannons in the next fight.
Blink in, Mercy caught again. So, dead for 45. keep getting these pickoffs. Now they've got the Silver Edge finished on Gyrocopter, and he's invis for the moment and hunting Red Panda. Yeah, breaks there. Homing missile coming through. They're going to be able to follow him all the way. And does he go again? No, he can't pick up the Healing Lotus this time.
One.
Yeah. They've also found XWY. They've got the upheaval to drop the Doom down. Now they hit him with the Heaven's Halberd. Where do you go? Infernal Blade, Scorched Earth on top of you, and you're going to burn out eventually. And it's going to be to beyond Scorched Earth. Likes to see the world burn. And it's a 10K lead now. Both games, Team Zero just having such an expansive lead.
Pretty much. Spectre, she just doesn't deal damage. It also doesn't feel comfortable getting on top of gyros. Speaking of comfortable, CTY solo pushing the tier 3 tower, holding the Aegis for another 30 seconds. There's some buff from ZZQ. Oh man, Defiant Shell with Side Gunner and Flak. This is like Monkey King with Echo Saber plus Defiant Shell. We're in this type of territory because you're gonna keep attacking for so many times. You get attacked, you attack them, like counter-attack them with Defiant Shell, Satanic, then the Side Gunner Satanic, so it's just gonna be a lot of lifesteal.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 is going to be dying pretty quick, so we'll see. You know, they weren't looking to fight off of that expired Aegis, but they couldn't. They don't have the XWY available to them, so he's just respawning now. This is a tough spot because it went from 10K to 13K pretty quickly.
I haven't seen Aster.Aries go for like any kind of aggressive move for a good 15 minutes. Sure, you picked off Warlock, but I'm talking about, I mean, there was very ambitious attempt to fight into Roche Pit after you just like lost the fight. And now they're gonna go and take down Torment.
ZZQ doesn't want to die. Ice is the one who gets it though.
Dire are scanning.
Doesn't get that upgrade to the Fatal Bonds and the upheaval.
Also, he hits level 15 on Warlock. Upheaval attack speed per second on Allies talent, so that's gonna get
buff up
him
the
even
gyro.
Yeah, gyro with Solar Crest, upheaval. Those flak cannons are out in a second.
Mercy. Gonna run away there. Shang-Chi, he's been very quiet this game. Blink,
Whole series, I
Crimson,
would say.
Pipe.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough for him. He's going into the Lotus Orb next. Top lane, by the way, Ice just kind of sitting here. Waiting for somebody to show themselves. Not that he has anybody really that close to him, though. Be pretty rough to just make that jump and lasso. I feel like you're kind of asking for death if you do so. Gyro, by the way, he's been taking all the wisdom runes. He wants to get to that level 25 as quickly as possible.
Gyro's talents are insane. Like having 200 HP on level 10, exactly what he needs, then flag cannon attacks, and it's all about flags pretty much from level 15.
What's Beyond got going for him right now? He's got 2,300 gold saved up, nothing queued at the moment. Looks like they're going to smoke. CZQ's holding on to it, and there they go. Missing Ice, but he's able to jump in from a distance. Not really needed at the moment in terms of being in that smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, they're going to try and make their way over, try and find something, but now the heroes on the side of Aster.Aries, they get together on a smoke, and they're just going to miss each other like ships in the night now. Oh, it throws the boulder down, but can they do anything with this? They've got the lasso, they get the kill into Mercy, and now do you want to jump in? XWY standing his ground for a moment, a couple of attacks, but there's the blink away. They've got the Buster, they'll have themselves the Mortimer's Kisses down and unable to defend, but a cookie to get this TA out.
CTY immediately pinging out the bottom tower. He already dealt good 1,000 damage to it, so now they're gonna continue. There's the buff, Shadow Word, Solar Crest on top of him, and he can start to siege. Roshan's gonna respawn in 20 seconds, but I feel like they can
There's
take
the
this
upheaval
fight.
buff.
There it is.
Structures are fortified.
Attack speed increased by 61. It's going up 70.
Radiant's bottom barracks
70's max.
Blink in, stun on XWI. They'll go and get the vacuum into the wall, and now they're going to try and get the cookie in. They'll go with the Shadow Step, and let's see what they can get done with this one. The Fatal Bonds are going to be placed down. They'll drop down the Chaotic Offering on top of this Spectre with the Doom on him, and he's trying to run away and maybe survive it all, but he's still dead. Ooh's gonna fall. He doesn't have buyback, and these heroes are gonna stand their ground, ready to go on the side of Team Zero if they do come forward from Aster.Aries. They don't have to, because they already got themselves the bottom set of racks.
It's too important. I mean, I could see them if Roshan was dead to go and take another fight, maybe force a buyback out of Spectre if she has it, but it's too valuable. This is the second Rosh we're talking about, so that means she's Aegis, give Gyrocopter the Aegis, give Pango Cheese, and then repeat. Wait until Warlock ulti is back online to have a bit of a saving potential. And Aster.Aries, they're like also one of the teams that don't do well when they're playing from behind. I don't remember seeing Aster.Aries like make some huge comeback all 3 tours that they played.
It's not been the easiest time for them to make any comebacks, and this game is certainly fitting that markup as well. It's been very unfortunate, but fortunate for the side of Team Zero. CTY going Scotty next. He is just shot up the net worth constantly, and he's going to hit level 24 in just a second. He's getting really close to that level 25. He's just so far forward at the moment. As an Aegis, Satanic.
The net worth of Spectre. So this is like 3 big items ahead.
Ice, pop the BKB, blink in, right click, so uphill, not gonna get it. Now they're gonna jump forward, and they're gonna look to maybe get a Doom off, vacuum into a wall, on a 4, they use the Doom, it's onto the Darkseer, and now he's gonna run away. ZZQ very slowed up. These heroes kind of spread. Team Zero jumping in with this Pango already deep into the base. The Doom is on the Darkseer. They'll get the kill on a Shanxi. He's going to buy back immediately. Now the Buster's down. They go to the Fatal Bonds. That's going to be on the only 2 heroes. The calldown's going to be used. XWI off to the side, going after Beyond. They get the kill to Mercy. That's going to be 2 dead, but 2 buying back on the side of Aster.Aries. So they continue to look to defend, but Gyro just with the flat cannons making this very difficult. There's the trap with the shard upgrade, silencing up CTY. They've got Ooh very low, and now they're going to jump in again with a shield crash. Vacuum back on a 70, goes into the roll up, down the right clicks, and if he needs it, yeah, he's got the cheese to get healed back up. The roll away, and CTY is just going to stand his ground.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Taking another set of racks. Oh, they're onto the backline looking over at ZZQ, trying to take him out of the fight. Chaotic Offering's going to be dropped. They go to the Fatal Bonds. They call him Bond. Fatal Bonds. And they look over at Uu. Is he going to pop that Manta, but he needs to run. The Buster homing missile's on him anyway, so it doesn't matter. Uu's going to die. He's got buyback. The Magnetize is going to run out eventually. 7E, though, it's going to be reapplied on him. Now they've got the Silence. They go to the Divine Rapier on the CTY. They've got themselves the Vacuum once again. They get the kill on the 7E. They'll buy back on the Spectre with the BKB popped here by Ice. That's a cookie used by Red Panda to get some distance, but he's still not working with a lot of health. Spectral Dagger thrown forward onto Ice with another homing missile coming out from CTY. That lands on Ulu. They're starting to run away on the side of Team Zero, but the chase is on with the Shadow Step. Lasso used for a moment with call down used. They look over at Beyond. CTY trying to get away, needs to, and he's on the run.
Does have TP available, and seems like he's gonna be fine. Where's that Divine Rapier? It's in his stash. I thought he'd got delivered for a second, but he's more than okay. And he just got... he needs to farm 1 more camp, and that's gonna get him to level 25, so 6 seconds cooldown on Flak Cannon, brings it down to 12, plus Defiant Shell, plus like double Side Gunner from the Flak Cannon, plus the Side Gunner after that. Let's see if he picks it up. Of course, he's a carry player. Picks up the Wisdom Rune again. And what he wants to do next is eat the Aghanim's Blessing, pick up Divine Rapier.
Jumping on his ZZQ. He's going to be jumped on, and they will take him out. He'll be back in GoldenEye. 22,000 net worth lead here for Team Zero, and now he's holding the Divine Rapier, has the Butterfly in his backpack. Spell Prism for the Doom. Telescope for the Darkseer. We do have a tier 4 item here for CTY.
This might be the item that he keeps in the end. If he doesn't find anything better, Defiant Shell and Gyro feels really good.
CTY, he's got an Aegis, he's got a Satanic, so not really all too scared, especially with the jump. They've got the vacuum into the wall. There's the roll. They've got themselves the lasso. That's going to connect here onto the Snapfire. Rolling Thunder coming out. Mercy Rip Panda going to drop. They've only got buyback available on the Snapfire. They're going to continue to go on the Templar Assassin. Inferno Blade with the War Stomp lockdown. XWY dead for 90 seconds. He doesn't have buyback either, and they will miss Shang-Chi with the Flame Break, so he's able to TP back out. But there are creeps inside the base, and they've taken one of the tier 4s.
All they have to do is run in. There's no buyback on Templar Assassin because she just bought out. This Daedalus has been completed, so they can take out last set of barracks, and then they need to play against Mega Creeps. This, like, Divine Rapier purchase makes the game so much more interesting, but it could have been just Daedalus, and you would have almost the same effect. Just CTY loves to make us and the viewers feel much more involved in the game. Wants to close it out, but let's see.
45 seconds. Now 38 left until TA comes back, but CTY is just going to handle the throne. They'll get the victory 2-0 and knock Aster.Aries out of these qualifiers as Team Zero take a very clean 2-0 and move on to tomorrow, where they will face IG.
Yeah, considering how IG played today, I think like how IG played throughout Tour 1, Tour 3, second Tour, last two majors, I'm gonna favor Team Zero. I feel like this team has a lot of potential. Their drafts, they look amazing. Execution as well. Everybody's on point when it comes down to what they need to do from their roles. Been very impressed. I didn't get the chance to see them much play during, like, when they played last DPC tour in Division 2, but from what I'm seeing here, they're really good.
Yeah, they have put together quite the squad. I think these things have looked pretty good. I will say against Aster, it was a pretty quick series between the two teams, but it's at least they live another day, right? Like, they go up against IG, a very beatable team, I would say, for Team Zero. But the next matchup after that would theoretically be Team Aster, which is tough. That's for sure.
It's not an easy one. I mean, I could see them winning against IG, but winning against Aster, they got dismantled in the upper bracket quarterfinals. So it might be a difficult task, but I believe that they can take down IG and they will have more time to prep, potentially against another series that they're going to play against Aster.
Yeah, definitely a possibility as we're taking a look at this replay, and it's just all highlights from Team Zero.
It's just CTY with the flat cannon killing everybody. That's been the story of the game.
He never got stopped and just continued to be a force. Another game without a death, 14-0-10 at the end of it all. And that's a whole series without dying, right?
Yeah. 70 died only 2 times in the second game. Ice with a lot of deaths in the second game, but he did the job. CZQ also some nice performance on his Warlock, keeping himself and the allies safe. Like, Aster.Aries, they just feel very timid as a team. It feels like whenever they have gold advantage, it seems like they don't realize how much they have.
Yeah, and they don't really perform well against adversity. Like, when they're behind, it seems to stay that way. They don't make many comebacks, which is something that we talked about within this game itself. And it ends up being 2-0 for Team Zero. The abbreviation is TZ, that's 2-0, and it looked really good for them overall. I think this is just a solid squad of teams.
Yeah, looks really good. I want to see more of them, because I mean, there's a chance. There's always a chance. We saw some miraculous runs throughout TI qualifiers, OG. It comes to my mind, Team Spirit as well, when they were called Yellow Submarine. You had like Wings Gaming as well, being the underdog, going through TI, dismantling everybody. They have two wing members. One is coach, the other one is playing, and Ice showing some really nice performance in both of these games.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the aggressive play. It worked out for them. It's certainly a style that can be abused if it's not working out their way, but it did really feel like their aggression paid off in droves. So, MVP, obviously, again, with another 1K plus XP per minute game, is CTY. Like, he farmed out of control, had a Divine Rapier at the end, 14-0-10, did even more hero damage, of course, in this one, and he's the clear and obvious choice for MVP.
Yeah, but it doesn't have 1,000 GPM on Gyrocopter, so slightly disappointed in his performance. Just kidding. Like, he owned both of these games. They called him 60-minute guy, carry, but he's getting involved early on, especially this first game when he played Nature's Prophet. He was all over the place.
Yeah, it was him playing aggressive, and it's a style that might work for Team Zero going into tomorrow up against IG. But we still have one series today, and that's going to be Holy Grail up against Team Bright, the winner of that going up against Team Aster. So it's a tough road for everybody in that line of the qualifier, but we'll have to see how Holy Grail and Team Bright goes, but not until after this short break. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
What's happening, one and all? We are here for some TI qualifiers. The road to TI continues here in the China region, and we're going to be witnessing an incredible matchup between the Holy Grail and Team Bright. And honestly, at this point, Lizard, firstly, I'm glad we're wearing the right colors again. But secondly, bro, I think we're just the Team Bright boys. Like, this is just our team to watch every game in the qualifiers.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Like, we've been following them for quite some time now. Like, they have some interesting strategies, some interesting playstyle that doesn't always work out. But yeah, like, these players are also players that we've been following for, not all of them, but like, I don't know, Irvine, Phoenix, they've been around for what, 3-4 years now in Division 2 scene, fighting it out, struggling to get into Division 1 or getting into Division 1 then being relegated. But out of Team Bright, Undyne is my, you know, it's our boy, right?
Yeah. That's
He's our
guy.
boy.
Like, if you're impressing us on Lich, then you know that you're the future. We need to be watching out for you. At the same time, though, Holy Grail, there are some names of this team that we have to take into account as well. We saw Dome, the one game that they had in the upper bracket. They ended up losing that game, but they did not look terrible playing as a series of Dota, especially when Dome had his Beastmaster available. It actually looked pretty lit. So what do you think about this particular matchup in terms of where you would give the average weight of the team? How strong is either of these lineups right now for you?
I would say, like, out of all the series that we have casted, maybe this is the closest one. Like, all our series went 2-1, more or less, right? Mm-hmm. But this one looks, like, on paper, they look really close. I think Holy Grail and Team Bright, any team can take it. I do like Holy Grail's chances as well. They've had some Dolme, you know, like, he makes me hungry every time I read his nickname, so I can't really go against him. But I might be fanboying Team Bright a little bit when it comes to all of the teams that aren't gonna make it to TI. Team Bright are my favorite ones in the Chinese regional qualifiers. Maybe they will, but yeah.
Damn, that's ice cold. You're gonna like, oh, they're not gonna make it, but you're still gonna love watching them. I mean, they've been very entertaining. You know, anything could happen, honestly. Like, the way that the Chinese region has been going, nothing has been as expected, so they could still pull out a massive upset, get themselves to TI. And of course, we can't discount Holy Grail. We have Summer, aka Shylock, in the team, and this guy, for the longest time, was hailed as like the next big thing, right? He was supposed to be that next big carry player from the region. Hasn't necessarily worked out that way, but who knows? Maybe this is his year. This is where he can figure some stuff out, get himself into TI winning form. And, you know, I think it's always healthy for a team to start upper bracket, lose to a very strong team, drop to the lower bracket. Both of these squads have had that experience. So let's witness how it's going to go in this BO3 Lizard as we have our draft on hand. Team Bright on the Radiant side with second pick, Dire first pick for Holy Grail. Before we actually see the draft, what have you been feeling about like the side selection right now? Do you feel like any side is stronger than the other?
I have only noticed that most of the rush fights that I have seen in the last couple of games, like all the series that we have watched, you probably noticed it as well. Rush was always on Dire, kinda, right?
Yeah.
Right? I don't know why exactly that is, but the timing kinda aligns with Rush being on Dire when teams fight. And if you're Dire, obviously you usually have that outpost so you can TP to it, which makes it a little bit easier, I guess. Like, you have a buyback TP in. I'm not saying that they have huge advantage because of that, but I have seen like a correlation, at least, a small one. That's pretty much the only thing I can say. Everything else is kinda evenish, more or less, in my eyes at the moment, but the patch is still a little fresh.
That's actually a very good point, because last patch, especially at the beginning of 7-3-3, most of the engagements were happening on Radiant Roshan side, and a lot of games were decided in those fights as well, but it has been a very marked switch up. But I think it has a lot more to do with like the other things in the game, timings being different, heroes being different, lanes being different. And speaking of those heroes, let's see our draft, fam. Team Bright, they did the right thing, took away Vengeful Spirit, no Nature's Prophet, no Gyro, no Medusa. Good God, they are just targeting Summer. They're like, bro, you are not going to carry this game. We're not going to allow it today.
Yeah, absolutely, all the carries banned out. Like, even Venge can be one, but probably a support ban. Meanwhile, Holy Grail has an interesting double of Night Stalker and a Panda. Interesting, like, I know Irving plays them, but still, like, just banning them out straight up like this very early on. I've seen some Brewmaster bans, not as many Night Stalkers, and that makes me think that they want something from the Beast. I guess Night Stalker versus Beastmaster already could have been all right. I've seen teams play Doom into Beast as well, just for that level 15 talent as well to take the Ancient, devour it. It's a decent answer, right? I still rather have Beast on my team, but whoa, what the hell, man? Okay.
All right, so we've seen Heat, have to put a lot of the team responsibility on his back in the last couple of games. We've seen him play some Morphling, some Drow Ranger, but this is, without a shadow of a doubt, his best hero. And I think he looked at the situation today and said, yo, we almost fumbled the bag against Supernova yesterday. We are not doing that again. Give me Terrorblade. I will carry this game. All right, I respect it. And I guess you also don't want to give them Terrorblade plus Beastmaster later in the draft, right?
Yeah, and also Brewmaster being banned out this early on maybe makes the TB a bit more interesting, to pick up. Just because Brew is banned and your illusions are going to be much safer, I suppose. There's still a ton of heroes that are good against him, but they're being banned out by Holy Grail. Like Ember, in my opinion, is decent versus TB as well. Banned out. Old school counters are what? Either your range cores, carries, like your drows, your snipers and stuff. The mid laners that dish out a ton of damage, I haven't seen work versus TB like Zeus. I just haven't seen them do well. Old school one is also Morphling that's kinda in the meta, but I don't think that works anymore without the E-Blade build, without the shotgun build. So let's see. They go with the Shadow Demon.
Okay, they're gonna get some illusions for themselves. We've already seen how useful Shadow Demon can be. Ironically enough, it's been Team Bright playing the best Shadow Demon, but Holy Grail stealing away that weapon. And, this ET, as long as it's not Coddle, but they have opening for their Silencer as well. Like Undyne could play that. And normally you don't think of Silencer as being the hero that's going to be active while ET is just sitting back. But for some reason, Team Bright have a predilection towards making that hero be very fast on the map. So I could actually see them play it again.
I actually would say that it's a really good Silencer game right now. Not only because Silencer is good and he's banned out very often. If I'm playing Shadow Demon, I kind of hate playing into Silencer. Every time they initiate, I cannot save anyone with Disruption because it's followed up by Global, right? So I need to itemize in a way to be able to do that. But if I itemize for a Lotus, then I'm way too close. I don't have any mobility item or range item like Aether Lance or Blink. So overall, I wouldn't mind seeing the Silencer. I'd like it over the Kotl that they are also drafting. But Holy Grail, they snatch up the Lich.
Your boy is here.
Yeah.
All right, let's go Silencer Puck. Okay, Lion.
No Undyne Lich. That's kind of sad, but okay, we see the Lion. I guess we have seen more and more Lion being picked up. I've seen quite a few games now. He's stronger and he's preventing you from picking most of the spirits. Like Storm Storm loves playing into both TB and Elder Titan. So picking a Lion right here maybe prevents Holy Grail from all-inning into it.
Honestly, right now, I would love if they pick Puck. Get the Puck feed for Phoenix. With this ET Lion combo, you have a lot of gank and kill potential across the map, and just set up for Terrorblade to wail in that damage. One thing I've always liked about Terrorblade, especially how the China teams play it, is the hero feels like he's all the damage you need eventually. Like, you don't necessarily have to get damage elsewhere in the map, but we get Dawnbreaker now. Who was it that played it? Was it Irving? I forget which game it was. I think it was it Irving or was it Dawnmare? One of these two players played Dawnbreaker the one game in the offlane.
And they did, I can't remember if they did really damn well or really damn poorly, but it was one or the other.
Yeah.
Which one was it?
The Dawnbreaker did really well. The Dawnbreaker did really well, but they lost the game. Yeah,
exactly, yeah. The lane was really strong, and right now I'm seeing this Dawnbreaker Lion playing into Lich plus Bloodseeker. I mean, what do you think? Who has an advantage here? It's a kill lane on both sides, I suppose.
I think it's easier for the Lich to be out of position because they have a lot of differential damage between these two. It's also, I've played this lane maybe twice, Bloodseeker, Dawnbreaker, and maybe because I'm bad, but I drew even the one time and I lost the other time. Dawnbreaker was surprisingly difficult to deal with. I just couldn't muscle her out of the lane. So they might be able to do the same here.
You have some heals, she has some heals as well, but she dishes out more burst damage. So if you approach the creep to heal up, she can actually wait you out on that. There's also a line to wait out with Impale. So yeah, overall maybe a slight advantage there for Team Bright. But yeah, Lich and Bloodseeker, if other lanes are going well, if other lanes are being low in HP, and Bloodseeker is zooming around, yeah, that can be... They still go with the Storm. I mean, besides Lion, this is a fantastic Storm game. So I do like it. But let's see if Team Bright can answer it somehow. Like, Puck already banned out, Quap banned out. What's left in the pool that they could pull out against him? And like, Void Spirit, I don't like it that much.
Maybe you go the opposite direction and you play, like you go for some, like Supernova style Primal Beast through the mid lane, or some DK, have that hero be the one that moves around super early on.
Oh, TA. Holy hell, okay.
Wow.
I mean, look, DK or Primal Beast into a Storm, it's okay, but it's like melee versus Storm. You want to avoid that if possible. They go with the TA, and look, in my opinion, Team Bright had better drafts in the past. Like, right now I see two heroes that are going to be kind of passive. Like, sure, TA can buy some blink and be active on the map a bit earlier, but your three cores, like your three main cores, Dawnbreaker, your TA, and your TB, they're all basically physical damage, and you're playing into a Lich. Plus, there's just not enough space on the map for them to farm. It all comes down to the execution, obviously. This is still not the highest echelon of Dota, but I would say I like Holy Grail's draft a bit better.
I fully agree. We also they have some save potential. I mean, Team Bright has a save, but it's pretty much just Dawnbreaker, right, coming in to try and heal you up with the SG. I don't know. I'm also not been really feeling this TA from the mid lane. I think she's much better as a safe lane hero right now. Whenever I've seen her mid, it always works better when there's other space makers on the map, but you know, like you said, they have Dawnbreaker, TB, not necessarily space making heroes. I think this might be the first time I'm really not feeling a Team Bright draft. Like, I think I'm very much favoring the Holy Grail side of things. If they play just normally, like, it doesn't even have to be an amazing game from them, right? Just a normal game of Dota, and they probably should be heavily favored, I think, for game one.
That's it, right? Like, the ease of execution is on their side. At the same time, though, if this Lion and Dawn, if they have a really good lane, if they crush Lich and Bloodseeker, then I can see some things happening, you know, like suddenly you have this Dawn that's unstoppable, she's rotating across the map with Lion, no one is safe, your Storm isn't safe, your Beast isn't safe, these two supports can be really under-leveled, Lich and Shadow Demon, so there are definitely ways, but if the ball starts rolling in Holy Grail's favor, it's really hard to stop it, and your map will shrink real fast.
Well, let's witness how it goes in game one of Holy Grail versus Team Bright. Yet another elimination game of Dota. Whoever loses here out of the TI qualifiers will have to restart their career tomorrow, or next year rather, actually. So let's see how it goes. One thing I also really do like about this Holy Grail draft as well is whenever I see Summer playing these like Bloodseekers, although he's like more normally known as this uber late game kind of guy, I kind of think he does better when he's forced to play as hyper quickly as possible, farming heroes and farming the map. So excited to see how it goes. They lost the last time against IG when he played Bloodseeker. That was the game where they had the Dawnbreaker on their side, but he was not the reason that they lost. He was still incredibly farmed in that game.
Yeah, let's see. I kind of agree with you. I do think that he has that potential to be a more active kind of a carry, and Bloodseeker definitely fits that.
Well, they're gonna force out a fight here. Blood Ride coming in. Irving, though, had out the leveling of the Silly Hammer, throws it out, gets himself away. He is A-OK.
Imitator as well with a small little Ravage. If his game continues being like this, his Impales continue being like this, we're in for a treat.
Bro, do you remember his Impale, was it yesterday? Like, where he got the 2-hero Impale and then a 3-hero one at that tier 1 tower bottom. That was insane, dude. He's so good.
Yeah, he's got skills.
Yeah.
He's electric.
Electric. Honestly, I think the way things have been going, Like these top tier teams, if I'm on LGD right now, we don't perform well. If I'm Planet, I'm gonna be stressed watching Imitator. Be like, this guy's gonna come take my role, man.
Yeah, there are some players, right? Like Imitator is good, Undyne as well. Like, I feel that they might be in like some tier 1 team, or at least like a contesting team, like the middle of the pack in Division 1 in the next season.
Fully agreed. So which lane do you think is going to be the most action-packed one here? We see bottom, we have this Shadow Demon and Beastmaster, not fun to play against, but it's also a lot they have to get through to kill ET and TB, so I don't think that's going to be the side of the map. Probably top, right?
Yeah, I think top as well. Unless some big mistake happens bottom, I really think top is going to be the first blood. Bottom lane should be way more passive. Basically, how you bottom lane plays is Elder Titan gets level 3, like level 2 Astral Spirit. He goes in, Shadow Demon uses Disruption on him, and they run away, right? And that's pretty much it. So I don't see anything crazy happening. But on top, it's constant brawl. Already Lich and Lion have burned through their region.
What can you do, man? You just gotta use all the resources you have at your disposal. Looking at the lane partner as well, like this lane, there's more kill threat, I think, for Radiant side, but it's fairly difficult, though. You have to get through Frost Armor, Bloodseeker always regenning up. Like, it's gonna be one of those lanes where everyone's skirmishing, but just no one dying up until, like, a mid-rotation or something.
Yeah. Not sure. I think top lane will see some kills, even without rotations. It's hard to say. I'm not psychic, but it's probable. Like I can see it happening. You're a little bit out of position. You try to body block a camp or something like that, and Bloodseeker zooms in, or Dawnbreaker uses Sally Hammer. Bottom lane, however, the one we're watching right now, if I'm an Elder Titan, I just want one thing out of my carry, to have any sort of a slow or a stun. And you kinda have it in Reflection, but I don't think it's that significant.
Yeah, level 1 Reflection, the slow is pretty trash, especially when you don't have boots as ET. He does have a blood grenade, but that's about it. Top lane,
SJ, my man,
some
what the
damage.
hell?
He's fine, bro. He's cool. He's chilling.
Yeah, he's lit, he's chilling, but he dropped really damn low. Like it was, yeah, a nice trade. He's hitting Lion and he's being hit by like 4 creeps at the same time. It's like, bro, get out of there.
He's showing dominance. He's like, I'm not scared of you. Or actually, what he wanted to do, he wanted to be more efficient with his healing salve. Make sure that he gets the full value out of it. That's why.
Well, he did exactly that. Full HP now, and he also like pulled half of the wave. So far, when it comes to last hits, there's no one really like standing apart, right? Everyone is kind of the same.
Yep.
Very even laning stage.
This always starts to happen the deeper you get into these like elimination tournaments for super important situations. That initially everyone is playing a bit more balls to the wall, but the closer you get to actually being able to qualify, that's when you start slowing down the pace. Make sure you have as many resources as possible. Imitator is fine, bro.
Fine.
He's chilling.
He's just fine, yeah. He used Impale as well, and Bloodseeker saved himself. Yeah, like you said, definitely, it's not only that they're not going balls to the wall anymore, it's just that teams are getting, oh damn, gone. Taking a lot of Psyblade hits on that mid lane, being pressured a bit by TA.
Not a fun situation for him. So far, though, they are fairly equivalent in terms of overall CS, although TA should start to pull a little bit ahead now on this upcoming wave, since Garn has to play a lot more passively. So this is going to get her to her power trades very, very shortly for Phoenix. Sadly, though, it is a TA, so no matter how well she's doing, she can't necessarily assist the other lanes in the same way as Storm Spirit can.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest difference between these two teams. Storm can actually make a move or two. TA perhaps can respond to a move, right? Like with the TP and trap. I mean, she can go in, but it's just much, much harder.
This game right now, nothing's happening. Everyone's just chilling.
Yeah, you might be right in the end. A rotation will decide who gets the first blood. in all of these lanes. Like, is there an advantage from Shadow Demon? Yeah, there is. Like, he's making some stacks, so when you look at Dire, they might have a slight advantage in status quo just because of the ancient and hard camp stacks that SD is making. Storm is going to
try and make some as well. At the meantime, okay, they get it. Storm though might end up dead. Phoenix
He might
right
turn
next to
this.
Undying. And they don't have the Bloodseeker or Shadow Demon showing up just yet. Shadow Demon just throwing in some Shadow Poisons, but not in range for a disruption. So still no kills.
Yeah, I thought that maybe they'll go on ET, but he has 16 Magic Wand charges, so you just can't get that. TA as well, with a ton of them.
One charges, a Healing Lotus, absolutely impossible to kill. Imitator.
Snare, what did you do? Like, what kind of a curse did you throw on our game? I feel like we're back to 2013 Chinese Dota. What's going on?
That was good times, man.
How is that good times?
It was, well, 2013 was actually the first time I watched the TI.
I see. So you're an Alliance fan. That's what it is.
No, I was a Na'Vi fan, and but my favorite game in that tournament was the legendary IG versus DK. 93 minutes, lone druid on the one side, anti-mage on the other. That was good times.
Good stuff, good stuff. Meanwhile, Undying just snatches the rune. Wisdom rune.
Yep.
Very happy Elder Titan right there. I'm not sure why Shadow Demon just didn't use Disruption on him. Was it on cooldown or something? Not 100, or he didn't see him because he was behind the trees.
Oh, the Seeker of the Shadow Demon is actually going top. They're going to try and get a kill onto either Irving or Imitator. And Irving jumped back in onto Summer. And this rotation from DQQ might enable them to bring down the Dawnbreaker. But Summer also stuck around a little bit too long. Tank some damage from the Earth Spike. But there's not enough follow-up, except from Phoenix, who's coming in with the Haste Rune. TA is apparently a rotating hero, my friend. Comes in to find the first blood, 7 minutes and 50 seconds in. Phoenix getting some bonus gold and definitely benefiting from the rotation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, one way she rotates is if she gets some Haste Rune, and that's exactly what happens. Gets the FD. A lot of gold, actually, for him, getting him closer to... Let's see what, like, he has both Blink Dagger and Dezo queued up. Gone.
He actually might kill Gon. Gon is dead. Gon is dead. Gon is super dead. Malstrike comes in from the TA. What?
Do the pun, Snare. Gon is...
Gon is gone.
Let's go. LFG.
Well, Phoenix this is the best possible start. Not only do you rotate top, you get a kill, and then you come back middle and the kill serves itself up to you. That is a perfect time to be TA right now.
Yeah, and he's got some ancient stacks as well. Well, he answered my question. He is going for that Dezo. Very rarely do I see TAs go for Blink first now. It's like one of those items that still allows you to farm fast, but also join fights. However, it can backfire. SJ, Imitator.
It's gonna be dead, I think, but Imitator definitely dies for this. So a 1-1 trade.
No.
Get the Solar Guardian coming in from Irving. Okay. I guess there's nothing else really happening on the map right now. Like, TA is farming Ancients. Heat is just very happy being in the lane. So, okay, it's acceptable. Like, nothing else is going to be actually accomplished with that spell. And it saves the Lion's life, so I'm cool with that.
Yeah, sure, but it saves Lion's life, and he's level 6 now. Summer is dead.
Is Summer gonna die solo to Imitator? He is. Oh my god.
You know what? Like, we were talking about drafts and stuff, but nothing matters if you execute much better. You know, like, it's drafts. I don't care draft. I play better, and that's it. And so far, they have been on point. Not sure if this rotation bottom will work from Lion though.
Yeah.
It's got kind of low mana.
He took the shortcut. If he went all the way around, I don't think the Beastmaster saw him coming. He might have been able to make it, but Beastmaster might have also been like, hey, where's this Lion at? What's happening?
Yeah, even if he rotates behind him, do you think they can kill him? Like, there's some control, but he's got Helm of Dominator already, a lot of armor. They don't truly have a lot of damage. ET, one level natural. Maybe they could.
They have level 2 meta and level 2 reflection. They might have been, or level 2 conjurer, sorry, they might have been able to. But a kill is definitely going to happen one way or another, because here comes the Storm Spirit's first rotation, the first primal roar of the game as well, going out onto Heat. They're going to be able to get off the Thunder though, directly onto this Beastmaster. Sinister Gaze will try and at least halt this with the disruption as well. And Heat forced to try and retreat away from this fight, despite the Great Thunder still ends up falling. Gando, one more right click will kill him, but they can't reach him with the Undying ET. That is going to be a kill onto the Elder Titan. Summer with the Rupture out onto Imitator will very happily get revenge for what happened in the top lane. And 3 heroes will die in the bottom side of the map. They're also going to claim a tier 1 tower as well. Holy Grail striking heavy and hard in the bottom side here, Liz.
Yeah, I feel like that rotation had all the possibility of going all wrong, but they did manage to make it work in the end. Storm Spirit being saved. Lion not using his finger. That was kind of interesting. I guess no mana again. He was a bit late that he was picking up that Lotus. But they do lose the tier 1 mid. And the Desolator is completed now on TA, so some silver linings for Team Bright.
You know what would have won that fight, bro? If they had Solar Guardian.
Definitely. Like, if they did, if that was used, that's a disaster for Holy Grail right there.
Yeah. Oh, Dota 2 is a game of margins. That margin is very favorable for the side of Holy Grail. They get a tower out of it, but like you mentioned, Deso out for the TA. She is still getting a very large in this game. And it's only this Beastmaster that's actually occupying the top slots in the net worth charts for Holy Grail. So they still have a lot of work to do before they even out this game. SJ has this Storm Spirit nearby him. And Storm Spirit's going for Falcon Blade, Witchblade. This is an interesting build-up. I don't think I've actually seen this patch on the Storm. Normally it's like...
Really? What do you see usually?
Normally I'll see like the Witchblade by itself into like a Kaya, but both is a little bit atypical.
What? Okay, the build-up is still pretty easy, right? Like, you get that Falcon Blade, you benefit from it early on. The rotations look a little bit easier to accomplish. Makes you a bit more active. I don't mind it. One nice thing that they did is, like Heat, I was questioning him saving meta on the bottom lane, but because he saved it, because he died, obviously, but bot lane.
They're gonna get the Solar Guardian out onto Summer. Couple more right clicks.
Use the
Very
finger,
easy
man.
kill.
Come on, where are the stacks? We need the stacks.
Doesn't want to use it. He's saving it for a higher purpose, I guess.
Yeah, he is. I mean, and it's probably right, correct playstyle, but still, I want those stacks. Anyways, meta was used. He took top lane. Now Lion is actually getting closer to his blink. So every time they save a spell or something, it opens up a possibility later on. Meta not being used bottom opens up the tier 1 top. Imitator not using a finger. Now with the blink dagger actually enables him to make a huge rotation, perhaps on Storm. We'll see.
I should have blink fairly shortly. That kill on the Bloodseeker helped quite a lot. And speaking of the Bloodseeker, does have his Maelstrom flying in right now, but will absolutely need a BKB for this game. It's gonna be a while before he has enough gold to pick it up. So they'll need the Storm Spirit to play a bit more in the face of the enemy to buy some space and time for the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, Imitator, it looks like he... What's he doing? Where's he going? It's an interesting road trip he's taking right now. Lotus? Yeah, just for the Lotus, I suppose.
He might actually go all the way for the Wisdom Rune. Yeah, he's going for the Wisdom
All
Rune.
the way for the Wisdom. Okay.
Yeah. All right. They are dangling this Dawnbreaker down bottom, so she might end up dead, though. Primal Roar, Blood Rider trigger, and yeah, there's no way out of this one. Sinister Gaze plus Rupture does actually a surprising amount of damage, if I'm honest, and that ends up killing off Irving.
Yeah, it's crazy how much damage she dished out to Summer. It's from the Blade Mail as well. Yeah, it was an easy play to make because of the dire ward that they have on top lane. It's going to expire soon. It's planted by SJ and it was scouting most of them. Now they have to figure out, they can't really do rush, even though they have Helm of Overlord. The only way they do it is if they do the Twin Gate back top. And they're not really the best at taking it anyway, so... Just gonna chill, perhaps farm up.
Radiant side could set up for this Roshan, right? Because it's going to go to the top side of the map soon. We already have the TB and Undyne in the area, and Phoenix with Blink Dagger Desolator. As a TA, this is when I'd love to take Roshan. And with the meta just coming back off cooldown, yeah, this is, I would ask them, hey guys, can we do this?
Yeah, I think going for Rosh is good. Utilizing Blinks on Lion and TA first as well could have been decent. DQQ, Imitator sees him.
He does.
He needs the TA though, or does he?
Go in, has the Finger of Death available, gonna try and get the damage out, but yeah, realizes he can't do it by himself. Gone is gonna zip it onto him, but Gone burnt all of his mana for this. Gonna get mana drained as well. Solar Guardian will come in to keep Imitator alive. There will be a disruption to save Gone for the time being, but he should still end up dead. Selly Hammer goes on top of him with the Starbreaker, and finally, the zap comes out. Lizard is happy, and the Storm Spirit is dead. And Phoenix able to clean off DQQ in the process on the backlines as well.
Yeah, I'm very happy because he also cancelled it once and then utilized it at the right moment to snatch the kill. Gets the kill, TA as well, gets the SD. Yeah, I thought, look, he didn't have a chance of killing the SD alone, but just the fact that he baited the SD and the Storm on him is even better. Top lane, Roar.
Committed onto Undyne. I feel like if I'm Undyne, I don't mind too much about this. Like, I'm super far from the rest of my team. I blew a Primal Roar. It sucks to die, but whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, I agree. He's just an ET, position 5, you know. Sometimes you just want to farm up, get some utility on the side. Your team isn't really down to fight as well. There's no Finger, so maybe some meta plus Dezo and they can contest Rosh. What do you think? They are moving in.
They're gonna try kill off Dawnbreaker first. Irving does not have Solar Guardian to escape this. So if he doesn't TP out right the hell now, should end up dead in this situation. Takes a Watcher. Is he just gonna walk up, take a Twin Gate and leave? No way, dude. This is too efficient. No way, dude. He's actually fine. They're not gonna kill him.
He's fine.
Okay,
and
Raid Rosh.
this is gonna be a tier 2 for Rosh, it seems like. The smoke down bottom really didn't connect on anyone. But it should be an easy Roshan. At this point, Undyne might... he doesn't have a TP. If ET has a TP, he could go back and just spam Echo Stomp, delay it a bit, but unfortunately, no TP on him.
Easy Rosh for tier 2 trade. We don't get to see this. Actually, they might still be able to come back. They're not pushing as fast as I thought they would with this Beastmaster. So the TPs are raining in. They should be able to defend this right now. And they'll be okay. Tier 2 tower gets saved.
Yeah, they didn't commit at all when it comes to the right clicks of heroes. So just half of, not even a half of tier 2 taken. Team Bright is feeling really damn good right now. They have both the TA and TB farming up. Like if you just look at the carries, if you look at the late game, I'd heavily favor Bright. I didn't think that they would be in this position.
Nor did I. I thought I was expecting a faster pace from Holy Grail. And jump back in onto Irving here. Gone finding the little initiation. They even commit the Chain Frost for this, but they eventually do get the kill. Irving does not have BKB. No way out of that particular chain stun situation.
Imitator? Let's see if he's gonna get caught. Probably not, right? Storm is zipping in though.
Oh my god. A long
The Rupture.
Rupture, disruption, everything for Imitator. They should be able to kill him. I was a little bit scared for Gon because the last time he zipped in onto this Lion with no mana, he ended up dying, but thankfully for him, the Dawnbreaker is already dead. Doesn't have to worry about the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, it's all space, right? If you're Team Bright, we have seen them play in a very similar fashion. Just wait up, farm up. Eventually, the late game is yours. So Dawnbreaker dying, Lion dying, that truly doesn't bother them way too much.
So they have like 2 carries in this game between the TB and the TA. TA is obscenely farmed right now. Blink Dagger, Deso, Chrysalis, Aghanim Shard. With a Vambrace to boot, she has absolutely everything she needs. All that's lacking is like maybe a BKB for this game.
Summer is getting kind of big too. He has a BKB on top of Maelstrom, getting that Mjolnir. Once he gets the Mjolnir, he can be one of those just run into TB and hit him, right? Like, I don't care, Sunder, I just hit you. So maybe there's a chance in there, but I believe a move will be made before Aegis expires, so Team Bright are definitely in control.
An attempt to take away the tier 1 tower from the bottom lane. Did seem like initially maybe Dome and SJ were thinking about mounting a contest, but they realized, well, we don't want to risk our lives for a tier 1 tower. Our heroes are still farming important items, so just let it go. It's not that big of a deal at this stage of the game. They might find TB in the top lane though. Heat is in trouble. Heat is getting jumped on here. He needs a Solar Guardian to come in and help him out, but he still gets ruptured for all of his efforts. They're thinking about going in, but Summer taking so much damage from the Blade Mail of Irving. Almost ends up dead here. So does Gone, but the Blade Mail will expire. Summer with the BKB reveal, able to eventually kill off the Dawnbreaker. They don't get the Heat TB, but they still get a very juicy snack in the thighs.
Yeah, there was some miscommunication happening here because at the same time they were jumping Beast. Okay, can they kill him? There's disruption, right?
Killed. There's a disruption. Takes away the TA here. Summer though, whoo! Damn. All right, that's a very heavy hit coming in from Phoenix right there, ending up wiping the Bloodseeker from existence.
Yeah, I'm not even sure disrupting her or disrupting Bloodseeker would have been better, because if you disrupt Bloodseeker, he misses Earth Splitter, right? But yeah, he probably dies regardless. SJ? No, he survives that. But yeah, when Dawnbreaker died initially, Lion jumped the Beastmaster on the right side of the map, and he was all alone, so it took a while for ET and TA to help out, and then they couldn't help out top. I have a feeling they have two minds in play in the game, you know, like not a singular voice.
And they need to find some cohesion if they want to win out this game, because they are still behind the ball in terms of net worth. But like you mentioned, Summer is starting to creep up with the charts. So is Gone as well. And Gone is almost finished with his Sanjin Kaya. So it'll allow him to be a bit more tankier. That'll give him the daring to jump deeper into these engagements. But I still feel like they would love to find at least one more kill with Primal Roar, Lich Ultimate, as well as a BKB charge available for the Bloodseeker.
Well, there's haste on Beast, but he's running all over traps. One thing that I would like, they smoke up. I believe that should be scouted out. Imitator is in a good position. You see that he's even pinging it. It might be.
They actually pop the BKB on Dome. They're gonna go on to Undyne with the Primal Roar. They should be able to find this kill quite easily. Nice little 2-hero impale. Or Earth Spike rather coming in from Imitator, but I'm surprised they didn't try like blink TP out of that situation.
Yeah, I feel like Lion could have probably blinked TP'd out. One thing that caught them off guard was the haste on Beastmaster. Like, he just runs in, pops BKB. They were positioned to break the smoke. They kind of expected it, I think, but yeah, not sure why Lion didn't just bail, but it was one of those, if you're gonna die, I'm dying with you, friend.
Exactly.
You know.
It's loyalty. That's why he didn't leave. It's got your back. What a G. His name might be Imitator, but he's not a fake friend. What a lad.
Exactly. TB, by the way, Lincoln's completed on him. He had a butterfly queued up, but instead he just bought out completely and got the Lincolns.
This is interesting though, because like there's multiple ways to pop this, right? But I suppose every single spell that targets him directly is very annoying. Like Primal Roar, Sinister Gaze, Vortex, Rupture, Disruption, all of this stuff is actually awful for TB to deal with.
Yeah, so why not go for BKB instead if you want to go defensive, you know what I mean? If everything is like, one won't connect, but 4 will. But, okay.
He's actually playing a very dangerous area of the map right now. Like, he's underneath an observer ward. His team has smoked like in front of him. So if he walks back into this lane, I think he could end up dead.
Let's see. He did find an Arcane Rune now, so with that, they might pressure a tier 2 tower on top. That's exactly it. They're pinging it out as well. They don't have that advantage of Aegis, but Phoenix, man, he has a full nullifier completed, so
oh my God,
it's gonna be a ton of damage and no Lich armor to save you from Phoenix's hits.
Speaking of the Lich, he's smoked up with the boys. It's a full team smoke. It's only Summer that's not available right now. They're gonna try and find an angle to initiate. Imitator is waiting yet again to try and break any potential smokes. Heat is in a bit of an awkward position, but they could still end up losing heroes. Imitator going to be the first one jumped on. Gone easily gets the kill. And they come in with the Solar Guardian. Irving blinks towards where Heat is, having revealed that item. And they're thinking about how to approach this fight still, because they've gotten the one, but they definitely don't want to just grab Imitator after losing a tier 2 tower and spending so much time smoked up.
Yeah, I love how they moved back on the Radiant side, like Team Bright just moving back and getting a better position, not fighting uphill. At the same time, this meta is running out. I thought they should bail by now, but no, they're going in.
Actually gonna go in, Dome. He's gonna be the priority target, but he has a BKB and Irving does not. So he's gonna cop quite a huge chunk of damage from the Storm Spirit and the Shadow Demon, ends up dead. So that's 2 heroes that they've gotten in the top side of the map.
Yeah, do you understand that move? Because I just don't. I don't get why you would even try. There's literally no way you kill anyone.
Yeah.
Whoever you jump is gonna get disrupted. You don't have the burst damage. Your TB's meta is out and on cooldown for, at that point it was on cooldown for like 15 more seconds. Just, I don't know, peculiar one.
Sometimes you get debated. You think your thighs are too strong. Not that powerful, unfortunately. I also don't get it. Especially with, if Lion is still alive, that makes a lot more sense to me. Because then they may be thinking we can burst someone. But Lion is fine, man. Believe in Imitator. He'll be okay.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, just gets a cheeky little D ward, moves back. It's gonna be level 12. A nicer finger
Radiant's courier has been killed.
coming in soon.
Ends up losing his courier, though. He wasn't that far away from finishing off his Aether lens, so will be delayed for a little while longer.
His middle tower is under
Well, what do you think about this Irving itemization that we saw in the Stormbreaker? Like, she went, like, Blink Echo, Blade Mail into the BKB. Do you think she needed all 3 of these items? Could she not have just gotten BKB first before Blink? And speaking of, she might end up dead here, but no, she'll be okay.
I feel like there's still the Roar you're playing against, there's still Shadow Demon with Demonic Purge you're playing against, so Summer
Is gonna end up being able to kill off Imitator, using another BKB charge for this. That can't run down this Elder Titan, unfortunately, doesn't have a basher. But that kill does give him his Eye of Skadi. It's gonna be available right now. And at the same time, Irving, the one person he's probably building the Skadi for, gets caught out by Dolomir and the boys. They find a mega kill streak by bringing down the Stormbreaker.
Yeah, I was like defending him before that he's just, yeah, someone has to die, someone has to show on the map, but now he's 1-5-1 and he's made some interesting moves which are hurting his team at this point. I really thought that Team Bright, like, I'm flip-flopping this game very often, but I feel like, yeah, sometimes it's your fault, sometimes it truly isn't. The game is just very hectic. The fights that they're taking on Radiant side, I feel like shouldn't have been taken.
Yeah, some of these moves have just felt a bit odd, and it's brought back the gold advantage pretty much to parity, and very soon it's going to be in favor of the side of Holy Grail. Like, Dome is still farming crazy well on this Beastmaster as well.
Yeah, they're going in. There's a Solar Guardian obviously ready, so there are 5 moving in top. And this position is pretty damn solid
Radiant are scanning.
from Dire.
And also, they just got the AC for this Beastmaster. So all this physical damage is going to be ameliorated between the AC and the Frost Armor. And you can't nullify the AC. That buff is going to be there no matter what.
Yeah, and your TB is what, 100 gold away from Butterflies, so it would be a huge difference in the next fight. He's gonna have it though. It's flying out.
Such a tense moment. Both of these teams not wanting to do anything to start the fight unless they get counter-initiated on. The Butterfly is now complete for this TP, and Imitator jumped in. Only finds Gone though. Not a very appetizing target to start the fight.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit easier for Radiant in this situation because you have illusions, you have traps, you have Elder Titan with Astral Spirit, so it's kind of easier to scout them, and Beast has been scouted.
He has indeed, but the salvation is there with the disruption, and they start the fight with the Solar Guardian. Going in onto Imitator, though, is Holy Grail with Gone Storm Spirit. They
Phoenix.
And they also find Phoenix. This TA is all by her lonesome. The Thunder from Heat will save her life for now, but she will still end up dead. That also means that Heat has to run the hell away because he has no HP remaining. On this Dire side, they sacrifice Dome, but they end up with a massive win, killing off 2 cores. But oh no, Imitator! Coming through with the zap, the kill steal. My man is playing Call of Duty, gets the zap onto the Storm Spirit, dies in the process, but hashtag worth it from his perspective.
Storm is like goddamn camper. Yeah, really nicely done by Imitator. Just keeping it real, waiting in as Lion, finalizing that kill. Once again, like the initiation was kind of interesting. I don't think you can go on Beast the way they did, but they wanted to start a fight. That's understandable, so they committed. The problem is there's always the Shadow Demon. He will be saving the target with disruption, so if you show yourself, I feel like TA is always gonna get gone on. Basically, the way these fights go is Radiant initiates. The moment Bloodseeker sees TA, he's gonna rupture her, and then they'll just collapse with Storm Spirit.
Oof. Painful fight ultimately for the side of Team Bright. And Phoenix, I think it's I really wanted to see a defensive item from him, and that fight sort of was a demonstration of why. If they could ever get on top of him, they just have so many easy ways to melt him down. Ends up dead in a hurry in that situation.
Yep, he had the TB with the Sunder, right? It saved his life for a second or two more, but yeah, that wasn't truly significant. In the end, you still kind of lose the fight. I guess Storm Spirit did die in the end. One saving play from Imitator.
It's just like, I want out of this game. Just give me something to live with, man. Give me a Linken's, give me a Shiva's, give me something.
Yeah, Gun is getting that Shiva's. Actually, and Summer is what? He's got a Skadi, a plate mail. These heroes, these Storms and Bloodseekers, they're becoming quite of a problem. Even the Beastmaster, like, he's going in for an Aghanim's. Can they contest this? Will they be fast enough? Because they're not really moving.
Yeah, it's too late. They might be able to maybe get a hero or two on the retreat, but there's no way that they can stop this anymore. I'm very surprised that this ended up happening because they had the advanced positioning on the Roche earlier, but they played sort of around the area for a while. And now they're going to smoke back on the side of Team Bright. They're the ones considering catching somebody on the retreat from Holy Grail. But Holy Grail not going to fall for these shenanigans. They've seen this move too many times in the Chinese qualifiers. They immediately retreat with pretty much everybody.
Maybe they can fight around the tier 2, but Bloodseeker is way too far. Imitator jumps in, Nullifier.
They're gonna try go for Lich, but yet again, disruption save from DQQ. SJ should still end up dead here, as Imitator finds a young Zap, wants some additional finger charges.
Tormentor.
They're gonna try steal the Tormentor while they're at it.
Yeah, they're gonna get it. On the other side of the map, Dawnbreaker gets it.
Must be nice to be you. They're gonna keep just pushing here. They feel like really powerful with this Aegis of the Immortal on the Templar Assassin, so this is their moment. This is their opportunity to shine.
Yeah, there's no Lich.
Get that much damage though.
There's no Lich, and meta still hasn't been used. So they can definitely commit here. Imitator,
on the high ground, looking for DQQ, and with Irving Solar Guardian, they're gonna try to kill him off, but instead, Imitator dies first, Irving dies next. Dome was happy to commit the Primal Roar on that one. Well, I sort of lied earlier, I said Imitator is not a fake friend, but there he dragged his team into a very awful position.
Yeah, it's like a buyback from Lich as well, committed. Like, overall, if you really want to commit, if you really for some reason have to commit high ground, that's the right play. You jump the Shadow Demon. I like the play in that way. I don't like it from strategic aspect. Like, there's no necessity to actually push it right now. Like, you can still take the tier 2 mid, you can still just camp around their base. You don't have to actually take that exact fight. But why it didn't go well is Beastmaster. Like, the moment Lion jumps in, catches the Shadow Demon, Beastmaster roars TA, and that's the burst damage. That's the nullifier for Ghost Scepter. So without the TA, there's no way Shadow Demon dies, and yeah, they turn the fight. So Beastmaster MVP of that fight.
Dome, yet another great Beastmaster performance coming in from him. Had a stellar game in the opening game of the IG series. They ended up losing, but definitely wasn't on him. overall, he's just been playing quite well, and in this game, proving his value and worth yet again. But also DQQ, our man right now on the screen, has been really clutch with these young saves with the disruption. And once he gets Blink Dagger onto the Aghanim Scepter, he can position so much further back that that jump that came onto him realistically can't really happen later on in the game.
Has been denied.
Still have this Aegis though for another 2 minutes. Should they try force a push here with this Aegis, or should they be content just farming with it a bit?
I feel like you could still just farm. Just circle around their map, ward it up, choke them out. If someone really leaves the base, you always have Lion plus Dawnbreaker to jump on top of them. It doesn't have to be high ground. Keep it simple, right? Like, you don't have to make the game harder for yourself than it already is. What's gonna happen? Even if you lose Aegis, it's not that bad for you. Storm has the Shivas though, yeah.
Yeah. Shivas have some Frost Armor behind him. Still no way to deal with the Nullifier, but what can you do? Gonna feel much tankier overall. And they still have the AC as well. So there's actually quite a lot of armor that this TA has to punch through.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of things on Dire. Like the Aghanims is gonna be completed in 70 gold on Shadow Demon. You're gonna have a couple of those stacks to work with.
Phoenix is actually getting jumped on here, and they get, wow! Holy smokes, where did that damage come from? They end up killing off the TA's first life. They're going in for round 2 though. Solar Guardian will elongate this fight a little bit. The first Demonic Purge coming out onto the Templar Assassin, and she's gonna end up dead. A wonderful Stormbreaker coming in from Irving enables them to burst down Garn with the Finger of Death, finishing him off. But they've gotten a big prize. Phoenix is taken away from the fight. Heat, though, with his own meta, trying to stand his ground. But Summer, realizing he might be the strongest hero on the field right now, doesn't have his BKB active anymore, so taking quite a lot of physical and magical damage, will be forced to back off and rejoin his team on the high ground. But ultimately, they manage to mount another defense. They end up losing the range racks in the top lane, but they don't lose any melee, and the game still continues.
Yeah, unfortunately they didn't keep tabs on all the creeps pushing in, so top lane had 2 Carties, MVP, Dolme.
Down bottom, Dolme. MVP potentially from the Dire side ends up dead, pushed out a little bit too far out of the base. And that's a big death because he drops the gem of True Sight as well.
That's just so much nicer, right? To play like this, you circle around their base. If someone pokes out, you kill him off. You just keep control of the map. Unfortunately for them, TA died way too fast. Like, that was 2 kills. The Aegis and the second one. I mean, I know it's TA, but still.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's mostly because they have no saves, right? On Holy Grail you have this Disruption, you have Lich Armor, you have Roar to counter-initiate. On Team Bright, like, there is nothing really. Like, you can perhaps Impale, but it's not gonna stop the BKB heroes.
Yeah. Great kill. On the Bright side though, they still are maintaining overall control of the map, forcing them to stay in the base. Like you mentioned earlier, if anybody leaves the base, like the Beastmaster, you kill him off, but otherwise, just happily choke them within this area. And bro, check Phoenix. Phoenix is actually a madman. Still refusing to buy any defensive items, just going heads up into a Hex next.
Yeah, the offense is the best defense, right? Just kill them. If you jump and kill them, that's it. If you jump this Shadow Demon with the Hex, or the if he dies fast, like, you can actually take down anyone else. I'm not sure, like, I do feel that they kind of have enough control from the Lion, but the more the better, I suppose.
This is Phoenix saying, Imitator, you're not good enough, bro. Let me show you how to play Lion.
What would you rather have? Like, any defensive item that he buys can be now pretty much negated by Shadow Demon. He's got the Aghanims, 2 like Demonic Purges, he's gonna spam them.
I suppose if there wasn't this TB in the team, a Butterfly would have been nice, but you can't necessarily buy a Butterfly anymore with like already 1 being a field. But I guess you're right that there's so many ways to counter all this stuff. They've got 2 Demonic Purges. Linken's is pretty much not going to help, as we've seen with Heat already in this game. All right, like, looking at it, you're right. I think that it's more valuable to have that degree of offense rather than relying on some very sus defensive item for this game, at least.
Honestly, like, I was just debating it. I'm not sure. Like, it can be good. It doesn't have to be. It all depends on how they initiate in these next couple of fights. Imitator going in.
Imitator always the one that goes in first. He will end up dead for his efforts, though. The Solar Guardian will not be able to save him as he loses his life. The ET Splitter, though, will connect onto Summer and SJ. Phoenix, though, doesn't really want to fully close the gap just yet. SJ popping the Ghost Scepter just to get himself onto the high ground. They'll be happy with this. They just got one. This has been a constant problem for Team Bright, that sometimes Imitator is well ahead of his team, initiates before they can really follow up and ends up dead in the process.
Especially right now, at this point, like every time you initiate, you have to expect that Team Grail, Holy Grail, they're gonna be like 5 men. Like, always. Whenever they leave the base, it should be 5 of them leaving. Unless someone is dead on Radiant, and then they are kind of braver to poke out, but... Yeah, Imitator, he needs to chill a little bit and wait for the TA to be in position, because TA is the burst damage. Like, he needs her. Without TA, you're probably not killing anyone.
So just before they, as we click on Undyne right now, this is the correct item, I think. The Lotus Orb, that's the defensive item that he needs for Phoenix. So at the very least, something to help with these spells coming out. He doesn't have to actually carry the item and can hopefully just be the big burst of magic or massive amounts of physical damage.
Yeah, it's a step in the right direction, I would say. It's pretty nice. He's got his shard, by the way. I feel sometimes, I don't know, if I'm not a carry Elder Titan, I just don't want this shard. It just makes the game weird. Again, Imitator.
Jumping in again. Does have some slight debuff immunity thanks to the mana drain, but should still end up dead here. Literally in the same spot that he died the last time.
I think I've seen this movie before. It's the same episode. Please skip. Skip to the next one. You know when you go back to some series that you binge watched and you can't really remember where you were at? That's lying right there.
Yeah. Have you all seen this movie? This episode's great. While the team is smoked up though, look at this push that's happening through the mid lane. They're just gonna steal away of lane of Rax. It's only a half lane as they get the melee, but Holy Grail get dragged back to their base right now. They already lost the actual Rax, and that might open up an opportunity for them to go steal a Roshan with this TA at the same time.
So that's what they need. They need to lose Imitator in order to take high ground. That's how it works. And the worst part, yeah, like you said, for Holy Grail is the fact that they forced them all back, meaning this rush is now just free for Phoenix.
Yep.
It's pinged out, like they are moving, but the traps are slowing them and they're just never gonna make here on time. They're never gonna make it.
It's always so annoying when you're trying to do something on the map, you just get randomly slowed. And they're gonna give the Ags towards this Terror Blade. Now has access to the Terror Wave for himself. And they're gonna smoke up immediately themselves on the side of Team Bright, expecting a rotation from Holy Grail, which will not come, but maybe right now with the smoke, they can find an opening to take the tier 3, which is pretty much dead already, and maybe a lane of Rax.
Yeah, a lot of cool items coming out, like the Aghanims on TB that you just mentioned from Rosh. Dolme as well has his Drums of Slom, so he can dish out some more damage in these fights. The Halberd, the Basher on Bloodseeker. Yeah, if he gets on top of a target and he has a lot of stacks, like, he can actually lock someone down really easily.
They stole away the Tormentor, got some Demon Zeal going for this Terror Blade. So now this next fight doesn't look that easy for Holy Grail. Although they do have some much better team fight as well. I mean, they have those drums that you mentioned for some damage. Garn has Ags for some additional control with the blue hole. So things aren't looking uber dire for them, but it still feels like a difficult situation to defend.
It comes down to the positioning. It's still like this hero, there's a reason why he's picked so much at the moment. Like, he's much stronger in the lane, plus he's still as strong in what he was good before, and that's Shadow Demon, right? Like, you try to initiate on anyone. TA, can they blow her up again?
Whew. They came very close. Half her HP just removed away from play. She did eat some demonic stacks of the Shadow Poison, but she should be fine. Only 1 up. That's still very scary. The fact that she can, if they make the jump, actually bring them down. Or they can bring her down, rather. But they're going to smoke up. They have Heat with a double damage rune that's about to finish. Might as well try to get some damage out with their meta if you can, but nobody's going to be available, unfortunately, for them.
They really want to go all the circle around. Let's see. Gone. He is the closest one.
I mean, they're debating someone. They're sitting smoked up still, but Phoenix reveals himself hitting the tower. Gone actually jumps in, gets the blue hole onto 2. Imitator and Phoenix get caught out here. The rest of the team is incoming, slowly but surely. Dome will find himself getting hexed up, so can't really fully close the gap there.
Heat.
They do get another rupture out onto Phoenix, and at the same time, Heat is sitting in the trees, waiting to try to jump somebody. They're gonna be like, really? This guy was hiding here the whole time? Okay.
It's just like a funny position to be in as Radiant. You really want to have a control fight in a certain area in which you can pop the meta and just go ham. I guess you could if you just went high ground. Like, they have to defend it, right? At the same time, you really don't want to do it versus Lich. You don't want to do it versus Shadow Demon's illusions. Shadow Demon. Oh, he almost got caught. Even the scan.
Also, they killed off Summer's courier. What was on it? I think he was just waiting to try to finish off his Abyssal Blade. Doesn't manage to finish it, unfortunately. It's a 20k gold lead right now, Lizard, with a experience lead that is not looking favorable either. It's not that bad in the experience department, but win probability does favor the Radiant side by 80% at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely feels much easier for them to, at least from our perspective. From their perspective, they're like, oh goddamn, we're playing for TI. I have to push high ground, but this pesky Shadow Demon is defending everyone. Phoenix, this might be it. They went out.
Okay, can Phoenix close the gap in time? Not gonna be able to. He thought about it. He really had the tools. He had Blink Dagger, he had the Hurricane Pike, could have tried to close down this Lich, but I think he's having flashbacks of how much HP he's lost in like a few seconds in the high ground pushes. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks.
But with Aegis and everything, top lane, they get DQQ. He has buyback, but this is another side. By the time he gets back, it's gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely taken. Gone goes in, gets the blue hole off. Dome can't close the gap in time for the Primal Roar. Finally gets it off, but they've already stunned up this Bloodseeker and almost about to kill him. They get the Chain Frost out to maybe buy some space and time, but it's not enough. Summer forced into a buyback situation. Phoenix jumping onto Gon right now, but Gon able to zip himself away. But Summer needs to re-engage this fight. They don't want to have bought back for nothing. And it looks like that's just going to stay that way. Not going to be able to actually find a way into the fight. And it was also a dieback from Phoenix either earlier as well.
Aegis will be reclaimed in 5 seconds, so maybe something is possible, but...
Summer really wants to get onto Heat. Gone though, getting caught out by Imitator, zapped down to death as well. That's him dead without buyback. Dome hexed up right now, taking too much right-click damage from Heat, who blinks onto him with the Swift Blink and able to get the double kill on his Terror Blade. And I think this game is over. Summer thinks the same thing as well. He throws in the towel. GG, well played is called. And Team Bright will end up taking game number 1 over Holy Grail.
I would say a pretty close slash weird one. Like 50k advantage for Team Bright in the end, but it's not like Team Holy Grail never had their chances, right? Like they actually had a couple of opportunities to close this game out and do well. I think one of the major mistakes or mishaps for them was that rush on the Radiant side when they didn't take it, when they didn't contest it, after Storm died to Imitator, if you remember. They just let that one go, and it just gives a huge advantage to Team Bright because they have this TA, they have this TB with Cheese and Aegis. They can just sit back, relax, farm up. And farm up they did. They just got too big on both the TA and TB. Eventually these two, like, I don't want to play against TA and TB on the same team late game.
Not at all. And unfortunately, the only big carry, quote unquote, they had on the side of Holy Grail was this Bloodseeker. And although Summer did start off the game in a decent enough fashion in terms of getting on the map, getting some kills, was always like playing on the back foot. Never really felt like he was in a position to dominate any of these fights. There were a couple of times where we'd see them catching out this TA and almost killing her pretty much in an instant. However, outside of those moments, really did feel like overall smooth sailing at the latter portion of this game for Team Bright. I'm fully with you that one moment where they didn't get this Roshan, man, that hurt so much. Because then they spent like, what, 7 minutes just playing inside their base because they didn't want to leave and fight into an Aegis TA. It was very sad.
Yeah, and I feel like overall the lineup that Team Holy Grail had is not bad at all. Like it's pretty good. It just needed to be like faster. They needed to play much faster, and also a couple of things obviously went wrong with TA getting a ton of kills early on, right? Getting that blink and Dezo much faster than usual, so it helped out quite a bit. But overall, maybe Holy Grail, if they're gonna play the way they're playing, which is more like methodical, strategical, not ham, perhaps just get a hard carry that actually, you know, is the ultimate win condition in the game. Yeah. That might be an easier approach for you.
It's actually crazy how much farm Phoenix got in the early game. So at 18 minutes, Phoenix had Desolator, Blink Dagger, Aghanim Shard, and Chrysalis with an Aegis in tow. Crazy amount of net worth and value. Able to play a very solid game overall. Obviously, Terrorblade ended up being the craziestly most farmed hero in the game, but it's Terrorblade, right? You're not really too worried about that situation happening. It's sort of inevitable. Team Bright, very solid game overall. Imitator did have a couple of questionable deaths, but that's pretty much the only hurdle that we can think of that they have to remove from themselves going into Game 2. For MVP, what do you think? I want to give it to Phoenix. How you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm down to give it to Phoenix as well. Like, he had a couple of plays where they just kill him as he's trying to push high ground, but all of the moves were more or less pretty much on point, and it comes, like, sometimes the game comes down to these early moments. I feel like if he doesn't have a good early stage, then the map is too small for him and TB, and they just can't find all the farm that's necessary. They get run over perhaps by Beastmaster, but just because he made such a good rotation on top, then on bottom, got a ton of kills, a ton of net worth, he was able to just be very active constantly.
Absolutely. What a player he was. What great stuff came out here from our boy Phoenix through the mid lane. And of course, that means that Team Bright, yet again here in the lower bracket, continue to impress and continue to grab Game 1. So we're going to witness if they make this a 2-0 affair. Sadly though, Lizard, although there's only been, every day we've had these China qualifiers, there's been 1-2-1 and the rest are 2-0s. We already had a 2-1 earlier, but it's me and you on the mic, so we know what's about to happen next. It's going to be 1-1. We're going to Game 3. Guaranteed, yeah. Let's hope right now that they go and breathe, collect themselves, and come back ready to play from the side of Holy Grail, because we have a Game 3 coming soon, given the Snare and Lizard Curse. So don't go anywhere. Some more Chinese Dota action continues for the qualifiers right after this. Welcome one and all here to the China qualifiers. The road to TI continues with an elimination game between Team Bright and the side of Holy Grail. Team Bright took game one, but Holy Grail did show some positive signs throughout the game. It was just a little bit of execution that was maybe missing towards allowing them to win the game. So going into game two, Lizard, what do you want to see them adjust in the draft if you feel there's any changes you want to make?
Is it truly the draft that was the problem? Like, I think the draft was quite alright. I'm not gonna flip-flop 20 times in the last game. Like I said that I saw some faults in Team Bright's draft. I thought that it's very easy to punish what they had, and especially with what Holy Grail have drafted, I felt like it's fast enough, and like, they can be, if they can just be on point. Maybe, I don't know, like, if you remember the first rush in the last game, Beastmaster was trying to take down tier 2 on bottom, but they weren't really committing. I think decisiveness is what they need. They need to be a little bit more strict with their moves. Just go for it, go ham. You have one shot, one opportunity, one chance there. Don't squander it. Make it happen.
I mean, especially when you're picking heroes like Storm Spirit, Bloodseeker. These are not heroes that can benefit from wishy-washiness. You gotta go all in, so I'm with you on this one. We'll see if they draft in a similar fashion heading into game two, because they have the first pick. They've banned out Pango, Lion, and the Brewmaster. So Imitator is going to be forced to play something different. And of course, Team Bright, they're sticking to the exact same bans. No Nature's Prophet, no Medusa, no Gyrocopter, and of course, Vengeful Spirit should not be allowed to play Dota right now. The question is, do they go back for the Beastmaster just want to get the things off?
I think so. What was it? Beast on their side and TB on the other.
Yeah.
Was it Beast first faced? It wasn't, right?
Yeah,
what?
It was the overall pick for Holy Grail, yeah.
Okay. Just go with it again. I think Beast had a pretty decent game. I didn't really feel the impact of Beast, though. You know, sometimes you have this Beastmaster, he's just running across the map, owning everyone. Just taking one tower after another, one objective after another. I didn't feel it. Instead, they go with a Lycan. Okay, the hero that's been banned in every single game that I have casted in the qualifiers. So I'm kind of happy to see it at least. They pick up the Disruptor versus him. You can cage the wolf, I guess, cage the dog, but I don't know. Sometimes I don't like playing Disruptor into the Lycan. Sometimes I do. If I'm having a good game, I'm glimpsing him back, I'm killing him, you know? If I'm having a bad game, I'm just running away, crying. Please stop chasing me with the pests.
You're like, what is this? Why do I have to suffer this life? This indignity? They are going to also pick up the young Phoenix. All right, so Disruptor Phoenix, tons of teamfight available for themselves. We might see some classic offlane pairing, some Mars, probably not Dawnbreaker again, but anything with a big AoE ability could be quite nice.
Yeah, good luck casting. You have Phoenix and Phoenix. At least they're not playing versus Supernova. That would be a bit confusing. Yeah,
it'd be too much. It'll be way too much. One thing I do find very interesting about this game, though, with them picking Phoenix and Disruptor, is they changed the 10 talent, right, on this Lycan hero. So you don't get the damage reduction, you don't get the Howl armor reduction. So that's less armor for heroes that already are notorious for having bad armor. So if this Lycan has a good game, I could really see them just eating up these supports like they're nothing, pretty much.
Yeah, it does happen very often, right? Like that's the bread and butter on how to play Lycan. Pop ultis, send your creeps at supports, think you're smart. Yeah, we get some bonds.
Yes, baby.
We get some Rock Golem.
Love it. Get some upheavals, get some imps going.
Yeah, they're not really showing their hand on Holy Grail. It's a completely different draft than the last one. I feel like this Lycan most likely on off, but let's see. Now with the Ember. Okay. Still snatching that Phoenix's hero, right?
Yeah.
Is Pango? No, Pango has been banned out. So what do you have? You have like a Primal, maybe a DK. You have these kind of heroes that you could pick into him. You could go for something crazy versus like an Ember, like a Kunkka mid, you know? Not really played a lot, but I do like the pick.
They get at least one Water Boy. It's not going to be a Kunkka, but his mortal enemy, the Tide Hunter, is the one that emerges right now for Team Bright. This is even more team fight. This is the kind of offlane hero that I was expecting from them, so it makes complete sense. But in the mid lane, they don't go for the conquer, but they get the rainbow pony. So a lane dominator and just more magic damage, which is quite a lot that they have in their lineup.
Yeah, it's a funny matchup versus Lycan with Lash. Like, the idea is, yeah, I'm Disco Pony, I'm gonna pop all my AoE spells and the Lycan can't do anything to me. Sometimes that happens, sometimes Lash just dies. You know, he sends all his creeps at Lash and Lash just gets obliterated. So we'll see which one happens this time around. If you're Team Bright, you have this last pick carry. What do you go for? Like, you're playing into a Lycan Alchemist. Like, Monkey King is in the pool, that's kind of decent, but maybe a bit slow versus Alk. You also have an Ursa, that's a bit faster. You have some Templar Assassin, but with all the beasts attacking her, and Ember Spirit, I'd be worried.
Maybe Monkey King?
Yeah,
oh, never mind.
They ban it out, yeah. Slark, maybe, that's also left in the pool.
I like Slark, actually. Not the best, but it's okay.
Yeah, there's they have a ton of options, but for Holy Grail, what do they need? They need some offlaner, some Doom maybe. He's still in the pool. Sorry, Lycan is the offlaner. They need a 5, right? 4 or 5, 4 most likely.
I guess we need a hero for DQQ. His Shadow Demon's been banned. There's no Grimstroke. There's already Disruptor taken away. They removed Lion earlier on. Shadow
Silencer?
Feel great.
I banned out, never mind.
All right. Okay, Rubik. All right. Get some of these spells. There are some pretty good spells to steal. Like, you get a 0 cost point, Split Earth, that always feels good. Ravage is always nice. Glimpse is such an amazing spell. Thunderstrike is also pretty good with the spell amp as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's a buffet for Rubik right now. Like, a lot of good spells to steal.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what the carry is gonna be. Some Ursa, some Slark, maybe like push the tempo, own the Alchemist and the Lycan in the lane.
How do you feel about morphling in this game?
I guess versus Ember it's pretty solid, right? Like you get one good target to morph into already. Not bad. Might be a bit slow into Alk, but I could see it. Nice. Nice call. I mean, overall, it is the hero that's been picked up all the time recently, right? Usually into Gyro, but okay, I can see it working.
I think the main thing I like about it is, like you mentioned, great steal from the Ember Spirit, but when I see Lycan and Alchemist, I definitely want a hero with high armor, naturally. And Morphling can definitely provide that to you, and high HP, because the Holy Grail burst isn't that significant. So I think Morphling can sort of play around the edges. He's got some heal from the Phoenix with the Sun Ray, and they just have so much team fight that all they needed was one hero to just mop everybody up. But at the same time, Lizard, you know why they're going to lose? Firstly, there's 2 things, right? Number 1, it's the Snare Lizard curse. We're going to game 3. Number 2, though, Holy Grail has that acid.
The acid. Yeah, like... The one thing that Holy Grail have got, in my opinion, is like the fast pace that they can play this game with the Lycan, with the Ember, some rocks here and there. I think it's pretty damn good. If they manage to slow down the tide and disable him from just being that annoying watermelon that sits in front of towers, defends them forever, I think they have a really good shot at just closing the map before Morphling comes online. I don't know if I have the same fate I had before game 1, though. Like in game 1, I said the same thing, and they didn't manage to close the game. They didn't manage to utilize their advantage, like the fast pace of their heroes. This time around, I guess they do have an Alchemist to fall back to, right? And he's gonna force them. Like 20 minutes in, Blink Dagger, BKB, Radiance, he's gonna force them to make constant moves.
Yep. Well, we're going to see exactly how this Alchemist plans out as we're going into game 2. Let's see if Holy Grail will be able to make a play here, get Summer and the boys into a deciding game 3. Hopefully they've been watching Nine Pandas replays, because this is a very Nine Panda-esque draft from them. And, you know, Nine Pandas did make life difficult for all the Chinese teams. The defeat of Team Aster at Bali to Nine Pandas ensured that there's only 2 Chinese teams at the region going to TI. So if they've been watching those replays, hopefully it's with some salt, but also learning exactly what that squad did right.
Yeah, I'm loving Bright's draft as well for some reasons. It's just like a lot of AoE big combo wombo spells, you know. It's Dota. It's true Dota, you know. That's how it's supposed to be. Some black holes, some ravages, some supernovas, static storms.
I mean, the only hero that doesn't have a cool ultimates are these two middle, right? The Leshrac and the Morph. Their ultimates or whatever.
Yeah, but Lash is still one of those that you need in a big combo wombo lineup because he cleans up, right? Like he comes in with all the necessary damage. No, he fits in. He fits straight in.
Hoping for some beautiful Dota for this game too. As the first little skirmish of the game is going to happen. Dome and DQQ forcing away heat from the Bounty Rune. They're going to get some bonus gold necessary with an Alchemist in the game. It's only going to be 2 though overall, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, 2 for 2. We'll see how Alchemist does in this lane. Like he still has the Warlock to heal him up. At the same time, I feel that Phoenix and Tide can slow you down anyway. They don't have to hit you. They don't have to bring you down. They don't have to kill you. It's just the Anchor Smash plus Fire Spirits, right? Like Anchor Smash once, Fire Spirits next. You're just losing a lot of CS. It can happen.
Yeah. What an annoying spell to have to deal with. But Alchemist just trying to farm himself away. This mid lane, the Leshrac versus the Ember Spirit, for the most part that I've seen it, it ends up being somewhat Lesh favored, but most lanes are like this for Lesh. Lesh doesn't lose lanes, so it's fine. And top, it feels like this Disruptor can't put a foot wrong, right? Because Undyne can definitely get brought down here between the Lycan and the Rubik.
Yeah, definitely. It all depends on the trades between him and the Rubik, right? Like, if Rubik steps out of position, if he gets glimpsed, Heat can follow up with some waveforms, so... Yeah, they can... I believe there's a chance to kill both of these supports. The cores on top, way more difficult.
They're just too tanky. Down bottom, I don't think Summer's ever gonna die. SJ potentially could if he eats like a Gush, a couple of Fire Spirits.
You don't think Summer can die? Like, I can always imagine an Alchemist dying, going in too deep, trying to get that one extra last hit, you know? It's like there's...
I'm just anticipating SJ always having Shadow Word for him.
Yeah, that's true. Like, he should be healed up quite often. It's just like... I know how I am when I'm playing Alchemist. I just always want to go get that one extra creep, and I can get punished for it. It's more value, you know, just the greed, the actual greed.
High risk, high reward, man. That's the only way to play Dota sometimes. So far, though, they're just chilling, just farming away. He's gonna try to build into his rads as soon as humanly possible. Do you think the Tidehunter goes for a meme hammer this game, or is it going to be like some other build from him?
Well, if he goes for... They already have ways of taking objectives, right? Like, you've got this Slash as well on your side. I guess you could go for the meme hammer. It's not that bad on him. What would you go if not? Like, just pure utility?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe like Blink, Lotus Orb, something like this.
Yeah, if you go for more utility, it's a bit safer into the Lycan, just being able to stand in front of the tower, defend it. But I feel like Meme Hammer is the call. Yep, he has it queued up.
Getting us the memes. I also really want to see this Lycan. As you mentioned, he's been banned out game after game after game after game. So we have to see exactly why in this situation. And Dome has been one of the more stable offlaners. But one thing that does concern me, though, you mentioned at the end of the first game that you didn't necessarily feel his map impact on the Beastmaster. And Lycan is supposed to accomplish similar things, so definitely hoping for a better read of the strategic situation from him here.
Yeah, I feel like it's literally the same playstyle, right? Like, you get that creep, you just run across the map, make stuff happen. Right now, it feels like he recognizes... Well, actually, never mind. He had an urn queued up. No, it's Rubik, okay. So Rubik is going to be building the vessel. Undyne actually forced TP.
He is fine, bro. He's chilling.
Yeah. So the itemization on top lane from the two of them will be most likely Vessel on the Rubik, and Dolme will be building that Overlord as soon as possible. I do like it.
Down bottom, the one issue that this Lycan's going to have throughout this game is definitely the Irving Tidehunter. Getting tankier and tankier. And he has some pretty high CS numbers overall. That should put him in a very decent spot in terms of the net worth. And them forcing him out is likely not going to happen. Oh no. Dude, Summer is playing like he has the Warlock right behind him, even though that is not the case. But because they think he's there, they don't try to over-punish him in that situation.
Yeah, he's still keeping up with the CS, right? Like 25, not too shabby at all, gets healed up. He also can make some stacks on that medium camp. Farm it up perhaps, let's see. He sees the wolves. Yeah, stack it up, use that acid, and it's all good. Like, these two teams are very evenly matched in lanes, I feel like. In the last game as well, we really didn't see a lot happen until the first rotation from the mid laner. And it seems like that's gonna be the case again.
Last time it was Phoenix with a Haste Rune on a TA, so if he gets a Haste Rune on a Leshrac, could make a big move as well. Gon, of course, can just naturally do so once he hits level 6. So the next few minutes, gonna be make or break for both of these lineups. They might be setting up for Gon here, because DQQ is here to support him, hoping for a kill onto Phoenix. Sadly though, by the time he comes in, they've already missed the window. They will not find the kill. Undyne might end up dead instead though, as he does get chained to the ground. No level 6 just yet for the Ember, but he just hit level 6. Able to jump down on Undyne and get the first blood kill for himself. Phoenix hoping to try and find revenge by bringing down DQQ, but he's out of mana here, Lizard. He's going to end up dead himself. SJ shows up to provide some upheaval, and that's going to ensure that Phoenix will not escape. Gon will get himself a double kill. Amazing time to be alive for this Ember Spirit in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's having a really good time. The same way the last game the TA was having, now it's Ember's turn. Like, he's the one. And the bottle refill. And SJ, by the way, channeling upheaval, not going for that last hit on Lash. Would you have done that? Be honest with me.
100% I would have taken the last hit.
Yeah. My boy.
I tell my mid laner as tax, bro.
It's exactly what I wanted to say. It's rotation tax.
But that's how you know. There's a reason why SJ is right now competing to go to the TI. He knows what's up, knows the stakes. Give Gon every resource possible. So life is nice right now if you're on the side of Holy Grail. Of course, the other lanes are also going quite decently for them. Dolme is up on net worth over and above Heat on the Morphling, which we definitely anticipated. Alchemist is at the top of the net worth because, you know, it's just Alchemist. And so far, they don't have to make any big moves, given that Gon had his rotations come towards him. But they're going to find Phoenix as well here.
Again?
Inside the jungle. He's trying to farm up some camps. And Phoenix going to get jumped on. Gon finds the Searing Chains. They should have the damage here. The Slide of Fist will come out. It's going to kill off
the bonds, man.
And my goodness, the Fatal Bonds doing a lot of work on the creep camp. They're going to steal this away as well. He's not done. Gon looking for another double kill. Slide of Fist comes in, gets the double, and gets glimpsed back to safety. Thank you, Undyne. Thank you, Team Bright. Gon walks away with a double.
Dude, he's just having the game of his life right now in December. SJ as well, using Fatal Bonds on all the creeps and Lash, spreading out all the damage, feeling goddamn amazing.
Dude, Gon, you know it's a good game for you? When you get a double kill and then you get a regen rune. And now they're thinking about just rotating bottom. They weren't able to find the D ward with the sentry.
He's gonna steal. He's gonna steal the stacks.
Yeah. Oh no, it's even worse, man.
Dude, this Warlock is level 5.25. Ember is 8. Like, they're gonna get a ton of XP from this stack as well. Phoenix at least is kinda in vicinity, so he's snatching some. But yeah, Warlock is also having a really good time. I feel like Clash is another one of these heroes that you kind of want to have a good early game. You want to have some stacks. You want to be able to actually be pressuring and not be pressured in the first 15 minutes. Especially if you look at the net worth. He's below Lycan. He's going to be afraid of the Wolf even. And these creeps are just going to harass him out of fights.
Does seem like it's going to be a difficult game for him. also has to, you don't have that one-stop shop. It's fine. I'll buy BKB. I'll be okay. Gotta worry about these big chaotic offerings dropping on your head. Gotta worry about just the overwhelming physical damage they have. And there's no like Lich that they have on their lineup, right? No Lich. Nobody wants to buy AC really. Like no, maybe Tidehunter can buy some Crimson Guard item, but beyond that, protection against physical damage is just not going to be happening for them.
Yeah, just Tidehunter. That's it, like you said. It's all on him. Stand in front, buddy, and protect everyone. Honestly, yeah, you can have a lot of advantage on Holy Grail. At the same time, it's very easy to throw it away. Like all these big ultis, right? All it takes for Team Bright is one good fight. Some Supernova, Ravage, or Static Storm, Ravage, whatever. You can combo so many heroes.
You've got Tentacles, you've got Burn Damage, you've got Egg. The follow-up with Split Earth.
Sounds like a cartoon I watched recently. Anyways, Morphling on top lane. Once he got a Falcon Blade, like farming up. I've seen Heat join fights very early on with Morph too, so we can see that happening.
For now, though, he just wants to get this mask, farm up, not have to worry about anything in life. Dolme is already finished with the full Helm of the Dom. Now he needs to get into the Helm of the Overlord. That's not going to take too much time, especially since Heat is now being pressured underneath the tower, and there's no supports that can help him out anymore. And the G calls will come. Everybody's ready to play some Dota. Let's go. Game 2 continues. And Holy Grail. Yes, they can throw away the lead, but you only throw when you're in an advantageous position, and that's definitely where they are right now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Can't stop the Irving train though. Tidehunter with that meme hammer taking down the tier 1 tower before Lycan even hurts the tower on top lane. So map opening up a bit for them. Irving in a pretty good spot. Like if he wants to, he could actually go top when Lycan starts rotating in, trying to take the tower. Or mid.
He can just do whatever the hell he wants. I like the fact that he's buying a Solar Crest as well, recognizing that they do need some plus armor in some category here. And this mid tower, Dome has abandoned the push towards top, like you mentioned, coming mid to assist. But Irving read the move. He's here in time. He is getting slowed by upheaval though, so they could actually try and jump him. Dome goes into the shapeshift.
He's got Ravage.
Able to drop down the kinetic field. He does indeed have Ravage. They'd be happy if he just left. They want the tower. They don't really want his life. So they'll happily let him go in exchange for the tier 1.
I don't think I've seen a worse defender in my life. I'm kidding, but if he stayed, he definitely dies. So he decided, yeah, the right idea is definitely to go back, and that's it, just survive. He doesn't have any ultis on his supports. That's the problem. If he had, he could have defended. He could have popped Ravage, and then they help with it. But it looks just funny. He goes in, kind of pretends he's protecting the tower, and then just like, yeah, peace, guys, you can have it. I'm gonna farm the jungle.
It's that thing where you walk into a place, you're like, this is not my scene, I'm sorry. I gotta leave right now.
Yeah, you slowly sneak out, just back out of the room.
I'm going to the bathroom, but you just leave. So Heat, what you got right now? Morbid Mask, Piggy Pole, going into Manta style. Fairly standard, right? I don't think this is the game that he needs Lincoln Sphere, so I prefer this instead.
Yeah, it's just that he's sticking around in top lane, and I don't think they can defend this. Let's see, Phoenix is thinking maybe? Nah, he's not gonna go. Basically, they had no TP on Lash. Without that TP on Lash, without him using Twin Gate, I can't see them defending. So, instead, they try to take down mid. At least for a little bit, meme hammer it down. I do like the fact that Alchemist is finding quite a lot of space now for Team Grail.
Yeah.
He's got that Radiance completed. Not the fastest Radiance ever, but his network is very solid. Getting a BKB blink, and they're pretty much set, ready to fight.
What is that team called that he was on last season? Dandelion, yeah. Where he played, there was a point where he literally played Alchemist like 5 games in a row. It was kind of hilarious to watch. So this is their back against the wall hero. They're like, we think we're gonna lose. Whip out the young Alk. Let's see what he's got. Not that far away from the BKB in this game. And then maybe they want to start pursuing fights across the map, joining up with Dome as he's pushing the dangerous areas right now.
Yeah, it was a really good patch for Alchemist back then when he played it, but this one is as well. Not as strong as the new patch just hit in, but still, like, I feel it's a decent Alchemist game overall. Ember. Yeah, this game is both teams. I shouldn't say this game. This series has been very passive from both teams. I think they're like really good friends in real life. They don't want to kill each other. They don't want to hurt each other's feelings, you know. You farm your side of the map, we farm ours.
It's one of those things where you're not gonna get, after the game is over, we're all talking or hanging out at the restaurant. It's like, bro, you're not gonna tell me I only won because we dominated the early game. Like, we beat you fair and square. All got our items, all got to the mid game. We started fighting and we just executed better than you. Can't complain.
Yeah, no tips are gonna happen. Or if tips happen, they're actually gonna be some wholesome tips, you know. Like,
your team being like, you played well. Or the enemy team tipping you at the end, being like, well done. Go to the next stage.
So what's happening so far? Tidehunter is still trying to meme hammer down the tier 1 on mid. There's the first smoke. They're about to have Vessel very soon, but it's not really a big deal. They can still smoke up, maybe catch this Phoenix or Lash.
Yeah, they really want the Phoenix Leshrac though. Imitator ready yet again to break the smokes. He's always in position to do this. And he does so successfully, enabling Phoenix to get away. Undyne even pops the smoke to assist him with some move speeds just in case.
Yeah, the danger is DQQ, right? Like, he's the initiator and he has waveform, so maybe Disruptor was afraid some waveform into lift would catch him. Really nice kill for Rubik, because off of that he's gonna have a Vessel.
Vessel fully complete. He's sending it out on the courier right now whilst his team takes down the tier 1 tower. Unfortunately for them, nobody went to check the Wisdom Rune. That's one thing Team Bright has just been much better than. The side of Holy Grail with. And now,
Glimpse.
down bottom, SJ gonna get Glimpse back. Phoenix is gonna kill him off. Gone are the days, sadly, where you collect some Bloodstone charges, but still feels good to reveal your item with the kill.
Definitely. But I'm still very surprised that Team Bright didn't mount a single defense on the tier 1 towers. Like, I get it. You might not be always ready, but like, so far they've lost 2 towers because of TPs. Literally, the lack of TPs cost them 2 towers. Down bottom now, Tidehunter didn't have it, so he couldn't connect on time. And before it was Lash on tier 1 top. Let's see mid. Irving.
They're gonna try go for the Tidehunter. It does have Ravage. Doesn't really have that many allies nearby though. He's gonna try his best. The Glimpse back, at least delaying matters somewhat.
They've got
Will he be able to buy enough time for the squad to show up? He's thinking about it. They're gonna go for Undyne on the back end though, and with the Disruptor dying from Summer, that means that definitely Irving will hold on to the Ravage and instead commit his life. So 2 heroes picked up. Holy Grail, yet again, getting good stuff. And look at this, a cart wagon, a young Ancient Thunderhide, tier 2 tower middle could fall as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it was very similar in last game when Dawnbreaker was playing alone. For some reason, Irving is, like, in multiple games that I have watched so far, just on his own island. Like, he's just playing his own game, everyone else is just chilling, farming up. I don't feel that they're that weaker at the moment. I still, yeah, we're playing into Alchemist that finished off the Radiance, but I feel like you could still mount a normal defense or a normal fight. Like, your team fight is no joke. Just look at these heroes on Team Bright.
Absurd amounts of team fight that they're not utilizing at the moment, sadly. Actually, have we seen any of their big spells? I don't think we've seen a single one, right?
Nope. Not a single one. No Ravage, no Phoenix Sag, no Static Storm used.
It's fine, boys. We're keeping it for game 3. It's okay.
Yeah, they stack, you know, like Midas. If you don't use them, you get multiple charges.
There we go. First Rosha of the game happening as Dome and the crew will back up Summer in his attempt to bring down the big man. And there's no way they're going to respond to this in time from Team Bright. On the Bright side, they might be able to put some pressure into this mid lane a little bit, open up some space on the map. But you are going to now be playing into an Aegis for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, that's the Aegis now. Alchemist with the Blink Aegis. I don't think they're gonna let Team Bright dodge these fights. I feel tier 2 on top lane is the next target. Maybe they use the Twin Gate and defend bottom instead, but like you said, Aegis on Alchemist puts them in full control now. Is there anything
Phoenix
big?
dead? Oh no, Phoenix is dead. He's unscouted. He's trying to get out with the TP, but the Rubik is there with the cancel. Telekinesis holds him in position. Summer stuns him off, and the crew finishes him off. Ouch, that was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, Lil Wolf's always nasty, right? Like scouting out, giving a target to TP on as well with Boots of Travel. That's not supposed to happen, like you said, but so far they've just given in. They're letting Holy Grail just do whatever they want on the map, and these things will happen. If you're trying to split push 24/7, you're gonna get caught, you're gonna eat some losses.
On the Bright side, they have only 1k technically at a deficit. Obviously, Alchemist's net worth is always super inflated, but besides the Alchemist, the net worth distribution is very, very positive, and Team Bright shouldn't feel like they're too far behind in that regard.
Yeah. No, they're still farming up. That's what happens usually when you split push all the time, right? Like while Holy Grail is moving together and trying to take objectives, which they are taking, Team Bright is just farming the map. That can go a long way until you start being choked inside of your base. Like when they start pushing meaningful objectives, like, that's when you're gonna be like, okay, we actually have to defend. And the problems start happening.
Game's still fairly static right now. You see this Rubik? Is that a full Blink dagger that he finished off? No way. Yes, it is. Wow. Blink Spirit Vessel, 19 minutes into the game for DQQ.
Yeah, most players don't even have the blink or just get the blink, so really nicely done by him. He was involved in quite a few kills, like he's been farming the map to out-pushing.
I love also how easily they can clear waves. They have Fatal Bonds plus Fade Bolt, and then anything afterwards, just sneeze at these creeps and they all just die.
I do like the Ags as well on Lycan. I feel that's the new build, right? Overlord into Ags. You can have 2 dogs now, so.
Gone. Just a quick grab onto Imitator on the back edge of the fight. Bye-bye Phoenix. And tier 2 tower is definitely going to fall. You were mentioning it just now. They can't necessarily dodge these fights in the situation. And they might catch Irving down bottom as well. They had a scout out onto him. They know where he's at. But they're not bringing down the TP, so the watermelon should live.
He's TPing back. There's a Tormentor to take between him and Morphling, I suppose. Meanwhile, someone got married, so if you can hear honks coming from my mic, that's what's happening.
Hey.
People are passing my house honking. Do you have that, like in South Africa, do you have that same tradition?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. What often happens as well is that, especially if you're in, like not in the middle of the city or the suburbs, in the outskirts of the towns or in like rural areas, if someone's getting married, the whole street's shut down. It's just like cars on cars on cars, all honking. There's some people walking next to it singing, you know.
Yeah.
It's a very fun time.
Yeah, same.
Fun.
Same fun time for SJ. He gets tipped, dies to the Tormentor. But yeah, it's
at least
the same
his team is cool. They're gonna reserve the wisdom rune for him, you know. They're gonna be like, it's fine, buddy.
Yeah, same thing here, you know, like some huge line of cars, most likely some guns, AKs firing into the sky, you know.
Have you ever shot a gun before?
Never, actually.
I've only done it once, but it's been a very long time. Definitely before I was ready to do so.
I would, but I'm traumatized by sniper, you know, just I've been through that patch.
Not enough. The ho-ho and hard enough. It's okay.
Exactly. I've had enough for 2 lifetimes. It's fine.
Right now, Holy Grail trying to end some of Team Bright's lives here as they're going to smoke up with 3. Looking for a way to enter the fight. There's a lot of damage between just these 3 heroes if they can find the initiation. But they don't have any positive vision onto any of their foes right now. Although they have an idea that Heat is down bottom.
Yeah, that idea, if he sees the acid spray, which he should, right? They should not catch him. Let's see. There's a chance he shows himself on this creep wave, but still, like, catching him is going to be really difficult. Yeah, just the illusions and twin gate from him.
They're going to realize now where he was, but it's a little bit too late.
What happened though? Aegis got reclaimed, right? So if you're Team Bright, I suppose from now on it's a little bit easier for you to fight. You can also wait. You have this Philly Stone on Disruptor. He's getting his Aghanim's actually 800 gold away from. So gonna be there shortly. One of the only remaining ways to mute, right?
Yes. Yes. One of the only ways that you can still mute a player in the game. It's that and level 25 Doom, but literally nothing else can mute items.
Alchemist popped his ulti. It seems like he wants to do something here mid, but yeah, decides not to. Their bottom lane is being split pushed by Morphlings, so.
We've also seen this kind of game before from Heat, right? Where the team he's just very far away from them at pretty much all times. Just split pushing, farming, putting pressure on the map. And he's doing a decent job of keeping some degree of parity with his Alchemist. Of course, Alchemist is going to be ahead of him, but he's been 5k ahead at a very even level for a while. So he's not being completely outstripped, and eventually he'll catch up with the items.
Yeah, like one good thing as well that they really do with Heat when he's split pushing all the time is they make sure that they have one support next to him. Like he's kind of protecting him, sitting on his side. In case there's a smoke gang coming in, he's the one breaking it, right? Like, so it's not Heat just being alone somewhere and being picked off every single time. That's Irving's job. He's the one alone and dying.
They do finish the Aghanim Scepter now on this Lycan. So they have the Wolfbite available. They really want to find an engagement though, and they might get lucky this time. The Wolves will scout out both Heat as well as Phoenix on the Imitator. The question is, can they find a grab here? They go in, blink, lift back onto Heat, but he just waveforms, TP's out, he's A-okay. Oh, Imitator, oh no! Didn't cancel his dive, ends up dead.
He tried to, like, TP mid-dive, thinking that's gonna buy him enough time, but yeah. Maybe if he started TPing while he was channeling Sunray, I think maybe he would have survived, but still, it was a hard one. But that's the point, right? He dies, still the carry survives. Top lane, Lesh and Ember beefing it out.
Yeah, but it's always like this, right? Lesh is like, I got this out. It's Ember.
Yeah.
This is pointless. It's 4 heroes.
Oh, they're gonna fight bot.
Team Brights, they get a big ravage going out onto the Alchemist. They drop the ultimates, and that enables them to kill the Alch off. Gon pops BKB just to escape away from these heroes, but they want more. They're not done with this just yet. Disruptor not in range for a glimpse at the moment, but Heat has the Ember Spirit form. They're able to get the grab onto SJ. That will enable them to kill him.
Oh,
Beautifully
man.
done by Team Bright.
Yeah, you're taking one objective after another without anyone defending it. You kind of forget that you are killable and you don't have Aegis anymore. This Alchemist just disappeared. I don't even think they needed a Static Storm. It was a major Static Storm though still. He has an Aghanim's level 12. In the future, if they can continue ravaging the way they did, Alchemist certainly falls because of the Static Storm follow-up. Meanwhile, Rubik also stole Ravage, so that's kind of positive for Holy Grail, right? Like the next fight might be theirs, but they need to actually do something. This Morphling is becoming pretty damn scary. That's a Skadi Manta, getting closer to the Satanic as well.
That's a very scary Morphling. Terrifying prospect to have to deal with this hero. And he's also gonna queue up the Butterfly for after that. So then suddenly Lycan pretty much does no damage. Alchemist gonna struggle with the damage output as well. Heat doing his thing, and they're gonna still pressure the tier 2 tower down bottom. I remember you mentioned that in game 1, when Holy Grail were trying to mount this push with Beastmaster, they didn't full commit, but with Heat, you don't even have to commit that hard. You can still get yourself to tier 2, even if you know they're taking Aegis right now.
Yep, and it's much easier for him to escape, right? It's a morphling. Morph into strength, waveform out TP. Most of the time you will not fall, so... You couldn't really do anything better at the moment too, right? Like, there's no way you contest that Roshan. Your Ravage is on 30 seconds cooldown. You have Static Storm and Egg, but that's just not enough. You need the Ravage to fight, so... They made the best out of the situation, I think, at least.
I have to play against another Aegis right now, so we've gotta just hang tight, play in the back edge. Imitator, though, doing something we've seen him do before, has finished off his rushed Scythe of Vice, given that he did have access to the Philly Stone. So more control that they have for Team Bright to try and deal with this Alchemist, and more control that he can't BKB through.
We'll take that.
What do you think, Oz? You know the Ursa, right? Mm-hmm. Where you can enrage with like with Ags and stuff through debuffs. Should there be like a super BKB that allows you to BKB through hexes?
A super BKB? Didn't we just nerf BKBs? Didn't we make them like a bit worse?
Yeah,
for
you nerf the normal BKB, but then you buff the super BKB.
How do you buy the super BKB? Just a recipe with the BKB, or do you have to combo it? BKB and a Reaver.
BKB plus Revenant's Brooch.
Yes, let's do it. I like the idea. BKB plus Rapier. You need to buy a Rapier.
Go.
Yeah.
And then it drops when you die, so then you don't have BKB or Rapier.
It gives you this. It gives you the super BKB, but Imitator breaks the smoke once again.
Yep, that's his job. Can he TP out of this? Oh, DQQ doesn't get to him in time. Noda's gone. He's actually out. He's cool.
Yeah, nicely done. This guy is actually making plays while we're shit talking. Oh, and old chat.
Yeah, some
all right.
fashion old chat.
I know exactly what he said there. Noobs get wrecked.
Honestly, in this series, I would be very frustrated if I was Holy Grail. The amount of times that this Imitator guy has broken our smokes, been the first one we find in an initiation, so we can't even get a more value kill. And even if he dies in a fight, somehow still setting up his team for success. Very annoying player to play against.
100%. Getting closer to Refresher as well. Has that Hex completed. Let's see, they want to take this fight. The problem is they are still playing versus Aegis. If they kill Ember though...
Oh, Gone gets hexed. He didn't expect this. He didn't see it coming out of the Phoenix. He does die, but there's a huge chaotic offering that drops down as well. With the fatal bonds, Summer though can't lay out the damage. He's taking too much hurt from Heat. He has to run away from this fight, but he gets glimpsed back. He doesn't have his BKB. He puts it back in after the Aegis pops.
They have Ravage now.
Will they have Ravage available? They should be able to kill him off here. They don't even need the Ravage to do it. Heat is just that strong right now. Both Ember and Alchemist brought down by Team Bright in a single team fight.
Yeah, that Lycan is forced to run away. Actually, okay, turns on the Phoenix. Okay.
I don't know about this one, buddy. Gotta get out of here. Can't munch on this bird, and then Irving actually blinks after him, hoping to catch him with a Gush. But Gush is still on cooldown. Didn't want to pop the solo Ravage without Heat being nearby. So the Wolf can scurry away to safety.
Oh man, that fight was actually really damn well played by Team Bright. So cool. The egg literally, I mean, look, the fact that they killed off Ember that early on was due to the Hex, right? Like, they managed to Hex him. He wasn't aware of it. He gets Hexed down. He dies. But the egg afterwards is what makes it even better. Look, like the dive. Now they try to go win with the eggs, with the Lycan, but the egg stuns them through BKB, and then on top of that, the Phoenix is sun-raying and saving everyone from damage. Crazy.
Crazy fight indeed. back in the real world, there's another fight that's been broken out because Undyne has tried to get himself away after killing off DQQ, but ends up dead for his efforts. Unfortunately, Gone can't find anybody else in the situation, but fortunately, because it's Disruptor that's dead, doesn't have to worry about Glimpse Static Storm right now.
Yeah, Imitator just chatting this game up. Let's see, can they catch the Ember?
They're trying.
Yeah,
They have a Remnant in the right position though, so he's fine.
Yeah, this time around Phoenix wasn't around to hex him. That's the only thing he actually needs to be careful about, right? Like the Ravage probably not gonna connect when they're chasing him and he sees them. Let's see, there is a Wolf going in, the Alchemist Wolf.
He's channeling a stun as well, going on to Phoenix and trying to get the solo kill. But there's a shield rune from this Phoenix, and look at the damage Summer is taking from Heat. Has to get himself out of here. Phoenix finding the Hex to Gone, but they mistimed the Ravage. So Gone's able to get off his BKB and escape the fight. SJ, though, not so lucky as he's been brought down already by the Smurfling. And that fight, Lizard, they started it on the side of Holy Grail, but there's almost no way they were going to get that kill.
Yeah, I think he felt a little bit too strong because he's a wolf, right? He's a little doggy running in. He thinks he's invincible, but come on, man. Like, you're not taking down a Lash. 3k HP, Shiva's Guard, Bloodstone on top of that to pop it. That was a really difficult kill to go for. In the end, Warlock for Ravage, actually not even that bad, I would say.
Yeah, definitely not. They still have more teamfight tools, though. They still have the Slimps into Static Storm. They still have Hex. And they don't have Supernova and Ravage, though. That's going to be a pretty big deal. So it might make them back off. But look how confident they feel. Instead of just backing off completely, they smoke around. They might catch Tome. He's revealed himself a little bit. They get the ward out, but just in time, he finds himself on the high ground. Nope, he still gets back into the Static Storm, into the right clicks of Heat, and he is just gone on the Lycan. At the same time here, DQ getting jumped on the high ground. Beautiful stun came out from Summer, but even better counter initiation.
That's game right there.
As well on the high ground. A triple kill for Heat with his Morphling. And Gone cannot do anything to stop this from happening. Instead, he actually just gets glimpsed back. Give him an ultra kill on the Water Boy. And might as well call GG because he is not going to die ever again in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Holy Grail, they had a decent start to the game, but I don't think they can defend this. They have 3 buybacks. It's for TI. Never mind, they still GG. It is TI, but still, it's not going to do any miracles. If you buy back, you still lost this quite convincingly. Very methodical, nice approach by Team Bright. In game 1 and game 2, like this second one, they just chill out, they wait for their item timings, they get all of them. The Philly Stone on Disruptor really did help a lot, but the playstyle overall from them, the execution was just way better. They were the better team today. Unfortunately for Team Holy Grail, Team Bright was just better. Phoenix, Imitator for me, definitely the MVP of this last match. Like the Hex on him completely turned a couple of fights. The positioning of the Phoenix was on point. Like, I really think that he did a ton of work.
Yeah, he really did. The early game, though, for Holy Grail, they were playing so aggressively. Gone had a pretty much perfect 10-15 minutes early on. Like, you could not ask for anything better as Ember Spirit. He finds himself quite a few kills. And also, they set themselves into a position where, up until right now, 25 minutes, Team Bright only had 2 kills. Unfortunately, the kills you start getting after that are like Alchemist, then you kill Lycan, then you kill Ember Spirit, you're getting support here and there. It's all very high-value kills that they were able to find for themselves. And they just, like you said, made it look so methodical. By the time this Morphling is like, okay, guys, I'm ready. You know, Heat has been playing the same style for the last few days. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yep. It definitely worked out here.
And nothing feels like it's just by chance. Like, all their movements and all the decisions that they're making are really cognitive, like letting them have that second Aegis, right? They're sure we don't have Ravage, let them have Aegis. At the same time, we'll take the tier 2 Imitator, constantly protecting Morphling from any incoming ganks, breaking so many smokes. Like, all these little things, they add up in the end. I'm not sure, I think BKB could have been used there by Lycan, and maybe they have a shot at taking this fight, but with or without the Lycan there, this game was most likely already over.
Yeah, and this Alchemist also found himself being surprisingly squishy. Like, my goodness, he just kept dying so quickly whenever they got any kind of beat on him. Heat way too strong on the small fling, and the rest of Team Bright able to carry the momentum they started all the way in the lower bracket with, and they're here yet again with a victory over Holy Grail, and one step closer towards qualifying for the international. We give Imitator the MVP, right, for the whole series overall?
Yeah, I would. I think that he definitely deserved it. Like, he's had a really good line game with a couple of crazy moves. And in the second game, he's 0-4-8, but his impact on Phoenix was one of the highest that you can have as a position 5. Like, he was really doing all things right. Position 5-4, whatever. He got that Hex. He was rushing that Refresher afterwards, but the Hex came in clutch on the Ember kill. The Egg came in clutch in the same team fight. And just his positioning on the map was just damn good.
Now he gets himself... With this victory, his team goes forward. They're officially in the top 6 of the qualifiers. But now it gets very, very difficult. You know, they beat it to Team Disillusion. They end up beating the side of Holy Grail. I mean, now you have to play Team Aster. Things are a lot more difficult. Based on what we've seen, obviously we know that they can play a very considered game. They can allow themselves to scale into the late game, but Team Aster is not always a team that'll let you get there. So do you think you want to see any changes in terms of how they play, or should they just refine what they're already doing? Seems it has been working so far.
I feel like you just stick to your guns. You're playing versus a team that's so strong. Changing your strat at this point is not going to really do any good to you. And at the same time, I feel like the strat that they are playing doesn't work versus teams that are much better than you, or a level above at least. Not much better, but a level above definitely. Unfortunately, they're not some crazy-ass team that just goes all ham, all in early on, catches you off guard. I feel like those teams have it a bit easier when it comes to playing versus when they're the dark horse, basically. But yeah. I wish them all the best versus Team Aster. I'm looking forward to that game. I hope that they put up a good fight.
Team A literally versus Team B will be happening tomorrow as Aster take on Bright in an elimination game. Only one of these squads continuing into the top 4 of the qualifiers. IG, of course, will be playing up against Team 0 to start off the day. And another elimination game, and that one is very, very scary as well. CTY has been on an absolute tear through these qualifiers, but IG... As Lizard says many times, with Emo in the team, you just never know. They could be the best team in the world or the worst one. It could happen even in the same game. So that one is certainly a match to watch out for. And then, of course, Brother Lizard, the upper bracket final. Xtreme Gaming versus Azure Ray for our first team to enter the grand finals. Where do you think that one is going?
Absolutely no idea. I know we're going to have a really good series there. I'm still a little bit of an Xtreme Gaming fanboy, but... yeah, we'll see. I'm expecting a really damn good series there.
Now it's going to be very, very fun. And then, of course, the winner of IG and 0 taking on the winner of Team Aster versus Team Bright. And that was going to round out our top 4. A very wild ride. Only a couple of days which determine your fate as a squad, whether or not you end 2023 at the international, or if you're going to be sitting on the sidelines for several months throughout this portion of the season. This is not a fun place to be if you're going to be one of these teams facing elimination, but that's what the nature of Dota is. Competitive environment, not everybody can win, and that's why we celebrate those who do at the international. With that, though, that does mean that we're going to be done for the day. Brother Lizard, thank you yet again for a stellar cast, and we'll be back tomorrow for some more Dota. Make sure that you're ready to watch it, make sure you're hydrated, make sure you've been playing the game, and of course, make sure to regard and love yourself as much as possible. Until tomorrow, peace out. It's your boy Snare, it's your boy Lizard. We love you. See you tomorrow.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.